Chapter 1 Starting with a stone. Maybe it was just an instant, or perhaps 10,000 years had passed. For reasons unknown, my consciousness awakened again. Instinctively, I looked upward and saw two enormous nested rings of light that I immediately recognized as black hole halos. So after death, consciousness travels to black holes. But my awakening lasted only a brief moment before I fell back into silence. I don't know how long it had been, but the faint scent of sandalwood gradually brought me back to consciousness. I suddenly opened my eyes to find myself in an unfamiliar room, lying on a soft bed. Sunlight filtered through deep red curtains, casting warm light on the mahogany desk. The room's furnishings were antiquely styled, with a striped jacquard carpet covering the floor. I threw off the covers and stepped onto the carpet, walking to the full-length mirror by the wardrobe. Staring at the reflection of what appeared to be a 14 or 15-year-old boy, I froze in shock. Had I traveled through time? Suddenly, I felt a wave of dizziness, followed by memories flooding my mind like a tidal surge. The world I now found myself in was called Xixingland, where everything was influenced by the radiant brilliance of the stars. Birds in flight, fish in water, every flower and leaf could potentially absorb stellar power and evolve into extraordinary creatures known as star beasts. Humans here possessed beast-taming abilities. Beast masters would form soul contracts with star beasts, assisting each other and together building a magnificent beast-taming civilization. Beast masters naturally held the highest social status. Only less than 20% of people could awaken an inner core to gain beast-taming talent. For orphans like me raised in institutions, as long as we showed beastmaster potential, we'd be sent to specialized academies. And now, I was at the prestigious Xuxing Academy. A flood of memories left me completely dazed, and it took me a full half-hour to recover. I couldn't help but smile bitterly to myself. Who would have thought that dodging a kitten while driving would lead to an accident and then transmigration, no less, into a beastmaster world like this? Still, I felt grateful for this second chance at life. Except my current situation wasn't looking too great. My predecessor, also named Fu Han, was an ordinary orphanage-raised boy with no background or money. Had it not been for the Alliance's beastmaster training policies, I wouldn't even have a single room at this prestigious academy. Now the academy was assigning our batch starter star beasts, but I ran into problems. The academy allocated a batch of star beast cubs suitable for novice beast masters for students to choose from, one per person on a first-come, first-served basis, but only those who had awakened their beastmaster talents could select one. Among peers of the same age, those who awakened their talents earlier were deemed more promising. They could choose sooner, not only picking cubs that matched their aptitudes but also securing stronger ones. But I was one of only two in my grade who hadn't awakened my talent, not only missing out on quality star beasts but also being branded as slow-witted, which would significantly impact my future prospects. As I was lost in thought, Mu Chi burst energetically through the door. Seeing me staring blankly at the mirror, he exhaled in relief and asked, "Well, did the inspiration potion work?" I instinctively glanced at the vial on the desk, and Mushy noticed it too. Seeing the purple potion in the crystal bottle was gone, he gasped in shock. "You didn't drink all of it, did you? That's a lethal dose." I realized why I had transmigrated into this body, but to avoid trouble, I quickly denied it. "No, I accidentally spilled it." TSK. Mushy winced painfully as he picked up the vial and asked, "Did you drink any? Did it work?" I nodded. "I did. I just don't feel anything yet." Truth was, I felt like a completely different person now. Muchi clutched his forehead and said, "Big bro, you're gonna be the death of me. What's going on? Isn't Lu Danchun from the next class about to achieve enlightenment already?" "He already did." At that moment, Yi Miao interrupted our conversation. As the class committee member, she spread her hands and explained, "You didn't close the door. Classmate Fu Han, the Beastmaster instructor wants to see you." Muchi froze. "So Lu Danchun has already achieved enlightenment too? Does that mean Fu Han has no choice left?" Yi Miao nodded. "Yes, the message is delivered. I'll be going now, you'd better hurry." With that, she left. I turned out to be the only one in this year's cohort who failed to comprehend any Beastmaster talents. The breeding mentor only had one astral beast left. They probably called me over to claim that one, since I didn't have any other options anyway. Muchi asked blankly, "What should we do?" I sighed deeply. "What can we do? Let it be. It's not like we had much choice to begin with." After saying this, I straightened my appearance, put on my coat, and walked alone toward the astral beast garden. I felt many people pointing at me along the way, and vaguely heard words like "worst in history." My face flushed with embarrassment as I hurried along with my head down. In the blink of an eye, I arrived at the Academy's Star Beast Garden. It wasn't very large, housing only some Star Beast cubs. This was just the basic breeding teaching ground. The real Star Beast breeding center was located in the distant outskirts, which I'd never visited. The garden's caretaker was Madame Lan. She had short silver-white hair and always wore a checked apron, whose pockets seemed to contain an endless supply of small snacks. The young beasts all loved crowding around her. When I arrived, Madame Lan was sitting quietly at her desk waiting. Thinking she'd been waiting for a long time, I quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for being late." Madame Lan looked up at the clock and smiled kindly. Not late at all, not late. Then she changed the subject. I know several beastmasters who awakened their talents quite late, precisely the rarest dual beastmaster talents, and now they're all outstanding figures in their field. So the saying that the time of talent awakening correlates with talent potential is fundamentally mistaken. You mustn't let it discourage you. I was momentarily stunned. I hadn't expected Madame Lan to know about my situation, addressing me with such immediate reassurance. I hastily bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Madame Lan." Truthfully, after a year at Zenith Star Academy, though I'd studied diligently, my knowledge was limited to textbooks and teachers' lectures. Muchi's understanding of beastmasters was merely hearsay, hardly authoritative. I had never heard such details as Mrs. Lan mentioned about the slow awakening of dual talents. After all, beastmasters with twin gifts were exceptionally rare. I only knew such geniuses existed. How could I possibly be familiar with the specifics? After listening to Mrs. Lan's explanation, my mind suddenly cleared. As a transmigrator, having dual talents makes perfect sense, doesn't it? With my earlier worries dispelled, I actually began to feel excited. Just what kind of beastmaster talents would I awaken? Maintaining a humble and polite demeanor, Mrs. Lan nodded approvingly before adding, though there is one slight regret. Now there's only one star beast left for you to choose. You don't have any alternatives, nor do you know if it suits you. Let's take a look at your starter star beast first. As she spoke, she pointed at the table. Following her gesture, I saw nothing notable on the table except for a black stone. Just as I was puzzled, the black lump of stone on the table suddenly opened round eyes and looked straight at me. I froze momentarily, recalling the data about this type of star beast. This was a stone jade beast, a common rocky-type star beast with low intelligence. When stimulated by external factors, it activates its innate skill, jadification. Jade transformation temporarily transforms Shiryu's body into a jade crystalline state, significantly increasing its hardness and comprehensively enhancing all resistances. Its overall racial rating is 100, ordinary grade. The racial rating evaluates the comprehensive strength of a star beast species. Any star beast with a racial score below 100 falls under the pet grade, capable of little more than a well-trained hound. They're only suitable as pets and are not recommended for beastmasters to cultivate. Shiryu's rating barely scrapes the ordinary grade threshold at exactly 100 points, making it the benchmark star beast. Any weaker than this, and beastmasters shouldn't even bother. Textbooks describe ordinary grade star beasts as workable for training but notably weak, technically viable, but hardly worth the effort. And among all ordinary grade star beasts, Shiryu ranks dead last. I couldn't hold back any longer. While I hadn't expected the Academy to assign an elite-level starter beast, and understood that high-quality beasts needed early awakening to be selected, but shouldn't an average common-grade beast at least be guaranteed? Who would have thought they'd resort to this bottom-tier common-grade stone jade beast that no one had ever heard of being raised before? In my panic, I completely lost my composure and wailed, "Madame Lan, this stone jade beast can't even move properly. Surely it's inappropriate as a starter beast to nurture." Madame Lan smiled faintly and said, "Don't be in such a hurry, hear me out first." Initially, I also thought the breeding center had made a mistake, so I kept it sealed away, figuring no one would choose it anyway. Later, I inquired multiple times with the breeding center, and in the end, Professor Chu from the center made it clear, there had been no mistake. Professor Chu believed that this jade stone beast was suitable for nurturing by the Academy's beastmasters. Firstly, as a common grade star beast, assigning this jade stone beast to students like you aligns perfectly with regulations. Moreover, Professor Chu is an authoritative expert in star beast breeding. I believe he wouldn't gamble with students' futures. Thinking carefully, the stone jade beast indeed had no mobility before evolution, but it became completely different after evolving into the jade fist beast. After all, jade transformation is an exceptionally excellent innate skill. Hearing this, I frowned and mentally calculated the possibility of raising a stone jade beast into a jade fist beast, but even a brief consideration revealed numerous problems. Firstly, the stone jade is a rock-type lifeform with only a pair of eyes. It doesn't need to eat nor has the ability to eat, sustaining itself with minimal starlight. This means its growth is extremely slow, unlike animal-type star beasts that grow faster by consuming more nutritious food. Moreover, its intelligence isn't particularly high, and when subjected to external stimuli, it begins to jadeize. This ability is quite unique. Not only does it harden, but its overall resistance also increases as a result. This means it's difficult for a beastmaster to enhance stone jadeling's growth speed through external stimulation. To accelerate stone jadeling's growth, the only feasible method is to provide it with abundant star shards, rich in astral radiance, for absorption and nourishment. Yet, star shards are exorbitantly priced. With such financial means, why not simply acquire a star beast with higher racial potential to raise instead? I've already applied for the Academy to assign me a star beast. How could I possibly afford such an extravagant rearing method? So while it seems viable in theory, in practice, it's pointless. After careful consideration, I shared my thoughts with Madame Lan. I've already applied for the Academy to assign me a star beast, so I certainly won't be able to provide it with star fragments to accelerate its growth. Before it evolves, I still have many credit tasks to complete. Without a star beast's assistance, I'm afraid I'll be expelled from the academy. After hearing my thoughts, Madame Lan nodded approvingly again and said with a smile, "This level of consideration shows you've mastered the theoretical foundation well." However, Professor Chu insisted on sending it here precisely because he'd already considered this issue. I've observed it for some time and discovered it truly has unique qualities. If my guess is correct, it might possess some kind of hidden trait related to growth. This must be why Professor Chu sent it over. Come, let me show you the speed at which it absorbs starlight. As she spoke, she took my hand and placed it on the stone jade beast, then continued, "Focus your mind and feel carefully. Imagine there's a core within the stone jade beast composed of starlight. Its core is absorbing starlight, just as your own core absorbs starlight too." I gathered my thoughts and began to visualize and attempt to feel as instructed by Madame Lan. Gradually, I felt my consciousness sinking into an ocean of stars. At that very moment, a sudden mutation occurred. My mind became crystal clear, and I distinctly sensed my own core. Instantly, a flood of information entered my consciousness. These revelations unveiled to me the meaning of starlight and the origin of the soul. And so, I suddenly comprehended my own Beastmaster talent, Star Beast Appraisal. The core is the essence of the soul, and every person possesses their own soul core. From the moment of conception, the soul core begins absorbing primordial energy from the cosmos to strengthen itself, progressing from a dim and lifeless state until it gradually begins radiating starlight. Once a person's core begins emitting this starlight, they acquire the talent for beast mastery. However, recognizing and comprehending this ability often requires time. Some perceive their gift in an instant, while others may take months or even years. I had been transmigrated for less than an hour when I became aware of my soul's core and understood my innate abilities. I suppose you could say I'm exceptionally talented. The realization of my soul's innate ability lasted only a fleeting moment, yet Lady Lan still keenly noticed my slightest hesitation. With a raised brow, she smiled and said, "Oh, had an epiphany?" Suppressing my overwhelming joy, I quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, I've awakened my beast taming talent." "How wonderful! What kind of beast taming talent is it?" Lady Lan pressed eagerly, her face beaming with delight. I thought for a moment and replied, "It's a beast taming class talent." After establishing a soul connection with a star beast, it enhances its growth efficiency. Madame Lan blinked in astonishment. "Oh my, it's growth enhancement. This is really useful. Not bad at all. Hey, perfectly timed. This rock jade beast just happens to need this exact talent to accelerate its growth, and you coincidentally have it. Ah, how wonderful. It seems fate has its own plans." I looked down at the stone jade on the table and said, "Then I'll take it with me." Madame Lan looked at the faint but unconcealable smile on my lips and nodded happily. "Alright, go on then. Raise it well, who knows, you might have stumbled upon something special this time." With a grin, I bid Madame Lan farewell, scooping up Shiyu in a hurry before making my exit. Even after leaving the Star Beast Garden, I could still clearly hear the pounding of my own heart. I was absolutely thrilled. It's not because of the stone I'm holding in my hands, but because I know my Beastmaster talent is outrageously powerful. When Madame Lan asked about my Beastmaster talent, I told her it was growth enhancement. That wasn't a lie. I truly possess this Beastmaster ability. But aside from that, I also possess other Beastmaster talents that I didn't mention. Talented abilities originate from the stars within one's core. Most people only have a single star in their core. There are a very few people who possess a dual star core, meaning they will have two Beastmaster talents. Without a doubt, dual talents are an exceedingly powerful and rare qualification. Those with dual star cores are all legendary figures in the Beastmaster world. My core doesn't contain just one star either. It holds a dark red star orbiting around a massive black hole. Yes, a black hole. I recall that before crossing over, I felt my consciousness encountering a black hole in the cosmos, its brilliant ring leaving a profound impression on me. The dazzling black hole aura was now glowing brilliantly at the core of my being. And the talent granted by the black hole was outrageously powerful. It bestowed upon me an ability called Stellar Imprint, a heaven-defying power that allowed me to observe and replicate the way star beasts wielded starlight through soul bonds, then transmit this knowledge to other star beasts within the same soul-linked network. In other words, I could copy skills from my own star beasts and teach them to others. As long as the recipient star beast had compatible affinity with the skill, it could master abilities from fellow star beasts. Generally speaking, for a star beast to learn skills from other star beasts, it must absorb the stardust left behind when other star beasts die. Only by repeatedly absorbing the stardust of a specific star beast species can a star beast potentially comprehend their skills. However, this process is utterly random and undoubtedly a money-burning endeavor. Yet, my stellar engraving ability can effortlessly achieve this goal, an invaluable asset for any beastmaster. Moreover, the black hole not only granted me this heaven-defying, stellar engraving ability, but also expanded the core capacity of my spiritual essence to extraordinary dimensions. The size of the core domain determines how many star beasts one can accommodate. A beast master must elevate their core stellar brilliance level to expand the domain, thereby containing more and stronger star beasts. An apprentice beastmaster's core domain typically only holds one star beast below level 10. Hence, the choice of an initial star beast is crucial. Everything must rely on this single contracted companion. Right now, I feel my core domain is exceptionally vast. It could easily contain dozens of low-tier star beasts like Shiyu, and might even accommodate higher-level ones. Truly befitting a transmigrator, this cheat ability defies all logic. Pity I'm not from a wealthy family. Even with such an expansive core domain, it's of little use for now. After all, the only creature I can contract with right now is this stone jade I'm holding in my hands. I looked at the stone jade beast in my hands, and it stared back at me with its big round eyes, as if asking, "Where are you taking me?" Just then, a sharp mocking voice reached my ears. Well, look who got a stone jade beast. Oh my, I'm dying of laughter. Then, others joined in the mocking laughter. I suddenly realized I'd unconsciously wandered to the edge of the sports field, running straight into a group of elite beastmaster heirs from my class who were taking a break nearby. Those privileged heirs weren't specifically targeting me, an insignificant nobody. Their superiority complex was so strong they'd mock anyone who received an ordinary star beast from the academy. I didn't particularly care, quietly tucking my rock jade beast deeper into my coat as I prepared to leave. Just then, a member of their elite clique named Song Jia suddenly called out, "Hey, the stone jade beast isn't easy to raise, so think carefully." I responded to him with a nod before turning away in silence. Song Jia was my classmate. Though his tone wasn't particularly pleasant, his reminder came from genuine concern, so I still nodded in acknowledgement. After I left, someone by the playground asked Song Jia, "Bro Song, from what you said, does that mean the stone jade beast is just difficult to raise but manageable if you do?" Song Jia nodded and murmured in a low voice, "After all, jade transformation is one of the finest among low-tier skills. If it evolves quickly enough, it might still be useful." I actually think the same way. No matter what, petrification is an exceptionally outstanding skill. I have the ability to replicate skills, and such an excellent skill simply can't be missed. So, sooner or later, I'll contract with a jade beast, even if it's just to obtain the petrification skill. For now, I don't have any other options. It'll be difficult to find a star beast more worthy of cultivation than a jade beast in the short term. Without further hesitation, I cradled the stone jade beast and hurried straight back to my dorm room, secretly hoping this creature might actually possess some extraordinary traits. In the blink of an eye, I returned to my dorm room, secured the doors and windows, and prepared to form a contract with the stone jade beast. The bonding process wasn't particularly complicated, but since this was my first time contracting a star beast, nervous anticipation inevitably filled my heart. Surely the stone jade beast wouldn't reject me, would it? After a moment of scattered thoughts, I lightly slapped my cheeks to focus, calmed my mind, then directed my consciousness inward to mobilize the stellar radiance within my core, beginning to weave the soul-binding contract. To establish a soul connection with a star beast, obtaining the creature's consent is necessary, and the beastmaster must also pay a certain price using the starlight from their core to aid the star beast's growth. A beastmaster's starlight originates from the self-reaction of their essence, continuously generated at a rate far surpassing a starbeast's ability to absorb scattered starlight from the environment. It's rare for beastmasters to be rejected by starbeasts of the same rank, just as starbeasts seldom accept contracts from beastmasters of lower ranks. Stone jade beasts have low levels and limited intelligence, instinctively accepting any contract infused with starlight. So, when I prepared the contract and my wrist, glowing with intricate inscriptions, reached toward the stone jade beast, it immediately accepted the pact. Under the gaze of cosmic laws, a bond was forged between my soul and the stone jade beasts. I instantly sensed the stone jade beast's emotions. It seemed positively thrilled. Next, as the soul link solidified, the stone jade beast's data manifested in my mind, presented in a format perfectly tailored to my understanding. Species, Stone Jade Beast Bloodline Evolution Stage, Initial Form Stone Jade Beast. Attributes, Rock Base Stats, 100, Normal Grade, Star Beast Level, 1 Health, 100% Abilities. Basic Skill, Jade Transformation LV1, transforms body into Jade Crystal State, significantly increasing hardness while boosting all resistances. Innate Trait, Rock Lifeform, the Jade Stone Beast requires no sustenance, needing only minimal starlight to sustain itself. Special Trait, Efficient Core, Starlight Growth Efficiency Enhanced. Seeing this, my eyes lit up. The Jade Stone Beast truly possessed a hidden trait after all. The Stone Jade Beast's Efficient Core can increase growth efficiency by 50%, and when combined with my Growth Enhancement, which also boosts it by 50%, that means the Stone Jade Beast's growth rate can double. With this, it should evolve into a Jade Fist beast fairly soon. It seems the Stone Jade beast might truly become an important asset for me in the early stages. As the contract concluded, I opened my eyes to look at the Stone Jade beast, and it stared back at me with its large, round eyes. I smiled faintly, thinking to myself, quite adorable, just an honest, simple chunk of rock. I sighed softly, though there's no choice, you're still my starter star beast after all. Then I'll do my best to help you grow stronger. After completing my first contract, it was only natural for me to test out my Beastmaster abilities. I first stored the Stone Jade beast into my inner core domain, where it transformed into a small star emitting a dull red glow, orbiting around a black hole. In an instant, I realized the core of a person is like a galaxy, and the space that houses a star beast is the celestial orbit on which it moves. The larger the core domain space, the more orbits are available for astral beasts and meteorites, naturally allowing for contracting more astral beasts. This differs from my previous understanding. Before enlightenment, I always thought the core would form a separate space for astral beasts to reside in. It seems the mysteries of the soul world truly cannot be measured by common sense. Next, I tested the ability of starlight engraving. I found that the rock life and efficient core traits of the Jade Stone Beast cannot be engraved. This isn't surprising either. Rock life is related to the Jade Stone Beast's physical structure, while efficient core is probably due to its core's unique construction. These traits are innate, not related to the comprehension or application of starlight, so it's only natural they can't be engraved. The Jade Transformation skill was easily imprinted. After being imprinted, the skill transformed into special starlight stored within the black hole and could be repeatedly taught. A thought suddenly occurred to me, what would happen if I taught Jade Transformation to the Jade Beast again? Without hesitation, I immediately channeled the starlight into the black hole. Moments later, the skill imprint formed, and I guided it to project onto the tiny star that was the transformed Jade Beast. The process of teaching the skill was quick but extremely draining. A significant amount of starlight was consumed from my core, leaving the entire core dimmed. I still felt some of my strength being drained, and my head was dizzy. It seemed that passing on skills consumed a lot of physical and mental energy, but at least it succeeded. I quickly checked the Stone Jade Beast's status again, and the results pleasantly surprised me. The Stone Jade Beast skill, Jade Transformation LV1, had upgraded to Jade Transformation LV2. The speed of Jade Transformation greatly increased, while its hardness and resistance became even stronger. Normally, astral beasts need repeated, extensive practice to level up their skills. This is also an essential training session that beast masters must assist their astral beasts with. And I just need to repeatedly teach skills to the Star Beast to increase its skill level. Starlight Imprint is even more powerful than I imagined. Not only that, but because the skill imprint contained a large amount of starlight, the Jade Stone Beast's Star Beast level has risen. It directly leaped from level 1 to level 3, and Little Star's dark red glow has become much brighter. This means I can transfer my starlight to the Star Beast more quickly through skill teaching. Moreover, this starlight transfer clearly benefited from the bonuses of growth enhancement and efficient core, causing the Stone Jade Beast to level up twice instantly. My heart swelled with joy. With such a powerful Beastmaster talent, I knew the road ahead wouldn't be too difficult for me. The Stone Jade Beast's growth rate is now delightfully fast. I estimate it won't be long before it evolves. When that happens, I'll have myself an outstanding companion. Though the consumption of starlight engraving is quite substantial, a Beastmaster's starlight is continuously generated through primordial substance autoreactions, and it recovers relatively quickly after being expended. But recovering lost mental strength and stamina isn't as easy as replenishing starlight, especially mental energy. To keep mental reserves consistently full, aside from extended rest, the only option is mental energy restorative potions. However, mental energy recovery potions aren't cheap. Even asking Muchi for help would incur significant expenses. Currently, I don't have a single coin to my name. What should I do? Oh, that's right, the stipend. I suddenly remembered something important. Now that I've completed the Star Beast contract, I'm officially a bona fide Beastmaster, which means I can go to the Academy for Apprentice Beastmaster certification. Not only would I receive a Beastmaster terminal device, but also a monthly stipend. Thinking this, I checked the time and quickly stood up, ready to certify my Beastmaster qualifications immediately. But the moment I leapt to my feet, I promptly collapsed back into my chair. There was no special reason, teaching the skill had drained me too much, leaving my legs weak. By dusk, I found myself sitting in a corner of the grand dining hall's first floor, fiddling with my Beastmaster terminal while devouring the complimentary buffet. I had already completed my probationary Beastmaster certification. The process was fairly simple. All I needed was to summon my contracted astral beast, proving I had awakened the Beastmaster talent and was indeed a Beastmaster now. When I summoned my Stone Jade Beast, it inevitably drew some mocking laughter again, but I didn't really mind. Having lived 2 lifetimes, my temperament was mature enough that such trivial matters wouldn't bother me. However, after summoning the stone jade beast again, I noticed it had grown another size larger, which gave me a bit of a headache. It now weighed over 10 kilograms. Any bigger and I wouldn't be able to lift it anymore. After that, I received my probationary Beastmaster allowance and the Beastmaster terminal. The allowance for probationary Beastmasters is 20,000 alliance coins per year, which works out to a pitiful monthly average. Fortunately, the full amount was paid out at once and has already been transferred to my Beastmaster account, just in time to solve my urgent needs. Then there's the Beastmaster terminal. The Beastmaster terminal is essentially an electronic device similar to a mobile phone, but unlike ordinary communication devices, it also incorporates scanning functionality, allowing Beastmasters to scan and view Star Beast data or upload new information. The core data used by the Beastmaster terminal doesn't originate from computer networks, but rather from an actual divine tier Star Beast, the Eternal Tree. The Eternal Tree is the fountain of knowledge, providing all Beastmasters with its wisdom and information while also requiring them to submit data about their Star Beasts in return. This forms the covenant between the Eternal Tree and all Beastmasters. Every practitioner pledges to share their Star Beast cultivation records with the divine entity. For protection purposes, the Eternal Tree also vows never to disclose a Beastmaster's Star Beast data during their lifetime. The primary function of a Beastmaster terminal is to connect to the spiritual network of the Eternal Tree through special means to transmit and receive astral beast information. Of course, as an electronic device, the terminal naturally integrates basic functions like navigation, communication, and social networking, though these operate using ordinary computer networks. As an orphanage kid starting with nothing, even with the Academy's living stipend during my first year, I couldn't bring myself to spend several thousand coins on a communication device. I figured I had no one to contact anyway, and once certified as a Beastmaster, I'd get the terminal with similar capabilities. Same difference. Little did they know, other students had grown up playing with their phones since childhood, forming social groups as soon as they enrolled, and were generally using their phones for social activities. Someone like me, who never participated in online socializing, was naturally isolated, so material deprivation often brings many indirect wounds. If I hadn't coincidentally made friends with Machi, even if I'd frozen to death, I probably wouldn't have been discovered until final exam time. The moment I thought of Machi, he appeared in my field of vision. Seeing his gaze searching through the cafeteria, I knew he was looking for me, so I waved my hand at him. Muchi hurried over as soon as he spotted me and exclaimed, "I heard you got a jade stone beast." I nodded while eating, my appetite unusually hearty today after the skill teaching fatigue took its toll on me. Muchi grabbed my hand urgently. "How can you still have an appetite at a time like this? Bro, a jade stone beast can't even move, what's the damn use? Even Lu Danchun knows not to pick a rock." I rolled my eyes and retorted, "It's not like I had a choice." "Ah." Muchi sighed softly and said, "How about I go with you to By Forest to try our luck? What if we happen to come across a decent young star beast?" I raised my eyebrows in surprise and said, "The two of us? With just your utility type, Leaf Spirit Fairy, wouldn't we be walking straight into danger?" "Well, what else can we do?" I shrugged. "What choice do we have? Raise the rock, then. It's actually not that bad, it'll gain combat abilities after evolving." "Come on, don't kid yourself. Is that thing really something you can just casually raise until it evolves?" "Wait a minute, what's that in your hand? How do you have a terminal already?" I smiled faintly and said, "I had an epiphany. I haven't been slacking off all afternoon. Look, I've even gotten a terminal." Muchi tilted his head in confusion for a long moment before saying, "Are you really going to train that stone jade beast?" I nodded and lowered my voice, saying, "Don't worry, this stone jade beast is a bit special, it grows faster than most. And my innate ability is growth enhancement, so it'll evolve quickly. But there's something you need to help me figure out." Muchi blinked skeptically and asked, "What is it?" I replied, "Could you get me some potions to restore mental energy?" Muchi frowned and said, "They're not cheap." I countered, "I have an allowance." Muchi nodded and said, "Alright then, let's add each other as contacts first so I can reach you later. I can also add you to the class group chat." I picked up the terminal and said while operating it, "Just adding each other is enough, no need for the class group chat. After all, I haven't joined it all this time, right?" Muchi nodded and didn't push further. After the two of us became friends, Muchi hurried off again. Since I mentioned my urgent need for potions, he went to prepare them for me. As for the class group chat, not joining earlier or later, what's the point of joining now? It would just mean seeing how classmates discuss me and the Jade Stone Beast. After a hearty meal in the dining hall, I felt my strength had considerably recovered. Starlight energy recovers on its own, physical fatigue is replenished by the free cafeteria, leaving only the issue of mental energy. Fortunately, I know Muchi. Muchi's family was originally in the pharmaceutical business, and he awakened a plant element affinity, making him exceptionally suited to become a potion master. Consequently, his father immediately invested heavily to procure an elite tier starter beast, the Spirit Leaf Sprite, for him. With the help of the spirit leaf sprite, Muchi can now concoct some plant-extracted potions. That's why I asked him to prepare mental energy recovery potions for me. Even if he can't brew them himself, he has channels to purchase them. Asking him is reliable. Once the potions are prepared, creating the conditions for the stone jade beast to rapidly grow and evolve will be essentially ready. If there are any leftovers after purchasing the potions, I can go all out, even selling the pots and pans, to get some artificial star fragments for the stone jade beast. As long as the stone jade beast can evolve, future progress will be much smoother. I never liked crowded places before, and neither do I now. As I pondered my plans for the future, I found myself unconsciously wandering into the quiet alley behind the large cafeteria again. To my surprise, shortly after entering the alley, an ear-piercing shout came from behind me. "Fu Han, right? Finally caught you." The shout propelled me to turn around, and I vaguely recognized the person. Today when I went for my Beastmaster certification, there were 3 of us taking the test together, and this guy with the crew cut was one of them. Back when we were summoning our star beasts, he had openly mocked me after noticing mine was a jade stone beast. Back then, practically everyone burst into laughter when they saw my jade rock beast, but out of all of them, his jeers were the loudest and most unrestrained, making his rotten character plainly obvious. Who would have thought he'd follow me all the way here? Just as I was puzzled, the buzzcut guy taunted again. "Fu Han, I bet you haven't been challenged to a duel this month yet, have you?" With a smirk, the buzzcut-haired youth pulled out his terminal and declared, "I'm issuing you a Beastmaster challenge right now. Loser pays 20 grand. Dare to accept the challenge?" Hardly had the buzzcut boy finished speaking when my terminal started vibrating with a sharp zzzz sound. I checked my terminal and saw a new notification. "Novice Beastmaster Luoji has initiated a Beastmaster challenge against you. The loser must pay the winner 20,000 Union dollars. Accept the challenge?" Seeing the prompt on the terminal, I finally understood why he'd been following me like a hyena. To maintain competitive spirit among students, Starcatcher Academy permits Beastmaster students to freely challenge each other one-on-one, with each student getting 1 opportunity per month to initiate a wager battle among peers. Refusing such a duel would count as a loss in the Beastmaster's challenge record. That buzzcut kid was crafty. Knowing we both just received our novice Beastmaster stipends, and seeing my star beast was a jade stone beast, he must have concluded I lacked sufficient combat capabilities, so he came pressing for a maximum stakes wager duel. His calculation was simple: if I accepted, he'd win for sure; if I refused, he'd still gain an impressive battle record to boast about. But I won't let him have his way. Having lived 2 lives, I've seen the world and won't be ruffled by some brat's challenge. I actually saw his star beast too. It was a thunderhorn beetle, an insect-type star beast resembling a rhinoceros beetle that can harness the power of lightning. As an excellent grade star beast, its base stats far surpass the jade claw beast by more than double, and its growth potential is impressive. It's truly an outstanding combat star beast. By all accounts, the odds weren't in the stone jade beast's favor for this showdown. But I knew Luoji must have come for qualification certification right after contracting his star beast, just like I did. Who knew if this juvenile thunderhorn beetle could even master lightning abilities yet? At most, it was just an oversized rhinoceros beetle. What did I have to fear? So I decisively clicked the button to accept the challenge. Seeing me take the challenge, the buzzcut guy froze for a moment before smirking coldly. "Didn't think you'd insist on handing me 20 grand, but I won't say no to free money." With that, he waved his hand and summoned the thunderhorn beetle. I smiled knowingly and called forth my stone jade beast, cradling it in my palm. The crewcut barked, "Lightning charge! Ram him!" The young man, brimming with pride, immediately commanded his thunderhorn beetle to attack. In an instant, the thunderhorn beetle's single horn crackled with electricity as it charged toward me with all its might. The thunderhorn beetle has already mastered a skill, which was somewhat unexpected, but I didn't panic. As the thunderhorn beetle charged toward me, I commanded the jade beast to enter its petrified state. Watching the pitch-black creature swiftly transform into a vibrant jade green, I lunged forward in a bow stance and timed my strike perfectly, slamming the jade beast directly onto the thunderhorn beetle's spiraled horn. Crash! A sharp sound rang out as I staggered back several steps with the stone jade beast in my arms. Judging by the impact, the thunderhorn beetle wouldn't stand a chance. The jade beast was already made of stone, tough as hell, and with the LV2 petrification skill activated, its hardness resistance skyrocketed. No matter how tough the thunderhorn beetle's horn was, compared to the jade stone beast, it was like clay chickens and pottery dogs. I focused my gaze and saw it: the thunderhorn beetle's horn had snapped. The crewcut guy rushed anxiously to check on the injured thunderhorn beetle, his frantic movements leaving me stunned. I sighed inwardly. This is really helping my appetite. Fine, since he's paying 20 grand in tuition, I'll teach him a bit more. So I yelled, "Bite him," and hurled the stone jadeling straight at the crewcut guy's face. Fortunately, I'd reminded him the duel wasn't over yet. When he looked up to see the jade-green projectile flying toward him, his frantic dodging still couldn't fully avoid it. The stone jadeling landed on his instep, and his scream echoed throughout the entire alleyway. Being a conscientious person, after receiving the 20 grand from him, I helpfully called the medical team for him. As for what he was thinking while lying there looking utterly devastated, that wasn't my concern. Back in my dorm, I summoned the stone jade beast again for a closer inspection and found that not a single white mark had been left by the thunderhorn worm. I couldn't help but give it a thumbs up and praise. Tough. The stone jade beast blinked its big eyes, clearly confused. It's true that the stone jade beast can't move, but when you think about it, neither can swords, spears, axes, or shields. The stone jade beast might not move, but I can. With its durability, it's more than adequate as either a weapon or a shield. I recalled the days when I fought with people carrying a shot put in a single shoulder bag. Swinging that canvas bag around, I was practically invincible within a 3-foot radius. Now that method could be used again, expanding the attack range was always a good thing. I crawled under the bed to rummage through the old belongings box, but unfortunately, I couldn't find a decent single shoulder bag after searching all night. Early the next morning, Muchi knocked on my door with dark circles under his eyes and brought me 2 vials of borneal camphor extract. This plant extract potion has almost no side effects and works wonders for mental energy recovery. Just a small sip can restore your spirits. However, dragon camphor isn't cheap. 2 extracts cost 16,000. I knew Muchi only charged me for the ingredients and even stayed up all night to brew it for me. Without a word, I took the potions and transferred the money to his account. As I was leaving, Muchi asked, "I won't be able to help you much in the short term. Are you confident about your stone jade beast's evolution?" I patted his shoulder and said, "Rest easy, I've got everything under control here. Don't worry." I wasn't this confident initially, but running into that buzzcut guy who acted like a money-throwing deity yesterday suddenly boosted my morale tremendously. Worst case scenario, I'll exhaust all my potions and pour every penny into the beast store to buy synthetic stardust fragments. With the jade beast's dual growth enhancement, each fragment counts double. I'll be damned if it doesn't evolve. In the following days, I busied myself repeatedly teaching the jade beast its petrification skill. As my mental energy caught up, I could teach it once daily. After several days, the jade beast grew stronger, and my spiritual power and stamina improved too. Who knew this would turn out to be training in itself? Half a month later, after more than 10 skill transfers, the stone jade beasts, Petrification LV2, advanced to Petrification LV7, and its level also rose from 3 to 9. On the 16th skill transfer, the stone jade beast skill information unexpectedly changed. Basic skill, Petrification LV7, transformed into advanced skill, Supreme Petrification LV Max. Not only did the stone jade beast skill reach max level, but it also upgraded to an advanced skill. When I saw the full level petrification's effects, my jaw dropped. Advanced skill, Supreme Petrification LV Max, petrification state no longer consumes starlight and can be maintained indefinitely. Simultaneously, in its jade state, it can gather surrounding starlight in essence, increasing the concentration of starlight in essence within a certain range. It can actually boost essence concentration. For beast masters to grow stronger, their core must absorb essence. Conventional methods include meditative absorption or dietary intake, but essence-rich ingredients are outrageously expensive, way beyond my means, or relying on heavenly treasures, which is just dreaming. Mainly, it's about absorbing essence through meditation. The Jade Stone Beast's ability to raise local essence concentration means it can accelerate my cultivation speed. For this reason alone, even if the Jade Stone Beast never moves a muscle in its lifetime, it's still a treasure. I had to marvel, the Stellar Sigil was practically a treasure forging machine, completely absurd. Without this ability, who knows how long the Stone Beast would have taken to train its Jade transformation to mastery. It might have even outlived me. The Jade Stone Beast's petrification skill has reached max level, making it impossible for Starlight Engraving to impart any further petrification abilities to it. I never expected that half a bottle of camphor extract would be enough to max out the Jade transformation for my Stone Jade Beast, but its level was still stuck at 9. It needed to reach level 10 to evolve. So I splurged 20,000 at the Academy's Beast Shop on 4 pieces of grade 1 artificial star shards. Even these lowest quality shards made my wallet ache. Being a Beastmaster truly is an expensive profession. Fortunately, the Stone Jade Beast had double growth efficiency, so the 4 shards I bought were effectively 8 for it. After a day of hard work, the Stone Jade Beast absorbed all the starlight from the shards and successfully leveled up to 10. Chapter 5, Special Evolution. After a full day of diligent effort, the Jade Stone Beast had absorbed all the star radiance within the broken star nest, successfully leveling up to 10. At the very moment the Jade Stone Beast leveled up, Fuhan sensed intense soul fluctuations emanating from its body. Suddenly, various energies, elements, star radiance, and source essence began rapidly gathering around the creature. Fuhan realized it was about to evolve. The Stone Jade Beast had undergone multiple upgrades by this point, transforming into a massive boulder that Fuhan could no longer wrap his arms around alone, nearly 100 kilograms in weight. Under the effect of jadification extreme, its entire body had taken on an icy emerald hue, crystal clear and translucent, with occasional flashes of golden radiance glimmering within. Once evolution began, crisp cracking sounds continuously emanated from inside the stone jade beast. Tinkle. As the sounds grew louder, a rocky hand burst out from the stone jade beast's body. Soon, another rocky hand emerged from the opposite side, and both extended to over a meter in length. Though called rock hands, the stone jade beast's arms aren't particularly complex in structure. Each arm is simply composed of 3 connected stone segments. The large, rounded stone serving as its fist bears a jade-like hue, resembling a boxer wearing green gloves, hence why its evolved form is called the Jade Fist Beast. As the stone jade beast's pair of rock arms fully formed, Fuhan initially thought the evolution was complete, but upon closer sensing, he realized the energy convergence phenomenon around the creature hadn't ceased. Instead, it was growing increasingly intense. Just as Fuhan was puzzling over this development, the stone jade beast underwent another marvelous transformation. First, its 2 rock arms began undergoing jadification. At first, Fuhan thought the jade transformation skill had taken effect, but as the stone jade beast's arms began to jadify, the morphology of its arms changed once again. Initially, the stone fists continued to expand, growing broader and flatter until they transformed completely into 2 massive, wide palms. Not only did they develop fully articulated fingers, but the jade-colored palms were also embedded with golden veins, giving them an extraordinary appearance. After the stone jade beast's stone fists fully transformed into a pair of broad jade hands, the energy convergence phenomenon around its body finally ceased. Evolution complete. The stone jade beast remained unchanged. It still blinked its round eyes at Fuhan with an innocent gaze as pure as ever. The only difference was that it had grown a pair of mighty hands propping up its body, allowing it to meet Fuhan at eye level. Holy shit! The change came abruptly, leaving Fuhan momentarily stunned. Yet, no matter how dazed he was, he knew this was a special evolution unfolding for the stone jade beast. Suppressing his excitement, Fuhan quickly pulled out his terminal to scan the stone jade beast, eager to check if the Eternal Tree had any records about this particular form of the creature. As the terminal star beast scanner completed its work, Fuhan immediately received the data feedback on the screen. Giant Jade Hand. An extremely rare epic-level special evolution form of Jadestone Beast, the Giant Jade Hand only occurs under exceptionally stringent conditions when the primal Jadestone Beast masters high-level Jade transformation skills before its first evolution. Giant Jade Hand possesses impregnable defensive capabilities, can create formidable Jade Radiance shields, and wields agile yet powerful Jade Hands as offensive weapons, making it an exceptionally formidable stellar beast. Base stats, 435, Overlord Tier. Epic. Lord Tier. After reading the information about the Great Jade Hand multiple times, Fuhan could hardly believe his own eyes. The rarity of star beasts is categorized as common, rare, uncommon, epic, legendary. The racial value evaluation levels are divided into pet grade, common grade, excellent grade, elite grade, lord grade, emperor grade, infinite grade. And the stone jade beast evolved into the epic rarity form, Jade Hand. Its racial value suddenly skyrocketed to 435, reaching lord grade. This is too dreamlike. It feels exactly like a dream. Mu Chi's father spared no expense just to acquire an excellent great star beast for him. Those young masters from beast-taming families would boast and show off endlessly if they could obtain even an elite great star beast. Leaping from an ordinary, bottom-tier stone jade beast to a lord grade is indeed exceedingly rare. But upon closer inspection, the requirements for this special evolution are truly demanding. Because the Jade Stone Beast's first evolution occurs when Star Brilliance reaches first rank, and first rank Star Brilliance only begins at level 10, a rather elementary stage from a long-term perspective. Yet before evolving, it must master a high-level Jade transformation skill. How could that possibly be achieved in time? Jade Stone Beasts with growth efficiency bonuses like this one would find it even more impossible to naturally evolve into giant Jade Hands. Nevertheless, nature works in mysterious ways, and a few Jade Stone Beasts have evolved into giant Jade Hands, under extremely special conditions. If left to Beastmasters to cultivate, who knows how many would perish before successfully raising even one. Stellar mark, truly a divine skill. Filled with joy, Fuhan patted the giant Jade Fist's arm, thinking it was time to give it a name. Looking at the mighty fist, he couldn't help but muse, this fist looks incredibly powerful, and since it's made of jade, the name Chiyu seems perfect for it. After considering a few other names, Fuhan still felt most drawn to Chiyu, his first choice. And so, the giant jade fist was officially named Chiyu. He then recalled it back into his core dominion and immersed his consciousness within to examine Chiyu's details. The tiny stars transformed from the giant jade hand had grown 2 to 3 times larger, and their glow had shifted from red to orange, indicating their stellar rank had risen from level 0 to level 1. Name, Chiyu. Race, Stone Jade Beast Lineage. Evolution level, first stage special evolution, giant jade hand. Attribute, rock, psychic. Base stats, 435, Lord tier. Astral beast level, 10. Health, 100%. Abilities. Advanced skill, Jade Transformation Extreme LV Max, transforms the body into a crystalline jade state, drastically increasing physical strength and boosting all resistances. The jade state does not consume starlight and can be maintained indefinitely. Additionally, while in this state, it can gather nearby starlight in essence, increasing their concentration within a certain range. Basic trait, rock life. Jade stone beasts require no sustenance, needing only minimal amounts of starlight to sustain their existence. Special trait, efficient core, increases efficiency for starlight growth. Intermediate skill, Jade Radiance Barrier LV1, creates a powerful Jade Radiance Barrier capable of resisting all types of attacks while partially isolating energy overflow. Seeing the new skill of the Great Jade Hand, Fuan felt a surge of joy. Today truly was full of pleasant surprises. Fuan immediately proceeded to imprint the Jade Radiance Barrier. The imprinting process went smoothly, but an issue arose when he attempted to impart the skill. His astral radiance level was insufficient, and his mental energy fell marginally short, rendering him unable to forge the skill sigil. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Fu Han sighed. But this was more than enough. Today's gains had far exceeded Fu Han's expectations. Originally, he would have been thrilled just hoping for Chiyu to evolve into a Jade Fist beast with a racial value of 160. Never did he expect the Stone Jade Beast would pull off something this spectacular, evolving into a Lord-class Great Jade Hand. How could he possibly be dissatisfied with that? The only slight regret was that darkness had fallen, making it impossible to take the Great Jade Hand out for some action. But there was no rush after all, there would be plenty of time in the days to come. So Fu Han went to sleep peacefully with an exceptionally good mood. The next morning, when Fu Han woke up, he noticed a new message had arrived on his terminal. At first, he thought it was from Mu Qi, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a message sent personally from the Eternal Tree. My dear human friend, Beastmaster Fu Han, greetings. I have noticed that you uploaded a file containing data on the epic tier star beast, Jade Giant, and such an outstanding contribution deserves a reward. I shall grant you medium-level access to our database, allowing you to browse more star beast data from now on. I've also prepared a little gift for you. You can select the resources you need later. Your rapid cultivation of the giant jade hand is simply astounding. I noticed you're still just a novice beastmaster, truly fascinating. I'll continue keeping an eye on you. Your friend, the Eternal Tree. Chapter 6, Legendary Contribution. The primary function of the Beastmaster Terminal is to connect and share data with the Divine Star Beast, Eternal Tree, something Fukin was well aware of. However, he never expected the Eternal Tree to personally send him a message. Moreover, this divine beast, symbolizing wisdom and knowledge, was incredibly amiable, even going so far as to gift him a present. The continuous stream of pleasant surprises had left Fukin somewhat numb. With a wry smile, he moved on to check the next message. A notification from the terminal system. You have received 1 legendary contribution point and may now redeem rewards at the legendary vault. It seemed this 1 legendary contribution point was the gift from the Eternal Tree. Yet, this was Fukin's first time hearing about legendary contribution points, and he had no idea what they could actually be exchanged for. So Fu Han followed the system's guidance and opened the Legendary Treasure interface. Upon carefully reviewing the exchange list of the Legendary Treasure, he finally understood the true value of the legendary contribution points. With just 1 legendary contribution point, the available items were limited, only 3 in total. Soul Nether Potion can expand the range of a Beastmaster's soul domain. Stellar Essence Amber, to some extent, enhances a star beast's racial stats. Essence of Origin A condensed essence of primal substance. The descriptions of the 3 items were exceedingly brief, yet no matter how simple the wording, it couldn't conceal their priceless value. Without a doubt, these treasures were beyond measure for a Beastmaster. And these were merely the cheapest treasures in the vault, which held countless other rare and precious things Fu Han had never even heard of before. But those were things Fu Han didn't dare consider yet. What caught his eye right now was the Essence of Origin. Fu Han's core domain was more than adequate, and the Jade Titan's species potential had already reached Lord tier level, which was sufficient as well. In contrast, Fu Han's starlight rank was truly pitiful. The dim red starlight in his core was even weaker than the Jade Titan's. This directly limited the Jade Titan's growth potential. Clearly, using Primordial Essence to enhance his starlight rank would bring Fu Han the greatest improvement. Without hesitation, Fu Han immediately clicked to exchange. Moments later, another notification appeared on his terminal. Exchange successful. Your Primordial Essence will be delivered to you as soon as possible. Putting down the terminal and leaning back on the pillow to stare blankly at the ceiling for a while, Fu Han sighed. Good start. Keep it up. After saying this, Fu Han rolled over, got up, washed up, dressed, and went out. Ever since Fu Han contracted with the Stone Jade Beast, no matter where he went, there was always some gossip and ridicule. Although they thought they were being very quiet, Fu Han could still hear it. Today was no exception. Actually, Fu Han could have summoned the evolved Great Jade Hand right now to make them look at him in a new light, but with his mature temperament, he naturally wouldn't do something so meaningless. On the contrary, he thought to himself that he should still try his best to conceal Jade Hand's true strength. It was already the beginning of the month, who knows, another easy target might come knocking at his door. So after the morning practice ended, when Fu Han went to apply for a training room, he specifically requested a fully enclosed one. Although such a training room cost 100 credits per hour, Fu Han didn't hesitate at all before choosing the enclosed version. Inside the training room, Fu Han summoned Jade Hand and let it move freely to adapt to its new body. Then, he spent over an hour practicing attack and defense drills with Jade Hand, as well as testing its skills. Jade Hand's Jade Radiance Barrier was also an extremely practical skill. While Jade Hand couldn't move while maintaining the barrier, any external attack had to first destroy the barrier before it could harm either Jade Hand or Fu Han inside. In a pairing like Giant Jade Hand and Fu Han, Giant Jade Hand would definitely not be the primary target for attacks. In comparison, the ordinary and frail Fu Han is obviously easier to deal with, though with the Jade Radiance Barrier, his safety improves significantly. During simple sparring drills between Fu Han and Giant Jade Hand, the latter's weaknesses also became apparent. Its movement speed is relatively slow, relying on its two large palms for support. This is already an improvement, thanks to its evolution from Stone Jade Beast to Giant Jade Hand. Had it evolved into Jade Fist Beast, it would have been even slower. Fu Han devised several attacking motions for it, utilizing one palm for support and the other for strikes. Giant Jade Hand learned them quite quickly, suggesting its intelligence had also improved noticeably. Even so, its offensive capabilities remained severely limited. Slow speed and lack of attack methods were the most obvious flaws of the Giant Jade Hand. However, these shortcomings could likely be compensated for by learning new skills. All he needed to do was form contracts with other star beasts. Now that the Giant Jade Hand had reached Lord rank, its growth potential was extremely high, making it worth Fu Han's full investment. Due to Fu Han's slow progression in star brilliance levels, the Giant Jade Hand's rank advancement had hit a bottleneck. Yet, there was still significant room for optimization in its skill set. Fu Han believed that as long as a skill suited the Giant Jade Hand, even a basic ability enhanced by Star Brilliance Imprint could transform the ordinary into something extraordinary. After leaving the training hall, Fu Han returned to his dormitory and began carefully studying the Star Beast database, hoping to find nearby beasts with suitable skills. Jueisheng Academy is located on the eastern continent of Qixingland, where the climate is mild and habitable. This region is one of the more densely populated areas of Qixingland. The city where Jueisheng Academy resides, Jueisheng City, is also a radiant star of the eastern continent, its prosperity rivaling that of the eastern capital, Longju. Outside the towering western walls of Jueisheng City lies a vast birch forest known as the White Forest. Wolves and bear-like beasts are common here, though unfortunately, the variety of star beasts is rather limited. Despite the White Forest's scarcity of star beast species, Fu Han managed to discover a potentially suitable skill for Jade Hand from an unassuming pet-class star beast. That star beast is a pet-class creature with a racial value barely reaching double digits, a very common psychic-type star beast called the Moonlamp Spirit. These round, spherical star beasts are typically no larger than a palm and often appear in groups at night, floating near the treetops while glowing in unison. They are easy to find, usually in large numbers, and among them, low star-rank juveniles are plentiful. A single-digit racial value meant this star beast was even weaker than a dog, making it completely undesirable for cultivation. Yet, it possessed one skill that deeply intrigued Fu Han: levitation. After evolving into a Giant Jade Hand, it gained an additional psychic attribute along with abilities typical of the psychic type, such as creating defensive force fields. Fu Han speculated that the Giant Jade Hand could also learn this psychic type skill, levitation. If the Giant Jade Hand acquired the ability to levitate, its mobility would dramatically improve, eliminating its previous lack of versatile attack methods. With hands at its disposal, hovering over to strike enemies or floating mid-air before crashing down would be remarkably effective. With his goal set, Fu Han decided to leave the city. Now that Great Jade Hand had gained some combat prowess, there was no need for him to hole up inside the city anymore. But after all, it was the wilderness, and danger lurked everywhere. Fu Han still needed to make some preparations first. Chapter 7: Departure. First and foremost, bringing ample food and water was absolutely essential, along with portable water purification bags. After stuffing his pack full of compressed rations and clean water, Fu Han suddenly realized the advantage of Great Jade Hand not needing to eat or drink. Then there's the net gun necessary for catching moonlight sprites. Definitely need to buy one, as catching these flying creatures barehanded is impossible. After careful consideration, Fu Han also decided to check the Academy's commission board for available tasks. As a novice beast master, Fu Han now qualifies to accept missions, and the Academy places great emphasis on students' practical abilities. Task credits form a crucial part of the final evaluations. It'd be perfect if he could complete some commissions while making this trip outside, making the most of this rare opportunity. The commission office was actually a very lively place, with a constant stream of people coming and going, whether to post or accept commissions. Especially the upperclassmen with combat abilities would spend large amounts of time here. Sometimes accepting commissions was secondary, the key was that this place gathered vast amounts of intelligence that beastmasters found valuable. For instance, someone might report getting injured by a powerful star beast in White Forest. Others could then assess this information and act accordingly. Or another example, if someone encountered a pregnant excellent rank star beast in the forest, capable beastmasters could then try their luck in White Forest. Moreover, many challenging missions require forming teams here, where it's easiest to find partners interested in the same tasks. During this time, Fu Han had visited many places in the academy, but the atmosphere here was his favorite. Here, no one even noticed him, let alone gossiped or mocked. It proved that capable beastmasters truly had no time to meddle in others' affairs. However, shortly after entering the mission hall, Fu Han quickly bumped into someone he knew, Sangjia. The cool guy who had reminded Fu Han about the difficulty of raising a jade stone beast on the playground was actually his classmate. Both of them were somewhat outsiders, Sangjia because his strength was so overwhelming that he couldn't blend in with the class, while Fu Han was seen by others as weak and socially awkward. Today, Sangjia wasn't hanging out with those privileged second-generation tamers but was instead chatting with a few senior students. It seemed he was planning to team up with them for a mission. Not bad at all. Just as Fu Han was silently admiring the young man's prowess, Sangjia happened to turn his head and spot him. Out of politeness, Fu Han nodded in greeting only for Sangjia to say a quick word to his companions before heading straight toward him. Without any greeting, Sangjia directly said, "Since you've come to the commission office, it must mean the Jade Stone Beast has evolved, right?" Fu Han responded non-committally, "I'm just browsing around. I heard you recently beat up that guy's younger brother, defeating an excellent grade Thunderhorn Beetle with a Jade Stone Beast that had only 100 racial points. Honestly, you nailed it." Following Sangjia's gaze, Fu Han looked toward a wall not far away, where a muscular man in a tank top, his head shaved close, and his equally brawny companions were staring at Fu Han. The burly man had a thick beard and a fierce glare. Fu Han really couldn't believe that guy was the same age as him. He looked way too mature for his age. Sangjia whispered, "That guy holds grudges easily, be careful." Fu Han withdrew his gaze and nodded. "Thanks." Sangjia also nodded silently before turning and walking away without another word. Frankly speaking, Fu Han genuinely enjoyed dealing with people like Sangjia, those who were unconstrained by formalities and decisive in action. After Sangjia left, Fu Han glanced again toward where the burly man with the crew cut had been, only to find the group had vanished without a trace. Not dwelling on it, Fu Han turned to browse the bulletin board for tasks suitable for novice beastmasters. There weren't many wilderness missions available for low-tier beastmasters. Instead, manufacturing commissions dominated the board. No wonder functional beastmasters like Mu Chi were constantly swamped with work. After careful consideration, the only suitable mission for Fu Han was the official academy-issued slime extermination assignment. Slimes, invasive creatures from the western continent, barely have double-digit racial stats and are exceptionally weak. However, these self-replicating slimes face no natural predators in by forest, allowing them to multiply unchecked across the mountains if left unattended. When their numbers swell dangerously, evolved variants inevitably emerge, elemental slimes that can pose genuine problems once they mutate. To protect by forest's ecosystem, the Academy maintains this permanent slime extermination mission. Participants don't even need formal registration, just collect the shattered core fragments after defeating slimes and turn them in. Rewards are calculated strictly by fragment quantity, with payments scaling directly to how many stardust shards you deliver. The mission payout is meager and carries no academic credit, but those small coins are still marginally more useful than the pea-sized stardust fragments slimes drop. In reality, the Academy was essentially increasing the rewards for defeating slimes, hoping students would casually eliminate any they encountered on the roadside. As a novice beastmaster, Fu Han knew he wasn't in any position to be picky. Heroes all start out by slaying slimes in the beginning. Everyone goes through this phase. After leaving the missions office, Fu Han went to purchase a new set of clothes and a mask for himself. Considering that the Great Jade Hand would be following him outside the city, he thought it best not to be recognized. If nothing else, Sangjia certainly looked like someone preparing to leave the city. Better to be safe than sorry. With everything now properly prepared, Fu Han went to bed early for a good rest and departed the city by carriage early the next morning. He then bypassed the gathering area by the forest edge, directly entered the White Forest. Once inside the White Forest, Fu Han summoned the Great Jade Hand to accompany him. On one hand, this ensured the Great Jade Hand could assist him against any dangers at any time, and on the other, it allowed the Great Jade Hand to move around more and become more adept at using its two large hands. Clearly, the giant Jade Hand still very much enjoyed walking through the forest. As soon as it was summoned, Fu Han could sense its delight. What excited the giant Jade Hand even more was that Fu Han kept letting it smack the translucent slimes by the roadside flat with a single slap. For the giant Jade Hand, squashing slimes was an extremely fun activity. As Fu Han led it through the woods, smacking slimes along the way, the creature was thoroughly enjoying itself. By noon, when Fu Han stopped to rest, a pack of forest wolves appeared around him. The alpha wolf observed Fu Han and the giant jade hand from a distance before quickly leading the pack away at lightning speed, far too fast for Fu Han to ever hope to catch up. Fu Han patted its large hand approvingly. The great jade hand was now a lord-level star beast. The so-called lord-level meant it had the capability to claim a vast territory for itself. Its powerful aura alone made the wolf pack glance its way before quickly retreating. Sadly, this meant the great jade hand lost many opportunities to hone its skills, leaving it to continue bullying mere slimes. Chapter 8, Levitation. Night fell in the blink of an eye, and the forest turned mysteriously eerie in the darkness. Fu Han, lighting his way with a flashlight, kept catching glimpses of faint glows in the distance. At first, he thought it might be the moonlight monster he was searching for, but upon approaching, there was never anything there. After this happened several times, Fu Han realized it was probably nocturnal star beasts watching him from afar. Luckily, he had Daeyuling with him, or they might have attacked already. By the wee hours of the morning, after searching through the woods for so long, his flashlight's battery began running critically low. Soon after, the flashlight flickered a few times before dying out completely. Fu Han felt a pang of regret. He shouldn't have bought this cheap thing. Although the vendor had claimed this solar-powered flashlight could last 12 hours, in reality, its battery life was lucky to reach half that. Just as Fu Han was stewing in frustration, he suddenly noticed a distinct light in the distance. After double-checking, he confirmed the glow wasn't flickering. Hurriedly, he groped his way toward it and, indeed, there it was, the elusive, moonlight specter he'd been desperately hunting. A faint smile tugged at Fu Han's lips as he thought, not bad luck after all. The Moonlight Sprite's base stats were only single-digit numbers, possessing virtually no intelligence, so when Fu Han stood beneath the tree observing them, they didn't react at all. This nest of Moonlight Sprites numbered around 40 or 50, with the largest being about the size of a soccer ball and the smallest only as big as a fist. The terminal scanner could roughly detect a stellar beast's astral radiance and estimate its level. Though not entirely accurate, it provided sufficient reference value. To find a suitable target for a contract, Fu Han used the terminal to check the Moonlight Sprite's levels. Although they were just lumiglows, most of these star beasts had actually surpassed level 10, with their starlight reaching the first tier. With his zero-tier starlight, Fu Han found it difficult to form a contract with them. However, among the large group of lumiglows, there were still a few juveniles, the smaller ones in size. So Fu Han scanned back and forth between the little lumiglows, hoping to find one that shone slightly brighter. Since he was going to form a contract, he probably wouldn't release it anytime soon. Lumiglows emitted light in the dark, making them perfect replacements for that unreliable flashlight of his. After observing for a while, Fu Han suddenly noticed that one of the little lumiglows stood out. It was composed of two glowing orbs. Fu Han raised an eyebrow with a smile and said, "I'll take this one." Among moonlit lanterns, there occasionally appears a rare twin-bodied variant. While essentially similar to ordinary moonlit lanterns, its base stats are slightly higher, just enough to reach double digits. However, its rarity classification has been upgraded from common to rare. Initially, I just needed to catch any lantern to learn a skill, so individual differences weren't crucial. But since a rarer specimen presented itself, Fu Han naturally wouldn't pass up the opportunity. The flashlight recommended by the outdoor store owner was unreliable, but the net gun turned out to be of decent quality. Thankfully, Fu Han also had prior shooting experience in his past life, so he managed to hit his target with the net gun in one shot. Soon, the double-bodied moonlight jelly was pulled close to Fu Han, and the capture didn't provoke any reaction from the jelly swarm. The capture went smoothly, and so did the contract. Immediately, information about the double-bodied moonlight jelly appeared in Fu Han's mind. Moonlamp Spectre. Race, Moonlamp Spectre Bloodline. Evolution level, initial, dual-bodied mutation. Attribute, Psychic. Base stats, 11, Pet grade. Star Beast level, 2. Health, 60%. Abilities. Basic trait, Energy Construct. The little lamp sprite is composed of energy, sustaining its existence through minute energy reserves. Special trait, Dual Luminescence. Skills of the twin moonlight lamp sprite will carry the Purification attribute. Primary skill, Levitation LV1, utilizes starlight to counteract gravity and hover in midair. Primary skill, Illumination LV1, emits a radiant glow. After reading the Moon Lantern Spectre's data, Fu Han was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the twin-bodied Moon Lantern Spectre to possess such an excellent trait as Exorcism. The Exorcism trait's skills deal additional effects and significantly more damage against Dark-type and Undead-type creatures. Typically, only Light-type star beasts possess this characteristic. Despite its outstanding trait, the Moon Lantern Spectre's base stats remain too low. Merely being hit by Fu Han's net launcher directly reduced its health by 40%. Fu Han secretly felt relieved that it had been flying high, as much of the net launcher's momentum had dissipated. Had the distance been shorter, there was a real possibility it could have been taken down instantly. With such a frail little body, even if it has the ability to ward off evil spirits, it would be useless against typically powerful dark and undead creatures. So this so-called evil warding trait is completely pointless. But since the twin Moonlight Lantern spirit already possessed a decent exorcism trait, Fuhan suddenly grew interested in its evolved form, so he casually checked the potential evolutions of the Moonlight Lantern spirit. Upon checking, Fuhan discovered that the evolutionary form of the Moon Lantern Spectre was actually mid-tier data. Thankfully, he had already obtained the intermediate clearance for the database. Moonlight Spirit. The legendary Moonlamp Spectre, evolved form, Spirit Moonlight, requires immersing the Moonlamp Spectre in the 7th moon pool for purification to complete its evolution. Spirit Moonlight possesses exceptionally powerful exorcism properties. Base stats, 235, excellent tier. 7th moon pool? Fuhan searched his memory for a moment and realized the so-called 7th moon pool seemed to be the legendary bathing pool where the moon bathed. Did such mythical things truly exist? And with such stringent evolution conditions, how could its base stats only be 235? Ridiculous. Fuhan immediately dismissed the notion of evolving the lunar lamp monster and instead began imprinting its skills. The skill blow was extremely simple, and Fuhan quickly completed the imprinting. Levitate was slightly more complex, but it was still merely a beginner-level skill. Next, Fuhan couldn't wait to test whether the big jade hand could learn levitate. Not bothering to go far, he sat under the large tree illuminated by the lunar lamp monster and began condensing the skill imprint for levitate to teach it to the big jade hand. After a while, Fuhan once again entered a state of dizziness, blurred vision, and weakness in his limbs. To his delight, the great jadestone hand successfully learned levitation. The freshly levitating great jadestone hand hung upside down, its eyes filled with confusion. Struggling to stay conscious, Fuhan helped it right itself and guided it in adapting to its new ability. Only after watching the great jadestone hand gradually adapt to levitation did Fuhan lean against the tree and start gnawing on a high-calorie nutrition bar. At this moment, the giant jade hand seemed to sense Fuhan's exhaustion, so it came to his side and opened its large palm to shield and protect him. A warmth spread through Fuhan's heart, and gradually, he drifted into a deep slumber. The next day dawned bright and clear, and by the time Fuhan awoke, it was already noon. Looking up, he saw that the moonlight monsters had vanished without a trace, yet the giant jade hand remained steadfast in its protective stance, completely unmoved. It was a peaceful night, and Fuhan felt he had slept fairly well, yet upon waking, he still felt groggy and famished. Taking a small sip of draconic camphor extract and downing 2 nutrient bars, Fuhan felt his energy fully restored. After imparting skills the previous day, Fuhan had been left severely weakened, so he hadn't been able to observe the floating ability of the great jade hand in great detail. Thus, once he recovered, his first task was to thoroughly examine the great jade hand. After a night's practice, Grand Jade Hand's mastery of levitation improved significantly, though currently it could only hover about 1 meter off the ground, and its movement speed was roughly equivalent to walking while using hands for support. Fuhan wasn't in a hurry. He continued to help Grand Jade Hand adapt to its levitation ability in the forest while also conducting numerous training drills for hand attacks in a floating state. The targets of these drills remained the unfortunate translucent slimes. By evening, Fuhan felt his mental energy had fully recovered with the help of Camphorwood brain extract, so he instructed Grand Jade Hand in the levitation skill once more. Grand Jade Hand's Levitation LV1 advanced to Levitation LV2, reducing stellar energy consumption while also increasing movement speed. After teaching the skills, Fuhan rested under the Jade Hand's protection once more, only to repeat the same routine the following day. 3 days later, Giant Jade Hand's Levitation skill leveled up to rank 3, and its overall level reached 11. Chapter 9 The Slime. 3 days later, the floating giant palm leveled up its levitation skill to tier 3 and reached level 11 overall. However, the camphor extract was completely exhausted, and although Fuhan maintained full mental energy, being in the wilderness, he dared not continue to enhance the levitation skill of the Great Jade Hand. That said, levitation at level 3 was already performing exceptionally well. Currently, the levitation height of the Great Jade Hand hadn't increased much, still just over a meter, but its movement speed had surpassed that of most quadrupedal animals, making it quite swift. Moreover, the astral energy consumption for levitation was now remarkably low, so keeping the Great Jade Hand in a levitated state wasn't particularly taxing. Fuhan discovered another ingenious use for levitation. Fuhan discovered he could sit in its massive palm and have the giant jade hand carry him around. Not only was it faster, but it also spared him any effort. Teaching the giant jade hand the levitation skill was truly a stroke of genius. Now it could double as a floating mount, which was incredibly practical. With the giant jade hand as his ride, Fuhan's ambitions grew wilder. He wanted to explore more of the White Forest, hoping for some unexpected gains. However, by now, Fuhan's prepared fresh water was nearly depleted, while those filling nutrient bars, the kind where just a bite could satiate, still had plenty left. Fu Han had actually prepared in advance. He'd already readied his water purification pouch, meaning he could replenish his drinking supply as soon as he found a water source. Checking the navigation map on his terminal, Fu Han discovered the nearest water source was a small pond over 30 kilometers away. Traveling that distance on foot would have likely made him give up and turn back, but with Big Jade Hand carrying him, the journey wouldn't pose much difficulty. After quickly orienting himself, Fu Han commanded Big Jade Hand to set off toward the water source. Slime still needed hammering along the way. One shouldn't find money making troublesome. Fu Han had spent every last coin for this trip, and right now he'd even take up factory screw tightening if needed. Fu Han still hoped to encounter slightly more formidable opponents so Jade Hand could practice, as the slimes along the way truly offered little chance for improvement. The long-distance sprint of several dozen kilometers did not disappoint Fu Han either. Both he and Jade Hand indeed reaped rewards midway through their journey. They were still slimes, but these were evolved ones, elemental slimes. Fu Han first spotted a large group of slimes near a massive boulder. Just as he was about to gleefully collect his coins, two enormous slimes, one purple and one yellow, leapt out from behind the boulder. Fu Han hid in the distance and scanned the two large slimes with his terminal device. The terminal provided information about the two large slimes. They were rare electric-type evolved variants. The yellow one was a positive slime, while the purple was a negative slime. They had evolved after absorbing sufficient thunder elements. Both slimes possessed thunder element constitution, granting complete immunity to lightning attacks. They would retaliate against attackers with electric counterstrokes. Both thunder slimes had first-tier stellar radiance, estimated to be around levels 15 to 16. After pondering for a while, Fu Han felt he could use these two as practice targets. The fully jadified Great Jade Hand had extremely high resistance, making elemental attacks barely a threat. Moreover, its current mobility was something slimes could never match. Even if things went south, retreat remained an option. So Fu Han stayed hidden at a distance and sent the Great Jade Hand forward for a trial combat. The Great Jade Hand acted with straightforward determination, no flanking maneuvers or tactics, just a direct frontal assault. Confronted by the Great Jade Hand's Lord-tier aura, the two thunder slimes reacted fiercely. The moment it approached, they unleashed a combined skill. A blinding flash of lightning instantly struck the Great Jade Hand. Seeing this, Fu Han's heart tightened. He hadn't expected that combining one positive and one negative slime could unleash such a powerful lightning-based attack. Yet Giant Jade Hand advanced at full speed without slowing. In the blink of an eye, it reached the slimes, left swat, right swat, and the blinding lightning vanished instantly. By the time Fu Han regained his senses, Giant Jade Hand was already happily smacking other slimes nearby. Instant KO? Fu Han himself could scarcely believe it. Not only had Big Jade Hand obliterated two slimes that were 4 or 5 levels higher than itself, but it had also maintained 100% of its health. The elemental slimes were simply too weak to penetrate Big Jade Hand's defenses. Although this excursion hadn't provided much training for Big Jade Hand, it had given Fu Han a clearer understanding of its capabilities. More importantly, aside from collecting a large pile of shattered star fragments from the slimes, he'd also obtained 2 thunder slime star fragments. These were probably more valuable, right? It didn't take much time to eliminate the 2 lightning slimes, and soon Fu Han and Yu arrived by the pond. Just as Fu Han took out the water purifying bag to collect some water, another slime jumped out from the water. Although this slime wasn't as large as the previous 2, its dark blue color clearly indicated it was another elemental slime. Fu Han first retreated with Yu before taking out his terminal to scan the slime. Water slime. A rare evolved form of the slime species, evolved after absorbing sufficient water elemental energy. The water slime possesses dual characteristics of elemental water composition and liquid form, exhibiting complete immunity to water-based damage, near total resistance to physical attacks, and notable self-regenerative abilities. While water slime shows no obvious aggression, beware of getting soaked by it. Base stats, 68, pet tier. Predicted stellar beast level, 8 to 9. Looking at the slime's characteristics and then at Big Jade Hand's broad, powerful palms, Fu Han realized he stood no chance against this slime. As he led Big Jade Hand on a detour to fetch water, Fu Han began strategizing. He needed to find a way to contract an elemental attack-type stellar beast to handle situations like this. Though raising stellar beasts required considerable investment and Fu Han was relatively poor, his core domain was vast. Contracting multiple beasts would allow him to maximize his innate advantages to their fullest potential. As he pondered, Fu Han suddenly realized he might have overlooked something and hastily turned back. Fortunately, that water slime was still there. So Fu Han pointed at the slime and commanded, "Grab it for me." For the past few nights, the twin-bodied Moonlight Spectre had been serving as Fu Han's flashlight. Despite having a base stat total of only 11, the Moonlight Spectre proved remarkably useful. Of course, most Beastmasters wouldn't contract a Moonlight Spectre just for lighting purposes, but Fu Han's expansive inner domain made such trivial concerns irrelevant. Actually, the water slime is equally useful. Its body is composed of pure water elements, even purer than distilled water. By contracting a water slime, Fu Han wouldn't have to worry about drinking water anymore, just summon it and give it a little squeeze to solve his hydration problem. This way, both the flashlight and the water purification pouch can be returned. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Fu Han had been fighting too many slimes lately, so his immediate reflex upon seeing one was to think about how to exterminate it. He nearly forgot that slimes could also be contracted as star beasts. Moreover, this was a rare low-level water slime. If he missed this one, Fu Han would probably have to wait until becoming a junior beastmaster before finding another water slime. After a moment, Dayu returned holding a squishy water slime, and Fuan immediately began the contract. The contract went smoothly, and another tiny star appeared within Fuan's core. Water slime, race, slime lineage, evolution level, first stage water element evolution, attribute, water, base stats, 68, pet tier, astral beast level, 9, health, 100%, abilities, basic trait, water elemental constitution, relies on water elements to survive, completely immune to water-based attacks, basic trait, liquid form, a liquid body allows the water slime to squeeze through tight spaces and grants near total immunity to physical attacks. Basic skill, self-healing LV1, gradually restores health on its own. A thoroughly ordinary water slime with no special qualities whatsoever. Fu Han collected some water from its body and tasted it unexpectedly sweet and refreshingly thirst-quenching. After contracting the water slime, Fu Han felt this trip had yielded considerable gains, and thoughts of retreat began to surface in his mind. After all, finding suitable opponents for the Jade Hand technique wasn't easy, and he couldn't just wander aimlessly in the woods forever. But since it was already late, Fu Han decided to rest by the pond and prepare to return the next day. By the pondside clearing, Fu Han cleared out a spot for a temporary campsite. He then began tinkering with his net launcher, wanting to test if he could catch a wild hare or forest fowl. On one hand, he'd been eating nothing but beef-flavored nutrition bars for days, to the point of nausea. On the other hand, this would serve as good practice for wilderness survival skills. Just as Fu Han was about to begin his hunt, sudden combat noises erupted in the distance. There were violent collision sounds, along with the shouts of a beastmaster commanding their stellar beasts. So Fu Han stowed his net launcher and quietly crept closer aboard Big Jade Hand. Chapter 10, Ferocious Beast. The battle unfolded in the woods not far from the pond, where three beastmasters were engaged in combat with a bizarre-looking black spider. Among the battling group, a tiger-shaped astral beast already lay fallen on the ground, and its beastmaster had collapsed unconscious. A female beastmaster was rescuing an unconscious fellow beastmaster. Her crystal jellyfish created a protective barrier around both of them while simultaneously using healing skills on the unconscious one. The person fighting the spider was someone Fu Han recognized. It was the cool, black-clad guy from his class, Sang Jia. Sang Jia was still dressed in all black, with his arms wrapped in living silver metal that extended into long blades. With these blades, he fought against the bizarrely shaped spider. The abnormally shaped spider was a star beast Fu Han had never seen or heard of before. It resembled a spider, standing about 2 meters tall with a small disc-like body connected to 4 long legs. The body itself seemed devoid of any organs, appearing to serve merely as a connector for the 4 limbs. Its spear-like legs were covered in flexible barbs, stabbing relentlessly at Sang Jia like twin lances. Yet Sang Jia displayed physical abilities far beyond ordinary humans, dodging, weaving, leaping, and flipping like a superhuman. The cold gleam of his silver blade flashed boldly, showing no fear against such a formidable foe. Unfortunately, he hadn't discovered his opponent's weakness yet, as several counterattacks failed to deal any substantial damage. Watching Sang Jia's fighting form, Fu Han couldn't help but feel envy. Given Sang Jia's extraordinary physical prowess, his beastmaster talent was likely life resonance. This rare gift allows beastmasters to draw formidable vitality from their star beasts, dramatically enhancing all aspects of their physical capabilities. Such beastmasters diligently hone their combat skills, personally stepping onto the battlefield when fighting. The silver blade in Sang Jia's hand was his star beast, a remarkably famous one at that. Known as the essential star beast for life resonance beastmasters, Mercurial Blade, an exceedingly rare epic-grade metal element star beast. The Mercurial Blade possesses a mercury-like liquid body, curling itself into a concealed mass before launching sudden ambushes on prey. It then transforms into razor-sharp blades to slice through its targets before digesting them. The Mercury Demon Blade possesses extraordinary physical capabilities and self-healing powers, able to transform into weapons to coordinate with its beastmaster in battle. Race Comprehensive Rating, 511, Lord Grade. With its formidable vitality and self-regeneration, the Mercury Demon Blade grants its contracted Beastmaster powerful physical attributes and healing abilities through life-sharing bonds. Boasting over 500 racial points plus weaponized combat forms, it perfectly suits Beastmasters with life resonance talents. Yet despite being considered essential, few Beastmasters actually possess such a star beast, because it is extremely rare and difficult to capture. Moreover, it is only found in the southern continent of Qixing, requiring a long overseas journey to reach. Song Jia was Fu Han's classmate, at best a primary Beastmaster with first-class starlight. The fact that his family could obtain a Mercury Shadowblade suitable for him speaks volumes about their influence. No wonder Song Jia rarely interacted with their classmates, they simply lived in different worlds. The Mercury Blade was formidable, and Hao Jia's combat prowess was truly exceptional. However, his stamina was limited. At first, when Fuan was merely watching the spectacle, Hao Jia handled the situation with ease. But once Fuan let his attention drift for a while, Hao Jia's weariness became apparent, his movements shifted to desperate defense, and the decline in his performance grew ever more obvious. Fu Han sighed softly. After all, Sang Bao had shown him some kindness with warnings earlier. No matter what, he couldn't bring himself to stand by and watch someone die without lifting a finger. Seizing the moment before Song Jia was completely crushed, Fu Han directed Jade Hand to charge into the fray. As the large Jade Hand came charging into view, the female Beastmaster's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily warned, "Be careful." Meanwhile, Sang Jia retreated swiftly to his companions with furrowed brows, raising his guard to the fullest. Watching the star beast with two massive hands charge toward the spider monster, he let out a sigh of relief, recognizing that reinforcements had arrived. Upon closer inspection of the Jade Hand's form, Sang Jia grew puzzled. He thought to himself, is that the great Jade Hand? Why is it floating? Has it learned some remarkable new skill? Even with Sang Jia's prestigious background as a Beastmaster from a renowned family, he couldn't immediately wrap his head around this. Then, Sang Jia saw Fu Han walking out slowly, wearing a mask. Sang Jia immediately furrowed his brows. For some reason, even though the person wore a mask, he felt a strange familiarity with their figure. It strongly resembled that bottom-ranked guy in their class who was still assigned only a stone jade beast. No way, thought Sang Jia. Jin. At that moment, the eerie screech of the spider monster interrupted Sang Jia's thoughts. Turning back, I saw the massive Jade Hands already engaged in fierce combat with the spider. The spider, which had been overpowering Sang Jia, was suddenly seized by the massive Jade Hands by its legs. The sharp barbs on the spider's limbs, instead of aiding its escape, now trapped it in the grip. The tall, lanky spider appeared large but was surprisingly light. Swung around in a full circle by the massive Jade Hands, the spider was slammed onto the ground. Before it could regain its footing, the massive Jade Hands charged again, grabbing its legs and hurling it down once more. The massive Jade Hands, glowing with an icy jade hue and adorned with golden patterns on its gigantic palms, looked like a god of war as it mercilessly pummeled the spider. When dealing with the Thunder Slime, Fu Han had already sensed that the massive Jade Hand's combat prowess far exceeded his initial expectations. Now, his intuition was thoroughly confirmed. The combat performance of the giant Jade Hand left Fu Han extremely satisfied, while also boosting the morale of everyone else. The girl tending to the wounded turned her gaze to Fu Han, her eyes now filled with admiration. She thought to herself, this big-shot star beast is incredibly powerful. We're saved. With strong reinforcements arriving, Sang Jia quickly stopped and leaned on his demonic blade to catch his breath in heavy gasps. The spider was completely suppressed by the giant Jade Hand. Fu Han approached Sang Jia and asked, "What is that thing?" As he spoke, he took out his terminal and began scanning the spider. Sang Jia panted heavily and said, "It should be an evil beast cultivated by the followers of the old god. There are apostles of the old god nearby." As he spoke, Sang Jia glanced at Fu Han, then at the enormous Jade Hand that looked like a war god. Some doubts arose in his heart, but he chose not to voice them. Fu Han frowned when Sang Jia mentioned followers of the old god, and every fiber of his being went on high alert. None of these cultists who worshipped the old gods were any good. They were extremely dangerous and malevolent, universally recognized as enemies of all beastmasters. Soon, the terminal also provided information about the spider. Spider-type ferocious beast. Ferocious beasts cultivated through evil methods by devotees of the old gods, each possessing distinct forms and abilities. Base stats cannot be evaluated. Beast level 1819. Bounty reward 1819 merit points, determined by the beast's shattered star level. The beasts were bizarre and unpredictable, with no discernible patterns, and even the Eternal Trees database lacked accurate information about them. However, judging from the battle's progress, Jade Hand clearly had the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, the spider was hurled far away by Jade Hand. Seizing the opportunity, it limped away hastily. Jade Hand was about to give chase, but Fu Han called it back. Yet the moment Jade Hand turned around, Sang Jia, silent as ever, strode forward with his blade drawn, pursuing the fleeing creature. Fu Han was taken aback. He turned to glance at the female Beastmaster's protective barrier and called out, are you sure you'll be alright here alone? The girl didn't speak but nodded vigorously, her eyes seemingly hoping Fu Han would quickly follow to lend a hand. With a light sigh, Fu Han had no choice but to hop onto the jade paw and give chase. Moments later, Sang Jia's figure appeared up ahead. That guy's stamina recovered remarkably fast, he was already running hard again after just a short while. Catching up, Fu Han called out, "Hey, get on, save your strength. There'll be fighting later." Sang Jia tilted his head to glance at the giant jade hand, then leaped onto its left palm in a single bound. Kneeling on one knee, he began to regain his strength. "What's going on? Did you have to go this far?" Fu Han asked. Sang Jia furrowed his brow deeply. "There are two of those monsters. The other one took one of our companions." Fu Han's heart clenched in shock, his expression instantly turning grave. After a moment of silence, Sang Jia suddenly said, "Thanks." Fu Han sighed lightly, thinking to himself, "Running into you, what rotten luck." Chapter 11, I Beg You. Following the trail left by the fleeing spider, Fu Han and the others chased it all the way to the shaded side of a high slope. Unexpectedly, there turned out to be a cavern beneath that shaded slope. Both of them hesitated as they gazed into the pitch-black cavern. Kanjia frowned and said, "The dark-type savage beasts of the old gods faction, their combat power significantly increases in dark environments." Fu Han was well aware of this too, but saving lives was urgent, he couldn't afford to back down here. However, Kanjia's mention of dark-type gave Fu Han an idea. Rescuing people is the priority, perhaps it can help. With that, Fu Han summoned his moonlight lantern monster. When Sang Jia saw the dual-bodied moonlamp specter, its exorcism trait immediately came to mind. At first, his heart leaped with joy, but then shock set in. He actually contracted a moonlamp specter. Does this mean he has the talent to expand the kernel domain? Could he really be that person? The one ranked dead last? The twin moonlight specter's abilities come with an exorcism effect, but it only has one skill, glow. There's no way to inflict damage on dark-type beasts simply through glow. However, this purified version of glow is more than enough to neutralize the advantage dark-type creatures hold in shadowy environments. Unfortunately, the moonlight spirit still couldn't dispel the cave's damp, decaying stench. Upon entering the cavern, both men furrowed their brows deeply and instinctively quickened their pace. The cave wasn't particularly deep. After just moments of walking through the narrow passage, the two emerged into the underground cavern's chamber. The massive jade hands shielded Fu Han while Sang Jia stood ready with his magic blade drawn. Yet the expected attack never came. Aside from some unsettling dripping sounds, the place seemed utterly still. Fu Han instructed Moon Lamp Spectre to float higher, expanding the radius of illumination. Soon the two vaguely discerned the cave's full layout. There stood a simple bed crafted from raw logs, with an oil lamp resting on a stone slab beside it. Fu Han and Sang Jia exchanged a glance before approaching the bedside to investigate. Fu Han touched the oil lamp's shade, finding it still slightly warm, indicating the lamp had been in use just moments before. Sang Jia picked up the oil lamp and twisted its switch. With a faint click, the lighter ignited the lamp. Holding it aloft, he illuminated the cavern more clearly. Not far from the wooden bed stood a stone-constructed workbench cluttered with test tubes and vessels of various sizes. Behind the stone table, piled high enough to reach half a person's height, was a ghastly mound of white bones. Holding the oil lamp, Sang Jia stepped closer to the bone pile and observed for a moment before declaring, "These are beast bones." Fu Han also walked over to the bone pile and took a glance. Upon noticing numerous animal skulls mixed within, he immediately understood how Sang Jia had identified them. "Seems they've already fled," remarked Sang Jia. "Appears so," Fu Han nodded in agreement. The old god's apostle might be formidable, but ultimately remained a cowardly figure lurking in shadows. Of course such a creature would flee when discovered unless it wished to learn firsthand how for every demon's foot of height, the righteous path rises 10 feet higher. Ugh, ah. Just then, pained groans sounded. The two quickly followed the noise and found a silver-haired man in the uniform of Starfall Academy lying on the damp ground. His eyes were tightly shut, his face twisted in agony. Sang Jia immediately crouched down to inspect his companion's injuries. After a moment, he hoisted the silver-haired man onto his shoulder and said, "We'll talk outside once we're out. Let's go." Without another word, Sang Jia began sprinting toward the cave entrance, carrying the injured man. Fu Han was about to follow Sang Jia when he heard faint whimpering sounds again. I walked closer for a better look and saw a filthy woodland wolf. This wolf was in the same state, its breathing weak, still twitching in agony. Fu Han frowned deeply, casting a thoughtful glance at the pile of bleached bones nearby. He surmised these were likely experimental subjects or perhaps food for the savage beasts. Without another thought, Fu Han commanded the great jade hand to lift the forest wolf and hurried out of the cave as well. Outside the cave, Sang Jia placed his companion in the strongest sunlight, noticing that this seemed to ease his companion's suffering somewhat. When Fu Han emerged, he also instructed the jade giant to place the timber wolf in the sunlight. It was then that he noticed both the man and the wolf were enveloped in a faint, dark halo. Sang Jia frowned and said, "It seems to be some kind of dark-type curse." Fu Han looked up at the setting sun and said, "It's getting dark. Dark element, it's likely that the curse affecting both man and wolf will intensify after nightfall. Song Jie said, I wonder if Mu Weiwei has a way. Why is there a forest wolf here? He frowned in confusion at the sight of the woodland wolf. It was found in the cave, likely another victim, Fu Han said. Song Jie was slightly taken aback and asked, are you going to save it? The dark curse is very difficult to remove. At this moment, Fu Han also found himself in a dilemma. It was just a wild forest wolf, there were no less than 8 or 10,000 of them in these white woods. It really didn't seem worth expending too much effort. Just then, the forest wolf seemed to sense Fu Han's hesitation. Struggling, it stretched out its front paw and placed it on Fu Han's foot, whimpering softly as if to say, please save me, I still want to live. Seeing this, Fu Han could only sigh softly and say, let's try. The Mu Weiwei mentioned by Xiang Jie was the healing-type beastmaster who had been tending to the wounded earlier. By the time Fu Han and Song Jie returned, the unconscious Song Wenyang had already woken up, though he was extremely weak. Upon seeing Song Jie and Fu Han bring back the abducted Xia Yunqian, Song Wenyang solemnly thanked Fu Han before collapsing into a deep sleep with the help of his tiger ferocity. Xia Yunqian's condition remained dire. Mu Weiwei explained that he was suffering from the erosion of some dark-type energy. Fortunately, he seemed to be resisting fiercely, and the dark energy's corruption hadn't penetrated too deeply, it could still be purged. However, Mu Weiwei's water-based healing skills were completely ineffective on him at the moment. She could only rely on his natural recovery to hold on until light-based energy could intervene. Concerned about Xia Yunqian's condition, they decided to hurry to the gathering place overnight so he could receive treatment as soon as possible. As for the forestland wolf, Mu Weiwei said it had suffered from corruption longer than Xia Yunqian, making recovery nearly impossible. Even if an expert could save it, the cost would be too high. It simply wasn't worth it for a forest-land wolf. Though Mu Weiwei didn't voice this thought, Fu Han understood her meaning perfectly. Dusk soon arrived, and the group prepared to set off. The massive jade hands carried 2 injured individuals, while Mu Weiwei tended to them from the side. Song Jie led the way ahead, wielding his demonic blade as the group prepared to set off. Yet, staring at the weakened forest wolf, Fu Han hesitated in his heart. Senior. Noticing Fu Han's lingering hesitation, Mu Weiwei asked. Mu Weiwei and the others assumed the enigmatic Fu Han must be an upperclassman at the academy, which was why they persistently addressed him as senior. But in truth, they were all third-year students, and it should have been Fu Han addressing them as seniors. Song Jie didn't raise any questions, and Fu Han certainly wouldn't explain, so she continued calling them that way. You go ahead first, I'll give it a quick end, Fu Han explained. Hearing this, Mu Weiwei quickly turned her head away, unwilling to witness the cruel scene. Song Jie also sighed softly and said, we'll go first. With that, he took the lead in departing. Then Fu Han had Big Jade Hand follow behind Song Jie. After everyone had walked away, Fu Han crouched down and looked at the forest wolf. This time, the remarkably perceptive creature seemed to sense Fu Han's thoughts once more. Struggling, it nuzzled its head against Fu Han's hand and licked the back of it, letting out a soft whimper. Fu Han almost felt as if he could hear it pleading, please, please. In that moment, all of Fu Han's previous resolve melted away, or perhaps he never had any to begin with, considering he didn't even have so much as a small knife on him. Fu Han looked up to see Song Jie and the others already far ahead. He sighed deeply and reached his hand toward the barely breathing forest wolf. This time, intricate runes shimmered on his wrist, runes that bore the power of a contract. Chapter 12, Skill Mutation. Song Jie, leading the group, kept the pace at a speed Mu Weiwei could comfortably match. After rejoining the group, Fu Han silently walked at the rear. Everyone could sense the heaviness in his mood, so they all remained quiet. In reality, Fu Han was indeed somewhat solemn as he was sensing the condition of the Timberwolf. Timberwolf. Species, Wolf family. Evolution level, Initial. Attribute, Animal type. Base stats, 141, Ordinary class. Star Beast level, 16. Health, 18%, critical, suffering severe dark corrosion, health continues to deteriorate. Abilities. Base trait, Wolf's resilience. Wolves possess remarkable endurance and stamina, capable of maintaining peak performance even during prolonged periods without food. They also exhibit strong adaptability, surviving in various harsh conditions. Basic skill, Pack Tactics. When fighting alongside allies, it becomes easier to identify and exploit the weaknesses of opponents. After reviewing the woodland wolf's status, Fuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps he had acted too impulsively. This wasn't a creature he should have contracted. The contract is used to establish a soul connection with a star beast. Whether the beastmaster abandons the star beast or the star beast dies, it will cause damage to the beastmaster's soul. Although soul energy can recover, periods of soul weakness may sometimes last for months. At present, the forest wolf was on the verge of death, its health steadily declining. If Fu Han couldn't save it, he too would suffer the consequences. Fu Han couldn't quite explain his own reasoning either. Last life it was a stray cat that suddenly darted out from the roadside. This life it's a dying timber wolf. Fu Han could only admit that he probably hadn't changed after all, outwardly projecting maturity and rationality like an adult, yet remaining a soft-hearted soul at his core. Of course, Fu Han wasn't completely helpless. The real reason he contracted the forest wolf was Mu Weiwei's remark about Xia Yunqian needing to rely on his own healing abilities until the divine intervention arrived. This made Fu Han recall the healing skill possessed by the water slime. The skill inscription was already prepared. If he could impart healing to the forest wolf, perhaps it could survive the ordeal. Though the process might be excruciating, Fu Han believed the wolf seemed more willing to choose life. Moreover, the wolf tribe genuinely possessed the resilience to endure until the situation took a favorable turn. As dawn broke, the group arrived at the gathering point. The site was bustling with beastmasters either preparing to depart or resting. Seeing the wounded, everyone came together to help load the two injured onto a vehicle bound for Zhuxing City. When Song Jia and Mu Weiwei wanted to properly thank Fu Han, they realized he had already vanished without a trace. From the very beginning, Fu Han had no intention of revealing his identity, which was why he left without saying goodbye. Moreover, after a night's time, the forestland wolf's health had rapidly dropped to 8%. Fu Han could no longer afford to delay. He quickly found a quiet spot by the White Forest and sat down immediately to begin teaching skills to the wolf. As usual, Fu Han's consciousness sank into his inner domain. He gathered starlight into the black hole to forge the imprint of a skill, then directed this imprint toward the star representing the forest direwolf. Just as the skill imprint was about to touch the star, a sudden mutation occurred. A surge of dark energy erupted from the orange star of the forest direwolf, violently rushing toward the skill imprint as if to devour it. Seeing this, Fu Han urgently willed the imprint to retreat. But at that moment, the dark energy grew even more frenzied, dragging the skill imprint irresistibly toward the forest direwolf's star. Against Fu Han's control, the skill imprint plunged into the star. After a moment, the woodland wolf's little star calmed down, with both the skill imprint and the dark energy vanishing without a trace. Fu Han immediately felt a headache coming on and quickly began checking the woodland wolf's condition. This inspection left Fu Han both shocked and elated. The woodland wolf had successfully mastered a new skill, but it wasn't Heal LV1, it was Dark Heal LV1. Advanced skill, Dark Healing LV1, absorbs dark energy to heal, significantly enhancing self-recovery ability while converting dark energy attacks into healing effects. A skill mutation? Fu Han wasn't entirely familiar with this phenomenon and could only speculate. But the changes in the timber wolf didn't stop there. It also acquired a new special trait, Dark Core. Special trait, Dark Core, perception and control over dark elemental forces are dramatically enhanced. At this moment, Fu Han quickly checked the forest wolf's attributes and found that it remained of the animal type, without gaining any dark type attributes. Actually, what form it had taken didn't seem important at the moment. What concerned Fu Han was its health condition. Fortunately, the forest wolf's health status had changed to 9% near death, suffering from mild dark corruption. The forest wolf's health had recovered by 1%, and the severity of the dark corruption had reduced from severe to mild. The forest wolf's life was saved. The weight in his heart lifted, and Fu Han let out a long sigh. After a moment's thought, Fu Han summoned the forest wolf to check its condition. To his surprise, the wolf's appearance had also undergone some changes. Originally, its fur was a grayish-white, but now the tips of its hair had transformed into a deep, enigmatic purple. The overall effect was like strokes of profound violet painted over a gray-white base, thick and mysterious. The summoned forest wolf remained extremely weak, yet it still managed to wag its tail gently a few times, as if trying to express gratitude. Seeing this, Fu Han quickly called it back into his core, thinking to himself, "Don't bother thanking me, just recover quickly so you don't drag me down." That's thanks enough. The exhaustion after imparting skills was still intense, but this time Fu Han didn't have any Cinnamomum Campora potion left. He could only rest under the tree for now. Fortunately, he was at the outer edges of the White Forest with Jade Hand guarding him, so there shouldn't be any danger. While resting, Fu Han kept an eye on the forest wolf's condition. He noticed its health had already risen another 1% to reach 10% in just a short while. Only then did he feel somewhat at ease. After resting for an hour, he got up, changed into his school uniform, returned to the dispersal area, and quietly boarded the direct shuttle to the academy. After returning to the academy, Fu Han still mustered the energy to visit the dining hall despite his exhaustion. After days of subsisting on nutrient bars, the cafeteria food suddenly tasted incredibly delicious. After devouring a hearty meal, Fu Han returned to his dorm, too tired to even wash up before collapsing into bed. By the time he woke again, it was already noon the next day. Upon waking, Fu Han immediately checked on the forest wolf's condition. The tough creature had already recovered from critical condition, reaching 60% health. Checking the time, Fu Han grew puzzled. Based on its previous recovery rate, it should have fully healed by now. Why was it only at 60% health? Had its recovery stalled? The woodland wolf's dark erosion status remained at a mild level, showing no signs of further alleviation. At this point, Fu Han still didn't know whether its dark healing could actually absorb the dark erosion to treat itself, so he could only continue to observe. The woodland wolf had also acquired a hunger status, reminding Fu Han that unlike his other creatures, this one couldn't survive without food or water. Although woodland wolves could endure hunger, they still needed to eat. So Fu Han got up, washed, changed into clean clothes, and went to the fresh meat shop in the beast garden to buy a full 20 pounds of beef and some standard nutritional supplements for the woodland wolf. This purchase of provisions for the woodland wolf effectively drained the last of Fu Han's remaining funds, leaving him completely penniless. Fortunately, there was still a small pouch of slime crystal dust left, enough to keep hunger at bay for now. Chapter 13 The Grand Scholar. Not in a hurry to hand over the shattered star, Fu Han first returned to his dormitory and summoned the forest wolf. This lucky little fellow had regained quite a bit of health and could already move around on its own. The moment it was summoned, it began frolicking around Fuan, tail wagging incessantly, nuzzling, licking, refusing to leave no matter how much Fuan pushed it away. It hardly seemed like a star beast with only 60% health. Fu Han recalled how the two-bodied moonlight specter's glow had been dim when its health was only at 60%, yet this forest wolf seemed completely unfazed, acting as if nothing was wrong. Finally, worn out by its antics, Fu Han pressed the wolf's head toward the fresh meat mixed with nutritional supplements. Only then did the creature start eating, pausing every couple of bites to glance back at Fu Han and wag its tail, its face overflowing with downright sycophantic gratitude. Fu Han smirked in amusement. Seeing it eat and move about filled him with a sense of accomplishment, not unlike when he'd evolved the Jade Stone Beast into the Greater Jade Hand. After watching it devour nearly half a bowl of meat, he noticed its health stubbornly stuck at 60%. It dawned on him that its condition wouldn't be improving anytime soon. But there's no rush now. It survived against all odds and is in good condition. We can figure out what to do next later. It needs a name. This thought made Fu Han's head throb again. He'd always been terrible at naming things. In his past life playing games, he'd been a loyal user of the random name generator. Naming the Jade Hand had been pretty slapdash back then. Was he really going to be just as careless this time? Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of rapping echoed at the door. Fu Han instinctively thought it was Mu Chi at the door, but when he stood up and opened it, he was greeted by the graceful figure of class representative Yi Miao. You finally reappear. Classmate Fu Han, now that you've become a Beastmaster and received your terminal, why haven't you joined the class group chat? Does our class really make you feel so disconnected? Fu Han paused briefly before responding. Is this my fault? Yi Miao immediately faltered. I didn't mean it like that, but you should interact with everyone more often. Only then can they get to know you properly. Is it really necessary? Sigh. Yi Miao let out a light sigh and said, forget it. But at the very least, you should add me as a friend. Otherwise, I'd have to come knocking on your door every time something comes up. Fu Han nodded and replied, much obliged. Come inside and we can talk. With that, Fu Han opened the door wider to invite Yi Miao in. Yi Miao politely remained at the doorway, waiting for Fu Han to turn around and fetch his terminal. At this moment, Yi Miao noticed the lavender-furred timber wolf gently wagging its tail. Ah, is this your star beast? I thought I heard it was a jade stone beast. As she spoke, Yi Miao moved closer and patted the timber wolf's head. The timber wolf was extremely well behaved. It obediently sat down, tail swaying gently as it allowed Yi Miao to pet it, looking just like a domestic dog. Seeing this, Fu Han said, it's a pet. Yi Miao raised an eyebrow and said, quit lying, don't think I don't know. The Grand Scholar said you must be hiding your strength. That's no pet of yours. Clearly, it's an aberrant-colored forest wolf. Using an aberrant forest wolf as a pet? You've got some nerve. Fu Han frowned, thinking to himself, what Grand Scholar? How does he know I've hidden my strength when I don't even know him? I've sent you a friend request. Fu Han quickly changed the subject. Yi Miao noticed his deflection but didn't press further. After getting up and exchanging contact information through their terminals, Yi Miao said, the Grand Academician sent me to inform you that someone came to deliver an important item for you a few days ago. Since you weren't available, they had to leave it temporarily with the Grand Academician. You can go retrieve it from him when you're free. Hearing it was something important, Fu Han immediately knew it must be the source essence, exchanged with his legendary contribution points. He hadn't expected it to arrive so quickly and was surprised he'd missed the delivery. Which Grand Academician do you mean? Fu Han inquired. What do you mean which one? Our institute only has one Grand Academician, Yi Zhizhang, Grand Academician Yi. Fu Han raised an eyebrow and asked, the surname Yi. Alright, I've already delivered the message. Just don't forget, I'm off now. With that, Yi Miao hurriedly departed. Watching Yi Miao's hurried departure, Fu Han felt even more certain of his guess. It seemed this Yi Miao must be somehow related to Grand Scholar Yi, it's just that Yi Miao didn't want others to know. It's understandable, no one wants their hard-earned achievements dismissed as being entirely due to family backing. That mindset is far more reliable than those who gloat over having been handed a powerful star beast by their families. Glancing down, he saw the timber wolf still wagging its tail in the direction Yi Miao had left. Fu Han felt a surge of irritation and lightly kicked it while scolding with a laugh. Are you some kind of pervert? The kicked timber wolf lowered its head meekly, not daring to move. Fu Han pointed at the food bowl and commanded, eat up. It had just barely managed to bury its head back into the bowl and resumed eating greedily. After some thought, Fu Han settled on a name for the forest wolf. I'll call you Purple, since you're both purple and perverted. Next, Fu Han took out his terminal device and asked Muchi about Scholar Yi. Scholar Yi was the most renowned academic at Starfall Academy. As the head librarian, his primary work involved compiling knowledge from ancient texts and studying old legends. So this elderly gentleman's whereabouts aren't hard to find. As long as it's daylight, just go to the top floor of the library, and he'll definitely be there. Once he knew where to find the Grand Scholar, Fu Han immediately set off for the library. He was quite anxious about improving his strength. Although Fu Han hadn't neglected his meditation practice during this period, and with the fully leveled jade transformation of the Great Jade Hand, his meditation efficiency was quite good. Still, the advancement of his astral brilliance level was too slow. Even that perverted little Z-Wolf had first-grade astral brilliance. At the brink of death, it accepted Fu Han's contract and has now become the highest level. The fact that his star flare level was only equal to the twin-body moon lantern was something Fu Han simply couldn't tolerate. Zhuxing Academy is one of the most prestigious schools in Qixing Land, and its library is also among the largest and most richly stocked in Qixing Land. The library is built with grandeur, clearly reflecting Zhuxing Academy's belief that knowledge is noble, glorious. But if comparing the library to the cafeteria, then Zhuxing Academy must believe that eating is completely unnecessary. Lost in thought, Fu Han passed through the familiar-looking bookshelves and headed straight for the top floor. On the top floor, Fu Han gave his name and was then escorted by a student council attendant to the ancient texts collection hall. Once inside, the attendant quietly departed, leaving Fu Han alone to stare blankly at the antiquated bookshelves in silence. After a moment, a gentle inquiry sounded, Fu Han? Over here. The scholar's voice was warm and low, exuding an approachable demeanor. Fu Han responded with a sound and moved toward the voice. Soon, he saw Academician Yi standing on the ladder by the bookshelf. Contrary to Fu Han's expectations, the esteemed scholar wasn't draped in luxurious robes, nor did he sport a long white beard. He was indeed very old, his frame gaunt and slightly stooped, his sparse hair tinged with gray. He wore a faded white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His large tortoiseshell patterned glasses made him squint slightly when looking at people. His appearance reminded Fu Han of the kind of elderly figures he'd only seen in news reports in his previous life, those who had made outstanding contributions to their homeland, simple in attire yet exuding extraordinary dignity. At an age when he should have been enjoying family happiness, he wasn't resting but instead stood alone on a bookshelf 2 or 3 meters high. It wasn't hard to imagine how much he had contributed to scholarship. Thus, the admiration in Fu Han's heart swelled, and he bowed respectfully. Greetings, great scholar, he said. The old man holding the book laughed and said, no need for formalities. With that, he placed the book back on the shelf and closed the dustproof door before carefully descending while holding onto the handrail. Seeing this, Fu Han hurried forward to shield them. The Grand Scholar smiled, took 2 more steps, then directly extended his hand to Fu Han. Fu Han grasped the elder's hand and helped him down the stairs. Once steady on his feet, the Grand Scholar looked up at Fu Han and said, Lady Lan speaks highly of you, she says you're modest and courteous. It seems she wasn't exaggerating. Fu Han gave an embarrassed smile and waited for the elder to continue. The old man paused thoughtfully before remarking, I've heard them say you're rather solitary in nature. Fu Han nodded and said, not good at socializing. The scholar laughed. Actually, it's quite simple. Introverts just wait for the extroverts to come to them. That's how I was. I used to have quite a few friends, though fewer now. They didn't outlast me. Probably look down on me, Fu Han said self-deprecatingly. Oh, just because you have that bottom-ranked reputation, the old man asked. Fu Han nodded and said, this student is slow-witted and took a long time to comprehend my talent. How cunning. The Grand Tutor pointed to the tea table in the corner, signaling Fu Han to follow, then continued, you're too cunning. Chapter 14, Trivial Matters. You're too cunning. Ha! Fu Han was taken aback. The Grand Scholar continued, I've heard that in orphanages, if you get something good, you'd better hide it well, or you'll be forced to share it with others. You grew up in an orphanage, seems to me you've made hiding things a habit. I didn't receive my first legendary achievement until I was 40. Forget about me, even the earliest prodigies I know only managed it after graduation. If you're at the bottom, then wouldn't the rest of us be beneath the ground? You're not at the bottom, you're the ceiling. But everyone thinks you're the lowest of the low. How could you stay silent about achieving something legendary? If the legendary vaults people hadn't come looking for you and asked me, everyone would still be in the dark. Tell me, aren't you just cunning? Fu Han scratched his head and answered evasively, just got lucky. The Grand Scholar waved his hand and shook his head, saying, one can't earn legendary contribution points by sheer luck alone. But I respect your wishes, no one knows about this matter yet, not even my granddaughter. As they spoke, the two had already reached the tea table. The Grand Scholar gestured for Fu Han to take a seat. Fu Han promptly sat down and began pouring tea without needing to be told. The Grand Scholar didn't stop him, instead handing him a packet of fine tea leaves. Watching Fu Han busily prepare the tea, the Grand Scholar found himself growing increasingly pleased. But I'm still quite curious. I give you my word as a scholar that I won't tell anyone about your affairs. Would you be willing to share? How exactly did you obtain those legendary contribution points? Fu Han nodded without hesitation. After all, truth will always come to light eventually. Someone would invariably discover his possession of the Great Jade Hand. Moreover, he held no ill feelings toward the Grand Academician and felt no qualms about confiding in him. Thus Fu Han replied, "It's all because of this. You see." As he spoke, Fu Han summoned forth the Great Jade Hand. The Great Jade Hand? The Grand Academician's eyes sparkled with interest. Rising to his feet, he examined the manifestation carefully before remarking, "This is truly uncommon, though, yes. I recall Madame Lan mentioning that Chu Fellow assigned a jade stone beast to the academy, which you claimed. Is this it?" Fu Han nodded and said, "Yes." The Imperial Scholar nodded understandingly and said, "If it was nurtured by yourself, then that's different. Moreover, this jade stone beast definitely hasn't mastered advanced petrification under the Chu lad, otherwise, he wouldn't have assigned it here. So it stands to reason that you're the one who developed the beast's advanced petrification. No wonder. But how did you do it? It likely hasn't even been a month, has it?" The Imperial Scholar questioned doubtfully. Well, I'm not really sure either. It was probably just good luck." Fu Han still avoided revealing the truth about this matter. He knew his abilities were far too overpowering. If they fell into the hands of those with ulterior motives, his fate would surely take a dark turn. The Grand Scholar furrowed his brows as he studied Fuan for a long moment, then sighed and said, "Actually, you don't have to tell me, I already know. I spent a lifetime reading ancient texts, and I've encountered countless strange tales. Surely, it must be one of those legendary Beastmaster talents, isn't it? Still, you were right not to speak of it, and from now on, never mention it to anyone. If anyone asks, just say you encountered a glacial jade maw that had evolved early. Remember that, understand?" Fuan nodded gratefully. "Understood. Thank you, Elder." After a moment of thought, the Grand Scholar added, "Wait here, I'll show you some records on the glacial jade maw." With that, he rose and walked toward the bookshelves. Soon, the Grand Academician returned, holding a red hardcover ancient text in his hand. As if it had a search function, he quickly found the desired page and held the book open for Fu Han to see. "Look, this," the scholar said, pointing to an illustration on the page. The illustration was hand-drawn, though exquisitely crafted and colored. It depicted a massive golem, imposing and majestic, with pyramidal spikes layering its limbs. The dark-colored golem was covered with intricate golden patterns. Fu Han immediately noticed that the golden patterns bore some resemblance to those on the Great Jade Hand. Upon closer comparison, they indeed seemed identical. Then Fussbot noticed the line of text beneath the illustration. "Starforged golem, it scorns trivial forces such as time, entropy, and death." Trivial, time, entropy, death. Are these forces truly trivial? At this moment, the Grand Scholar explained, "Though there's no definitive evidence, I suspect this might be the final form of the Great Jade Hand's evolutionary path. But the specific method of evolution is likely known only to the Eternal Tree. One thing is certain, the Great Jade Hand's evolutionary line follows a skill-based progression. Just like the Great Jade Hand itself, mastering a certain ability before evolution leads to a special transformation. So you should keep this in mind. Currently your Great Jade Hand is ice jade colored. The skill that might turn it black could be what you need to teach it next. Such matters aren't something ordinary people can accomplish, so you must gauge your own capabilities. In any case, don't rush its level up, think carefully before deciding." "Thank you, Great Scholar." Fu Han immediately bowed deeply in sincere gratitude. Knowledge is truly precious, and the Great Scholar's generous sharing of wisdom is genuine kindness. Moreover, this information held immense importance for Fu Han. If Big Jade Hand's ultimate evolution truly was a Starforged Golem, and if the Starforged Golem was truly as powerful as described in the ancient texts, Fu Han was absolutely determined to guide Big Jade Hand's development in that direction. Just as the Great Scholar had said, others might not be capable of it, but Fu Han could. The Starlight Engraving skill was absolutely perfect for cultivating skill evolutions in Big Jade Hand. As for the method, Fu Han could try to find it himself. If unsuccessful, perhaps he could trade something of interest to the Eternal Tree with K in exchange. In any case, where there's a will, there's a way. Fu Han believed he was probably the most suitable person for this task. The Grand Scholar put away the book and waved his hand, signaling Fu Han to relax his formalities. After some thought, the Grand Scholar added, "Unfortunately, there's limited information about such Starforged golems, just this one illustration and a brief description. If you discover any new materials, be sure to bring them to me. And if you manage to evolve a Starforged golem, remember to visit my grave and tell me. It would fulfill one of my wishes." Fu Han nodded and said, "I've taken note, sir." Follow me. The Grand Scholar led Fu Han towards his workbench as he spoke. I suspect you'll likely possess dual talents, and your inner realm should still have room. Quickly form a contract with your second stellar beast. The longer Great Jade Hand remains unseen, the better. Fu Han nodded again and replied, actually, I went out earlier to contract another stellar beast. This is the one I contracted. What do you think? As he spoke, Fu Han summoned Little Purple. The Imperial Scholar stopped in his tracks and carefully examined Little Violet. The purple creature appeared quite alert this time, hiding behind Fu Han while baring its teeth. Little Violet clearly failed to impress the Imperial Scholar. After a casual glance, he remarked, not bad and unusual color. You can keep it for now and decide later. You're quite clever, knowing to first replace the source essence to enhance your strength. That's indeed the most practical item for someone like you. As they reached the desk, the Imperial Scholar pulled out an ornate brocade box from the drawer and handed it to Fu Han, saying, I've replaced the box for you, don't let others know. A man's wealth is his own ruin by arousing envy. Fu Han accepted the box and bowed solemnly in thanks once more. The scholar gazed quietly at Fu Han for a moment before saying, good lad, go on then. Work hard. Bring me more interesting stories before I pass away, I'll be keeping an eye on you. I'll do my best. Then I'll take my leave now. Fu Han bowed once more before turning to depart. Just then, the scholar added, when you have time, try making more friends. That girl Yi Miao in your class seems quite nice, don't you think? Hearing this, Fu Han froze mid-step, turning back to stare at the scholar. The Grand Academician immediately flushed red with embarrassment and shooed him away. Go on, handle it as you see fit. Chapter 15, First Class Starlight. When it came to making friends, Fu Han found it truly difficult to invest his heart in it. Having lived 2 lives, he understood all too well that someone like him, without roots or backing, would have to expend tremendous effort to achieve success. Fu Han simply didn't have the time to waste on social niceties. On the way back, Fu Han pondered the final evolutionary form of the Great Jade Hand. The clue provided by the Grand Scholar is actually quite crucial. Figuring out how to change the color of the Great Jade Hand essentially means altering its material composition. Initially, the stone jade beast was just a rock, but after acquiring Jade Formation Extreme, its composition transformed into jade, allowing it to smoothly evolve into the Great Jade Hand. Therefore, all Fu Han might need to do is seek out skills that alter the material composition of rock-type star beasts, especially those that result in an exceptionally powerful material. If successful, the Great Jade Hand could likely advance toward its ultimate form, the Star-Forged Golem. However, the Great Jade Hand's next evolution won't occur until level 40. Right now, it's only at level 11, so there's still ample time. Fu Han can afford to plan things out slowly. Right now, I need to not only improve my own star rank but also find a way to enhance Little Purple's strength. The later the Jade Hand is discovered, the more advantageous it would be for Han to deal with it. Thus, in public, Han should always use Little Violet for battles. Although Little Violet now boasts a peak level of 16, she's nothing more than a wild forest wolf, fine for hunting alongside a pack. But as a combat beast, her offensive capabilities remain far too primitive. Moreover, Little Purple's dark corruption status hadn't been completely removed, and its health was still constrained at only 60%. Despite being in excellent spirits, its low health level remained a concern. Fu Han worried it might get injured from even minor attacks. I wonder, if he's learning a new skill, would that invading dark energy cause the skill to mutate again? The problem seems to circle back to learning skills again. Scratching his head, Fu Han wondered, do I need to venture outside the city walls once more? But if he was going to leave the city, he'd better strengthen himself first. Tucking the brocade box deeper into his clothes, Fu Han quickened his pace toward the dormitory. After returning to his dorm, Fu Han securely locked all doors and windows before summoning the Great Jade Hand to activate the Jade Radiance Barrier. Safely concealed within its glowing protection, he finally opened the brocade box. The essence core appeared as a milky white cubic crystal that, upon closer inspection, shimmered with iridescent fluorescent hues. Since arriving in this world, Fuan had never ceased his daily meditation practice. Especially after mastering the Jade transformation with the Great Jade Hand, his meditation efficiency had significantly improved. The black hole within Fuan's core and the star providing growth enhancement had both brightened from dark red to a vivid red, equivalent to around level 5 in luminosity. There was still half the journey left to reach first-grade stellar radiance. However, the source essence contained within the source essence crystal was exceptionally abundant. Fuan felt he might be able to advance all the way to first-grade stellar radiance in one go. With everything prepared and no time to waste, Fuan clasped the source essence crystal and entered a meditative state. The soul world was profoundly mysterious. Every time Fu Han entered meditation, he felt as though he had traveled to some distant corner of the universe. There, he would use the gravitational pull of the nucleus star to slowly gather the scattered essence. Even with the assistance of the Jade Hand, it only slightly increased the density of the essence. This time, the situation with the source essence proved to be different yet again. Fu Han felt as though he were enveloped in a thick concentration of source essence, and with just the slightest mental nudge, the essence surged toward him like a tidal wave. As Fu Han began his meditation, the origin essence in his hand gradually disintegrated, flowing toward him in gathering streams. This process unfolded far more swiftly than he could perceive. Within less than an hour, every trace of the origin essence in his grasp had been completely absorbed. When Fu Han sensed that all the surrounding essence enveloping him had been absorbed, he once again submerged his consciousness into his inner core. Looking at his two core stars, Fu Han was delighted to discover that they had both begun to emanate orange starlight. Though the glow was still faint, it was now unmistakably true first-grade radiance. Just as Fu Han was reveling in his joy, he suddenly felt a tremor ripple from his inner core. Then, a stream of information flowed out from the black hole. Fu Han's brow furrowed slightly as he focused intently, once again receiving the method of a new ability emanating from his core. Moments later, Fu Han opened his eyes with intense excitement. His innate ability had leveled up. Now he could inscribe skills from shattered stars. Star fragments are the residual cores left behind after a stellar beast's death. When a stellar beast perishes, most of the starlight within its core returns to the celestial river along with the nucleus. However, a small portion remains and condenses into star fragments, the quantity of which is closely related to the beast's power. If the stellar beast was sufficiently formidable, its remnants would contain an abundant amount of starlight. These star fragments carry information about the skills the stellar beast wielded in life. Thus, when another stellar beast absorbs the fragments, there is a certain probability it may comprehend those skills. Fu Han now possesses the ability to perceive and imprint the skill information within star fragments while his own stellar beast absorbs them. Regarding Starlight Imprint, Fu Han has only one evaluation: Divine Art. Earlier, Fu Han had been wondering how many star beasts he'd need to contract just to acquire skills. Although his inner core realm was vast, it wasn't infinite. Once his core became full, he'd have to start abandoning certain star beasts, inevitably leading to soul weakness, and purchasing soul tonic would be yet another hefty expense. Little did he expect that upon advancing his stellar rank, the stellar brand would unexpectedly provide another method to obtain skills. He'd never heard of a Beastmaster's innate abilities growing before. Fu Han carefully sensed the core star that provided growth enhancement. The growth enhancement ability remained unchanged, just as before. It seemed most Beastmaster talents were immutable, but the stellar brand was different. According to Scholar Ye's theory, the stellar brand likely belonged to a certain category of legendary talents. Thinking of this, Fu Han felt tempted to visit Scholar Ye again and inquire about legendary talents. However, this seemed somewhat inappropriate, as there was a difference between the other party guessing and him admitting it outright. After some consideration, Fu Han decided he could investigate information about legendary talents on his own. In any case, it was better not to ask proactively in the short term. At the moment, the most important thing was naturally to try out his new ability. Chapter 16, Striking It Rich. Fu Han had some slime stardust fragments on hand. Though they were quite small, they were good enough to test the skill. So he took out the fragments right then and there, letting Big Jade Hand attempt to absorb them. Unfortunately, ordinary slimes didn't possess any skills, and after absorbing several in a row, Fu Han ended up with nothing. This didn't come as a surprise to Fu Han. He was just daydreaming that his cheat ability might have some other overpowered feature, so he figured why not give it a try. Fu Han still had 2 Thunder Slime Stardust fragments, and Thunder Slimes definitely had skills. He had even witnessed them casting them firsthand. Originally, he had planned to trade the Thunder Slime fragments for more money, but strength was obviously more important than money, so without hesitation, Fu Han let Big Jade Hand absorb them too. As the starlight from the fragmented stars gradually seeped into the core of the Great Jade Hand, the Soul Link likewise transmitted fragments of information into Fu Han's own core. The black hole swiftly absorbed these pieces, etching them into its dark cavity. Moments later, Fu Han realized the black hole had indeed distilled some skill-related information, but these fragments were incomplete and unusable, as if missing a third of their content. So Fu Han had the Great Jade Hand absorb another piece of the fragmented star. This time, just as he anticipated, the skill was pieced together into completion. Now Fu Han could teach the skill to other star beasts. Basic skill, Lightning Infusion, coats the body's surface with electricity, adding lightning damage to attacks while also retaliating against attackers with electric shock. This was the innate ability of the lightning slimes. Fu Han had even witnessed 2 slimes using it to unleash a powerful thunderstrike. However, that level of discharge was tied to the elemental composition of their lightning-infused bodies. Other star beasts would likely struggle to replicate the same effect. Unfortunately, Fu Han had already taught Little Purple the self-healing skill earlier, leaving his mental energy still depleted below full capacity. He couldn't impart new abilities just yet, otherwise, he would have eagerly tried transferring this skill to the creature to see what would happen. Guess I'll need Muchi to prepare some mental energy potions for me, though I wonder how much these leftover slime star fragments can sell for. The sky had already darkened. Fu Han sighed inwardly. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. The night passed without incident. The next day, Fu Han woke up a bit earlier than usual. As he washed up, he couldn't help but mock himself. Why am I acting as childish as a kid, too excited to even sleep? But since he was already awake, Fu Han simply got out of bed. The busiest spot in the academy at dawn was undoubtedly the training field, crowded with combat-type beastmasters practicing their skills in the early morning. There's no doubt that a beastmaster's physical fitness is crucial in combat, so those aspiring to become battle-oriented beastmasters consciously engage in regular training. Seeing this scene, Fu Han felt he should start training too. While imparting skills consumes a significant amount of energy and serves as a form of exercise, the frequency of skill transfers ultimately isn't high enough. Therefore, Fu Han decided additional physical training was necessary. Better to start today than postpone, Fu Han thought without delay, immediately beginning laps around the sports field. After 20 rounds, he was panting heavily and decided he'd pushed himself enough before heading to the main cafeteria. The main cafeteria was livelier in the morning than at other times, packed with poor students fresh from workouts and eating like starved ghosts. The waves of steaming buns being carried out couldn't meet the overwhelming demand. With each person consuming about 20 large buns on average, the cafeteria steamers were truly being put to the test. So Fu Han had another exercise session in the cafeteria. Thankfully, everyone kept their restraint and no one summoned their star beasts, otherwise, the morning would have gotten quite lively. By the time the steamed buns reached his mouth, they were absolutely delicious. After eating his fill, Fu Han realized he was drenched in foul sweat. With no other choice, he had to go back and wash up. This still counted as accumulating a bit of experience for his campus life. Next time, he'd wear something lighter for morning exercises. Before he knew it, Fu Han had arrived at the commission office again. To his surprise, the place was unusually quiet today, with only half the usual crowd. Without bothering to ask why, Fu Han went straight to exchange the slime star fragments for money. With the help of 2 student council attendants, the star fragments were quickly counted, in total, 136. How did you collect so many? That's amazing. In front of the 2 senior students, Fu Han still modestly said, I've been saving up for a while. Don't save up so much next time. For larger amounts, we can't pay you directly, we'll have to report and transfer it to your account. Fu Han quickly replied, that's fine, no rush. Alright then, 136 pieces at 80 each, totaling 10,880. We'll report it, and the latest you'll receive the deposit is tomorrow. Just sign here to confirm. Fu Han hastily took the senior's pen, signed the form, and left. After leaving the commission office, Fu Han headed toward the cultivation garden. He had 2 purposes for going to the cultivation garden. First, Muchi might be there, and second, behind the garden was the school's boundary wall. Beyond it lay a vast, overgrown wasteland where the thing Fu Han wanted could be found. When no one was looking, Fu Han ventured into the wilderness and searched for a long time. Eventually, he found a stone jade beast shaped similarly to the great jade hand from before. This is a way to conceal true strength. After all, the stone jade beast neither runs nor makes a sound, whether bound by contract or not makes no difference. As long as Fu Han reveals it at the appropriate moments for others to see, the timeline for the great jade hand's awakening could be significantly delayed. Tucking the stone jade beast into his backpack, Fu Han headed to the entrance of the cultivation garden and took out his terminal to message Muchi, I'm at the garden entrance. Are you here? Moments later, Muchi appeared at the entrance of the cultivation garden with a gloomy expression. Seeing his gloomy expression, Fu Han asked, what's wrong? Why the long face? Muchi sighed. We'll have to pay compensation, A damned ancient divine member has appeared in Belan, and now the academy won't let beastmasters below intermediate level leave the city. Of all times, we've run out of purified elemental water in stock. Now everyone's waiting for water, you can't buy it even with money. If I can't find purified elemental water soon, I'll have no choice but to refund my clients. Only then did Fu Han understand why the commission office felt so deserted today. This was the reason. The ancient divine member Muchi mentioned was probably the same one Sung Jie and the others had encountered. The current situation was likely that the academy had dispatched experts to investigate, keeping lower-level students confined to campus to prevent unnecessary casualties. And how exactly does one obtain this purified elemental water? Fu Han asked, raising an eyebrow, thinking to himself, was he about to stumble upon another lucky opportunity? Muchi said, the cheapest method is hunting water slimes. Their whole bodies are. The high-end approach requires synthesis, which is troublesome. Let me tell you, medicinal production absolutely relies on them. I'd even consider contracting a water slime. Always remember to collect them when you see water slimes in the future. How much do you need? Fu Han asked. Muchi replied, I only need 300 milliliters, but it's impossible to buy. Then if someone had extra, how much could it sell for? Fu Han pressed. Muchi raised an eyebrow and said, at the current market rate, someone would probably buy it even if we sold 100 milliliters for $500. Fu Han widened his eyes and shouted, go get a container. We're about to strike it rich. In the afternoon, a puzzled Muchi walked off shouldering the 10 liters of purified elemental water Fu Han had procured. Meanwhile, Fu Han stared at the water slime in his core space, its health now reduced to a mere 20%, severely injured. A twinge of guilt crept into his heart. Fu Han thought to himself, "Don't worry, once I earn some money, I'll upgrade your self-healing ability and make you even stronger, my dear water slime." Chapter 17, A New Skill. 10 liters of purified elemental water was still quite a lot. Muchi needed some time to arrange things, so Fu Han simply followed his usual routine of training, attending classes, and meditating while waiting for good news. During this period, Fu Han also found some time to look into the requirements for the Junior Beastmaster assessment. A novice Beastmaster merely needs to demonstrate their ability to control beasts. However, at the primary level, examinations for Beastmasters branch into different paths. For instance, functional Beastmasters like Muchi, who specialize in potion making, need not undergo combat assessments. Combat-oriented Beastmasters, on the other hand, must face battle evaluations conducted by training instructors. The difficulty isn't exceptionally high, it mainly involves combat drills with the instructor's star beasts, serving more as a learning experience than a rigorous test. Little Purple has survived in the wild for an extended period, possessing remarkable combat instincts. This level of trial shouldn't pose much difficulty for it. However, Fu Han isn't rushing to take the exam. He plans to wait for the arrival of the potion to enhance Little Purple's abilities first, ensuring a more secure approach before attempting the assessment. 3 days later, Muchi returned with good news. Coming from a merchant family, Muchi had a natural flair for business. He pretended to have a surplus of pure elemental water to sell, then slowly released it to the market. Not only did he fetch premium prices for the water, but he also earned gratitude from the alchemists who purchased it. This time, Fu Han didn't need to laboriously produce the camphor extract himself. He acquired 3 bottles through Muchi's connections, still at the friend discounted price of 8,000 per bottle. In the end, Fu Han obtained 3 bottles of camphor laurel extract and 20,000 credits, thanks largely to Muchi and the severely injured water slime. What surprised Fu Han was the significant performance gap between the water slimes, Self-Heal, Skill and Violet's, Darkness Mend. Violet recovered from near death to 60% health in just a few hours, while the slime took 3 days to go from 20% to 100%, only slightly faster than natural recovery. No wonder, Self-Heal is, after all, just a basic skill. For many star beasts lacking innate healing abilities, even a minor effect is better than nothing. At least it surpasses the meager recovery provided solely by the soul contract. For instance, the giant jade hand lacks self-healing capabilities. Its perfect health depends entirely on being tough enough. But Fu Han wasn't in a hurry to teach the giant jade hand self-healing either. For now, priority still lay in boosting Xiao Zi's combat power, as public appearances still relied on it. Besides, the indestructible giant jade hand didn't have much need for healing abilities in the first place. After obtaining the potion, Fu Han attempted to teach Xiao Zi the self-healing skill again, only to discover the beast could no longer learn it. Clearly, self-healing conflicted with dark healing. The only option was to engrave dark healing and then impart it to Xiao Zi to level up the skill. However, dark healing was an advanced skill, and Fu Han's first magnitude starlight still wasn't potent enough to forge it, so the plan had to be postponed. So Fu Han tried to teach Little Purple the lightning attachment skill. In truth, this lightning type skill might not be something Little Purple could learn, and Fu Han was merely testing it out. After all, if the skill imprint wasn't absorbed, it wouldn't consume any of his energy. Yet once again, the situation defied Fu Han's expectations. When Fu Han directed the lightning attachment skill imprint toward Little Purple's star, he distinctly felt a sense of rejection. This was because lightning attachment was incompatible with Little Purple and couldn't be learned. Just as Fu Han was about to give up, Little Purple's dark energy surged forth yet again. Then without further ado, the dark energies coiled around the skill imprint and dragged it into Little Purple's star. Moments later, when Little Purple's star had calmed down, Fu Han quickly checked its status. Name, Purple. Species, Wolfkin lineage. Evolution level, Initial. Attribute, Animal type. Base stats, 141, Common tier. Beast level, 16. Health, 61% dark corrosion aftereffects, maximum health reduced by 27%. Starving. Abilities. Basic trait, Wolfkin adaptation. Wolfkin possess exceptional perseverance, maintaining superb stamina and endurance even without food for extended periods. They also have strong adaptability, capable of surviving in diverse situations. Special trait, Dark Core, dramatically enhanced perception and control over dark elemental forces. Basic skill, Cooperation, easier to find opportunities to attack an opponent's weak points when fighting alongside a partner. Advanced skill, Dark Healing LV1, absorbs dark energy to heal, significantly boosting self-recovery ability, while converting dark energy attacks into healing. Intermediate skill, Shadow Empowerment LV1, coats the body in dark energy, blurring the figure and adding dark-type damage to attacks. Looking at Shioji's lengthy skill list, Fu Han felt a surge of joy in his heart. It had indeed learned another mutated skill, and an intermediate one at that. Little Purple's skill set is actually exceptionally outstanding, with 3 unique abilities: Dark Core, Dark Healing LV1, and Shadow Empowerment LV1. Strangely enough, Little Purple's own attributes haven't changed. Because of this, it remains part of the Beast faction. As everyone knows, the Beast faction is weak against the Dark faction, and the Dark faction is weak against the Light faction. But judging by Little Purple's skill set, it counters other Beast types while not being weak to Light types. With Dark Healing, it should even dominate other Dark types. Pretty strong, Fu Han mused. However, Little Purple paid a considerable price for these 3 skills. The lingering effects of Dark Erosion reduced its maximum health by 27%, likely condemning it to remain a perpetually wounded wolf. But being wounded has its advantages. Fu Han recalled several skills in his memory that could only be activated when health wasn't full, and some even grew stronger the lower the health. From now on, he could focus on collecting such skills for Little Purple. If there was any drawback, it was the slightly low base stats, only 141 points. Thinking this, Fu Han couldn't help but laugh at himself. My standards have really gone up, huh? Even 141 points seems low now. Back then, the Stone Jade Beast only had 100 points, and yet it became a Lord rank. Maybe Little Purple will have its own opportunities in the future. Let's just take it one step at a time. The most urgent issue at hand is dealing with Little Purple's hunger. In the following period, Fu Han began enhancing the skills of his star beasts with the help of potions. Fu Han discovered that although he possessed first-tier Starlight, he still couldn't forge the imprint of intermediate skills because his spiritual strength remained insufficient. As a result, neither Big Jade Hand's Jade Light Barrier nor Little Purple's Shadow Empowerment could be upgraded, and currently these 2 skills were precisely the ones that could most enhance combat effectiveness. Fortunately, teaching skills to star beasts was an excellent way to train mental strength, so Fu Han had no choice but to continue upgrading their basic skills. First, he taught Boulder Paw the self-healing LV22 skill. Teachings were just enough to raise it to level 2 without waste. Now even a rock-based lifeform like Boulder Paw could heal its own injuries, albeit with limited effectiveness, which was still better than nothing. Next, he also upgraded the self-healing skill of the water slime to level 2 or precaution in case of extreme circumstances where water might be unavailable. After that, Fu Han focused on diligently improving Boulder Paw's levitation skill. Although levitation LV3 was already quite functional, there weren't any more suitable alternatives, so he chose to enhance it further. Reducing energy consumption while increasing carrying capacity made for worthwhile improvements. A few days later, the floating skill of Big Jade Hand advanced to level 4, and on that very day, Fu Han suddenly felt his psychic power grow significantly stronger. Unlike the usual subtle, almost imperceptible increments, this enhancement was substantial, a qualitative leap resembling the ascension of one's Starlight rank. Though Fu Han had limited understanding of psychic power, he believed his psychic level had truly advanced. Now, Fu Han could finally upgrade to intermediate skills. However, manifesting such skills required far more psychic energy and Starlight, extending his recovery period to 4 days. The reason for taking so long was mainly because the Borneal Camphor Tonic was becoming less effective. Fu Han realized he might need a higher-grade mental enhancement supplement, but for now, he still had 2 bottles of Borneal Camphor extract left. He decided to use them up first. During such a lengthy recovery period, Fu Han didn't remain idle. He maintained appropriate physical training without pause, and his daily meditation practice was naturally indispensable. Moreover, Fu Han added a new training routine, skill practice in the sealed training room. In fact, star beasts could improve their skill levels simply by using their own abilities more frequently. The training rooms were always packed daily, filled with beastmasters guiding their star beasts in skill drills. Cases like Fu Han's, where innate talent accelerated skill progression, were the exception. Given how resource-intensive intermediate-level skills were, Fu Han couldn't possibly shoulder the entire burden of their improvement. Thus, the 2-hour sealed training sessions each day became compulsory. The month ended with such fulfilling progress. The camphor extract ran out, but both Fu Han and his star beasts had achieved remarkable improvements. Big Jade Hand's level increased from 11 to 14, with levitation reaching level 4, Jade Radiance Shield advancing to level 2, and mastering the level 2 self-heal skill. Meanwhile, Purple One's level rose from 16 to 17. Its Shadow Empowerment reached level 3, significantly enhancing its dark elemental attack effects. The Water Slime's self-heal skill also improved to level 2, and under Fu Han's Starlight Nourishment, its beast rank grew from level 9 to 10. The Moonlight Spectre's level had also increased from 2 to 5. It could be said that the entire team's improvement was quite noticeable, which of course was partly due to Fu Han's hidden growth enhancement talent quietly taking effect. The slight regret was that the Great Jade Hand couldn't learn Shadow Empowerment, nor could Little Violet master Jade Radiance Barrier. As the month drew to a close, there was one matter that could no longer be delayed: the qualification assessment for Junior Beastmasters. After becoming a junior beastmaster, one would receive a monthly stipend of 5,000 Federation credits automatically deposited into their account. That means if Fu Han doesn't obtain his junior beastmaster qualification by the end of the month, he'll miss out on this month's 5,000 yuan allowance. Such a large sum of money was naturally not something he could bear to lose. Thus, on July 31st, Fu Han readied himself and headed to the university's General Affairs Office. Chapter 18, Holding Sincerity and Keeping Faith. To Fu Han's surprise, there were so many people just like him, squeezing in at the last minute to claim the allowance. The administration office was bustling early in the morning, and most of them were there to take the beginner qualification exam. Luckily, Fu Han arrived early and was scheduled for the afternoon session, otherwise, he might have been pushed to the next day. In the afternoon, the first part consisted of some mechanical fitness tests. Fu Han completed them with relative ease, and the instructor in charge was very satisfied, stamping his form with a red mark indicating excellent. After the fitness tests came the Starlight level assessment, which was done using a machine. Fu Han simply had to stand still. Once the test was over, he saw the instructor write level 12 on his form. Fu Han was pleasantly surprised to find he had already reached level 12. The boost from the source essence must have been substantial, and his recent efforts had clearly paid off. After the basic tests concluded, combat-focused beastmasters like Fu Han were required to proceed to the training grounds for practical combat assessments. The academy placed great emphasis on student privacy, so the assessment would still take place in a sealed training room, an environment Fu Han was quite familiar with. Inside the training room, the examiner waiting for him was a male instructor around 30 years old, accompanied by his massive, armored landworm, Star Beast. The armored ground dragon is a large animal-type star beast with short legs and a long tail. Its entire body is encased in a keratinous shell. Its lengthy tail is tipped with hammer-like keratinous growths, which it uses to attack intruders. This star beast excels in defense and specializes in counterattacks. Additionally, the armored ground dragon possesses exceptional load-bearing capacity, often serving as a mount. It can also be outfitted with heavy firearms as an offensive measure. Of course, the ground dragons used to assess newcomers would never be equipped with heavy weaponry. At this moment, the armored ground dragon was sprawled on the ground, drowsing. The instructor leaning against the dragon wearily rose upon seeing Fu Han enter, sluggishly accepting his registration form. It appeared both dragon and human were thoroughly exhausted. Glancing at the form, the instructor gestured toward the open space beside them and instructed, "Summon your star beast." Fu Han quickly stepped onto the empty ground and summoned Little Purple, making it sit obediently by his leg. At the sight of Little Purple, the instructor's eyes lit up. "Oh, a variant color, not bad at all. What level is it?" Fu Han replied, "Level 17. The mentor nodded again and asked, "Have you mastered any offensive skills?" Fu Han nodded and replied, "I have." "Good." With that, he walked over to his armored drake and kicked it while commanding, "Get up and work." The kicked, armored drake slowly rose to its feet, then gradually turned sideways toward Fu Han. Afterward, the keratinous armor on its body began emitting a silvery blue glow. At this moment, the instructor pointed at the cave dragon and instructed, "Alright, have your little wolf take a hit at it, use a skill." Fu Han froze slightly and said, "This isn't appropriate." The mentor clicked his tongue impatiently. "Enough nonsense, hurry up." Seeing the instructor was growing irritated, Fu Han hesitated no longer. "Little Violet, Shadow Strike." Then Little Purple activated, Shadow Empowerment, and an abyssal purple mist instantly enveloped its body as it dispersed from its form. Seeing Little Purple suddenly shrouded in darkness, the mentor froze momentarily. He thought to himself, "I've never seen this skill before?" But then he reconsidered, how could a mere 17-level star beast possibly break through the defensive aegis of his level 36 armored landworm? Next, the mentor only heard Fu Han command, "Go." The very next instant, the shadowy figure abruptly accelerated like a dark bolt of lightning, straight toward the landworm's rear. It was the precise blind spot where the defensive aegis couldn't reach. Seeing this, the mentor immediately sensed danger and hurriedly shouted, "Dodge." Yet his Geo Drake showed no reaction. It wasn't that the creature disobeyed, but rather it simply hadn't detected the attack and thus had no idea how to evade. The Shadow Enhancement ability that blurred one's form wasn't very effective against tamed beasts. Unless in complete darkness, the shadowy silhouette transformed by Little Violet could still be easily noticed. But for astral beasts it was different, especially those with poor color discrimination, who would find tracking its traces particularly difficult. As luck would have it, the armored land dragon happened to be one of those star beasts with poor vision, so it didn't react at all. Little Violet had been ordered to attack with full force, showing mercy wasn't even a thought that crossed its mind. In the blink of an eye, it positioned itself behind the dragon's tail, raised its claws, and pounced. Thud! A soft sound rang out as dark shadows came swirling from where the dragon's tail had been struck. Ruoar! The land dragon then let out a piercing howl before desperately trying to flee forward. The mentor's eyes immediately widened in shock. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect a forest wolf to unleash a darkness-type attack, and with such devastating force at that. A single strike had severed the tail of his level 36 armored land dragon. In truth, little Violet even wanted to pursue the attack, but Fu Han hurriedly called it back to his side the moment he saw the land dragon's tail being severed. Little Violet's obedience was impeccable, always following Fu Han's commands to the letter. The unlucky land dragon narrowly escaped further disaster. This is unreal. The mentor clutched his head, exclaiming, This is absurd. The instructor picked up the severed tail of the land dragon, then walked over to where it was cowering in the corner, scratching his head. Well, at least that means we can call it a break now. It wasn't hard to tell that the instructor was in a foul mood at the moment. Fu Han also felt somewhat guilty, while Xiaozi butted his hand, clearly seeking praise. Fu Han gave its head a pat, acknowledging its efforts. Just then, the instructor snapped with exasperation. Bah, go get your clearance stamp yourself and scram. Honestly, I told you to aim for the shell, and you went for the tail. Unbelievable. Actually, this isn't Little Purple's fault, it's all Fu Han's teaching. Every day during 2 hours of combat drills, aside from practicing skills, Fu Han mostly taught these tactics: flanking, attacking from behind, targeting the legs, feinting, deception, and ambushes. He barely touched upon honorable combat principles. Plus, their usual training partner was Big Jade Hand. Hand here was tough as nails. After all this training, he'd never even lost a drop of blood. So Little Purple had always fought without restraint. Moreover, Little Purple had the cooperation, skill, and was particularly adept at finding an opponent's weak spots. And so, the current scene unfolded. Fu Han himself never expected that the sturdy-looking armored land dragon would have its tail severed by Little Purple in just one strike. Fearing his mentor might change his mind, Fu Han quickly trotted over to pick up the form he had placed on the ground, then located the approval stamp and hastily pressed it onto his own paperwork. Just then, the mentor spoke again. Forget it, I'll do it myself. With that, he dropped the dragon's tail and strode over purposefully. Fu Han said awkwardly, I've already stamped it. The mentor frowned, took the form and glanced at it, then sighed, You've really done it now. How could this forest wolf use dark attribute attacks? Dark counters beast type. That poor thing must be in bad shape. As he spoke, the mentor picked up the excellent stamp, then pressed it down again over the qualified mark. Fu Han scratched his head sheepishly. I somehow grasped it while absorbing stardust fragment, probably just dumb luck. Still visibly displeased, the mentor furrowed his brow as he handed the form back to Fu Han. Go on. If anyone asks, just say I stamped the wrong one by mistake. Fu Han took the form and quickly bowed in thanks before hurrying away. Outside, he could still hear the instructor shouting behind him, Next candidate. You won't believe this, but my Earth Dragon got injured. Next. What horrible luck. As jeering voices rose, Fu Han broke into a sprint, darting away like the wind. In the blink of an eye, Fu Han returned to the administration office. The instructor handling paperwork stared at his form in bafflement before asking, How come your combat assessment has 2 stamps? Was it merely passing or excellent performance? Fu Han said, It's qualified. The instructor stamped it wrong the first time. In truth, both qualified and excellent meant passing the assessment, with no real difference. Fu Han figured he should keep a low profile, so he didn't reveal the truth. Oh, the female instructor entering the data adjusted her glasses and began recording the information. Why didn't you just say excellent? Both stamps are there anyway. After a brief internal struggle, Fu Han explained, Well, when it comes to being a person, honesty is the most important thing. The instructor studied Fu Han briefly, then nodded without further comment. However, when inputting his records, she added a note in the remarks section, devoted to integrity, virtuous in character and demeanor. Chapter 19, A Pity. Fu Han didn't gloat over defeating the tutor's star beast. He clearly understood that the land dragon was likely the tutor's mount-type star beast, primarily used for carrying loads rather than combat. Yet even this was already beyond what ordinary examination students could hope to challenge. Little Purple severing its tail involved far too many coincidences. If that tutor had truly deployed their main battle star beast, not even Little Purple and Big Jade Hand combined would stand a chance. Thus, the honest and upright Fu Han obtained his basic qualification with inner calm, his greatest concern remaining the matter of his stipend. Just after leaving the General Affairs office, Fu Han immediately checked his balance, and finally received the notification of his allowance deposit during dinner. Only then did Fu Han breathe a sigh of relief. He hadn't missed it after all. In truth, obtaining the junior qualification meant more than just a modest allowance. It symbolized Fu Han's official recognition and acceptance into the Beastmaster community. The most tangible reflection of this was the unlocking of several previously inaccessible functions on his terminal, such as Beastmaster advisory bulletins. It was only after this feature unlocked that Fu Han learned the Godslayer faction causing trouble in Whitewood Forest had been apprehended. The travel ban for low-rank Beastmasters had also been lifted. Aside from consultation, the most important feature is the Beastmaster Exchange, which displays numerous local and cross-regional trading posts. The most commonly traded commodity is stardust fragments. Each fragment is authenticated and guaranteed by authoritative institutions, and transactions are conducted through auctions with both parties' information concealed. Fu Han truly needed this feature. Recently, he had been thinking about using his spare funds to acquire some star fragments, but was frustrated by the lack of reliable channels. Now that this function existed, it made things much more convenient. Unfortunately, after refreshing the trading post in the cafeteria for half an hour, I still couldn't find a suitable star fragment. Either I didn't have enough money, or, well, I just didn't have enough money. It was utterly tedious. Guess I still need to earn money. After Fu Han sold his last 10 liters of purified elemental water, he quickly stabilized the Academy's purified water market. Within days, the Academy's supply was replenished from external sources, driving the price down to a level Fu Han couldn't even be bothered dealing with. Now that the Academy's outbound restrictions have been fully lifted, purified elemental water will keep plummeting to cabbage-level prices. The water-selling route is completely hopeless at this point. After some thought, Fu Han figured it was about time to make a trip outside the city. Tomorrow he'd scout the commission office. If nothing suitable turned up, he could always consider sweeping through Balan's slime fields. As he walked and pondered, Fu Han suddenly realized he had once again subconsciously slipped into the narrow alley behind the main cafeteria. Who would have thought he still had the habit of walking dark alleys alone? Just as this thought crossed his mind, several beefy men in tank tops emerged from the far end of the alley. Squinting for a better look, Fu Han recognized them. Wasn't that short hair's older brother, the muscular version? No way, right on schedule, Fu Han thought in astonishment. At this moment, the muscular guy with buzzcut hair shouted, "Not bad, rising fast, eh? Well then, it's time for you to pay back double." Just from the buzzcut musclehead's tone, Fu Han immediately knew this was a challenge for a wager duel. The real purpose behind the Academy's wager duel rules was to give students a legitimate outlet to vent their grievances. After all, these were all beastmasters with combat capability. Better to settle disputes openly on the surface rather than letting resentment fester in the shadows. Who knows what kind of hatred might erupt once they leave campus? Thus sparring matches between classmates were quite popular within the Academy, with some even camping out at training grounds daily seeking opponents. But actual wager duels that bred genuine hostility were relatively rare. I never expected that right after obtaining my beginner qualification today, the muscular buzzcut guy would come knocking at my door. ZZZZ. The muscular buzzcut wasted no time in small talk, directly sending a duel challenge to Fu Han's terminal. Fu Han opened his terminal to read, "Novice Beastmaster Luo De challenges you to a Beastmaster duel. The loser must pay the winner 35,880 Federation credits. Accept challenge?" The amount matched exactly what was in Fu Han's account balance. Clearly, the other party had maxed out the payment. "Better take the deal," one of them sneered. "Pay up the 35,880, and we'll let you off. Otherwise, we'll come looking for you every single month." The group of burly men grinned menacingly at Fu Han. Fu Han clicked his tongue and sighed, "Alright then." With that, he tapped the accept button. They hadn't left Fu Han any room to back down, not that he had any intention of doing so. He trusted Xiao Zi's strength, and if push came to shove, De Yusho could always step in. After accepting the challenge, Fu Han silently summoned Little Purple. Sensing Fu Han's fighting spirit, the creature eagerly licked its lips. The muscular men in vests initially froze at the sight of the dark-hued Little Purple, but soon realized it was just an aberrant-colored forest wolf. They immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Fu Han had no idea what they found so funny. The buzzcut guy with bulging muscles scoffed, "I thought that rock of yours had evolved. Turns out you contracted this thing? Tough break. You might as well forfeit now." Just then, a brawny man in a tank top cut in. "You must have never heard of Brother Luo's reputation, huh? Trying to beat the hirsute demon with an animal-type star beast, well that's a bold move, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Fu Han burst into laughter. He never expected Crew Cut, all brawn and muscle, to have such an over-the-top, shunny-style nickname. For some reason, just looking at that buzz cut and hearing him called Haired Rakshasa struck Fu Han as absurdly funny. Before he knew it, a laugh escaped his lips. Fu Han's chuckle indeed effectively provoked the muscular, buzzcut man, who sneered coldly and retorted, "Humph, let's see if you can still laugh later." With that, the muscular buzzcut summoned his star beast, a floating black furball suspended midair, its shaggy coat concealing a pair of stubby white horns. Fu Han immediately recognized this star beast, the Devourer. Glutton. A rare dark-type star beast, its appearance resembles a black furball with a pair of white horns. Beyond this, there are no other organs discernible to the naked eye. Despite its harmless appearance, it is an extremely powerful dark-type predator. It kills its prey using dark energy, then slices and sucks them into its body for digestion. Bizarrely, the glutton has an enormous appetite, feeding on all living creatures that move, frequently exterminating every animal in an entire region. After gorging itself, it hides in darkness to slowly digest, then moves to new hunting grounds to continue its slaughter. The glutton is exceptionally fierce and cunning, with a racial value of 389, classifying it as an elite-level star beast. Its desire to attack and hunt is extraordinarily intense, truly a highly dangerous star beast. Due to its extreme danger in being a star beast one might potentially encounter in the eastern continent, teachers repeatedly emphasize in class that encountering it requires immediate evacuation. It's a savage star beast to be avoided at all costs. No wonder this muscle-headed guy is so arrogant. Having such a powerful stellar beast does give him some capital for cockiness. However, judging from this glutton's body size, it hasn't been eating much recently, otherwise, food would have swollen its body considerably larger. Its white horn is still just a short stub, clearly indicating it's still a juvenile. Fu Han estimates its level definitely doesn't exceed 20. Which means this guy has already earned himself the ridiculous title of Hairy Raksha through this creature, yet the glutton isn't even fully grown yet. Apparently, this musclehead is just as broke as I am, the type who gets a good stellar beast but can't afford to raise it properly. No wonder he's been so petty and persistent over such a small sum of money. But regardless, the glutton remains an extremely powerful entity that completely counters animal-type beasts, otherwise this muscle-headed fellow wouldn't have earned himself such an edgy nickname. What a pity, it's dark-type. Fu Han smiled slightly to himself. Chapter 20, Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Fu Han smiled faintly in his heart. Dark-type attacks couldn't suppress Little Purple at all, especially dark-type star beasts that relied purely on dark energy assaults. They stood virtually no chance against Little Purple. But Fu Han wasn't sure if the muscular crew-cut guy had any other star beasts. Not daring to be careless, he decided to use a surefire method. Little Purple, be careful, Fu Han warned. Hearing Fu Han's warning, Little Purple immediately understood. It whimpered twice fearfully and hid behind Fu Han. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the muscular men burst into laughter. Afraid? Too late. The crew-cut guy became even more smug as he stepped forward and shouted, Glutton, merge. The dark energy around the muscular buzzcut man began to dissipate, followed by a sinister flash as the gluttony beast dove into his body. Then, thin black tendrils sprouted from his hair and arms, covering his entire body like a black straw cloak in the blink of an eye. Only then did Fu Han truly understand why they called him the Hairy Rakshasa. Because his Beastmaster talent was Beast Fusion. Beast Fusion was also a common combat-type Beastmaster talent. This ability could significantly enhance the synchronization rate of the soul connection between Beastmaster and Stellar Beast, reaching the Unity realm. In this state, the Beastmaster and Stellar Beast would merge, with the Stellar Beast attaching itself to the Beastmaster's body and altering their physiology. The Beastmaster would gain most of the Stellar Beast's abilities while receiving a substantial boost to their physical attributes. The advantage is that it often creates combat effectiveness where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. While the drawback is that if either suffers damage, both will be injured. Take, for example, the group led by Tseng Jia whom Fu Han encountered in the White Forest before. That injured third-year student had this exact type of Beastmaster talent. After fusing with his Tiger Howl, he was struck by a Dark-type attack. Since Tiger Howl, being an animal type, was weak against Dark-type abilities, both of them ended up severely wounded. The muscular buzzcut stellar beast was a Dark-type gluttony. After fusion, his body didn't transform into a semi-animal state, instead, his body grew slender black tentacles, making him look downright menacing. No wonder he trained himself to be so muscular. It was probably because gluttony didn't provide much physical enhancement, so he had to compensate for that weakness himself. In fact, the muscular buzzcut guy revealed many flaws during his transformation. However, Fu Han chose to remain inactive, mainly because he'd never seen a fusion Beastmaster before. Today presented the perfect opportunity to broaden his horizons. As the muscular buzzcut finished his transformation, Fu Han took a slight step back, positioning himself behind Little Violet. Though the creature still appeared terrified, it stood resolutely in front of Fu Han without retreating an inch. The buzzcut man transformed, his entire aura turning sinister. His voice dropped to a low, heavy tone. Come on, let me show you the gap in our strength. Fu Han whispered softly, go. Little Purple charged forward at the command, swiftly pouncing toward the muscular buzzcut man, seeking death. Seeing this wolf pup of Fu Han's daring to attack first, the muscular buzzcut man cursed angrily and immediately raised his hand toward Little Purple. Then a dark light flashed from his palm as he fired a black energy beam straight at the creature. Look out! Fu Han shouted. Little Purple was still struck by the dark energy. Instantly overwhelmed with pain, it struggled briefly before collapsing motionless on the ground. On the other side, Fu Han hastily retreated 2 steps, widening the distance between himself and Xiao Zi. The muscular man with the crew cut walked over to Xiao Zi, glanced at the barely breathing wolf cub, and said arrogantly, I told you before, just admit defeat and it'll be over. Then he turned and advanced toward Fu Han, only to see that Fu Han was already cradling the stone jade beast in his hands. Looking down on Fu Han from his superior height, the crew-cut muscleman laughed and said, ha ha, even a fool knows not to pick a rock. You're dumber than an idiot. As he spoke, his fist rose high, poised to strike Fu Han in the face. Fu Han knew it was about time, there was no point in prolonging the act any further. With a cold voice, he commanded, "Little Violet, bite him." The words "bite him" sent a jolt of alarm through the muscular, buzzcut man. His younger brother had warned him how this guy had once thrown a rock when he'd said those very words. So the muscular man stayed wary of Fu Han's hands, anxious not to be outsmarted at the last moment. The moment he heard Fu Han shout "bite him," he instantly raised his guard. And the next moment, excruciating pain shot through his butt. The muscular crewcut turned around and saw, to his horror, a dark shadow clamped onto his rear, its outline unmistakably that of the half-dead woodland wolf. How could it The crewcut man howled in agony. Before he could comprehend why, Little Purple unleashed a surge of dark energy, the soul-piercing pain made his head spin with torment. "Luo, look out," his companion warned at that moment. In his dazed state, Luo De quickly turned around, only to see Fu Han already leaping high into the air, the stone in his hand having turned jade-colored. Thud! The next instant, the jade stone smashed into the muscular skinhead's jaw. Luo Da's vision went dark as he lost consciousness. Then the long hair on his body rapidly shed, and in the blink of an eye, Glutton also appeared by his side, collapsed motionless on the ground. The battle ended in just a few words. Little Purple, pretending to fall, launched a sneak attack from behind, while Fu Han leaped high to deliver the finishing blow. The entire process was witnessed clearly by the muscle-bound men. They saw with their own eyes how Little Purple, upon Fu Han's command, suddenly transformed into a black shadow that stunned Luo Da's backside. They also saw the ruthlessness in Fu Han's eyes when he jumped into the air. This time, they were genuinely a little afraid. Their opponent was not only ruthless but also too cunning. After landing, Fu Han casually put the stone jade back into his bag. Then, patting Xiaozi who had come to bask in his praise, he said, "I'll buy you something delicious later." With that, Fu Han pried open Xiaozi's mouth to remove the shreds of cloth stuck between its teeth. Next, Fu Han straightened up and leisurely took out his terminal to check. The brawny men really wanted to check on Luo Da's condition, but with Fu Han standing there, they didn't dare. Seeing that the terminal had already signaled victory, Fu Han quickly checked his balance. Finding the money had been deposited, he contentedly put away the terminal and strode purposefully toward the group of brawny men. The muscular men instinctively retreated backward. Fu Han chuckled and asked, "Tomorrow's duel eligibility resets, who's up for it?" "Same as before?" The brawny men shook their heads like rattledrums. Fu Han expressed regret, "Don't be shy, just some friendly sparring. 10,000 per round works too." The musclemen shook their heads like deranged rattledrums. "Then, I'll leave the Honorable Lord Fluffy Rakshasa in your care. Should I call the medical team?" The muscular men continued shaking their heads. Fu Han nodded, stepping forward politely to say, "Excuse me." The brawny men promptly pressed themselves against the wall to make way for Fu Han. Only after he had cheerfully passed through did they hurriedly gather around Luo De, lifting him clumsily before carrying him out of the alley. Seeing their wretched state, Fu Han kindly said, "Safe travels." At his words, their footsteps quickened noticeably. Fu Han added cheerfully, "Come visit again sometime." The group promptly vanished at the alley's far end. Chapter 21 The Fault Line Treasury. Throughout the day, Xiaozi performed exceptionally well. During the assessment, it executed the tactics Fu Han had drilled with it. When dealing with Luo De, it accurately understood Fu Han's commands, pretended to collapse, and then ambushed from behind. It could be said that Xiaozi perfectly displayed all the training drills they had practiced in the closed training room over the past period. This was certainly worth rewarding. So, Xiaozi's dinner was upgraded from ordinary fresh beef to the more flavorful lamb chops. Xiaozi greatly enjoyed the bone-in lamb chops, happily gnawing on them with relish. While Xiaozi was busy with the lamb chops, Fu Han browsed the auction house on his terminal. He even placed bids on 2 decent-looking star fragments, but his offers were quickly surpassed and outpriced beyond reach. It must be said that not having enough money for auctions really makes for a terrible experience. There was no other way, so Fu Han had no choice but to summon the Great Jade Hand and begin today's meditation practice. After his spiritual power leveled up, Fu Han needed much less sleep, so he dedicated all this extra time to meditation. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Fu Han still went for his usual morning exercise first, then came back to wash up and change into his official school uniform. A public lecture was scheduled in the Academy's Grand Hall today. A Master Beast Master from the Northern Alliance would teach a class on skills, focusing mainly on skill synergy and counterplay knowledge. Such lessons were precious, and no one would miss them. The difference was whether to attend in person or watch the recording later. Fu Han chose the former because the latter required payment. The public lecture was incredibly bustling, with many arriving early. Fu Han had thought he arrived quite promptly, yet he could only barely secure a seat in the very last row. After settling in, Fu Han pulled out his Jadestone Beast from his bag to use as a paperweight, mainly to show off to the entire class that his starter pet was a Jadestone Beast. The effect was indeed remarkable. Many classmates pointed and whispered about his paperweight, murmuring that he was the legendary one they'd heard about. Fu Han was quite satisfied with the results and simply waited quietly for the teacher's arrival. This instructor was someone who had participated in the Stellar Beastmaster Rivalry Tournament and achieved outstanding rankings, having witnessed all sorts of bizarre star-beast combinations and skill sets. His lessons were exceptionally engaging, as he recounted encounters with peculiar opponents on the tournament grounds and shared the mental journey of facing those eccentric foes. The classroom atmosphere was relaxed, with everyone listening and laughing. Only Fu Han sat there sweating as he frantically scribbled notes. No helping it. For others, this was just entertainment. Those bizarre combinations and effects were something they could never replicate anyway. But Fu Han was different. While others listened for amusement, he hung on every word as if they were pearls of wisdom, filling an entire notebook with meticulous notes. When class ended, everyone else rushed off to take photos with the teacher and get autographs, while Fu Han stayed behind sighing over his notes. There were still quite a few gaps in his understanding. Just then, a voice offered him a solution. If you feel you haven't learned enough, you can watch his videos. You could even purchase past lessons to review. Fu Han's eyes lit up as he nodded, instinctively asking, how much does it cost? Song Jia replied, not too expensive, just a few thousand per session. Was it 6,888 or 8,666? I can't remember exactly. Fu Han glanced up at Song Jia and thought to himself, he could have just robbed me outright, yet he went through the trouble of showing me a video too. What a guy. I'm seriously moved to tears. By this time, Fu Han's classmates had already left. Song Jia took the opportunity to sit down beside him and asked, do you want to become a competitive beastmaster? Is that why you've been deliberately hiding your abilities? Fu Han casually flipped through the notebook and said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Song Jia said, you just blatantly placed the stone jade beast on the table. Are you trying to announce to everyone that it hasn't evolved into a great jade hand yet? Fu Han's expression changed as he asked curiously, what's the jade hand? Song Jia shook his head without answering the question and instead said, I heard you gave the Luo family's older brother another lesson yesterday. Fu Han quickly waved his hands and replied, not at all, I just barely managed to win by defending myself. Song Jia said, I heard that Luo De is extremely displeased. He believes your victory was underhanded. Fu Han frowned slightly and asked, did he threaten to come back and cause me trouble? Song Jia shook his head and said, yes, but his lackey covered his mouth, and he stayed quiet after calming down. Fu Han raised an eyebrow and asked, how do you know all this so clearly? Song Jia said, I was there. Thanks to you, Xia Yuchen is doing much better. Yesterday, we visited him at the school infirmary and happened to run into Luo De. Fu Han waved his hand dismissively and turned his gaze back to the notebook. Whatever this Tuafu is, I don't get what you're talking about. Song Jia said, then let's discuss something you do understand, reliable intel from a special source. Knowing Song Jia was no ordinary person, Fu Han immediately perked up his ears to listen. The remnant of the old gods we encountered earlier in White Grove was captured alive. The Academy interrogated him and learned his purpose. He was in White Grove because he'd received a revelation from the old gods. There's an entrance to a fault-line treasure vault hidden in White Grove. He was searching for that entrance, though he was caught by the Academy before finding it. And now, the Academy has already located the entrance. Fu Han's eyes instantly widened as he scanned his surroundings, only then realizing everyone had already left, only he and Song Jia remained in the classroom. The so-called Fault Vault refers to a custodial contract established with the god of time and space during the era of the old gods. At the supplicant's request, the god of time and space would conceal desired items within the fractures of space-time. The Fault Vault transcends the constraints of time and space, allowing access anytime, anywhere. Moreover, while sealed, time within the vault stands still. No matter how many years pass, its contents never decay. When the age of the old gods ended and they fell one after another, the god of time and space vanished as well. The Fault Vaults under K's governance became rare surviving treasures from a bygone era. Though the god of time and space is no longer present, ancient deities with comparable divine authority still lurk in the shadows. K kept rummaging through the treasure vaults within the spacetime rifts, then used K's limited divine authority to open a fixed spacetime crevice connecting to the rift vaults. This secret was then revealed to the ancient deities' devout followers who recited K's holy name. Artifacts, celestial beasts, and implements from the age of ancient deities are all connected to divine covenants. Not only are they powerful, but they can never be replicated or recreated. Typically, only the most invaluable treasures would be stored within rift vaults. Thus, discovering such an entrance essentially equates to stumbling upon priceless treasures. But what does this have to do with us? Fu Han asked. Everything. Song Jia lowered his voice. Such treasuries are typically used by extremely powerful overlords. They place certain restrictions to prevent intrusion by formidable adversaries while allowing their own servants to safely retrieve treasures. This particular treasury rejects entry to any being above first-class starlight, with the sole exception being its owner. Fu Han's eyes lit up. Have you or your star beasts reached second-class starlight yet? Song Jia inquired. Fu Han shook his head and said, of course not. As he spoke, he pointed to the stone jade beast on the table. Song Jia didn't even glance at the stone on the table. Instead, he said, the Academy has decided to select a few from the junior Beastmasters to enter the treasure vault. Besides exceptional strength, moral character is highly valued, so not many will be chosen. When the time comes, we'll split into groups to search for treasures separately. The Academy will reward anyone who finds anything valuable. Narrowing his eyes, Fu Han whispered, what if, by chance, I found something I wanted for myself? With a faint smile, Sang Jia replied, then it all depends on who you're teamed up with. So, you want to invite me to join you? Fu Han asked. Sang Jia nodded. Fu Han said doubtfully, why me? I'm really weak. Sang Jia smirked and replied, maybe, it's just a coincidence that I have a friend, who also raised a jade stone beast and saved a half-dead forest wolf. Aren't you also a jade stone beast and forest wolf pair? So I felt more familiar with you. Fu Han smacked his lips and asked, who else? Sang Jia replied, someone we can all trust, probably only from our class. Yi Niao? Fu Han suggested. Sang Jia nodded. Good choice. Just add Chen Zi and we'll have our full team. Chen Zi? Fu Han recalled that top student in his mind and then asked sheepishly, would that guy even want to team up with me? Sang Jia nodded. He'll definitely come if you're there. Fu Han thought to himself, huh? Does he have a crush on me? Why would he come just because I'm there? Then, Sang Jia added, he has OCD. The fact that the class group is still missing one person has been bothering him for ages. Fu Han froze in shock. How could such a thing happen? Chapter 22, The Way of Survival. The task of organizing the team was ultimately left to Sang Jia. Though he usually wasn't much for socializing, he seemed quite adept at forming parties for adventures. As for Fu Han, he simply waited for him to handle the work while leisurely heading off to eat, utterly unburdened. After lunch, Fu Han received a message from Scholar Yi. Come see me this afternoon, I have something to tell you. In the afternoon, Fu Han went to the library with questions on his mind, only to find that what the scholar wanted to say was exactly what Sang Jia had mentioned. The academy had located the entrance to the Fault Treasure Vault and planned to select first-tier Star Radiance students to explore it. The difference was that Scholar Yi explained the selection method to Fu Han in detail. The scholar said the academy would organize a survival training course soon, held at the wild breeding base of the Star Beast Propagation Center. All junior Beastmasters were required to participate not only as a training exercise, but also because the academy would decide who would be sent to the treasure vault based on their performance during the survival course. In the eyes of the Grand Scholar, a genius like Fu Han who could achieve legendary contributions was certain to be selected. Therefore, this time, his purpose was more to advise Fu Han on what to pay attention to in the treasury. First, he must find reliable teammates who can keep their mouths shut. Here, the Grand Scholar couldn't resist recommending a young man he knew named Yi Niao, an ambitious youth. Second, keep anything that can enhance your own strength. This includes, but is not limited to, fragments of world-shattering completion, source essence, star beasts, weapons, and equipment. Absolutely do not exchange these for academic credits with the academy, it's a terrible deal. Third, bring out some random items to bluff for credits, such as artworks, ornaments, jewelry, and other such mundane objects. Fu Han was slightly taken aback, never expecting the Grand Academician to outright teach him how to deceive the academy. But the Grand Academician explained that this was an unspoken rule understood by all. After all, the temporal rifts leading to the treasure vault were extremely perilous, so it was only reasonable for those who ultimately reached the vault to distribute the spoils. Finally, the Grand Scholar gave Fu Han his most important reminder. If I don't give it my all in this selection, getting chosen will be extremely difficult. And if I'm not selected, it'll be a tremendous loss. Only now did Fu Han truly understand the depth of the selection process. Before departure, the Grand Scholar specifically reminded Fu Han to bring back any ancient texts he might find, including inscriptions in archaic script, whether memorized or transcribed, none should be missed. Regarding this matter, Fu Han not only obediently agreed but also genuinely took it to heart. It wasn't that he coveted Elder Yi's precious knowledge, but rather that the old man had treated him well, and Fu Han wished to repay his kindness in some way. When leaving the library, Fu Han passed by the administration office again and noticed the queue of examinees remained as long as ever. Only then did Fu Han realize that they weren't like him, busily taking exams just for the allowances. Most of them wanted to attend survival courses to qualify for entering the Abyssal Treasury. Just listen to that name, Abyssal Treasury. A treasury. Who wouldn't want to go? However, Fu Han had heard a number from the Grand Scholar. The academy would select only 30 people to enter the treasury. Just 30 people. Looking at that long examination queue, how many others were hiding capabilities greater than his own? Fu Han felt overwhelmed by the pressure. So he didn't linger any longer and hurried home to organize his notes, determined to consolidate his strength before the selection began. Burying himself in study until late at night, Fu Han distilled many useful insights from today's lessons. He noticed that competitive Beastmasters all placed extraordinary emphasis on survival. Each possessed multiple life-saving techniques, every one of them boasting unexpected survival skills. After careful consideration, Fu Han reckoned this was the same logic as playing video games in his past life. If you're a dungeon raiding player, you'd naturally strive to maximize damage output, because the AI-driven enemies prioritize attacking whoever's right in front of them, like your tank. But if you're engaging in PvP, you'd have to sacrifice offensive power for survivability. Whether playing healer or DPS, you must ensure sufficient resistance to being focused down instantly. The reason lies in different targeting logic, like when Fu Han first encountered the Thunder Slime. He stayed safely distant while watching Big Jade Paw swat at it. The slime wouldn't go out of its way to hunt Fu Han down, just instinctively counterattacking whoever was hitting it. But imagine if you're facing off against someone in an arena. Unless they're a complete fool, they'll definitely prioritize taking down the Beastmaster first rather than wasting energy attacking the thick-skinned Star Beast. In that case, without sufficient self-preservation abilities, you'd lose very quickly in competitive matches. Although Fu Han had no intention of becoming a competitive type Beastmaster, he believed this high-level combat mindset pointed toward the right path of advancement. After all, Fu Han couldn't possibly keep battling slimes until graduation. Not to mention that higher-level astral beasts generally possess remarkable intelligence. Even Little Z had shown considerable cleverness. These creatures mastered the art of victory thoroughly, often scheming ways to bypass their Beastmaster opponents and strike at the vulnerable summoners themselves before being detected. Yet even low-tier Beastmasters like Fu Han constantly faced threats and fierce competition from their peers. Take the dual gambling system. It served as the Academy's brutal lesson to every Beastmaster. All had to understand this world operated on survival of the fittest, forcing each individual to carve out their own way to endure. Though the buzzcut fighter might lack tactical brilliance, his self-positioning was crystal clear as a predator through and through. Mu Chi, on the other hand, preferred to team up with others as one-yuan betting partners and hide in safe zones. Fu Han asked himself, while he might not prey on the weak like hyenas or vultures, he would never be the kind to huddle in safety. So, he had no choice but to confront threats from other Beastmasters. In the end, improving battlefield survivability and self-preservation was what Fu Han prioritized most. Previously, whenever Fu Han browsed the trading house, his eyes were always drawn to long-range attack skills. He felt his jade hands were already formidable enough. His real weakness lay in ranged or elemental offense. Fu Han learned a lesson today. No matter how tough Big Jade Hand is, that's Big Jade Hand's own business. When facing truly formidable enemies, he would likely become the primary target of concentrated fire in an instant. Unless he possessed talents like Sang Jie's life resonance, even Big Jade Hand's toughness might not guarantee his survival. With this realization, Fu Han began focusing his attention on skills that could enhance his survivability. After browsing the trading post for a few more hours, Fu Han came across a skill that piqued his interest: bioarmor. This skill originated from a peculiar star beast of the northern continent, the Frost Armor. Frost Armor. Frost Armor is a parasitic-type ice element star beast composed entirely of ice elements. They attach themselves to another northern continent star beast called Snow Trolls, serving as their living armor. The Snow Trolls then carry these frost armors while seeking areas with higher concentrations of starlight. Superficially, Frost Armor appears selfless, sacrificing itself to aid Snow Trolls. However, once sufficiently matured on its host, the Frost Armor will immobilize the Snow Troll's body and begin acting according to its own will. From this point onward, the Snow Troll, now completely encased in Frost Armor, begins its irreversible march toward death. If you encounter a Frost Armor-wrapped skeleton in the northern wastes, don't mistake it for an undead creature. That is simply the ice element, Frost Armor, in its final form. Bioarmor is an innate skill naturally possessed by Frost Armor. This ability allows the Frost Armor to transform its shape into armor suitable for its host and attach itself to them. Elemental constructs or metallic construct star beasts may potentially learn this skill, and even the rock lifeform Jade Giant Hand should be capable of acquiring this ability. Though the intermediate level skill, bioarmor, appears powerful at first glance, its actual applicability is remarkably limited. Chapter 23, The Arrival of Starshard. At first glance, the intermediate skill, bioarmor, appears powerful, but in reality, its practical applications are quite limited. First, very few stellar beasts can learn this skill. For example, the entire slime family can acquire it, yet even they can't transform into particularly impressive armor. Water, fire, and thunder slimes lack sufficient defensive capabilities when armored. Ice slimes risk frostbite damage to their beast masters while still offering inadequate protection. Even the seemingly suitable rock slimes suffer from the fatal flaw of excessive weight. Take Sangjie's Mercury Demon Blade for example. It doesn't need to learn this skill. As long as its volume is sufficient, it can envelop the entire Beastmaster's body. What's more, it can dynamically alter its form to assist in defense, far surpassing the capability of bioconversion armor. Other star beasts all share similar flaws, either insufficient strength, excessive weight, or inadequate size to provide ample protection. Most of the time, it's more practical to purchase a combat suit reinforced with alloy plating, lighter in weight yet higher in durability. Beastmasters who require this skill typically possessed Song-Jie's type of life resonance talent. However, they would simply contract an ice armor beast rather than fussing over ice armor techniques. But Great Jade Hand was different, it possessed levitation skills. Not only did Fu Han avoid carrying any weight, but the Great Jade Hand could also lift him into the air. Once the hand's levitation was maxed out, the effect against ground-type enemies would be absolutely devastating. Moreover, Handbro was genuinely sturdy, boasting formidable resistances. If it could armorize while simultaneously deploying the Jade Radiance Barrier, then Great Jade Hand could raise the shield while Fu Han moved. This way, the Jade Radiance Barrier would become mobile. The more Fu Han thought about it, the more this idea struck him as nothing short of monastic architecture. Temple **ahem** brilliant. What made Fu Han happiest was that the Frost Armor's star fragment was still very cheap. The market price of star fragments is greatly influenced by the skills they contain. If it's a popular skill, the price will naturally be steep. If it's a niche skill, it will be sold as ordinary star fragments, with the price only related to their star grade and size. The Frost Armor's star fragment also has a unique characteristic. Because snow monsters are a type of star beast that is highly destructive and numerous, Beastmasters in the north often have to form teams to eliminate them. As a result, the accompanying Frost Armor star fragments have become abundant and are very easy to purchase. Fu Han took a look. A first-grade Frost Armor star fragment, about the size of a fist and containing roughly 20 units of starlight, had a fixed price of only 15,000 bucks. Calculated, it's about the same price as a second-grade artificial star fragment, truly a bargain. With a bit of patience, it's even possible to snag one for as low as 13,000 in an auction within 3 days. But with the selection imminent, Fu Han didn't have much time to spare. Checking his balance of over 71,000, Fu Han didn't hesitate, he directly bid on 4 first-class Frost Armor star fragments at a fixed price and waited for the courier to deliver them. Early the next morning, Fu Han arrived at the sealed training room to test his idea. The training method was quite simple, summoning Jade Hand and Little Purple to play a game of eagle catching chicks, with Little Purple playing the role of the eagle. Fu Han wanted to see how much survival pressure he would truly endure under the full protection of the Great Jade Hand. For the first round, Fu Han instructed the Great Jade Hand to deploy the Jade Radiance Barrier to observe how Little Purple would respond. Initially, Little Purple attempted to quickly approach Fu Han, only to collide with the Jade Radiance Barrier and get bounced back, momentarily dazed. However, it soon discovered that by slowing its movements, it could easily pass through the barrier. This revealed a flaw in the Jade Radiance Barrier. While the energy field effectively blocked energy attacks and projectiles, an opponent could bypass it simply by moving slowly through it. In other words, the Jade Radiance Barrier was strong against ranged attacks but weak against close-quarters combat. If Fu Han faced a sudden assault, he would have to command the Great Jade Hand to withdraw the barrier to defend himself. If faced with opponents attacking from both near and far simultaneously, Fu Han would indeed be hard-pressed. The test continued. In the second round, Fu Han ordered Giant Jade Hand to block Little Purple with all its might, preventing it from approaching him. Being much larger in size with an exaggerated arm span, Giant Jade Hand effortlessly intercepted every attempt Little Purple made to breach its defense at first. However, Little Purple proved quite clever. Activating its shadow augmentation ability, its form gradually blurred, making it increasingly difficult for Giant Jade Hand to track its movements. After a few skillful leaps and turns, Little Purple vanished completely from Giant Jade Hand's line of sight. By the time the disoriented Giant Jade Hand spotted it again, Little Purple was already beside Fu Han happily munching on jerky. Relying solely on the Giant Jade Hand for protection still depends on the opponent's skill level. In the final round, Fu Han began guiding the Giant Jade Hand to point out Little Violet's location. This time, both the boy and the wolf were utterly exhausted. When even Little Violet lay down with her tongue hanging out, Fu Han thought he had one. But in that momentary lapse of vigilance, Little Violet immediately sprang up and darted back into Fu Han's arms. Fu Han couldn't help but laugh, finally understanding the meaning of the wolf feigns sleep. This little rascal was truly cunning. He stuffed 2 large pieces of jerky into Little Purple's mouth, bringing the test to an end. Fu Han now had a clear idea about relying on Big Jade Hand for protection. His theoretical judgment was indeed correct, solely depending on Big Jade Hand's guardianship was far from sufficient. Little Purple might not be weak, but there were undoubtedly many star beasts faster and more cunning than it. By then, Fu Han himself might struggle to locate his opponent's position, let alone direct Big Jade Hand to it. But if Big Jade Hand could be transformed into armor to be worn, the sense of security from that thought alone made Fu Han feel it was truly reliable. Then we'll wait for the Starbreaker to arrive. With these thoughts, Fu Han left the training ground and returned to meditate. 3 days later, Stardrift Academy announced its latest large-scale teaching activity, Wilderness Survival Course. Upon learning that all novice Beastmasters had to participate, the academy was filled with wails of despair. Fu Han was puzzled. With so many people busy testing their qualifications, he assumed everyone would be clamoring to participate. Yet judging by the current commotion, there seemed to be far more people crying to the heavens and beating their chests in protest. Could it be that most beast masters had no plans to brave the wilderness? Finally, after asking Muchi, he learned the truth. It was simply those pampered rich kids who refused to go. These spoiled brats might be inept at wilderness survival, but they were masters at creating scenes with their dramatic wailing, giving a false impression of overwhelming opposition. Non-combat-oriented beastmasters who specialize in support functions have strong objections to the random airdrop training program involving all students. The survival course conducted through random airdrops prevents pre-arranged team formations, leaving functional beastmasters unable to choose their ideal partners, hence their vocal protests. Much confessed he was among those protesters, having spent the entire night ranting in forum threads. Yet he knew venting in student forums wouldn't accomplish anything, which is why he sought out Fu Han, begging Fu Han to identify his location via tracking and escort him to the safe zone. Fu Han agreed, and only then did Mu Chi leave with a troubled expression, clearly genuinely reluctant to attend the survival class. This reaction wasn't surprising. With civilization highly developed, basic survival needs like food and warmth were no longer concerns. Accustomed to cushy lives, it was only natural that people no longer wanted to fight tooth and nail. Despite the students' dramatic wails, their preparations remained frantic. Star fragments, potions, even outdoor gear, prices for all these skyrocketed overnight. Were these kids simply ignoring the notice that stated nothing but terminals could be brought along, or did they have some sneaky way to smuggle items? Fortunately, Fu Han's star fragment had been ordered earlier and wasn't affected by the price fluctuations. That noon, Fu Han's star fragment package finally arrived. Without delay, he hurried back to his dormitory and began having the Great Jade Hand absorb the star fragment. Chapter 24, Bioarmor. Fu Han bought 4 ice armor star fragments in one go. Last time when refining the lightning slime skill, he only obtained 2/3 of the skill information from the first star fragment, and it took 2 fragments to master a single basic skill. The symbiotic armament was an intermediate level skill, and Fu Han worried that it might require more star shards to refine. So he bought 4 at once, leaving him with just over 10,000 yuan, not enough for another purchase, or he would have bought more. Thus, when feeding the first star shard to the Great Jade Hand, Fu Han was filled with unease. He dreaded the possibility that 4 might not be enough and he'd have to scrape together every last penny to get more. Fortunately, after absorbing the first star shard, Fu Han sensed he had gained about a quarter of the skill's information. Only then did the weight lift from his heart. Everything was under control. Unexpectedly, after absorbing the 3rd star shard, the Great Jade Hand's core suddenly shimmered with a ripple of starlight. Fu Han sensed carefully and realized that Big Jade Hand had reached level 15, and it had gained a new skill. Intermediate skill, Biomimetic Armor LV1, transforms into armor to protect its host. Ha! Fu Han froze. Big Jade Hand had independently awakened the Biomimetic Armor skill. Oh, my hand bro, if you'd said so earlier, I would have only bought 3. Complaining aside, Fu Bin's heart swelled with joy. The phenomenon of star beasts acquiring skills from stardust fragments is highly random. Fu Bin had heard numerous legends, cases where a beast comprehended 2 skills from a single fragment, or those rare instances when skills manifested from the very first attempt. But more common were tales of frustration, 70 or 80 fragments consumed, the star beast leveling up numerous times, yet not grasping a single bloody skill. For Great Jade Hand to master an intermediate skill after just 3 fragments? That was lottery tier fortune right there. The advantage of Big Jade Hand comprehending a skill on its own was that Fu Han saved the energy required to teach it once. In other words, Fu Han could now teach it another skill, upgrading it to level 2. How could Fu Han not be overjoyed? Continuing on, the 4th stellar fragment was also absorbed by the Greater Jadestone Hand. Fu Han inscribed the Yi Bioarmor skill as well, ensuring none of the mental energy required for imprinting was wasted. Without hesitation, Fu Han proceeded to impart the Yi Bioarmor skill to Big Jade Hand once more. After all, the sooner his mental energy was depleted, the sooner it could begin replenishing. The skill transfer went smoothly, and Giant Jade Hand's bio-equipment advanced to level 2. Fu Han, overwhelmed by intense exhaustion, quickly crawled into bed to sleep. The next day, Fu Han woke up very early. Since reaching level 2 in mental power, the side effects of skill impartation had diminished significantly. Previously, he would feel listless for several days, but now just one night's sleep restored his senses to normal. However, it still took several days of recovery before he could impart skills again. After getting up, Fu Han couldn't wait to summon the Great Jade Arms to test the Parasitic Armor skill. The Giant Jade Hand now seemed accustomed to floating, as it would always hover whenever summoned. So Fu Han commanded it to activate the Symbiotic Armor skill while maintaining its levitation. During the first activation of this skill, Fu Han sensed a questioning intent through their soul connection. The Giant Jade Hand seemed to be asking, "What type of armor should I transform into?" Fu Han was momentarily startled before his mind began recalling various armor designs he'd seen in films and games from his past life. The giant jade hand appeared to receive these mental images, transforming into streams of light that flowed over Fu Han's body. A cool, jade-like sensation spread across his skin as ice-colored armor gradually encased his entire form. The bio-armor integration was complete. Fu Han moved his arms and surprisingly felt no additional weight at all. Fu Han then attempted some full-body movements. He sensed the giant jade hand actively cooperating with him, making his motions remarkably agile. However, the dorm room's confined space limited his range of movement. He'd need to test it properly later in the training hall. Next, Fu Han tried levitation, but this time he failed. Maintaining the armored state required continuous expenditure of starlight energy from the giant jade hand, and the consumption was considerable. Simply sustaining the weight-reducing levitation effect on the armor itself was challenging enough. Achieving full levitation while carrying Fu Han proved impossible. Because of this, the armored jade hand couldn't activate the jade radiance shield, which was a bit disappointing. Fu Han estimated that there should be improvements once the skill level of biomechanical armor increased, especially since the jade hand's star rating was still relatively low now. With higher-grade stellar radiance in the future, simultaneously activating multiple skills would become effortless. After completing basic performance tests, Fu Han walked over to his full-length mirror to check out the appearance of the armor. At first glance, Fu Han couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Whoa, so damn cool." The design of the armor evolved from Fu Han's memories of in-game equipment, utterly badass. Moreover, the great jade hands themselves are crafted from translucent icy jade, refracting gorgeous beams of light when worn. Those golden patterns adorning the armor elevate its majestic aura even further. Even Fu Han never expected the armor to look this dashing. But it would be better if there was a visor to partially cover his face. Fu Han still wasn't too keen on being recognized by others. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a visor extended from his helmet, shielding his features from view. Fu Han smiled slightly and thought, "This is much better." Fu Han immediately summoned Jade Hand back and hurried straight to the training room to conduct a comprehensive test on the armor. First, the deployment speed of bio-armor was much faster compared to the first attempt. Fu Han speculated that the Great Jade Hand had memorized this configuration, which explained the accelerated armor transformation. Then Big Hand was genuinely tough. Though the armor was actually just a thin sheet, it couldn't be moved by conventional strength at all. No matter how Fu Han messed with it, he couldn't leave even a tiny mark on it. Fu Han also summoned Little Purple to give it a try. Little Purple struggled for a long time, even using its skills, its claws and teeth grinding with screeching sounds, but to absolutely no effect. If it weren't for the truly teeth-gritting noise it made, Fu Han would have thought Little Purple was slacking off. After all, from inside the armor, he genuinely didn't feel an ounce of pressure. This way, Fu Han gained enough confidence in his defensive capabilities, compared to before. When commanding the giant Jade Handguard, it was exhausting and yielded far worse results. And now, Fu Han could even choose to completely ignore attacks. Go ahead and strike. If you can break through my defense, then I concede. Of course, the Great Jade Hand wasn't truly invincible, it's just that its defensive capabilities far surpassed what should be possible at its current evolutionary tier. Fu Han felt that among beast masters of his rank, he already seemed virtually undefeatable. He wondered if even prodigies like Song Jia could leave so much as a scratch on the Great Jade Hand. Fu Han also tested running and jumping while wearing the armor, finding it felt no different from normal movement. After all, this was a symbiotic armor formed through soul bonding, the Great Jade Hand perfectly synchronized with his actions. A far cry from the parasitic relationship between snow wraiths and their ice armor. However, the Yi Bio armor skill consumes considerable energy and cannot be maintained for long. After testing it, Fu Han found that the Yi Bio armor lasts about 30 minutes before the astral radiance of the Great Jade Hand is exhausted. After that, it requires 2 hours of replenishing astral radiance within the core domain to restore it to full capacity. 2 hours to charge, 30 minutes of operation, not bad, I suppose, Fu Han mused. The main problem now is the lack of funds and time. There's simply no opportunity to further enhance the Great Jade Hand's skills, otherwise, its endurance could surely be greatly improved. Overall, the idea of transforming the Great Jade Hand into armor was a resounding success. Fu Han rested quietly afterward, waiting for the selection to begin. Chapter 25, Setting Off. 7 days later, at the break of dawn, a Leviathan-class helicopter transport was parked on the sports field usually used for ball games, its enormous rotor blades still rotating slowly, yet generating powerful winds that sent people staggering. Around the helicopter stood small groups of novice beast masters about to participate in the survival course. On the stadium bleachers lounged some idle senior students. They were shouting at the top of their lungs to intimidate the first-time survival course participants. "Go for it, youngsters. Make sure you come back alive." Though the novice beastmasters below the rotor blades could only catch fragments of the cheers, that particular phrase, "make sure you come back alive," struck deep chords in some of their hearts. Am I going to die by accident? Perhaps it was because the outdoor outfit issued by the academy was a bit too thin. Mu Chi huddled his neck into his windbreaker, shrinking timidly like a timid young bride. Fu Han was also furious at these words and gave Muchi a hard slap on the back. "Can you quit looking so pathetic? Is this really a matter of life and death?" he snapped. "Of course," Muchi replied with absolute certainty. "Many years ago, there was an incident where a parachute malfunction caused a student's death." Fu Han was taken aback and asked, "Did the academy lose a lot of money?" Muchi nodded and said, "Of course, but the parachute company suffered even worse losses. Going bankrupt wasn't enough, the academy sent people to confiscate the company president's personal assets. I heard he ended up homeless on the streets." Fu Han was slightly stunned, never expecting the academy to wield such authority. "We can actually confiscate someone else's private property?" Muchi pursed his lips and nodded. "Never, ever offend the Beastmaster Academy." Fu Han nodded deeply in agreement, then asked skeptically, "Then what the hell are you scared of?" Muchi retorted irritably, "Of course you're not afraid, you're the combat type. My star beasts just produce all sorts of leaves, fruit." Fu Han sighed and said, alright. This time I might as well help you contract another star beast, preferably one with some self-defense capabilities. The world's not exactly peaceful these days." Muchi heaved a long sigh and replied, "Sigh, that's probably the only reason keeping me standing here right now." Just then, someone suddenly reached out and tapped Fukin on the shoulder. Turning around, Fukin saw it was none other than Sangjie. "Yo, how's it going?" Having not seen Sangjie for several days, Fukin had no idea how his team formation was progressing. Sangjie replied, "Basically settled." Fukin said, "So it's not settled?" Sangjie shrugged and said, "Yi Miao agreed, but Chen Zi thinks you should at least prove you have what it takes to qualify on your own, so..." "Reasonable." Fu Han didn't mind this at all. Nodding, Sangjie continued, "I think everyone should prove they have this ability, so this time the four of us will act separately." Fu Han nodded appreciatively and said, "Even more reasonable." Sangjie nodded, then leaned in close to Fu Han's ear and whispered, "Small tip, the survival class champion gets an extra reward this time. You'd better take it seriously." With that, Sangjie slipped into the crowd and disappeared. Fu Han pursed his lips, unsure whether the rumor was fabricated just to trick him into giving his all or if there truly was an additional prize. Right then, Fu Han suddenly noticed a sharp gaze fixed upon him. A black-clad figure on the bleachers was staring at him, a tall, lanky man with dreadlocks wrapped in a headscarf, silver studs piercing his eyebrows, and eyes as cold as ice. Taking a glance at the people around him, Fu Han suddenly understood why this guy was glaring his way. Standing behind the lanky man were the Luo brothers with their buzzcuts, one leaning on a left crutch, the other on a right crutch, flanking the tall figure symmetrically like perfectly matched bookends. Only then did Fu Han realize Little Purple's dark energy must have wrecked Luo the Elder's glutes so badly that he probably missed this survival class entirely. Fu Han felt no guilt over this, the man had brought it upon himself, yet he knew full well that this would surely breed hatred, though equally deserved as it may be. Fu Han chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking, these people are like a set of nesting dolls, beat the younger brother and the older brother appears, defeat the older brother and now this snake-like, coal-eyed man shows up. It never ends. No doubt, once this survival training is over, they'll corner me in some dark alley again. The exchange of glances lasted no more than an instant. A sharp whistle blast snapped Fu Han out of his thoughts. Looking toward the sound, he saw several leather jacket-clad soldiers descending from a helicopter, barking orders for everyone to move toward the center. Then they began pulling people out of the crowd one by one, leading them toward the transport aircraft from two different directions. A brief observation would reveal that the sergeant deliberately separated groups of conversing individuals into different squads when selecting them. Wails of despair instantly rose from the crowd. The leading instructor, however, was grinning from ear to ear as he said, "You thought letting you stand there chatting meant we actually wanted you to chat? Ha 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 ha." This panicked Muchi. "What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" Fu Han shrugged and said, "What else can we do? Use the terminal?" Muchi asked. Fu Han replied, "Absolutely impossible. You're on your own. If danger comes, just run." Muchi panicked. "How am I supposed to run? I'm a support type." Fu Han frowned fiercely and barked, "Use your legs." At this moment, Muchi failed to step forward promptly despite being called twice, causing the instructor to drag him out roughly. Helpless, he glanced back at Fu Han, who sighed and shrugged with resignation. "You, come here." At this moment, Fu Han noticed an instructor signaling for him to come over, so he quickly jogged forward to join them. After boarding the transport aircraft, Fu Han was immediately strapped into his seat by the instructor. Sitting there, he glanced around and recognized a few faces but didn't spot any familiar acquaintances, so he leaned back and began to rest. The Cloud Whale-class transport was enormous, and soon all 800-plus novice beastmasters had boarded. Amidst the deafening roar, the cabin doors slowly closed, and the whirring of the external propeller blades grew increasingly rapid. With a lurch, Fu Han felt the aircraft take off. Moments later, once the cabin sealed completely, the noise of flight quieted down. At this moment, the cabin erupted into commotion as everyone began asking questions. How long will it take? Can we use the restroom? What are the assessment criteria for the survival course? However, none of these questions received answers. Those who asked were immediately silenced with a finger pointed at their noses. Soon, an announcement echoed through the cabin, "Listen up. You are currently aboard an Alliance military aircraft, and you are under military jurisdiction. Obey orders without objection, no questions allowed. Otherwise, your course ends here. Now, we will demonstrate how to use the landing gear. Watch carefully. Only once." After the broadcast ended, the instructor on the plane began demonstrating the use of the landing equipment to everyone. The landing equipment was actually fully automatic, capable of automatic altimetry, parachute deployment, and switching to landing airbags after discarding the parachute. The only thing the user needed to do was buckle it tightly onto their back and jump from a great height. Fu-Han examined carefully and realized that the safety harness tightly secured to him was actually the landing equipment. He just didn't know how this transport aircraft planned to deploy him. Chapter 26, Landing. After the demonstration ended, the broadcast sounded again. "Alright, that's roughly it. Don't ask us anything else, we're only responsible for transporting you to the destination and then dropping you. For specific instructions, check your terminal notifications. See you in 20 minutes. With their official duties completed, the instructors started wandering around chatting casually, and the atmosphere became slightly more relaxed. At that moment, a young stranger sitting next to Fu-Han proactively asked, "Hey buddy, are you the combat type?" Fu-Han nodded silently without speaking. "Let's team up, I can heal," the young man added enthusiastically. Fu-Han turned his head with a faint smile and gave a slight nod. The young man looked visibly relieved, but Fu-Han suspected things might not be so simple. About 20 minutes later, the announcement sounded again, "We've arrived. The aerial drop will commence immediately, those afraid can close their eyes now." Almost as soon as the words were spoken, Fu-Han heard a sudden whoosh beside him. The volunteering teammate had vanished without a trace. By the time Fu-Han realized what was happening, he only saw the hatch beneath his seat slowly closing. Then came waves of exclamations. Fu-Han watched as people around him began being thrown out in a disorderly fashion. "This is fucking intense." Just as he was thinking this, Fu-Han heard a voice notification sound behind him. The voice was extremely faint, almost inaudible unless one listened carefully. "Commencing parachute jump in 3, 2, 1. With a loud clang, Fu-Han suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath his feet as he plunged downward at terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he found himself outside the aircraft. Gazing at the lush greenery below and the parachutes blossoming open one after another, Fu-Han couldn't contain his excitement and let out an exuberant shout. "Wahoo!" Fu-Han had always thrived on thrilling activities. He'd tried bungee jumping and paragliding before, but this was his first skydiving experience. The sensation was incredible, and he cheered with unbridled enthusiasm. While others weren't so fortunate, their wails and howls echoed through the air. This made Fu-Han laugh even more heartily. Perhaps this was the most amusing part, listening to others scream in terror. Controlling his body position, Fu-Han managed some minor gliding, though he hadn't quite had his fill. Just then, the faint voice prompt sounded again, and only now did Fu-Han realize it must be coming from the parachute pack. "Parachute deployment imminent, 3, 2, 1. Whoosh, flap." The parachute deployed with a sound, and Fu-Han instinctively grabbed the straps to adjust his posture, descending toward the open ground. Moments later, as Fu-Han neared treetop height, the landing equipment pack chimed again, landing airbag deploying in 3, 2, 1. Then Fu-Han heard a soft click, separating him from the parachute. The backpack swiftly ejected a massive transparent airbag, pressing him securely inside. Fu-Han plummeted rapidly toward the ground. The airbag bounced once upon impact before gradually deflating, allowing him to gently touch down. Following the voice prompts, Fu-Han remained motionless as he waited for the backpack's airbag to retract automatically. Moments later, once the airbag had fully retracted, the backpack's voice prompt sounded again. "Please retrieve the toolkit, discard the landing equipment, and exit the landing zone. Please retrieve the toolkit, discard the landing equipment, and exit the landing zone." Fu-Han stood up, unfastened the buckle, and proceeded to locate and open the toolkit to inspect its contents. Inside the toolkit were an entrenching shovel, a fire starter, and a metal water storage canister. "That's it, better than nothing, I guess," Fu-Han thought as he fastened the toolkit to his waist. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the sky. Fu-Han looked up to see a massive airbag plummeting downward. Now Fu-Han understood why he had been urged to leave the landing zone quickly. In 3 swift strides, he hurried aside to take cover. He then watched as the airbag bounced twice upon impact, revealing a girl inside who was shrieking loudly, clearly terrified. Once the airbag stabilized, she frantically tried to wriggle her way out. Fu-Han hurriedly warned, "Don't move. The airbag will retract automatically." The curly-haired girl inside the airbag finally stopped struggling, merely lifting her head with effort to look at Fu-Han, who in turn got a clear view of her features. At this moment, the girl's brown curly hair was slightly disheveled and somewhat messy, but it couldn't hide her inherent beauty. She had a healthy wheat-toned complexion with deep, strikingly charming eyes and brows. Everyone appreciates beautiful things, and Fu Han's mood lifted considerably. Politely nodding at her in greeting, he then turned and walked away. Seeing Fu Han about to leave, the girl hurriedly asked, "Wait, can I come with you? I'm a support-type beast master." Without even turning his head, Fu Han replied, "I don't need support." At this moment, the girl grew anxious and quickly shouted, "Wait, I'll pay you." Hearing the word money, Fu Han's eyebrows raised as he stopped and asked, "How much?" After a short while, the two had left the landing area and were now standing beneath the shade of a lush phoenix tree to cool off. Fu Han looked at his terminal with a smile. He hadn't expected that even with many functions disabled, the terminal still retained its money transfer capability. It seemed the Academy had anticipated numerous transactions taking place during this survival class and deliberately preserved this feature. Watching his account balance increase by 50,000 yuan, Fu Han was overjoyed. He thought to himself that if he ran into any beastmasters without combat abilities again, he might pick up a couple more, a nice way to earn some extra pocket money. As for the wavy-haired Chia, she had quite a few complaints, primarily about the price. Alright, no more grumbling. The money isn't just for nothing. Besides guaranteeing your safety, I'm also providing you with plenty of drinking water for free, as much as you need. Fu Han soothed. Chia was speechless. Huh? 50,000 bucks, and all you're doing is having me tag along? Do I have to pay extra for anything else? Fu Han replied helplessly, "Didn't I just say? And you get free water too." Chia thought for a moment and said, "At least share some food with me." Fu Ba smacked his lips and replied, Fine, if we find any food, I'll share some with you." At that very moment, both their terminals chimed simultaneously. They pulled out their devices to check. It was a course assignment notification from the Academy. Chapter 27, The Merchant's Daughter. Lesson 1, Survival. Ensure your own food and survival, and move northward. Assessment content. 1. Cross the northern assessment line within 3 days. 2. Conduct daily terminal health scans. Maintain a 3-day total caloric intake standard of 6,000 kilocalories, with daily water consumption not falling below 6,000 milliliters. 3. Ensure personal safety and avoid sustaining injuries that may affect subsequent training sessions. In case of circumstances preventing continuation of training, report via terminal to officially withdraw and await rescue on site. In addition to training tasks, the Academy also provided instructional materials. After all, the institution aims to teach wilderness survival skills rather than simply abandoning trainees to fend for themselves. The teaching materials were quite comprehensive, covering everything from simple trap construction, fire starting methods, identifying edible plants, to tracking animal traces. Students could consult these resources according to their own needs. Meanwhile, the terminal's navigation map marked water sources and the northern assessment line, and could also be used for directional guidance. Fu Han had to admire such well-arranged curriculum. Starwood Academy truly lived up to its reputation. The survival course took place in the Academy's affiliated Wilderness Breeding Reserve. Fu Han was astonished by its vastness. Even the first phase's training area spanned nearly 100 kilometers in depth. The natural ecosystem here is complete, with both ordinary animals and free-range star beasts, all resources available for students to obtain. And with safety measures like emergency rescue, the arrangements are truly extraordinary. Fu Han also really liked the teaching approach. Basically, materials are provided, and you figure things out yourself. The worst-case scenario might be going hungry for 3 days, and if unable to bear it, you can quit. But as long as you're willing to use your hands and brain, it should be excellent training. After briefly scanning the tasks and materials, Chia exclaimed, "This is ridiculous, consuming 6,000 calories in 3 days? How are we girls supposed to eat that much? We'll get fat." Fu Han stared at her with a look of disbelief before replying, "Then eat less. After all, finding that many calories daily won't be easy. We're about 100 kilometers from the assessment line, and you'll likely walk over 30 kilometers a day to lose weight. No chance of getting fat, you'll definitely slim down into a slender beauty." Chia wasn't foolish either and immediately protested, "That won't do. At the very least, you have to help me complete the mission. I paid for this." "Fine then. Before we set off, let's establish 3 rules. First, follow my lead in any situation. Second, stop complaining all the time. Third, honor your payment agreement. If you can agree to these, I'll take you along. If not, I'll refund you right now, and we'll each go our separate ways." Without a second thought, Chia nodded and said, "Deal." In truth, she had no choice. Out here in the wilderness, she was lucky to have run into Fu Han. Otherwise, she'd surely be completely lost. Finding food and water would be impossible. She knew she couldn't manage it alone. Besides, Fu Han's fee wasn't expensive, only 50,000. Chia's complaints were just her way of guarding against him asking for more. Capitalist children are quite shrewd in these matters. Now seeing that Fu Han had little objection to the 50,000 price, she was secretly delighted, so she readily agreed to his request without hesitation. Fu Han didn't realize the little fox was happily scheming behind his back. He was just relieved she finally quieted down. Pulling out his terminal again, he studied the map and thought. After a while, Fu Han put away his terminal, now brimming with plans. Get ready to go, he said to Chia. Chia asked curiously, what's your plan? Fu Han smiled slightly and said, let's cross the assessment line first. Ah, Chia froze. But it's 100 kilometers. I can't walk that far, I'm an alchemist. At this moment, Fu Han suddenly remembered he hadn't asked about Chia's abilities yet. Speaking of which, what stellar beasts do you have? Chia answered truthfully without hiding anything. The leaf sprite can mimic and produce plant leaves, including fruits as well. Fu Han was slightly taken aback and asked again, what business does your family run? Chia seemed a bit puzzled but still replied, medicinal herbs. Fu Han froze instantly, thinking to himself, isn't she just a prettier version of Mu Chi? Even their family backgrounds are the same? Do all you alchemists contract leaf sprites? Fu Han asked again. Of course, Chia replied. How else would one be an alchemist? Suddenly, Fu Han understood it must be one of those essential type star beasts. No wonder Mu Chi had said his family spent a fortune to acquire a leaf sprite. Refocusing his thoughts, Fu Han continued, then you must also be interested in contracting a second star beast, right? Yes. Chia hurriedly nodded. Fu Han said, think about it, the academy deliberately placed us in this area from the start, which means it's a zone with fewer or even no star beasts. So, lingering here is pointless. Today, we'll first cross the assessment line. The star beast resources must be far richer over there. By the time others are still rushing to catch up, we'll already be scouting for star beasts. Doesn't that sound great? Chia nodded thoughtfully. It does sound good, but I might not be able to walk that far. Fu Han thought to himself, of course you can't, but with me here, it's no problem. Jade hands can serve as mounts. The only issue is you. Actually, when Academician Yi first advised Fu Han to conceal the Great Jade Hand, he was cautioning him not to let others discover it too quickly. At the time, Fu Han had just obtained the Stone Jade Beast and then immediately acquired the Great Jade Hand. Such rapid progress in cultivation would arouse suspicion and might inadvertently expose Fu Han's legendary talent. However, considerable time has passed since then, minimizing the risk of his talent being exposed. Besides, there's always the excuse of Academician Ye's gift to fall back on. Before the survival class, Fu Han had already considered the possibility of others discovering his Great Jade Hand. He believed that he would eventually need to use it and show a bit of his capabilities. Keeping everything hidden might mean missing out on opportunities like failing to even secure a spot in the Fault Vault exploration team, which would be a real loss. As for bringing Chia along now, Fu Han's main motivation was to earn some quick money. 50,000 per person is far faster than grinding slimes in the White Forest. Plus, as an apothecary, she might actually prove useful somewhere down the line. Having made up his mind, Fu Han decisively summoned the Great Jade Hand without further hesitation. Chia gazed at the majestic and handsome Great Jade Hand in admiration, exclaiming, wow, so cool. What kind of stellar beast is this? It's amazing. Let me make this clear up front, he said. Guiding you through the first lesson's mission costs 50,000, but contracting a stellar beast is extra. Got it? Chia frowned, her admiring expression fading as she asked, how much extra? Of course it depends on which star beast, anywhere from 10,000 to 10 million. We'll just have to see what luck brings. As he spoke, Fu Han had the Great Jade Hand spread its palms wide. He settled himself onto the creature's right hand, then pointed to the left and said, come on up. Chia climbed reluctantly onto the giant palm, barely finding her balance before the massive hand began moving forward. Wow! This time, Chia couldn't help but let out a genuine exclamation of amazement. When Fu Han told her to climb up, she only thought he was being stingy and hadn't yet grasped his intentions. Only when the massive jade hand began to move did she finally understand what Fu Han had in mind. This is amazing. I don't even have to walk myself. Thank heavens, running into him today was such incredible luck. After some thought, Chia composed her expression of admiration and asked plainly, so tell me, how much would it cost for someone like you to contract a star beast like yours? Fu Han sneered and said, in your dreams, this is an epic grade jade hand. Besides, not all jade hands can float like this, Fu Han thought to himself. Chia rolled her eyes and concluded she'd stumbled upon a powerful ally today. Without further pretense, she stated directly, then how about this, you take me to contract a decent star beast. If I'm short on funds, let me pay in installments, okay? Fu Han curled his lip, thinking what a cunning merchant's daughter she was. Alright, but your starter beast will depend on your luck. What's your talent again? Starlight Calculus, Chia answered truthfully. Oh, not bad. Fu Han nodded understandingly, thinking to himself, wouldn't such a talent be wasted as a pharmacist? Chapter 28 Charge Ahead. Starlight Accounting reduces starlight consumption when astral beasts use their abilities and incredibly versatile talent. Being a support-type beast master is perfectly fine, but there's absolutely no problem becoming a combat type either. Take Jade Hands, for example, an astral beast loaded with sustained consumption-type skills that heavily relies on Starlight Accounting's support. It's a shame she chose a utility-oriented path despite having combat talent, Fu Han thought. But as the daughter of capitalists, taking the safer route isn't surprising. Moreover, with her decent innate abilities, she could first develop outstanding economic capabilities before considering combat strength or at least self-preservation skills. There's always the opportunity to grow into an expert eventually. Mu Qi, by comparison, has greater limitations, destined to stick solely to the botanical path come hell or high water. Wonder how that guy's doing now, Fu Han mused. Not far away, Mu Qi, who was crouched on the ground digging up cassava roots, suddenly felt his ears grow warm. He looked up and saw a certain star beast darting swiftly through the distant woods. Startled, Mu Qi quickly hid behind a tree. Only when the ice jade-colored creature flew far away did his frantic heartbeat finally settle. Looking at the scrawny cassava he had just dug up, Mu Qi felt a pang of bitterness tug at his heart as tears welled in his eyes. His heart screamed in despair, "Fu Han, where are you? Save me." "Oh, you mean Mu Qi? I know him. You can often see him in the cultivation garden." Fu Han nodded and said, "We originally agreed to bring him along, but I never expected the academy to pull such a ruthless move. That's truly unfortunate." Xia said the words with sympathy, while thinking to herself, "Thank goodness I ran into an expert like you." "Aren't we going to look for him?" Xia asked. Fu Han sighed, "This place is enormous, how are we supposed to find him?" "Ah, forget it. He's very knowledgeable about botany, he should at least avoid starving." Right, I just spotted some wild cassava over there, stuff you can just rinse and eat straight away." Fu Han was slightly taken aback and asked, "Huh? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xia said, "That thing has no taste. Should we head back? It's not too far." Fu Han pondered for a moment and replied, "Forget it, if we come across more ahead, we'll stop then. We need to complete the daily 2,000 calorie requirement. Tubers should contain quite a bit of starch, right? It'd be best to gather some along the way." Got it. I'll keep an eye out." Xia sat obediently upright and began earnestly searching the woodland for useful plants. A gentle breeze caressed her hair as her delicate profile wore an expression of utmost concentration, with just a hint of adorable charm. The scene was actually quite beautiful, so Fu Han leaned lightly against the massive jade hand, his mood soaring. The hovering ability of the giant jade hand had reached level 4, achieving a stable speed of 40 km per hour. Even with additional weight, it could still travel around 30 km per hour. With such speed, Fu Han and Xia swiftly outpaced the main group. Just as Fu Han had anticipated, there were few star beasts in this area, and they were all common ones like jade stone beasts and grass sprites. The forest was dotted with mountain pheasants and wild hares, but Fu Han wasn't in a hurry to hunt them down. He suspected that the speed of crossing the assessment boundary might be tied to the selection process, and even if it weren't, he still wanted to blaze past with unexpected swiftness. At the very least, he aimed to leave the judging examiners slack-jawed with an utterly badass first impression. The only time he paused was when Xia spotted a wild jujube tree. The fruit of the soft jujube is only thumb-sized, turning dark and shriveled on the tree come autumn. Though unappealing in appearance, it boasts high sugar content, low moisture, and rich starch, making it incredibly sweet and pleasantly mealy, a truly excellent food source. The two deliberately stopped for it. Fu Han and Xia stood beneath the tree, holding up their clothes, while Daiyusho hugged the trunk and shook it with all his might. Whoosh, black jujubes scattered across the ground. He didn't bother picking up what had fallen to the ground, the clothes they'd gathered were enough food for both of them. And so, eating the sweet date plums together, the two continued their journey northward. At noon, the blazing autumn sun shone upon the forest. To the west of the survival course's forested area lay a patch of verdant grassland beside a small stream. The survival course's temporary command post had been erected right on that very meadow. The equipment in several large tents had already been set up days earlier. At this moment, the survival skills teaching team was observing everyone's situation via satellite monitoring devices. Professor Chu was the chief commander of this survival course and also the chief examiner for the Abyss Vault selection. At the moment, he was sitting under the awning in the west, carefully watching the Snow Mountain tea simmering in his small pot. Once the Snow Mountain tea changes color, heating must be stopped immediately, or its flavor and texture will drastically decline. This rare treasure was something Professor Chu examined with great care. As for the little ones, just leave them to the subordinates to watch over. It's not yet time for the promising sprouts to emerge, so he can still leisurely sip his tea. At this moment, a short-haired female staff member named Zhang Yu approached beneath the awning and said, "Professor Chu, someone has crossed the assessment boundary." "Ah?" Professor Chu was slightly startled and raised his head to ask, "Do you have a Mount-type star beast?" Zhang Yu nodded and said, "Yes." "What kind of star beast is so fast?" Professor Chu asked. Zhang Yu replied, "Great Jade Hand." "Ah?" Professor Chu thought he must have misheard. First of all, because the giant Jade Hand was an extremely rare epic level creature, and how could a giant jade hand even serve as a mount? And with such speed? Zhang Yiyu handed the tablet in her hand to Professor Chu and said, when they crossed the assessment line, the satellite took a photo. Professor Chu took the tablet and examined it carefully. It was indeed an icy jade-colored giant jade hand. Wow, this jade hand has such fine quality? As he spoke, Professor Chu zoomed in on the large jade hand again, only to discover that a young boy and girl were sitting atop its palm. If both hands are holding people, what is supporting it then? The moment this question entered Professor Chu's mind, he immediately found the answer: levitation. Zhang Yiyu responded, that must be it. Professor Chu rubbed his chin and muttered, how interesting, quite an ingenious idea. But this levitation is really tricky to pull off. With just the trace energy from moon lantern splinters, how much skill information could possibly remain? How many fragments would one need to collect to learn it? Nobody even hunts or sells these things. Is he some kind of moon lantern slayer or what? Zhang Yiyu shook his head and said, luck, there's just no other explanation. Luck? Professor Chu let out a bitter laugh. Comparing oneself to others only invites frustration. How have they usually performed? Zhang Yiyu said, I looked into it. The stone jade beast most likely belongs to this boy named Fu Han. He's extremely low-key, raised in an orphanage, consistently ranked at the bottom in potential assessments, and rarely interacts with others. Bottom of the barrel? Professor Chu chuckled. How could someone with great jade hands possibly be at the bottom? He's clearly suppressing his strength. Kids from welfare homes never show off. Not bad at all. Look, we've already got one candidate lined up. Finding 30 might not be so hard after all. What's he doing now? Zhang Yiyu said, they've scurried into the woods. Should we send a drone to check? No need. Just send them the new task tonight and keep an eye on their movements, Professor Chu said as he handed the computer back to Zhang Yiyu. Zhang Yiyu took the laptop with a nod, then strode away. Professor Chu leaned back in his chair and laughed. Not bad, a great start. I hope you give me more surprises. Oh damn, my tea. Chapter 29, Hunting. After crossing the assessment line, Fu Han slowed down. The star brilliance consumption of the great jade hand was substantial, so he recalled it to his inner domain for recovery. Having sat all morning, Xia was quite happy to finally stretch her legs. Along the way, she didn't feel too much tension from the survival course, but rather, it reminded her of those carefree excursions to the ecological park. Fu Han felt about the same way. Last time he went to Bai Forest, he had been extremely cautious. This time, since the academy had arranged everything, he oddly felt no tension at all. Fu Han guessed that those like Song Jia, who had trained extensively in the wild, probably shared similar experiences to his own. However, those venturing into the wilderness for the first time might not feel quite the same. Mu Qi, for example, who knew how he was faring. Actually, Mu Qi was doing alright. He had reached the nearest water source and collected some water, but due to his inexperience, he drank it straight without boiling it first. His stomach soon ached a little after that. Fortunately, being an herbalist, he quickly used his spirit leaf sprite to mimic and produce some medicinal herbs to alleviate the discomfort. His stomachache had subsided, but the cold water combined with cassava was producing copious amounts of gas in his belly. As he walked northward, he kept farting along the way. He'd grown accustomed to the smell himself, though he feared encountering others might lead to social embarrassment. After storing his massive stone hand, Fu Han summoned the water slime and squeezed it to fill 2 water storage containers. Xia was utterly astonished. Someone had actually contracted a water slime just for convenient drinking water? How extravagant! Suddenly, Xia recalled the recent shortage of purified elemental water and remembered that Mu Qi had apparently supplied large quantities of it. A realization dawned on her. Oh, so that's how Mu Qi obtained purified elemental water recently. It was you? Fu Han nodded and said, exactly, so bringing you here for 50,000 bucks and even providing you with purified elemental water to drink is really a steal, right? Now, let's settle the rest of the bill. Xia frowned, feeling a bit displeased, but this time she didn't hesitate and immediately took out her terminal to transfer another 100,000 to Fu Han. Happy now? From now on, I'm sticking with you, my treat. Fu Han nodded with great satisfaction and said, you catch on quick. Bright future ahead. You can tag along with me. Setting off once more, Fu Han summoned Little Purple. Firstly, to act as a guard, and secondly, he was counting on Little Purple to help track down prey. Fu Han couldn't be bothered with learning methods like tracking animal trails. How could they possibly compare to Little Purple's abilities? When Xia saw Fu Han summoning a third astral beast, she couldn't hold back her curiosity. How can you bond with so many astral beasts? She asked. Mind your own business, Fu Han retorted. Xia said, I get it, you have dual talents. Fu Han replied, watch out or I'll silence you. I won't tell anyone, Xia hurriedly said. That's my basic ethical code as a beast master. Fu Han grinned, well, you'd better stick to your principles. Otherwise, humph. Actually, Fu Han wasn't too worried either. Beast masters with dual talents, though rare, weren't unheard of. He'd heard of a few dual-talented individuals at the academy, each of them quite extraordinary. At that moment, Little Purple suddenly stopped and began sniffing the ground intensely. Sensing it had discovered something, Fu Han immediately signaled Chia to stay silent. True to form, Little Purple had indeed found something. It began advancing gently toward its target. The two humans crouched low, following at a distance. After trailing Little Purple for about 20 minutes, Fu Han vaguely spotted the prey it was tracking, a herd of dwarf forest deer grazing on berries from a patch of low shrubs. Upon reaching the assault perimeter, Little Purple came to a halt, crouching on the ground as it turned to look at Fuan. Fuan knew it was awaiting orders. Fuan took a few steps back and summoned Big Jade Hand, silently maneuvering it to flank the deer herd. With everything in position, Fuan made an advance gesture. Both Big Jade Hand and Little Purple immediately closed in on the deer with swift precision. The herd quickly sensed the danger. The lead deer hesitated for barely a second before bolting away with the others. In that instant, Little Purple and Fuan abandoned stealth entirely, giving chase at full speed. Little Purple moved like lightning, especially after activating its dark enhancement ability, rendering it nearly invisible to the panicked deer. It pursued one lone fawn that had strayed in its panic, coincidentally herding it straight toward Big Jade Hand's ambush path. Then, Little Violet leapt up and pinned the fawn to the ground. Fu Han realized there was nothing left for him to do, so he stopped and waited for Chia to catch up. What's going on? What happened? Chia asked breathlessly as she ran over. All done, let's go. Fu Han led the way as he spoke, with Chia following behind saying, wow, you suddenly started running so fast, I couldn't keep up at all. You need to exercise more. Fu Han responded. Sigh, alright. After just a few exchanges, the two arrived beside the large jade hand. The little forest deer had already had its throat bitten through by Xiaozi and met its end, with Xiaozi wagging its tail proudly beside the prey, while the Yusho remained expressionless as ever. Fu Han patted Xiaozi's head before turning his attention to observe the small forest deer. Xiaozi, meanwhile, ran over to Chia's side and resumed wagging its tail. Chia stroked Xiaozi's head and then exclaimed excitedly, look, your star beast seems to really like me. Fu Han glanced sideways at Xiaozi circling the beauty and didn't have the heart to tell Chia it was just a lecherous wolf, only remarking indifferently, yeah, the hunt was successful. The catch was a young bushbuck weighing over 30 kilograms. With this bounty, there would be no need to worry about food for the next 3 days. Moreover, Fuan marked this area on the map. The deer herd frequented these parts, so he could return to hunt again if needed. Now that he had his prey, Fuan decided against aimless wandering. After consulting the map, he headed east toward a small stream with Chia, where dressing the fawn would be more convenient. An hour later, after following the stream for some distance, Fuan discovered a pebble-strewn riverbank and decided to make camp there. First, he built a fire pit with pebbles and lit a bonfire. Fu Han dragged the deer to the water's edge and began processing it. Meanwhile, Chia followed Little Violet upstream to the pond to catch fish. In the end, the pair managed to catch 5 green perch. When Fu Han saw the 5 fish, each bearing Little Violet's tooth marks, he finally understood what people meant by the two of them wreaking havoc together. By dusk, the highly deserving Little Violet was rewarded with a deer leg. She lay nearby, earnestly gnawing on the leg bone. Over the campfire, the plump deer belly meat had roasted to a golden crisp. Fu Han had also used a water storage can to boil a pot of fish soup. This time, Chia played a crucial role. She had the leaf sprite mimic a plant fruit called rock salt fruit. The juice of this fruit was rich in salt, making it an excellent seasoning. Thanks to this, both the fish soup and venison gained a delicious flavor. The young forest deer hadn't fully grown yet. Its meat was tender and incredibly fragrant. As Fu Han gutted the deer, Chia found it cruel. But when the venison was roasted to perfection, all that escaped her lips was a muffled murmur. So delicious. As dusk was falling, the two of them lay motionless beside the campfire, too full to even twitch. Chia exclaimed, ah, it's so wonderful traveling with you. Fu Han smiled without saying a word. It's just like camping, there's more food than we can ever finish. Gazing at the scattered stars already dotting the horizon, Chia asked, so what do we do next? Before Fu Han could reply, both their terminals chimed simultaneously. Fu Han took out his terminal and looked at it, then smiled, see, now we have something to do. Chia also opened her terminal to check. It turned out a new course assignment had been issued. Chapter 30, The Second Lesson. The second lesson, Ecological Observation. Ensure your dietary survival needs and explore various star beast breeding zones to observe and collect as much star beast data as possible. Assessment content. 1. Explore at least one breeding zone observation point before survival class ends to earn maximum observation points. 2. Conduct daily terminal health scans to monitor food and water intake. 3. Prioritize personal safety at all times. Elective Course Hunting Challenge. Attempt to hunt dominant star beasts within the breeding zone. Refer to the detailed list. Warning, this task requires assessing one's capabilities. The breeding zone is currently in a fully open state, containing numerous situations that may cause severe injury or even death. Any actions taken must be thoroughly considered. In the event of accidents during this course, Zenith Star Academy will not provide any compensation. In case of circumstances preventing continuation of training, report via terminal to officially withdraw and await rescue on site. As before, along with the course assignment, a large amount of reference materials was sent together. This time, the materials mainly introduced the breeding base and star beasts. The seemingly natural lush mountains and clear waters of Zhuxing Academy's wild breeding grounds were actually anything but. The entire hundreds of kilometers wide wilderness breeding zone was in fact an artificially constructed simulation of a natural environment. The wild breeding base divides the facility into several breeding zones using a climate tower system. Each breeding zone with a radius of 10 kilometers houses a climate tower, responsible for simulating various specialized weather conditions within the area. The academy then artificially recreates natural environments, ensuring every breeding zone possesses distinctive geographical and climatic features tailored for the cultivation and study of star beasts. This time, the academy has opened 3 breeding zones with distinct terrains for everyone: marshland, flower fields, and rainforest. The mission is to study the ecosystem of star beasts in one of the terrains, using scanners to document the unique species. Those feeling ambitious could even consider challenging the more powerful star beasts. Truly worthy of an academy that chases the stars, such extravagance was beyond Fu Han's wildest imagination. This is likely the most effective and direct way for novice beast masters to comprehend various natural environments. Moreover, as this is a star beast breeding ground, artificial intervention ensures the creatures cannot grow excessively powerful. Students' basic safety is guaranteed. The so-called hunting challenges are probably carefully selected star beasts by the academy. Fu Han believes there's no place in the world more suited for novice beastmasters to explore. It's hard to imagine anyone could possibly complain about the course arrangements. Fu Han felt that if there was one complaint to be had, it was that the survival course was too short, just 7 days. If he could stay here for 3 months, Fu Han figured he might just die from sheer bliss. Luckily, his brilliant decision to skip the pointless beginner's zone on the first day and head straight for the breeding area's edge paid off. That meant he had 2 extra days of exploration time compared to others, quite the advantage. In truth, it wasn't just Fu Han who was amazed, even Chia found the academy's arrangements unbelievable. Wow, the academy is being unusually generous this time. They actually opened up the breeding area? Hearing this, Fu Han paused slightly before asking, was it not like this in previous years? Chia said, that shouldn't be the case. In previous years, they would usually capture some star beasts and release them in the outer forest areas for assessments. At least I've never heard of anyone entering the breeding zones directly. This seems to be the first time this year. Fu Han nodded in understanding, thinking to himself, it appears the academy has really gone all out for the vault's sake. Selecting candidates to explore the vault is one thing, but they probably also want those who will enter the vault to contract suitable star beasts here. In any case, the conditions the academy has provided are already top tier. What happens next depends entirely on one's own efforts. After receiving the mission, the terminal's map now marked out the boundaries of each breeding zone, along with their terrain features and observation point locations. The course points now have a dedicated page, displayed in a leaderboard format. Currently, the leaderboard only shows Fu Han and Chia, both with 0 points. Unexpectedly, the leaderboard displayed names. Fu Han clicked his tongue and thought, seems there won't be any chance to keep a low profile from now on. Wow, there are only 2 of us on the leaderboard. Does that mean we're the only ones who've passed the assessment line so far? You're really amazing. Chia's eyes shone with admiration. Continuing to browse through the terminal's data, Fu Han said, we should make good use of our time advantage now. Let's set off at dawn tomorrow to begin exploration. Meanwhile, you can look through the materials for any star beasts that interest you, so we can roughly discuss pricing beforehand. Chia raised her brows in pleasant surprise and exclaimed, right, I can choose first. Anything at all? Fu Han pouted and said, this isn't grocery shopping, though feel free to try anything. Take a look first. Nodding eagerly, Chia immediately lowered her head to scroll through the data on her terminal. That night, Fu Han carefully finished reviewing all the information and charted out an exploration route while studying the map. To hunt deer, Fu Han and Chia had circled around to camp by the stream, venturing into a relatively remote area. Currently, the nearest breeding zone happened to be the marshland, a zone with an exceptionally high danger level among all regions. Unless one possessed abilities particularly suited for navigating marshes, most people would likely avoid entering this area. However, Fu Han believed that with the floating capability of the Great Jade Hand, making a trip to the observation point should be manageable. So, he planned to cross the marsh the next day and then head toward the warm floral plains. Chia claimed to suffer from indecision and hadn't found a suitable astral beast. Left with no choice, Fu Han had to make the call himself. The floral plains breeding zone lay just west of the marsh, where they might find an astral beast suited for her. On another note, Fu Han felt he could take on the hunting challenges on the floral plains. Moreover, since the floral plains served as the primary route for others entering the breeding zone, he intended to complete those challenges first, leaving them with none to pick from. By the time Fu Han had carefully considered everything, Chia was already sound asleep, her soft snores filling the air. This girl had really hit the jackpot by following him, while a certain good friend of his was probably suffering somewhere out there. With a sigh in his heart, Fu Han summoned the Jade Hand and began his meditation practice for the day. At this moment, Mu Qi was in anything but good condition. He had just fallen from a tree and was still struggling to catch his breath. Chapter 31, The Star Weasel. Everything must be explained from the beginning. Mu Qi had been trudging northward all day with his exhausted body when he encountered someone in the afternoon. However, from a distance, that fellow appeared even dirtier and more miserable than himself. Plus, he was passing gas at the time, so he decided not to approach and walk together. After slightly altering his course, good fortune finally came his way. At dusk, around the time when Fu Han and Chia were eating roasted deer brisket, Mu Qi discovered a date plum tree. This delighted Mu Qi beyond measure, for date plums were excellent finds, low in moisture yet high in sugar, rich in starch, sandy and glutinous with a natural sweetness. They made a splendid source of calories. The only slight regret was that the date plums had all been blown to the ground by the wind, collecting traces of dirt and sand. But Mu Qi didn't mind in the slightest. This was far superior to cassava anyway. He immediately scrambled over and crawled on the ground, gathering and eating them as he went, even swallowing small amounts of grit without a second thought. As dusk fell, Mu Qi not only had his fill but also stuffed his pockets and tool bag full of soft dates. Yet seeing so many remaining dates still on the ground, he felt it would be wasteful to leave them. After some thought, Mu Qi decided to rest nearby. Since his body had reached its limit anyway, he wouldn't be able to continue the journey until tomorrow. It made sense to camp locally. This way, he could eat the leftover dates in the morning before setting off again without letting them go to waste. So Mu Qi settled down to rest beneath a towering banyan tree nearby. During the night, Mu Qi noticed increasing rustling sounds around him. Fearing encounters with wolves, tigers, or leopards, he opted to climb the tree to sleep. The sturdy banyan beside him proved more than capable of supporting his weight, making its branches a safe perch for the night. After struggling up the tree, Mu Qi had the brilliant idea of taking off his clothes to tie himself to the trunk, preventing himself from falling asleep and tumbling down. Unfortunately, he clearly didn't tie himself tightly enough. He ended up falling from the tree anyway. Although he momentarily felt like he couldn't breathe, thankfully there were no serious injuries. Resigned, he just lay on the ground, gazing at the starry sky as thoughts of his good friend Fu Han drifted into his mind. I wonder where that guy is now. Maybe he's feasting on meat? With that thought, a tear of envy slid down Mu Qi's cheek. Achoo! While meditating, Fu Han suddenly felt an itch in his nose and let out a loud sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he glanced at Chia, wondering if his sneeze had woken her. And sure enough, Chia sat up. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Fu Han asked softly, "Awake?" Chia didn't respond. She simply stood up in silence. Just then, the campfire's flames suddenly grew brighter. By the flickering light, Fu Han noticed her eyes still seemed closed. Fu Han was slightly taken aback and thought to himself, sleepwalking? Why didn't she mention this before? At this moment, Chia struck a pose, one hand on her hip while the other raised high, before her body burst into movement with a dance. Fu Han arched an eyebrow. Oh, now there's a performance? Chia's dancing was elegant, spirited, and effortlessly stylish, clearly the result of professional training. After a few moments, she unzipped her windbreaker and twirled it off, tossing the jacket aside with flair. Gazing at the girl's alluring figure wrapped in a tight workout top, Fu Han held his breath. Moreover, he felt an irresistible impulse to dance bubbling up inside him. Yet Fu Han forcefully suppressed this urge. After all, he possessed no talent in this regard, and he certainly didn't want to embarrass himself. While Fu Han refrained from dancing, little Violet by his side couldn't resist any longer. She got up and began swaying her head to the music. Fu Han suddenly realized something was amiss. Why was there music playing? Forcing himself to steady his mind, Fu Han suddenly stood up and looked around. Only then did he notice a tiny pink star beast perched atop the giant jade hand, waving its star-shaped tail. The creature emitted such intense psychic waves that it literally seemed to glow when Fu Han looked at it. It suddenly dawned on Fu Han that Chia wasn't sleepwalking, she'd fallen victim to the star beast's ability. Seeing that Fu Han remained unaffected by its power, the pink star beast hurriedly raised its little hand towards him. Fu Han immediately felt a violent psychic assault crash into his mind. Fortunately, with his level 2 mental fortitude, the disorienting effects lasted merely a second or two. The pink star beast, seeing its mental shock had no effect on Fu Han, quickly stopped its skill and darted towards the other side of the stream. As the pink star beast's skill was interrupted, Chia, who had been dancing in front of the campfire, lost her balance and fell towards the flames. Fu Han rushed forward in a few quick strides, catching her in his arms. Just then, Chia woke up. Realizing her coat was off, leaving only a tight-fitting t-shirt, and that she was in Fu Han's embrace, she suddenly shrieked, "Ah, what are you doing?" Fu Han felt a sudden headache and, without time to explain, quickly steadied Chia on her feet before saying, "Don't wander off." With that, Fu Han immediately leaped onto the massive jade hand and sped off in the direction the pink star beast had fled. At this moment, Fu Han had no time to explain things to Chia because he had recognized that star beast. The pink star beast resembled a white ermine, incredibly small, standing no taller than 10 centimeters. It had a slender tail, and at its tip was a star-shaped bulge. It wasn't a beast bred by the Academy, but rather a creature hailed as a divine favored spirit, the Star Weasel. Star Weasel. The legendary psychic-type star spirit, the Star Weasel. Though the Star Weasel's body is extremely petite and fragile, it possesses tremendously powerful spiritual energy capable of unleashing any formidable psychic-type skill. The juvenile Star Weasel possesses highly developed spiritual intelligence and the ability for telepathic communication. Star Weasels show no obvious aggressive tendencies, though when bored they might play pranks on humans or other celestial beasts. These creatures also have the ability to traverse the spirit world. Even without a master, they can enter this realm and use it as an escape route. While energy-based force fields can temporarily block a Star Weasel's passage through the spiritual dimension, the creature quickly finds escape routes. Thus Star Weasels are nearly impossible to capture. To form a contract with one, you must encounter it personally. The Star Weasel's willingness to accept contracts is extremely low, with successful bonding being exceptionally rare. There's also a legend that angering a Star Weasel brings bad luck. Base stat total, 520, Lord tier. Thanks to the intermediate database access privileges granted by the Eternal Tree, Fu Han had previously seen information about Star Weasels. When Fu Han first read about this rare stellar beast, he had been fascinated by its mystical nature, so recognizing it at a glance came naturally to him. Fu Han knew contracting such a stellar beast would be difficult, but encountering one was an extraordinary opportunity he couldn't pass up without trying. Even if he failed, scanning its data to upload to the Eternal Tree would suffice. Who knows, he might even extract some benefits from K as a result. Without hesitation, Fu Han leaped atop the giant jade-armored hand to give chase. The Star Weasel's body was extremely tiny, so although it could fly, it wasn't very fast. After being carried across the stream by the giant jade hand, Fu Han once again caught sight of its pink figure. As the distance between them grew shorter, a light, ethereal voice suddenly rang in Fu Han's mind. "Stop chasing me. I won't dare do it again." Realizing that the Star Weasel was communicating with him telepathically, Fu Han quickly projected his thoughts back. "Don't run. I want to discuss something with you." The Star Weasel didn't slow its frantic escape in the slightest. "I know, you want to form a contract with me." No way, no way. "I'm not interested in your starlight." Fu Han felt somewhat helpless. He hadn't even spoken yet but had already hit a snag. However, Fu Han didn't give up as he thought to himself, "Besides starlight, I can also teach you skills." "Ha!" The Star Weasel suddenly stopped and turned to look at Fu Han. Fu Han also halted while thinking internally, "Even if you don't want to learn skills, at least let me scan you before leaving, okay?" Suddenly, the Star Weasel vanished in a flash of starlight as if being recalled to its core space. "Ah!" Fu Han sighed, thinking to himself, as expected, "It's not that simple." Just as Fu Han was about to turn back, the voice of the Star Weasel echoed in his mind once again. "Wow, you're a Star Forger." Chapter 32, Like What You See? Fu Han clearly felt that the Star Weasel's voice seemed to transmit from his inner core directly into his mind, a sensation eerily similar to receiving information during his awakening. Fu Han quickly focused his mind and entered a meditative state, his consciousness descending into his inner core. Peering into his core, he indeed found the pink Star Weasel residing there. "How did you get into my inner core?" Fu Han asked in confusion. The Star Weasel replied evasively, Your core was indeed very hard to find, so far away." "Ah!" Fu Han was momentarily at a loss for words. The Star Weasel's actions truly surpassed Fu Han's understanding. Though Beast Masters had long been using soul contracts, humanity's knowledge of the secrets of the soul world remained scarce. After circling around Fu Han's core twice, the Star Weasel sighed again and said, "Just as I thought, it's indeed a Star Forger." Fu Han was stunned once more and asked, "What's a Star Forger?" The Star Weasel replied, You are the Star Forger, the authority given to you by the Star Forging God." As it spoke, the Star Weasel pointed its tiny finger toward the black hole at the center of Fu Han's core. Fu Han suddenly understood. "Oh, is it saying my Beast Master talent is Star Forger? So that's what it's called. Though I've never heard of the title Star Forging Deity, maybe it's some mysterious ancient god as well. I'll definitely have to ask the Grand Scholar about this information when I get back." He pondered. "That's right, just like that," the Star Weasel suddenly responded. Fu Han was stunned for a moment before realizing he was still in mental communion with the Star Weasel. "I can accept your contract, but I have one condition," the Star-tailed Weasel suddenly said. Fu Han was instantly overjoyed and said, "Tell me." The Star Weasel replied, "I want lots and lots of delicious food. You must take me to eat tasty things." "No problem." Fu Han agreed without hesitation. The Star Weasel declared, then let's begin. Great! Fu Han quickly gathered starlight to draft the contract, then directed the luminous runes toward the Star Weasel. As agreed, the creature accepted the pact, and under the watch of cosmic laws, a soul bond formed between them. The contract was complete. The Star Weasel spoke up, alright, my name is Kikalu. From now on, I'm counting on you, don't forget to treat me to delicious food. Don't worry, Fu Han replied. With that said, Fu Han began examining Kikalu's information. Name, Kikalu. Species, Star Weasel lineage. Evolution level, initial. Attributes, psychic, stellar spirit. Base stats, 520, Lord tier. Star Beast level, 18. Health, 100%. Abilities. Mythical trait, Star-Blessed Spirit. The Star Weasel possesses extraordinarily powerful psychic abilities. It innately masters nearly all psychic-type skills, provided it can remember how to use them. Special trait, Spirit Realm Passage. The Star Weasel can freely traverse between the spiritual realm and the physical world at will. Though Fu Han had known Star Weasels were incredibly miraculous and special, he was utterly astonished to discover his possessed a mythical tier trait. Mythical tier, the highest grade of traits. Its ability was absurdly powerful too, innate mastery of all psychic-type skills. It was hard to imagine such wondrous power housed in its mere centimeters-tall body. Don't be fooled by its 520-point base stat total classifying it as Lord tier. Base stats are comprehensive attribute evaluations. The Star Weasel's physical attributes like HP, speed, and strength were pathetically low, meaning its wisdom and psychic power alone qualified it for Lord tier. In other words, the Star Weasel's overall racial evaluation is at the Lord tier level, but if we're talking solely about spiritual power, it likely surpasses even the Emperor tier and reaches the legendary tier, perhaps even the infinite tier. After forming a contract with Kikalu, Fu Han immediately witnessed its wonders. Originally nestled within Fu Han's core, Kikalu entered the real world without being summoned. It leisurely perched on Fu Han's shoulder and said, now we're partners. Let's go back and make that girl dance for us. Fu Han was stunned, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. After organizing his thoughts, Fuan said, well, that is, since Sis Chia is also part of our group, maybe we shouldn't tease her anymore. Kikalu pouted disappointedly, ah, what a pity. Her dancing is so beautiful. True enough, Fuan agreed. Then, I suppose I'll go play with Luoluana. Call me if you need anything. Before Fu Han could respond, Shichilu's body lit up with twinkling starlight and vanished in an instant. Fu Han was momentarily stunned. He deliberately checked his inner core once more and indeed found no trace of Shichilu. Truly a free divine favored spirit, it seemed the contract held little sway over it. Forget it. Being able to form a contract at all is good enough, can't ask for too much, Fu Han reassured himself, calming his emotions before starting his journey back. When Fu Han returned to the campfire, Chia was silently poking the flames with a stick, watching the embers rise and disappear wordlessly, saying nothing at all. Fu Han sighed softly and asked, do you feel unwell anywhere? Chia shook her head without speaking. Have you ever heard of a star beast called the Stellar Weasel? Fu Han inquired. Chia shook her head blankly. Fu Han continued explaining, just now there was a Star Weasel here. It's a legendary tier star beast with incredibly powerful psychic abilities. It used its psychic power to influence your actions moments ago. You suddenly started dancing and took off your shirt. At first I thought you were sleepwalking, but then I spotted it, and it fled before you regained consciousness. That's when you started collapsing toward the campfire. So I had to quickly catch you to prevent you from falling into the flames. Then you woke up, and I rushed off to chase it. That's exactly how this whole situation unfolded. Chia blinked and said, I did dream I was dancing, like during those childhood competitions. Fu Han nodded in relief, finally feeling he'd properly clarified things. Then Chia looked around in astonishment and exclaimed, you're saying a legendary tier star beast was just here? Legendary tier. Fu Han nodded seriously, yes. Ah, what does it look like? I didn't see it at all, Chia said with deep regret. Fu Han gestured while describing, pink, very small, only about this tall, looks like a ferret, with stars on its tail. Wow, that sounds adorable. Fu Han nodded and said, it really looks adorable, but why does it make me dance? Chia asked in confusion. Fu Han pondered for a moment before replying, mischievous pranks, it enjoys teasing people when bored. What about that one? Fu Han shook his head and said, no idea where it went. Its ability is extremely unique, it can freely traverse the spirit world. Ah, what a shame, I missed it. Chia stomped her foot in frustration. Fu Han smiled without replying, and Chia also fell silent, gazing at the campfire. After a long pause, she suddenly asked, then, was my dancing beautiful? Fu Han froze for a moment before answering truthfully, pretty, but I'm not reducing any fees for that. Chia was rendered speechless. Chapter 33, Marshland Terrain. Ever since Fu Han's mental energy leveled up, his required sleep duration had shortened significantly. When he woke up it was only 5 a.m., before daybreak. This time there were no more anomalies. Upon waking up, Fu Han immediately steadied his mind and peered into his inner core to observe. This time, the pink Kikalu was truly within the core domain, sprawled over Fu Han's stellar core, sleeping soundly. Kikalu possessed an astral attribute. It was a creature of the soul world. Unlike other stellar beasts, which turned into little stars orbiting the core when inside, Kikalu remained exactly as it looked in the physical world. Moreover, compared to the other little stars, Kikalu was a giant in the soul world. Fu Han's growth bonus stellar core was just barely large enough for it to perch on. Despite the core's surface being as scorching as a star in Fu Han's perception, it seemed to have no effect on the creature whatsoever. Maybe it feels warmer there, Fu Han speculated. Without waking Kikalu, Fu Han returned his consciousness to the real world and saw that dawn was nearly approaching. Not wanting to delay any longer, he got up, stoked the campfire back to life, and began roasting venison and boiling fish soup once more. Before long, Xia also woke up. Fu Han briefly explained the action plan to her, and the two began breakfast. Considering the exploration mission required constant movement, Fu Han decided to abandon the remaining venison. There was too much to carry, and he feared its scent might attract unnecessary trouble. So Fu Han urged Xia to eat more, and Xia obediently ate another large piece. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, the sky began to grow light with dawn. After dousing the campfire, Fu Han took Xia with him and boarded the Great Jade Hand to set off. Before leaving, Fu Han made sure to glance at his core only to find that Kakiru had disappeared again. Such carefree wandering. Fu Han sighed deeply, then commanded the giant Jade Hand to advance northward. As the giant Jade Hand moved swiftly forward, the surrounding landscape transformed rapidly before their eyes. What began as ordinary forest gradually gave way to increasing shrubs, then expansive ponds emerged across the terrain. Pushing forward further, these ponds merged into continuous wetlands as the vegetation twisted into bizarrely shaped mangrove forests. Shortly after entering the swamp area, Fu Han spotted a nest of swamp slimes. Somehow, he felt his slime-fighting DNA awaken within him. However, upon approaching, he noticed the swamp slimes emitting a foul stench, so Fu Han abandoned the idea of getting closer. The two of them ended up scanning the slimes from a distance using their terminals. As expected, both the scanning and entering the swamp area earned them course points. They remained the only two on the leaderboard, but their points had now increased to 600. Leaving behind the stinking swamp slimes, Fu Han found a sturdy mangrove tree to adjust his position. The two of them had originally been standing on Chiyu's hands, one on each side. But after entering the swamp, Fu Han realized this arrangement left the giant jade hands almost useless in combat, making it difficult to respond to emergencies. So, Fu Han decided they should both stand on the left hand of the giant jade hands, freeing up its right hand for battle. Once standing together, however, they realized this put them uncomfortably close. Fu Han had no choice but to say, "Bear with it for now. We'll leave as soon as we cross this area and won't linger." Xia obediently held onto Fu Han's clothes, gripping so tightly at one point that Fu Han could hardly breathe. The scenery of Rottenwood Swamp was far from pleasant, gloomy, eerie, and permeated with a damp, decaying stench everywhere. The star beasts encountered along the way were also a headache. Toads and pythons were considered normal. The two even came across a decaying flower that continuously spewed foul gas. The sight of Rottenwood maggots wriggling around the decaying flower was downright sanity-draining. What was truly absurd was that as they entered this area, both of their terminals simultaneously received a message. When they opened it, they found a prompt, "Entered the supply drop zone. You can attempt to locate a supply crate nearby." Fu Han froze. There are treasure chests too? Then the two began searching carefully, only to discover the supply crate was right beside the rot flower, surrounded by those maggots. Damn! Who the hell would put a treasure chest there? At that moment, Fu Han truly felt the overwhelming malice of the academy instructors. What should we do? Xia frowned and asked. Fu Han sighed softly. Well, we're already here. Yeah, since we're already here. The decay gas isn't very harmful to humans, just don't stand there inhaling deeply and you'll be fine. Although the Rottenwood grubs are as big as dogs with rows of sharp teeth, those are just for chewing decayed wood, they pose virtually no threat. So go ahead and fetch it. Xia covered her mouth and held her breath while Fuan directed the giant jade hand to retrieve the supply crate. Along the way, they suddenly noticed one bright red grub among the white Rottenwood grubs. Pointing at the red grub, Fuan asked, "A shiny variant. Do you want to catch one?" Xia anxiously hammered Fu Han's arm in frustration, while Fu Han stifled a laugh as he approached the supply box. Opening the supply box revealed two backpacks inside. Without bothering to check their contents, they grabbed both and hurried away. Only after putting considerable distance between themselves and the rotflower did Xia finally catch her breath in deep gasps. Fu Han rummaged through the two backpacks. One contained a portable sleeping bag, the other a sealed backpack. Not bad at all. The sealed backpack is especially practical, much more spacious than the tool pouch at my waist and completely waterproof too. If I discovered this thing earlier, I could have taken the leftover venison with me. But now that I'm nearly at the heart of the swamp, Fu Han has no intention of turning back for the meat. Handing the sleeping bag to Chia to carry, Fu Han said, "The sleeping bag belongs to you now that Wei Xiaozi is freed up. You've been crushing it without paying rent." Chia huffed and snatched the sleeping bag, protesting loudly, "Xiaozi likes staying close to me. It likes me." "Ah, yes, right." Fu Han responded absent-mindedly to Chia as the pair resumed their journey. Just casually glancing around as they walked, they'd occasionally scan any celestial beasts they spotted. The appearance of the swamp-dwelling celestial beasts was truly unfit for public viewing, leaving neither of them interested in forming a contract. Before long, the duo received another exploration prompt from their terminal, notifying them of a nearby supply crate available for collection. This time, the supply crate was conveniently placed right next to a challenged celestial beast meant for hunting. The challenged celestial beast in the swamp region was a putrid swamp mosquito queen. As the name suggested, it was the queen of the putrid swamp mosquitoes. Spanning the size of 2 oversized jade hands, it was surrounded by hundreds of large-headed putrid swamp mosquitoes standing guard. Seeing this scene, Fu Han had absolutely no desire for a challenge. If he went up there, it wouldn't even require the queen to lift a finger, just 2 ordinary bog mosquitoes could drain him dry from blood loss. Little Purple couldn't move at all in the swamp, and judging by the floating height of the jade hand, it probably couldn't even reach those mosquitoes. Kikalu might have been capable of unleashing some powerful skill to wipe out all those mosquitoes in one go, but that little rogue was currently off gallivanting who knows where. So in truth, Fu Han possessed no combat capability whatsoever within the swamp. "Since we're already here, why leave without giving it a try?" Xia asked. Fu Han blinked at her and said, "How about I put you down? You distract them while I grab the supplies from the container, then come back for you. Sound good?" Xia pouted and remained silent for a long while. Just teasing you. Let's finish scanning quickly and get out of here." After scanning was complete, Fu Han felt not the slightest attachment to that supply crate, circling around the Empress as he headed straight for the observation point. The instructional materials provided by the Academy made no mention of what exactly the observation point contained, yet in the mission setup, it was designated as a crucial assessment benchmark. This discrepancy had kept Fu Han perpetually curious just what exactly was inside that observation point. It wasn't until Fu Han arrived at the observation point that he understood the Academy had truly gone to great lengths with their intentions. Chapter 34, The Swamp Hydra. The observation point in the marsh area was actually a massive pit. The pit was roughly the size of a football field, about 30 meters deep. Thick dragon vines coiled along its edges, stretching all the way down to the bottom. And there on the rotting fluorescent grass within the pit stood a marsh hydra. Marsh hydras are notorious apex predators, not only devastatingly powerful but also incredibly tenacious, making them exceptionally difficult to handle among fierce star beasts. But this subspecies of magic dragon has no wings and cannot fly. The Academy cleverly designated the pit where the hydra lives as an observation point, ensuring student safety while allowing everyone to witness the swamp ruler firsthand. As long as students don't foolishly descend into the pit, there's absolutely no chance of being attacked. The hydra in the pit had already grown 8 heads. Terminal scanning estimated its level to be between 77 to 79. And it was visibly on the verge of evolving to grow its 9th head. A hydra of this level, forget about beginner beastmasters attending class, even 2 grandmaster level beastmasters wouldn't likely dare to challenge it. To make matters worse, the hydra in the pit was accompanied by 3 offspring. A hydra in its nurturing period becomes far more aggressive, making it even more unthinkable that anyone would be insane enough to venture into the pit. This was probably the Academy's reasoning, which explains why the 3 offspring remained peacefully by their hydra mother's side instead of being relocated to the breeding center. At this moment, the mother hydra was sleeping with her 3 dragon hatchlings. Despite being asleep, she remained highly vigilant. 6 of her heads rested while 2 remained on alert. Swamp hydra hatchlings, how much would these be worth? After scanning the magical dragon, Fuan asked Chia, who was crouched nearby scanning as well. Chia replied, "My leaf sprite cost over 6 million. These would probably go for tens of millions, right?" Fuan nodded thoughtfully and mused, Do you think the Academy placed these hatchlings here precisely because they wanted us to form contracts with them?" Xia exclaimed in surprise. "The dragon mother is level 77. One breath from her and we're instantly finished." Fuba smacked his lips and stood up. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Even in its juvenile form, the swamp demon dragon's racial stats were at Lord tier, and upon evolving to its 9-headed form, it would reach Emperor tier. Each head could fight independently, and its vitality was absurdly tenacious, truly an incredibly powerful battle-star beast. But no matter how tempted he was, he couldn't play games with his life. Stealing a child right in front of its level 70+ demon dragon mother wasn't just immoral, it would be no different from suicide. Even an iron-willed man like Handsome Brother might not withstand this swamp hydra for more than a few rounds, mainly because the gap in astral grades was simply too vast. What a pity, to see it but not tame it. Fu Han sighed with regret. "Hey, there's a white one over there," Chia suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward a shadowy corner of the cave. Following her gesture, Fu Han spotted another Hydra hatchling hidden beneath vines in the darker recesses of the pit. Unlike its kin, this one lacked green scales. Instead, its entire body was pure white. Chia asked, "Is it albino? What's it doing? Dancing?" As she spoke, Chia raised her terminal and began observing the white Hydra through the telephoto lens of the device. Fu Han remarked, "Probably an albino specimen. That qualifies as a color variant." At that moment, Chia exclaimed in surprise again, "Huh? There's even a tiny pink star beast next to it." "Pink? Tiny?" Fu Han hurriedly took out his terminal to check, and sure enough, he spotted the tiny figure next to the white Hydra. "Wasn't that Kikiro? It seems to be that legendary star beast you mentioned. The star weasel. Isn't it just?" At that moment, Kikiro was leading the white Hydra in a dance, the two little creatures looking utterly delighted. "What's this guy up to?" Fu Han frowned and thought for a moment, then called out silently in his heart, "Chichi-Lu, Chichi-Lu." Chichi-Lu immediately noticed Fu Han's call. It turned to look at Fu Han, letting the little white dragon continue dancing by itself. Then scattered starlight flashed across its body before it vanished in the blink of an eye. Chia gasped in surprise, "Huh? It's gone." Actually, Chichi-Lu had already returned to Fu Han's core domain, but still wanted to emerge directly to his side. Fu Han quickly stopped her, saying, "Don't come out. Don't let others notice you." Chichi-Lu hurriedly descended and said, Oh, the pretty dancing lady is here. Why are you all here?" Fu Han replied, "Chichi-Lu, I was just about to ask you what you're doing here." Kikolo waved her tiny hands and replied, "Oh, I was dancing with a friend." "Is that little white dragon your friend?" Fu Han asked. Kikolo said, Yes. Little white dragon is so pitiful. Because he's white, his brothers won't play with him, and even his mother doesn't like him. He's all alone." Fu Han frowned, thinking to himself how common it was for albino individuals to face rejection. Although white may seem beautiful in human eyes, in nature this coloration loses its concealment, hindering hunting and making it easier for predators to spot. Hardly what you'd call superior genetics, so such traits are easily rejected, especially for a fierce creature like the swamp hydra, which is extremely harsh even toward its own offspring. Glancing at the distant mother hydra, then observing the small white dragon searching for Kikolo in the shadows, Fu Han suddenly conceived a bold idea. Fu Han said, "Kikolo, this little white dragon is so pitiful. How about we make it our companion? That way it won't be alone anymore. What do you think?" Kikolo replied, "Great idea, but it's too dangerous. Its mother has a terrible temper. We've been hiding just to play with it safely. Do you have any way to make its mother's two heads fall asleep too?" Fu Han pointed at the mother dragon and asked. Chi-Chi-Lu shook her head and said, No way. She's so powerful and has so many heads, it's impossible." Hearing Chi-Chi-Lu say it was impossible, Fu Han sighed softly in disappointment. But unexpectedly, Chi-Chi-Lu added, "However, I can make you invisible. The two of us can sneak over quietly. That's how I used to go play with the little white dragon." Fu Han's eyes lit up. After a moment of thought, Fu Han asked again, "Kikolo, if we accidentally get discovered by the dragon mother, do you have a way to help me escape?" Kikolo furrowed her little brows and pondered for a long time before saying, There is one way. I could take you to the soul world, but your core domain is so far away, and I don't know how long it would take to bring you back." Fu Han frowned and said, "That probably won't work. Are there any other ways?" Kikolo said, "I can make you lighter so you can run away faster." Upon hearing this, Fu Han's eyes lit up. Chapter 35, Takeoff. "I can make you lighter so you can climb the vines to escape more quickly." Hearing this, Fuan's eyes lit up. He began carefully searching along the sturdy dragon vine's veins for viable paths. After a moment, Fuan had mapped out several escape routes. Then he silently asked in his heart, "Chi-Chi-Lu, if we go down this path and I hide behind the vines later, can you bring the little white dragon to me?" No problem. The little white dragon adores Chi-Chi-Lu, it will definitely come," Chi-Chi-Lu replied excitedly. With feasibility in mind, Fu Han decided to give it a try. He turned to Chia and said, "That little white dragon, perhaps I can attempt to form a contract with it." "Are you seriously going down there? Isn't that too dangerous?" Chia asked in surprise. Fu Han grinned and said, "Don't worry, I still have a way to save my life. You hide and wait for me." Pointing at a large tree behind Long Tang, Fu Han gestured towards a hollow in its trunk, a perfect hiding spot. "Stay hidden," he said. "There's no telling what kind of star beasts might be lurking around here. I'll sneak closer, and if things get dicey, I'll turn back." Chia sighed and said, "Then you must be extremely careful." Fu Han nodded, watching as Chia disappeared from sight before finally speaking to the Great Jade Hand. Armor integration. At Fu Han's command, the Great Jade Hand instantly transformed into a streak of light that flew onto Fu Han's body, followed by the appearance of icy jade-colored armor plates covering him. Chi-Chi-Lu exclaimed, "Wow, little stone is truly useful. Move out." With those words, Fu Han turned and began descending the vines. Kikolo immediately activated her stealth ability, causing Fu Han's figure to gradually vanish among the twisting vines. The descent went smoothly, with Fu Han keeping a constant watch on the mother dragon below. She showed no signs of detection whatsoever, though midway through one of her heads dozed off while another awoke to maintain watch. The 3 dragon hatchlings also slept soundly, completely undisturbed. The only complication was that the white dragonling, having waited too long for Kikalu's return, was growing visibly agitated. To prevent the white dragonling from wandering off, Fu Han quickened his pace and soon reached the pit's bottom, taking cover behind the thick vine clusters. Then he had Kikalu appear to call the little white dragon over. The little white dragon waited for Kikalu endlessly, thinking it had already left. So when Kikalu called out to it, it let out an excited cry. Gah! Its shout immediately caught the mother dragon's attention, and both of its heads spun around. Thankfully, Kikalu reacted swiftly and dodged back in time. Fu Han dared not poke his head out to look, merely listening as the sound of the little white dragon splashing through water drew nearer, waiting patiently. Before long, the little white dragon cautiously peeked its head through the vines to look around, never expecting someone to be standing right behind them. Instinctively, the little white dragon retreated several steps, eyeing Fu Han warily. Kikalu quickly flew lower, using her telepathic ability to comfort the little white dragon. Don't be afraid. Come over here, we'll take you away from this place. At this moment, the mother dragon also noticed the little white dragon's vigilance. 2 more of her heads awoke from slumber, glaring intently at the little white dragon's movements. Meanwhile, Kikil continued trying earnestly to communicate with the little white dragon. Come over here. He's my friend too. We can all go outside and play together. Hidden behind the vines, Fuan couldn't see what was happening outside, but he already had a bad premonition. In his urgency, he pulled out a few remaining soft dates from his pocket, holding them in his palms to beckon the little white dragon to come eat. Unexpectedly, this gesture actually piqued the little white dragon's interest. The reason was that the baby white dragon's mother had never nurtured it, as daily feedings were always handled by the caretakers at the breeding center. So when Fu Han accidentally mimicked this motion, the little dragon cautiously inched closer. Seeing his method work, Fu Han lowered his posture even further, one hand holding the soft dates while the other was poised with a pre-prepared contract, waiting for the white dragon to approach. However, what Fu Han offered wasn't the meat the baby dragon preferred. After sniffing it briefly, the creature began to withdraw. At this moment, Kikola quickly interjected, Don't go, don't go. These are delicious fruits, give them a try. The little white dragon cocked its head uncertainly before tentatively stretching its neck toward Fu Han's hand, flicking out its tongue to snatch one of the soft jujubes. Upon discovering the sweetness of the fruit, the white dragon took 2 eager steps forward to lick the remaining jujubes. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Han slightly withdrew his hand, luring the dragon another 2 steps closer before extending his palm, now glowing with contract runes, toward the creature. All star beasts are more susceptible to contracts during their youth. As juveniles, they instinctively accept whatever nourishment their parents provide without excessive deliberation, naturally embracing anything that aids their growth. The contract Fu Han offered pulsed with abundant starlight, and the affection-starved young dragon accepted it without the slightest hesitation. The contract is complete. Fu Han's heart leaped with joy. Yet it was precisely the stellar radiance emitted at the moment the soul contract was formed that caught the mother dragon's attention. This time, all her heads awakened, and she quickly rose to crawl closer and investigate the situation. Kikalu noticed the mother dragon's movement and urgently urged, She's awake. Run! Hearing this, Fu Han scooped up the little white dragon and grabbed another handful of soft dates from his pocket, shoving them to its mouth. When the confused hatchling opened its jaws to eat the dates, Fu Han immediately withdrew it back into his inner realm. Gotta run now. The sound of the mother dragon wading through water already seems right at my heels. An adult hydra stands 3 meters tall at the shoulder, a massive 5 to 6 meter tall monster when you include its heads. Though it may appear clumsy while walking on all fours, its enormous size actually allows it to move quite swiftly. Just as Fu Han got the thought to flee, the hydra suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Compared to its young, it was far more sensitive to sense and it caught Fu Han's scent from a distance. It wasn't so much concerned about Fu Han taking its hatchling as it was furious about his intrusion into its territory that was simply unforgivable. The irritable mother dragon didn't hesitate for a second, opening her maw to unleash a fiery breath toward the vines where Fu Han was hiding. The thick dragon vines were instantly burned through, creating a large gap that brought Fu Han and the mother dragon face to face. For a volatile creature like the swamp hydra, there was only one way to deal with intruders' utter annihilation. Without any delay, the hydra spewed another blast of fiery breath straight at Fu Han. Fu Han wasted no time either. Even before the beast could fully open its mouth, he had already sprinted several meters away. As a result, the hydra's breath traced a blazing line across the ground right behind him. Facing the overwhelming presence of the hydra, Fu Han finally realized just how reckless his actions had been, but regrets were useless now. All he could do was run with everything he had. Diyusho, sensing the dire situation, began exerting its fullest effort to assist Fu Han by activating the levitation ability. Instantly, Fu Han felt his body grow slightly lighter. Only then did Fu Han remember Chi Chi Lu. He frantically scanned the area, but the tiny creature was nowhere to be seen. Chi Lu, where are you? Fu Han shouted. Lu, who had initially hidden in the soul world, suddenly remembered her duty and quickly emerged, wagging her starry tail at Fu Han. Lu's, light as a feather, ability swiftly took effect, instantly making Fu Han feel his body grow lighter. He immediately sprinted toward his pre-planned escape route, covering ground in great strides. Fu Han raced ahead while the multi-headed dragon pursued with relentless effort, its forelegs scuttling rapidly and its fiery breath spewing forth in relentless bursts. Fortunately, with the aid of the giant Jade Hand and Lu, Fu Han now moved as lightly as a swallow. The dragon's breath attacks missed one after another, and Fu Han leaped onto the dragon vine, poised to escape to safety. Yet at that very moment, the Hydra realized that its breath attacks kept missing their mark, so it attempted to aim for Fu Han's projected landing spot with a blast. This breath attack's timing was slightly miscalculated. It unleashed before Fu Han had even descended to the ground. To make matters worse, Fu Han could only watch helplessly as the dragon vine he intended to land on was completely incinerated. Oh no! Without any doubt, Fu Han plummeted downward in free fall. The multi-headed dragon swiftly crawled on all fours and soon positioned itself beneath Fu Han. Waiting for the ice jade-colored little insect to fall, it suddenly turned and swung its tail upwards, sending Fu Han soaring into the sky like a baseball. Chapter 36, Lacking Courage. Crunch! With the sound of armor splitting, Fu Han felt the tremendous impact. In the blink of an eye, Fu Han found himself flung outside the pit, then realized he was plummeting toward the marsh at the pit's edge. He tried to adjust his landing posture but discovered he was utterly immobile, as if his body had fallen apart. Splash splish splash! Fu Han fell into the marsh, sending up a great spray of water. The marsh wasn't actually deep, but lying flat, Fu Han was immediately submerged. Then darkness gradually filled his vision, and he passed out. Fortunately, Fu Han's landing spot wasn't too far from Chia, and with the dragon vines forming a base beneath the marsh, the silt in this area wasn't too deep. Chia hurried toward the splash site. At that moment, Big Jade Hand seemed to realize Fu Han needed help and quickly deactivated its armor on its own. Using its one remaining large hand, it lifted Fu Han to the shore. Chia finally reached Fu Han's side and immediately began performing chest compressions on him. After Fu Han coughed up several mouthfuls of water, Chia quickly used her leaf sprite to conjure a rejuvenation fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. A moment later, Fu Han slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake." Looking around weakly, Fu Han murmured, "Thanks to you all." Chia exclaimed anxiously, "You almost died." Fu Han said somewhat sheepishly, "Come on, I'm fine." But Chia still felt furious. "I just don't understand you. Why would you go when it's so dangerous?" Fu Han said, "It's pitiful. I came from an orphanage. I know what it's like to have no one want you." Chia's eyes grew misty as she asked, "What happened now?" "It seems I can move." Fu Han moved his shoulders and sat up straight. Chia frowned and said, "Well, looks like you're fine after all. Are you made of iron? You just fell from such a height." Fu Han smiled and replied, "Wasn't there water? Thanks to you, otherwise I might have drowned." Chia sighed, "This is too risky." Fu Han was only slightly injured. When struck by the multi-headed dragon's tail whip, the Great Jade Hand absorbed most of the impact. After falling into the water, the Great Jade Hand quickly rescued Fu Han, so he only swallowed some water and suffered mild unconsciousness. Additionally, Chia administered medicine promptly, so after he woke up, some rest was all he needed to recover fully. The two of them hid on the dragon vine, secretly observing the multi-headed dragon in the pit. After knocking Fu Han away, the dragon mother's mood had calmed. However, her vigilance had increased significantly, and as she lay beside her hatchlings, she no longer dozed off. Her heads remained alert, constantly scanning their surroundings. Looking once more at the scarred and devastated hollow, Fu Han couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Vast stretches of vines had been scorched away by the Hydra's breath, leaving behind craters wherever the dragonfire had swept. Fu Han could scarcely believe those marks had been left by his own doing. That he'd survived without serious injuries was nothing short of a miracle. When Chia saw the condition of the dragon pit, she too was stunned by Fu Han's extraordinary capability for a man to emerge unscathed from all that. However, the Jade Hand paid a heavy price. Its entire right hand had vanished, a large chunk was missing from the back of its head, and its left hand was riddled with cracks. In reality, Fu Han had only been struck once by the multi-headed dragon. Yet, due to the immense disparity in their celestial ranks, that single blow left his Jade Hand skill, normally maxed out and hardened to immunity, severely wounded. Fortunately, the giant stone hand possessed a self-healing ability, allowing it to recover fully within just 2 or 3 days. Moreover, being a rock-based lifeform, it wouldn't completely lose mobility like animal-type creatures would after sustaining severe injuries. The giant Jade Hand, now missing an arm, remained steadfast and dependable. It could still carry Fu Han and Chia, hovering steadily as they forged ahead through the swamp. This time, the pair didn't linger any longer, nor did they bother scanning those already encountered marsh star beasts to rack up points. Instead, they headed straight for the flowery plains. Upon arrival, they could proceed on foot to allow Great Jade Paw ample rest. Western Forest Area, Temporary Command Center for Survival Training. Professor Chu and Lieutenant Colonel Wang Yunzhong, who had overseen the airlift of students days earlier, were processing a dwarf forest deer hunted that very morning. The two chatted and laughed with great cheer, appearing for all the world like they were on vacation. Truth be told, Professor Chu had spent part of the morning in the monitoring division's tent. That was when Fu Han, the first to cross the assessment line, began advancing into the marshlands. The entire monitoring division's attention was fixed upon him, everyone eager to see if he might perform some astonishing feat, Professor Chu being no exception. After patiently waiting for nearly 2 hours, everyone realized Fu Han had merely glanced at the hunting zone challenge before striding off, eliciting waves of boos from the entire monitoring department. Professor Chu also shook his head with a chuckle and exited the monitoring tent. After all, the others were still in the beginner's zone, and Fu Han had backed down from battle. Nothing noteworthy was happening anytime soon. Logically speaking, Professor Chu believed caution and knowing one's limits were perfectly normal behaviors. But emotionally, the entire command center had been hoping Fu Han, the prodigy, would do something extraordinary to spice up the otherwise dull survival course. Instead, he slipped away. Disappointment was inevitable. Even Professor Chu felt slightly regretful, thinking to himself, this young man seems somewhat lacking in courage, what a pity. At that exact moment, Lieutenant Colonel Wang and his team happened to return from their hunt. Professor Chu thus turned his full attention to the game and the barbecue. Although startled exclamations had emanated twice from the monitoring team's tent moments earlier, Professor Chu merely glanced back before returning to dressing the venison. He truly couldn't think of anything worth his attention there. Besides, if anything truly noteworthy occurred, Zhang Yiyu would come out to report to him. No sooner had this thought surfaced than Professor Chu saw Zhang Yiyu emerge from the tent, striding quickly toward him. Chapter 37, First Place. Seeing Zhang Yiyu approaching, Professor Chu set down the deer leg in his hands, rinsed them in the stream, and then stood up to await Zhang Yiyu's report. To Zhang Yiyu's shock, the first words out of his mouth made Professor Chu doubt his own hearing. Professor Chu, one of the juvenile hydras is missing from the swamp hydra nest. The albino hatchling has disappeared. What? Gone? How could it be gone? Could it possibly have climbed out of such a deep pit? Zhang Yiyu said, someone went down there. We checked Fu Han's movements, he descended into the pit. At this moment, Colonel Wang, who had been watching the spectacle, interjected, the pit with that female hydra? The one leading her hatchlings? Zhang Yiyu nodded. Major Wang still couldn't believe his ears and questioned, someone went down? A student? Zhang Yiyu nodded again. Oh my heavens, what enormous guts! Major Wang exclaimed in amazement. Professor Chu was also completely baffled at this moment. He never imagined someone could be so audacious. How was this even possible? Where's everyone? Are they still alive? Professor Chu inquired. Fu Han and Chiya are currently moving towards Huayuan. They should be fine. Professor Chu finally relaxed and asked, does that kid have some sort of stealth ability? Did he steal my dragon and run off with it? Zhang Yiyu shook her head. Not exactly. The drone has reached the sinkhole. Take a look at the scene yourself. Zhang Yiyu handed the computer in her hand to Professor Chu. Professor Chu took the computer, and Colonel Wang also curiously leaned over to take a look. At this moment, the drone was hovering above the pit. Professor Chu remotely controlled the drone to fly slightly closer, then the camera focused on the situation at the bottom of the pit, zooming in further and further. Whoa, damn, this young man, wow, is he really unharmed? Colonel Wang, watching the spectacle, kept exclaiming in surprise. Professor Chu was equally shocked into silence as he surveyed the horrifying devastation in the pit. Going down there, disturbing the mother dragon, and facing attacks of this magnitude? And they ended up losing one baby dragon while the humans seem unharmed? How is that even possible? Could a rookie beast master really accomplish that? Professor Chu turned to Major Wang and asked, if it were you going down there, what do you think would happen? Major Wang immediately snapped, hell no, I'm not going. Are you out of your mind? Even if you gave me a dragon, I wouldn't go down there, seriously. Professor Chu smiled smugly and said, so you see, our academy students are quite capable, aren't they? Major Wang pursed his lips and said, most of them are just average, but this one is seriously impressive. What was it called again? Professor Chu smiled slightly, ignoring Major Wang's question, and instead said to Zhang Yiyu, check if the satellites can capture his photo, then notify him to undergo a health scan. Assign someone to monitor his movements closely, we can't let him take such risks again. Keep a tight watch on this promising recruit. Zhang Yiyu nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment's thought, she asked, but what about the rewards for this course's top performers? The mention of this issue gave Professor Chu a pounding headache. The course ranking system was already in place, precisely designed to differentiate students' performance levels. Moreover, for this discontinuous treasure vault event, the Academy had decided to reward the first-place winner with a juvenile hydra. Professor Chu originally planned to offer this albino hydra as the prize, never expecting Fu Han would claim it just the next day. Fortunately, the specific rewards were scheduled to be announced 3 days later, meant to make underperforming students who failed the assessment line bitterly regret their lack of effort. Had the prize details been disclosed earlier, wouldn't they have had to prepare another hydra hatchling in this situation? Let's change the reward and just make do with whatever. Since he's already taken his prize, he's the champion in my book. Zhang Yiyu nodded in acknowledgement and left to carry out the order. Major Wang grumbled from the sidelines, how stingy. Said you'd give it, then backed out. Damn it, hasn't he already gotten it? What else is there to give? Major Wang curled his lip. Didn't he earn that through his own skills? Since when did it become your doing? If it were me, I'd give him an even better reward. Professor Chu rolled his eyes. Yeah, keep bragging. Major Wang responded, don't believe me? Hand him over and let me try? Professor Chu scoffed coldly. Ha, keep dreaming. After leaving the swamp, Fu Han and Chia stopped to rest in the buffer forest area between the flower fields and the swamp. Xiaozi accompanied Chia to pick some sweet and sour berries, which, along with some roasted venison they had brought in the morning, made for a simple lunch for the two. Only then did Fu Han remember to check on the little white dragon with which he had formed a life-risking contract. Swamp Hydra. Race, multi-headed dragon lineage. Evolution level, initial. Attribute, dragon. Base stats, 487, Overlord class. Star Beast rank, 5. Health, 100% accelerated growth. Abilities. Epic trait multi-headed dragon body. The mighty multi-headed dragon is one of the strongest predators on land, possessing an exceptionally powerful and unique constitution. As long as it has sufficient food, a juvenile multi-headed dragon will grow at a pace that defies all natural logic. With each stage of growth, the multi-headed dragon develops additional heads. Every time a new head emerges, its maximum health threshold increases. The Hydra possesses extraordinarily tenacious vitality and formidable regenerative abilities. Even if one of its heads is completely severed, it can regenerate in a short time. Unless all of its heads are simultaneously dealt a devastating blow within a short period, the Hydra is nearly impossible to kill. Companion trait, pyroclastic glands. The Hydra's heads contain pyroclastic glands that secrete and store flammable glandular fluid. By expelling this fluid through its mouth, the Hydra can unleash a powerful fiery breath. Special trait, swamp adaptation. The swamp hydra exhibits an exceptional immunity to toxic miasma. The multi-headed wyvern boasts the foulest temper across the supercontinent, overwhelming destructive power, and survival capabilities bordering on the miraculous. It was common knowledge that the notorious hydra wouldn't die unless all its heads were severed. Fu Han was naturally well aware of this fact. However, after carefully reviewing the hydra's information, Fu Han gained a clearer understanding of its finer details. For instance, he learned that hydras grow exceptionally fast during their juvenile stage, a piece of very good news for Fu Han. Another example was the discovery that the hydra's breath weapon wasn't an innate skill, but rather depended on specialized glandular organs to project its deadly exhalations. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that as the hydra grows, its breath attack will become increasingly powerful. The downside is that Fu Han's Starforger ability can no longer help it improve the level of its breath attack. However, there's no need to rush. While the breath attack can't be enhanced, there are other skills it can learn. Fu Han still has ways to help it grow rapidly, and when the time comes, its breath attack will naturally become stronger without requiring Fu Han's intervention. After getting a general understanding of the hydra's information, Fu Han summoned it out to let it stretch its limbs. The little white dragon had lived in a swamp pit since hatching, knowing only rotgrass and dragon tendrils as vegetation. Thus, being summoned to this new environment filled it with excitement. It sniffed and nibbled at everything, tasting the world with juvenile curiosity. Chia still thought the white polyhydra was far more beautiful than its green siblings or mother, utterly bewildered why such beauty would be ostracized. Moved by fondness and pity, Chia longed to pet the little white creature. But the polyhydra's infamous temper surfaced immediately. The white dragonlet despised Chia. At every approach, it growled, bared fangs, even expelled warning jets of flame. Chia returned in frustration, much to Fu Han's amusement. The little white dragon didn't like Chia but adored Fu Han, sticking close to his side and frequently brushing against his legs. Fu Han happily fed it roasted venison piece by piece, and the dragon alternated between eating and playing with great delight. Watching this scene, Chia remarked bitterly, honestly, this dragon has such a foul temper, nowhere near as good as Little Purple. Fu Han chuckled, how sour. By the way, what are you going to name this little guy? Chia pointed at the small white dragon as she spoke. The dragon immediately stretched its neck forward, attempting to bite her finger, but fortunately Chia reacted quickly and withdrew her hand. Ah, it's so fierce. Fu Han laughed and said, it's quite white. The ancient pronunciation for white is bo, so how about we call it boya? Chia said, not bad, it sounds quite pleasant. Fu Han thought to himself, It's rare for me to come up with such a good-sounding name. Just then, Fu Han's terminal emitted a bzzz sound. Chapter 38, Growth Speed Defying Common Sense. Fu Han's terminal emitted a buzzing zizz sound. Upon checking, it displayed a new task notification: please conduct a health scan immediately. Fu Han froze slightly, while Chia also took out her own terminal only to discover she didn't have this task. What does this mean? Fu Han felt somewhat puzzled. Chia asked, could it be that the academy found out you visited the underground pit and wants to know if you were seriously injured? Fu Han nodded and said, that's indeed a possibility. Without dwelling on it further, Fu Han activated the health scan feature on his terminal. The scan completed quickly, the results were submitted, and then the system fell silent. Out of habit, Fu Han checked the rankings. His and Chia's course points had reached 10,300, keeping them firmly in first place. But the leaderboard no longer stood with just two lonely names, several more had suddenly appeared. In third place was none other than Fu Han's old acquaintance, Song Jia. He had already accumulated over 1,000 points, clearly having begun his explorations. With competitors suddenly emerging, Fu Han and Chia wasted no further time and immediately set off toward the flower plains. The flower plains enjoyed a warm climate and abundant rainfall, with waves of blossoms blooming year-round. There were wildflowers carpeting the ground, stretches of climbing rose vines, and towering floral giants like longleaf sunflowers that could grow up to 2 meters tall. Emerging from the miasmic swamp into this flower meadow instantly lifted both their spirits. Fu Han noticed himself relax noticeably upon entering the floral plains, his obsessive drive to top the rankings fading considerably. Perhaps it was simply the meadow's breathtaking serenity, or perhaps because Fu Han had sorted through certain thoughts along the journey. After visiting the observation point in the swamp, the Academy's assessment task was considered complete. Now, Fu Han and Chia continued exploring partly for training purposes, and partly to see if they could encounter a suitable stellar beast for Chia. As for the selection process, Fu Han speculated that his performance in the swamp pit had already been reported to the Academy. It was unlikely anyone else had descended into the dragon pit and emerged unscathed like him. If even such a feat couldn't secure his selection, Fu Han thought the abyssal treasure vault must be too dangerous, and it would be better for him not to go. Moreover, Fu Han owed his ability to take the lead and gain an advantage this time entirely to Great Jade Hand. But now, with Great Jade Hand severely damaged and in need of rest, Fu Han had lost his most crucial support. In this case, let alone others. Just take Song Jia, whom Fu Han knows, with his robust physique that resonates with star beasts. Fu Han doubted he could possibly outrun him. Instead, during their leisurely stroll, Chia discovered several useful plants. She mentioned that with a few more ingredients, she could concoct a healing potion that might help Big Jade Hand recover some of its condition. Once that happened, the two could rely on Big Jade Hand again to explore the rainforest breeding grounds, gaining some valuable experience along the way. So, with no urgency to rush, Fu Han decided to summon both Little Violet and Boya, letting them enjoy the scenery and blossoms as well. Unfortunately, Violet's sense of smell is too keen, and the scent of the flower fields is far too overwhelming for it. The effects of the pollen truly bother it greatly. After just a brief moment of excitement, it wilted miserably. Despite Chia's deep regret, Fu Han had no choice but to recall Violet back into its core. In contrast, Baya was perfectly suited to the flower fields. It adored the abundance of plants and insects, practically snacking its way as it wandered. Baya even hunted quite a few low-tier insect-type star beasts on its own, firing small fireballs with deadly accuracy. Once those fluttering star beasts fell to the ground, it would crawl over and devour every last bit. Fu Han wanted to scavenge some star fragments but couldn't find so much as a trace left behind. Fu Han was genuinely interested in the hunting challenge in Huayuan, but unfortunately, the navigation system didn't mark the location of the star beasts for the challenge. So, he proceeded toward the observation point while constantly checking his terminal, hoping to receive a hint for locating the supply crates. Before long, he actually discovered a supply crate. But it wasn't for the hunting challenge, rather, one hidden among a cluster of vicious flowers. The stench of the rafflesia was overwhelming, transforming the fluttering insects from butterflies into swarming flies. Even Boya refused to open his mouth to eat here. Yet the supply crate lay directly beneath the rafflesia's giant petals. Fu Han firmly believed that the mentor in charge of placing the supply crates must have some kind of psychological flaw. But adhering to the traditional principle of "since we're already here," Fu Han held his breath and retrieved the items from the supply box. This batch of supplies wasn't bad either. 3 slim sealed bottles and a full pack of nutrient protein blocks. While the sealed bottles served no immediate purpose, the protein blocks truly solved their urgent need. Since entering Flowerfield, Fu Han hadn't encountered any sizable creatures, let alone hunted anything. The nutrient protein blocks conveniently solved their food supply problem. The only slight concern was that, considering Flowerfield's insect-rich environment, Fu Han couldn't help but wonder what raw materials these protein blocks were made from. To avoid trouble, Fu Han refrained from voicing his suspicions aloud. If Chia learned that the protein blocks might be made from insects, she'd likely refuse to eat altogether. So Fu Han said nothing, simply unwrapping the blocks and distributing them to everyone. Having promised Kikalu to treat it to something delicious, Fu Han hadn't forgotten about it. However, with Jia present, he decided against summoning it for now. Boya, on the other hand, had an excellent appetite and happily accepted whatever was offered. Eventually, Jia tried some as well and found the taste quite agreeable. Fu Han naturally ate some himself. The taste was actually not bad, savory and salty, though it did have the drawback of being a bit sticky on the teeth. During this break for rest and food, Fu Han couldn't shake the feeling that Baya had grown a little. When he asked, Jia also agreed that Baya seemed to have genuinely gotten bigger. Fu Han knew Baya was in a phase of rapid growth, but he hadn't expected it to be this intense. After checking Baya's status, he discovered it had truly leveled up from 5 to 6. Only then did he fully grasp what growth at a speed defying common sense really meant. This got Fu Han thinking about teaching it a skill, mainly to see if the skill instruction could benefit from its rapid growth state buff. However, being in the wilderness, Fu Han didn't dare teach it an intermediate skill. He couldn't afford the weakened mental state that would follow. A basic skill, though, was manageable. Thanks to his enhanced mental strength, casting one basic skill wouldn't be too taxing. Among the basic skills Boya could learn, self-heal was practically useless for it. Hydras inherently possessed an overpowering natural regeneration, so potent that even a max-level, self-heal, couldn't compare. There was no point in learning that skill. Skills like illuminate or levitate, psychic-type abilities, were off-limits for Boya. The only viable option left was the Slime's Thunder Coat. Thunderclad Fu Han wasn't entirely sure how effective this skill would be for Boya, but he figured it was worth a try. Even if learning it to level 1 proved useless, the loss wouldn't be too great. With that thought, Fu Han recalled Boya into his core and began imparting skills to it. Chapter 39, Bloodblade Mantis. The skill transfer proceeded smoothly. Boya's little star effortlessly absorbed the skill imprint forged by Fu Han. But when Fu Han checked Boya's status, he encountered yet another unexpected discovery. Fu Han first delightedly realized that teaching skills indeed benefited from Boya's rapid growth enhancement. Having just leveled up, Boya's level soared from 6 to 9 after learning a single skill. This leveling speed was absurdly fast, far surpassing the growth bonus provided by the Jade Hands, efficient core. Fu Han suspected Boya's current state wouldn't last long. Otherwise, a multi-headed dragon like this would be outrageously overpowered. However, when Fu Han continued examining Boya's information, he shockingly discovered Boya hadn't actually mastered the new skill at all. There's not the slightest change in the ability column. What's going on here? Fu Han hurriedly summoned Boya to inspect. When Boya reappeared, Shia was startled into retreating several steps. What happened? It grew way too fast. From Chia's perspective, just a few minutes of not paying attention caused Boya to suddenly double in size. Even blowing up a balloon couldn't match this speed. Boyar's size was originally only half of Xiaozi's, small and cute, but in the blink of an eye, it grew to match Xiaozi's size. Its scales became much more distinct, and its silhouette turned more fearsome, startling Chia. Fu Han casually explained, "That's just how multi-headed dragons are, isn't it?" In truth, Fu Han was also startled, as Boyar's sudden level up was rather abrupt. Still, Fu Han couldn't help but wonder why had its size increased and level risen, yet it hadn't mastered any new skills. What's this? After examining Boya closely, Fu Han noticed something unusual. A pale yellow protrusion had appeared on Boya's body, still small and inconspicuous at this stage. Was Boya actually preparing to grow a second head? Was he about to evolve into a two-headed dragon? After all, multi-headed dragons typically sprout additional heads every 10 levels, and with Boya already at level 9, the timing aligned perfectly for such a development. But why is it pale yellow? Fu Han felt somewhat puzzled, then immediately thought of one possibility. Could it be because he had taught it a skill, that it was about to grow a thunder-type head? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he became increasingly convinced. Boya's body had absorbed the skill's information, and evolving a thunder-type head was a plausible explanation. Otherwise, where had the skill gone? Fu Han opened the terminal to look up information on multi-headed dragon-type beasts. However, the multi-headed dragon branch hid several entries even with his intermediate-level database access. Some remained beyond his view. Then Fu Han could only wait for Boya's second head to fully grow before he could verify his speculation. Thus, Fu Han and Chia set off again. This time, they still let Boya roam freely outside. Fu Han hoped it would eat more on its own to speed up the growth of its second head. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, both of their terminals received another alert about a supply container search. This time, the search area for the supply crate was extremely large, just as expansive as when we previously discovered the swamp mosquito queen. Fu Han realized this could likely be the location for a hunting challenge, so he immediately set off toward the center of the search zone with Chia in tow. After climbing over a gentle slope and pushing through a field of longleaf sunflowers, Fu Han and Chia spotted Song Jie, dressed in black and wielding silver-edged blades, engaged in combat within a hollow depression. Fu Han froze momentarily before thinking to himself, why is this guy always in the middle of a fight whenever we bump into him? At this moment, Chia asked, someone got ahead of us. What should we do? Fu Han smiled and said, it's alright, it's someone I know. Summoning Xiaozi once more to act as Chia's guard, Fu Han cautioned, don't get too close. You be careful too, he added. Fu Han nodded and led Boya toward the low-lying land. Hua Yuan's challenge hunt was to track down a star beast known as a Bloodblade Mantis. Fu Han had already reviewed the files on it beforehand. The Bloodblade Mantis earned its name from the crimson hue of its forelimbs, a fiercely solitary predator. It exclusively hunts and feeds on other star beasts. Possessing both cloaking and flight capabilities, this creature lurks beneath tree canopies before suddenly taking flight to ambush its prey. After catching its prey, it would bring it back to its nest to slowly savor. While feeding, it would try its best to prevent the prey from dying too quickly to maintain freshness, engaging in a particularly cruel method of consumption. The Bloodblade Mantis with elite-tier racial values is also a highly sought-after combat pet, its only drawback being relatively fragile vitality. Artificial environments like the Floral Plains breeding zone actually can't properly raise Bloodblade Mantises. These star beasts are too ferocious and would severely disrupt the ecological balance of the plains in the absence of natural predators. So this mantis for the hunting challenge was temporarily relocated to the Floral Plains. Fu Han also scanned its star beast level, which fell approximately between 25 to 27, just within the range manageable by beginner beastmasters, though forming a contract would be nearly impossible. The Bloodblade Mantis and Song Jie were locked in fierce combat, with the swift and flying mantis putting immense pressure on Song Jie. Initially, Sang Jie had only intended to test the waters, but after realizing it was more formidable than expected, he tried to retreat. To his surprise, the mantis relentlessly pursued him. However, spotting Fu Han's approach, Sang Jie felt reassured and began maneuvering to stall until Fu Han could join the fight. Upon drawing near, Fu Han didn't rush into battle. Instead, he teased, tell me, why is it that every time I run into you, you're always on the back foot? Get moving. Watch out or this guy might slip away. Song Jie urged bluntly. Without beating around the bush, Fu Han asked, how do we split the spoils? Needs-based distribution. Don't forget I've got a support-type beast master with me, he added. Got it. Move out. As he spoke, Sang Jie's Mercury Demon blade suddenly began to transform. Its edge gradually lengthened and thinned, curving into a hook-like shape. Fu Min smirked and stepped forward with Baya, commanding, Baya, bite it. Chapter 40, Spoils of War. The Bloodblade Mantis stands approximately 1.5 meters in length, reaching half a man's height. Capable of short-distance flight, it boasts lightning-fast combat reflexes. Its pair of crimson-edged forelimbs possess remarkable strength, strong enough to clash directly with a mercury-infused demon blade. Jietsong was at a severe disadvantage fighting it alone. The moment it faced any suppression, the cunning insect would dart away to recalibrate its attack angle, waiting for opportunities to strike. Despite Jietsong's formidable close combat skills, he genuinely struggled to counter the creature effectively. However, the tide turned completely when Fu Han joined the battle. One glance at the Hydra accompanying Fu Han was all it took for Jietsong to instantly revise his combat strategy. He shifted the demon blade from saber form to hook form, which reduced its offensive and defensive capabilities but dramatically increased its restraining power. When the Bloodblade Mantis realized there were too many enemies and tried to flee, Song Jie hooked onto its front claws. Fu Han naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity, immediately commanding Boya to attack the mantis's wings with its breath attack. Compared to its mother, Boya's breath attack was far weaker, merely a ray of flames, yet its destructive power was nothing to scoff at, effortlessly incinerating the mantis's fragile wings in just a few strikes. Without its wings, the mantis remained agile but could no longer withstand Song Jie's assaults. Coupled with Fu Han and Boya delivering sneak attacks from the sidelines, the battle quickly became one-sided. In the end, Sang Jie seized the chance to decapitate the Bloodblade Mantis with a single strike, sending its headless body crashing to the ground. As soon as the mantis died, Boya excitedly rushed forward to devour it. Song Jie watched the ferocious Boya and sighed, as expected of you, another incredibly powerful star beast. Don't tell me you just contracted it from the swamp? Fu Han laughed. As expected of you, seeing right through things at a glance. Indeed, I just contracted it today. Song Jie sighed softly. Kind of regret not entering the swamp from the very start, but maybe it wouldn't have mattered. Were you already at the swamp yesterday? This course arrangement was just too advantageous for that floating jade hand of yours. I rushed as fast as I could, yet I'm still a whole day behind you. Fu Han didn't answer Song Jie's question, nor did he deny having arrived the previous day. He turned and waved at Chia before saying to Song Jie, let's discuss how to divide the spoils. Song Jie nodded and said, I'll take its foreclaws. As he spoke, Sang Jia extended his mercury demon blade toward the mantis's corpse. The blade immediately detached from his arm, flowing onto the ground before surging toward the mantis's pair of foreclaws. The mercury blade was also an exceptionally powerful predator, and Boya seemed quite wary of it. Although dragons virtually dominated the biological world, metallic creatures like the mercury blade weren't part of their diet, and there was little reward in fighting against it. So when the mercury blade approached, Boya sidestepped a few paces to avoid it, yet didn't completely abandon its prey. In truth, the mercury blade was only interested in the mantis's foreclaws. It flowed to the bloodstained blades and suddenly extended two sharp edges. The mantis's foreclaws were instantly severed, then the mercury blade enveloped them within its body before returning to Sang Jia's side. The mercury blade left Boya somewhat pleased, now tearing into its prey with even greater abandon as it fed swiftly. Thus, Fu Han watched as the yellow protrusions on Boya's body began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Sang Jia raised an eyebrow and sighed, though I've heard that the Hydra's second head grows exceptionally fast, seeing it firsthand is still a bit unsettling. Fu Han asked, is it only the second head that grows so quickly? Sang Jia nodded and replied, yes. To activate its Hydra's immortal body effect, a Hydra undergoes its first evolution swiftly, growing a second head. The sensation of Boya's skull growing as if trying to burst out of his body was indeed strange, but Fu Han found it quite cool. At that moment, Chia also approached. Fu Han introduced the two to each other, and the youngsters naturally got acquainted with just a simple greeting. After all, they'd seen each other's familiar faces around the academy. While they were chatting, Fu Han noticed Boya almost swallowing the star fragment of the Bloodblade mantis. Quickly, he rushed over to snatch it away from Boya's mouth. Boya clearly wasn't happy about it, but after letting out a couple of GAGF cries, he went back to busily enjoying his own meal. It's better to use the star shard after obtaining everyone's consent, since it's important loot after all. After acquiring the star shard, the Bloodblade mantis had no remaining value, so Boya was allowed to feast on it freely. Meanwhile, Sang Jia led the group to the supply crate nearby. Defeating the Bloodblade mantis didn't actually grant course credits, the points were all recorded on the nearby supply crate. Simply opening the crate would transmit the credit information to their terminals. That's why the three gathered to open it together, ensuring they all received the points. The supply crate from this hunting challenge point was noticeably larger, clearly containing richer rewards than ordinary crates. The facts proved this to be true. In the Academy's design, each challenge point required 4 Beastmasters to cooperate, hence the large supply crate contained 4 portions of rewards. Since Sang Jia and Fu Han were remarkably capable, they managed to complete the challenge with just the 2 of them. As a result, there was a surplus of spoils to distribute. The rewards were highly practical, including 4 light healing potions. These were excellent second-tier restorative potions, effective even on elemental creatures, exactly what Fu Han needed most. Thus, he took an extra bottle. The crate also held 4 second-tier stardust fragments from Bloodblade mantises, bringing the total to 5 when combined with the one Fu Han already possessed. The cheapest second-grade star fragments cost around 30,000, while the star fragment from the Bloodblade mantis might grant a star beast the excellent skill, Swift Reflexes. This ability significantly enhances a star beast's reaction speed, making it widely applicable. As a result, each fragment sells for around 100,000 on the market and is extremely hard to come by. Fu Han had already taken 2 bottles of light healing potion. Initially, he planned to take just 1 star fragment for himself, letting the other 2 divide the remaining 2 pieces equally. After all, Xia had saved Fu Han's life, which meant they were no longer merely employer and mercenary but rather comrades who had fought side by side. How else could he repay such a life-saving debt? Thus, Fu Han believed Xia deserved a share of the spoils. Support-type Beastmasters could claim a portion of the loot even without directly participating in combat. This was indeed standard practice, so Sang Jia had no objections either. But Xia felt she was already being shameless enough by accepting 1 healing potion, so she pushed the 2 star fragments Fu Han had given her back into his hands. Keep them all. I'm going to see what Little Purple is doing. With those words, Xia ran off before Fu Han could protest, leaving Fu Han momentarily stunned as he realized he'd now ended up with extra loot. Still, after casting a glance at Sang Jia, Fu Han pocketed the fragments without qualms. Truth be told, within their trio, Sang Jia was the one who needed the quick reflexes skill the most. Because after his star beast mastered this skill, he himself would also gain enhanced reflexes under the augmentation of life resonance. Therefore, Sang Jia immediately expressed his desire to purchase all the Bloodblade mantis star fragments with money. Although there was a prior agreement to distribute rewards based on need, star fragments are hard currency that everyone requires, so it was perfectly reasonable for Sang Jia to offer to buy them at market price. The Swift Reflexes skill was also quite useful for Fu Han, but he could obtain it by contracting a mantis-type star beast. Thus, he decided to do Sang Jia a favor and yielded all 3 star fragments to him. Sang Jia, flush with wealth, didn't even bat an eyelid as he promptly made the payment. Thus, Fu Han gained another 300,000 into his account. The remaining rewards consisted of some nutrient blocks and mineral water supplies, nothing worth dividing further. Song Jie and Fu Han each tucked some into their bags, concluding the spoils distribution. Just then, Xia suddenly called out, "Come quickly and see what this is?" Chapter 41, The Azure Gold Fairy. Hurry over here and see what this is? Hearing Xia's call, Fu Han and Song Jie quickly approached to investigate. At the edge of the depression stood another cluster of towering sunflower plants with long leaves, and amidst the lush grass shaded by these sunflowers lay numerous glittering fragments. The fragments had a cyan blue base color with dark gold edges, their patterns extraordinarily ornate and breathtakingly beautiful. There were many pieces scattered everywhere, some even piled into small heaps. When Fu Han and Song Jie arrived, Xia was holding some fragments in her palm, studying them intently. Song Jie frowned after just a glance, and Fu Han quickly stepped forward to grasp Xia's hand, signaling for her to put the fragments down. At that moment, Song Jie said, "These are the wings of a azure gold sprite." Only then did Xia recall seeing information about this celestial beast during her earlier research, and immediately recognized these as fragments left over from that mantis's hunt of the sapphire pixies. My god! Xia gasped in shock, seeing the countless shards littering the ground and wondering how many sapphire pixies had fallen victim to the mantis's predation. Sapphire pixies belong to a branch of the flowerfield pixie lineage, named for their wings' azure blue base color edged with antique gold patterns. The Florafae lineage is a unique type of astral beast native to the flower plains, possessing remarkable intelligence and their own clan-based society. Florafae are exceptionally skilled at tending to plants, maintaining the entire ecosystem of the flower plains. It could be said that the formation of these plains owes as much to the diligent work of the Florafae as to the climatic conditions. Azure wing sprites have humanoid bodies, standing about 30 centimeters tall. They wear dazzling butterfly-like garments, with antennae on their heads and magnificent butterfly wings that span up to 50 centimeters when fully unfolded. Despite their small size, they possess elite-level racial attributes. They master powerful illusion skills and have an exceptional affinity for plants, making them highly desirable astral beasts in theory. However, azure wing sprites have their own social structure. They live in groups, building homes together and preserving the flower plains ecosystem. Most have families, friends, and clans. As a result, their willingness to form contracts with beast masters is extremely low, and successful pacts are exceedingly rare. Under the leadership of their queen, the sapphire fairies could deploy powerful illusion arrays, possessing considerable combat prowess. Even with someone as strong as Song Jie by his side, Fu Han stood no chance against them in a direct confrontation. However, the Bloodblade mantis was cunning and cruel. It likely used its stealth abilities to ambush fairies gathering nectar from the shadows. Judging from the remains left in the mantis's lair, dozens of fairies had already fallen victim to its brutality. Such a tragic fate for these beautiful and kind-hearted fairies was truly heartbreaking. Moreover, all three of them knew that had the academy not arranged for the Bloodblade mantis to serve as a challenge for students, such a vicious star beast would never have appeared here in the first place. So both Fu Han and Song Jie sighed repeatedly. Just then, little Z, who had first discovered the fairy wing fragments, called out again not far away. Fu Han quickly moved closer to investigate. Little Z had found an emerald fairy that was still alive in the nearby grass. To prevent its prey from escaping, the Crimson Blade mantis had torn off the fairy's wings. Now only a small portion of its blue and white butterfly wings remained. Moreover, both of the fairy's legs had been completely devoured. Though not yet dead, it had fallen unconscious and was in terrible pain. Fu Han picked up the fairy and asked, "Can it still be saved?" Xia frowned and said, "We can only try." Fu Han handed the fairy to Xia and said, "Then let's try." Xia took the fairy and knelt down. She first placed the fairy on her lap, then summoned her own spirit leaf fairy and instructed it to mimic the growth of medicinal herbs that could alleviate pain. Then Xia took out the newly acquired light healing potion and dripped a small amount onto the fairy's leg to stabilize its injury. Next, Xia retrieved the 3 sealed bottles obtained earlier from the tyrant flower and began further preparing the light healing potion. Fortunately, she had gathered some herbs along the way. Fu Han and Song Jie quietly watched from the side, as treating injuries and saving lives wasn't something bystanders could intervene in. Xia explained, "I need to enhance the potency of the light healing potion and add some anesthetic properties. I'm afraid it might not endure when the healing effects take full effect." "Is there still hope?" Fu Han asked. Once she began working, Xia became composed and calm. She sighed softly and said, "I don't know. I can only do my best." At this moment, Song Jie noticed some blue and white pattern markings on the fairy's remaining wings. He remarked, "This one seems to be a retainer of the fairy queen. It should be much stronger than an ordinary fairy." Hearing this, Xia perked up and said, "That's good. The coming treatment will test its willpower." Then Xia began to focus intently on preparing the potion. In truth, Xia's conditions were quite limited, with only grinding and squeezing as methods of extraction. Yet she still showed Fu Han and Song Jia a miraculous sight. Numerous herbal extracts and purified elemental water were gradually mixed into the light healing potion, yet instead of increasing in volume, the potion condensed to just half its original amount. After the potion was prepared, Fu Han helped hold up the fairy, while Chia carefully dripped the medicine onto its body. The potion quickly took effect, and the fairy's severed limbs began to glow as they regenerated at a visible speed. The process appeared quite painful, causing the fairy to tremble slightly, as if struggling to endure. Chia also carefully controlled the pace of treatment, administering the potion drop by drop. Thus, the fairy's body gradually restored to its original state. "Is it done?" Fuan asked. "Not yet." With that, Chia poured the remaining drops of the potion onto the fairy's body. After waiting for the fairy to fully absorb the potion, she took the fairy from Fuan's hands. Seeing that the fairy had stopped trembling in pain, Chia finally relaxed her brows. The regeneration of its internal tissues will take some time, but it seems to have pulled through. Fu Han sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you were here." Chia chuckled softly and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her elbow. "When will it wake up?" Song Jia asked. Chia shook her head. "I don't know, maybe a few days, or perhaps he'll wake up tonight." "So what do we do next?" Song Jia asked again. Chia said, "He still needs care." Fu Han suggested, "Should we take him back to the fairy village?" Song Jia said, "Got it, the observation point is the fairy village." "Oh, have you been there already?" Fu Han asked. Song Jia nodded. "Alright then, let's just send it back," Chia declared. At that moment, Fu Han suddenly felt movement on his shoulder, the exact sensation of Chi Chi Lu sitting there, but when he looked down, there was nothing to be seen. Then, Chi Chi Lu's voice echoed in Fu Han's mind, "No need to send me off, no need. The fairy has been watching nearby for a long time. Just step back with that young man over there." "Wait a moment. Song Jia, let's retreat." "Chia, you stay here and don't move." As he spoke, Fu Han summoned Xiao Zi back into his core domain and pulled Song Jia further back. Chia stood there, utterly bewildered. Further back. Kikolo kept reminding them, and Fu Han pulled Song Jia back repeatedly. When the two had retreated about 50 meters away, dazzling light suddenly flickered around Chia. Then, numerous sapphire fairies emerged from the shimmering radiance and began swirling around Chia. Chapter 42, The Fairy's Invitation. "Ah, what's going on? What should I do?" The sudden appearance of the fairy flustered Chia a little, but knowing that sapphire fairies were benevolent creatures, she didn't rush to hide. Fu Han said, "Don't be afraid, they mean no harm, they actually want to thank you." Song Jia raised an eyebrow and asked, "How do you know that?" Fu Han replied in a low voice, "I guessed it." Song Jia thought to himself, how dare he make such a wild guess? Actually, it was Chi Chi Lu who told Fu Han it possessed the ability to communicate with other star beasts. Just then, Chi Chi Lu chirped, "Wow, the fairies are going to take the dancing girl back as their guest. The queen will receive her too, and she's sure to get plenty of rewards." Fu Han muttered to himself, How am I supposed to take this?" No sooner had Fu Han's doubts arisen than the fairies began glowing. The light then converged onto Chia, causing her to float uncontrollably. "Ah!" Chia exclaimed in surprise. Fu Han reassured her, "Don't be afraid, they're taking you to visit the fairy queen as a way of thanking you." At this moment, Song Jia interjected with sarcasm, "Isn't your guess a bit too specific?" Fu Han ignored Song Jia and instead asked Chi Chi Lu in his mind, "What about us? Don't the warriors who defeated the Bloodblade Mantis deserve an invitation?" Chi Chi Lu replied, "What nonsense. You're dangerous folks carrying a savage demon dragon and a cold-blooded demon blade. Of course you wouldn't be invited, just give it up." "Damn it!" Fu Han cursed inwardly, thinking, maybe you should secretly go and act as her interpreter? Kiki Lu said, "No problem, let's go drink some fairy nectar brew." Then Fu Han felt a lightness on his shoulder, knowing Kiki Lu had followed Chia, and he relaxed. By now, Chia had already been lifted into the sky by the fairies. Fu Han shouted, "Go enjoy being a guest first, we'll come fetch you soon." As he spoke, Fu Han waved vigorously to Chia. Chia shouted, "Come here earlier next time." Then she was carried farther and farther away by the fairies, gradually disappearing from Fu Han's sight. Song Jia spread his hands and said, "Is it really okay to just let her fly away like that?" Fu Han waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No problem, let's just go pick her up later." With that, Fu Han turned and walked towards Boya. Upon reaching Boya, he saw the creature had already devoured the Bloodblade Mantis cleanly. Its yellow head appeared fully formed, with both heads now entwined as they dozed soundly. Fu Han couldn't clearly make out the condition of the yellow head at the moment, but there was no rush. Fu Han didn't have time to tend to Boya now. Picking up Chia was more urgent at this point, so Fu Han recalled Boya into his core and then summoned the Great Jade Hand once more. Whoa! Seeing the Great Jade Hand, Song Jia exclaimed in shock, "How has it damaged this badly? This is the Great Jade Hand we're talking about." Fu Han took out the light healing potion and said, "Got beaten up by the mother dragon. Where else do you think I got my little dragon from?" As he spoke, Fu Han poured the light healing potion onto Big Jade Hand. Unlike fairies, Big Jade Hand was a rock-based lifeform and essentially had no sense of pain. Thus, he could apply the entire potion at once without worrying about Big Jade Hand being unable to endure the agony of limb regeneration. Of course, Sang Jia couldn't possibly imagine that the mother dragon Fu Han mentioned was a level 70 plus beast. He simply assumed it was just a slightly formidable mother dragon, so he remarked, "It was indeed a bit risky, but worth it." Fu Han chuckled but offered no further explanation. Sang Jia asked again, "By the way, why aren't you with your good friend, but traveling with this girl instead?" Watching as Diu's severed arm began regenerating in the radiant light, Fu Han sighed and replied, "I ran into her during landing. Originally I was just charging her a fee to guide her exploration, but later in the swamp, she saved my life. Naturally, we stopped talking about money after that." Sang Jia nodded and said, "Then she was truly lucky to meet you. I have a feeling this time she might actually succeed in contracting a Cyan Gold Sprite." Fu Han responded, "That would be for the best if she can form the contract. It would be best if Chia could successfully contract the Azure Gold Sprite," fulfilling Fu Han's heartfelt wish. After all, she had saved his life, and he sincerely hoped she could form a bond with a second star beast. As for his good friend, well, who knew how his luck would fare? Muchi's luck today was also quite favorable, marking a major turning point in this training session. Having spent the night outdoors without incident, Muchi grew bolder by daylight. The abundance of soft dates in his pockets further bolstered his confidence. After a hearty meal, he set off with long, determined strides. With his increased speed, Muchi was fortunate enough to encounter 3 battle beast masters. This group of beast masters all came from ordinary backgrounds, without any particularly powerful star beasts. However, all 3 possessed solid academic foundations and rare, commendable character. One among them had unfortunately sprained his ankle yesterday, yet the other 2 neither abandoned nor rushed him. They immediately stopped to rest, planning to wait until he improved before moving on. But after a night's rest, not only did the injury not heal, it worsened instead. The injured man didn't want to burden the other 2 and urged them to go ahead while he called for help. Yet once again, his companions refused to leave him behind and instead began searching nearby for a beast master with healing abilities. So Muchi, traveling alone, was picked up by them and joined their team. Later, with the help of the leaf sprite, Muchi concocted some basic healing potions, and the injured man's leg quickly reduced in swelling, regaining its mobility. Thus, Muchi smoothly joined the little squad and headed north together with the others. Along the way, Muchi discovered some more useful herbs and, combined with the leaf sprite's biomimetic materials, brewed a stamina recovery potion. This potion proved to be a lifesaver during their journey, filling everyone with confidence about catching up on their delayed progress. For this, Muchi received high praise from the entire group. It was only then that Muchi realized some benefits he couldn't gain by following Fu Han, namely, practical experience and respect. Earning respect through one's own abilities felt incredibly rewarding. It was completely different from hiding in the botanical garden tinkering with potions to resell for profit. That had felt like mere transactions, whereas today brought the genuine recognition of comrades. Moreover, after this survival training, Muchi felt he would no longer fear the wilderness so much. If his second astral beast possessed combat capabilities, he was even starting to feel confident about venturing into the wilds. When he was just shoved out of the plane, Muchi sincerely believed the mentors of Star Chasing Academy had shit for brains. What kind of idiot would casually toss a support-type beast master like him into the middle of nowhere? But now he realized the Academy's intentions were truly thoughtful. Just a day and a half had passed, and he'd already grown so much. At this thought, Muchi laughed at himself. This was probably the first time he truly felt his own considerable progress. A bottle of light healing potion restored the Jade Hand's health to 78%. Though the Great Jade Hand hadn't fully recovered and was still covered in cracks all over, its damaged large hand had regrown, remaining just as sturdy and reliable as before. Seeing this, Fu Han stopped administering medicine to it, keeping the other vial of potion aside for unforeseen needs. Once again, Fu Han and Sang Jia rode on the Great Jade Hand as it carried them toward the observation point. What normally would have taken an hour's journey was completed in just under 20 minutes. When they reached the fairy village, Fu Han couldn't help but marvel at how truly invaluable this survival course was. After all, sites like a fairy village aren't something you can encounter just anywhere. Chapter 43, Colorful Form. The fairy village being located precisely at the heart of the flower plains was no coincidence, because the climate tower of the flower plains stood at its very center, and the fairies had built their village upon this tower. The climate tower was a nearly 100-meter-tall ivory-white spire. In truth, it was a living, gigantic subconscious fungal star beast, the climatic mycelium. The climatic mycelium possessed its own core and astral radiance. These creatures wielded the power to influence weather patterns, manipulating climates to suit their preferences. The more extensive the fungal colony grew, the wider the range of meteorological phenomena it could control. However, the fungal colony possesses the characteristic of a massive collective sharing a single core, making it impossible to contract as a star beast. People first construct towering spires, then guide the climate fungal colony to grow upward along these structures. Once fully grown, circuits are deployed within the towers to stimulate the colony with electrical currents, altering its atmospheric requirements to achieve climate modification. Regrettably, this technology proves difficult to implement in human settlements, as environmental pollution remains too severe. The climate fungal colony is particularly vulnerable to contamination and death. Yet the flowerfield fairies coexist remarkably well with these climate spires. The fairies cultivated vast fields of thorny roses at the base of the climate tower, allowing their vines to climb up the structure before hanging their nests upon the creeping tendrils to make their homes. The sprawling thorny roses at the tower's foot formed an expansive sea of pink blossoms that climbed halfway up the white tower's height. From a distance, the vista of pink flowers against the white tower, dotted with the pouch-like nests of fairies and the constant fluttering of sapphire-winged sprites, made Fu Han feel as though he'd stepped into a dreamscape, even viewing it only from afar. Even Song Jie sighed in admiration. I'd long heard how fantastically beautiful Flowerfield's climate tower was, but this surreal splendor must be seen to be believed. Regrettably, the two men barely had a moment to admire the scenery before the fairies collectively emerged, weaving illusionary mist to shroud their entire village from view. Song Jie was quite frustrated and asked doubtfully, why are they covering themselves up like that? Fu Han curled his lips and replied, because two dangerous individuals carrying a ferocious demon dragon and a cold-blooded demon blade have been standing at the edge of their village gazing for too long, like a pair of creepers. What? Ha? What demon dragon? Demon blade? You mean us? Are we considered dangerous? Song Jie gestured back and forth between himself and the fairy village, saying, is this how they see us? So infuriating. For some reason, if humans misunderstood me like this, I wouldn't care. But being looked down on by them, it just makes me furious. This usually taciturn cool guy Song Jie suddenly became quite talkative. Clearly he was thoroughly enraged. Fu Han also shook his head with a smile and said, forget it. Just imagine that pink and white glittering scene. It's the kind of place that only exists in a young girl's dreams. We'd better step back a bit so we don't make them nervous. Fairies don't like straight men. The two had no choice but to retreat and wait under the sunflower leaves in the distance, then filled their stomachs with nutrient blocks of unknown origin. Though the nutrient blocks weren't particularly unpalatable, they were undoubtedly a far cry from the fairies' warm hospitality. Remembering the fairy honey brew Chi Lu had mentioned earlier, Fu Han couldn't help but feel a sour pang in his heart. So he decided to share this feeling with Song Jie. I heard fairies make honey wine. It's supposed to be delicious. To everyone's surprise, Song Jie nodded and said, indeed, it has a mellow and sweet taste. After drinking it, not only do you not get drunk, but you feel energized. This guy has actually tried it before? How infuriating. The nutritional bar in Fu Han's hand suddenly lost its appeal. Wrapping up the half-eaten nutritional bar, Fu Han simply summoned Baya for inspection. He had been in such a hurry earlier that he hadn't properly checked whether its second head had fully grown or not. Boyar was still excited after being summoned. It immediately approached Fu Han, affectionately rubbing against him with both heads. This time, Fu Han clearly saw that both of Boyar's heads had fully developed, one white and one yellow, and could now move independently. Song Jie stood stunned for a while, finding the nutrient block in his hand tasteless in comparison. Why does your multi-headed dragon have two colors? Could it be a prismatic form? Song Jie questioned doubtfully. Fu Han thought to himself, this guy really is from a prominent family. Even his intermediate database couldn't find any explanation, yet he casually mentioned it just like that. But whether Boya actually evolved into a multicolored polycephalic dragon, Fu Han didn't know for sure. So he took out his terminal and ran a scan on Boya. Soon enough, Fu Han received the feedback. Just as he had expected, it was indeed a hidden entry. Multicolored polycephalic dragon. The legendary special evolution form of the Hydra, the chromatic Hydra. Under exceptional circumstances, during its evolution, a Hydra might comprehend the principles of elemental manipulation. When this occurs, the new heads it develops will grow corresponding elemental glands, enabling it to master breath attacks of multiple elements. A Hydra can grow up to 9 heads at most, so the chromatic 9-headed Hydra can potentially master 9 different types of breath attacks. With the coordinated use of these varied elemental breaths, the chromatic Hydra possesses significantly greater combat power and broader tactical versatility compared to ordinary Hydras. Just as Song Jie had predicted, Boya evolved into the legendary chromatic form. Its evolutionary principle was exactly as Fu Han had previously guessed. It was a special evolution triggered by mastering elemental skills of another type. Fu Han couldn't help but feel immensely pleased with himself. Now that he understood the evolutionary principle of colorful form, he was confident he could use his starlight engraving ability to evolve Boya into the perfect 9-colored form. With this thought, Fu Han immersed his consciousness into his core to carefully examine Boya's status. Name, Boya. Multicolored Hydra. Species, Hydra bloodline. Evolution level, first stage special evolution bicolor Hydra. Attribute, Dragon. Base stat total, 507, Lord class. Beast level, 10. Health, 200%. Abilities. Epic trait, Hydra Dragon's physique. The mighty Hydra Dragon is one of the strongest terrestrial predators, possessing an exceptionally powerful and unique constitution. Associated trait, Flame Gland. A Hydra's heads contain flame glands that secrete and store glandular fluid capable of igniting fierce flames. The Hydra sprays this fluid from its mouth to unleash powerful fiery breath. Special trait, Swamp Adaptation. The Swamp Hydra possesses exceptional immunity to toxic miasma. Associated trait, Lightning Gland. The Hydra's heads contain lightning glands that secrete and store glandular fluid capable of generating thunderbolts. The Hydra sprays this fluid from its mouth to unleash powerful lightning breath. After evolution, Boya's base stats increased by 20 points, his health reached an absurd 200%, and he gained the new, Lightning Gland, trait. But its rapid growth state disappeared, leaving Fu Han somewhat regretful. Truthfully, it was already outrageous enough. Fu Han had only taken Boya out of the pit in the morning, and by afternoon it had already undergone an evolution. What more could he possibly ask for? Confirming Boya's evolved form, Fu Han remarked, "It truly has evolved into the multicolored variant." Sang Jie sighed in admiration, "As expected of you, a great jade hand combined with a multicolored hydra. Both are rare, special evolutions. And you still have that albino timber wolf. Don't tell me that's another special evolutionary form too?" Fu Han smiled and said, "It hasn't evolved yet." "Then it seems after evolving, it'll transform into something extraordinary? That's just unbelievable. I'm really curious about what kind of Beastmaster talent you have." Fu Han replied, "Growth enhancement, right. That's probably just one part of it. Among our batch of Beastmasters, only Chen Zi might be barely able to compete with you." Fu Han raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you saying Chen Zi is stronger than you?" Chapter 44, Now You Try It. Chen Zi was the top student in their class, consistently ranking first in all academic subjects. However, Fu Han had never heard any rumors about his combat abilities and had assumed he was more of a scholarly type. Back when Sang Jie first invited Fu Han to explore the Fault Treasury, he had immediately thought of Chen Zi. At the time, Fu Han had been somewhat surprised. Now it seemed that in Sang Jie's estimation, Chen Zi's combat prowess surpassed even his own. So Fu Han asked doubtfully, "Are you saying Chen Zi is stronger than you?" Sang Jie nodded and said, "He's also a dual-talent beastmaster. By now he should have 3 star beasts too, and those star beasts are quite powerful, really not much weaker than yours." But he wasn't even on the leaderboard by noon, Fu Han questioned doubtfully. "Must have been delayed while looking for someone." Sang Jie took out his terminal and glanced at it before saying, "See, they've already caught up, haven't they?" Hearing this, Fu Han also opened the ranking list to check. On the leaderboard, Fu Han and Chia, having explored 2 breeding zone observation points, scanned numerous star beasts, and earned a challenge hunting point, now held 25,000 points, still firmly in the top spot. The scores of those trailing behind were fairly close, all hovering around 15,000 points. Among them, Sang Jie and Chen Zi ranked just below Fu Han with scores slightly over 15,000. Fu Han mentally calculated exploring an entire breeding zone roughly yielded 10,000 points, while completing a hunting challenge earned approximately another 5,000. For example, Sang Jie explored the flower plains and completed its hunting challenge, accumulating over 15,000 points. Chen Zi also has 15,000 points, clearly indicating he completed the hunting challenge as well. At this moment, Sang Jie pointed to several unfamiliar names on the terminal and explained, "These are all leaders from Class B. They crossed the qualification line around the same time as me. I saw them heading toward the rainforest, so I decided to try my luck in the flower plains." Fu Han noticed those individuals also had over 15,000 points, meaning they had thoroughly explored the rainforest and completed its challenge. "So, Chen Zi went to the swamp?" Fu Han asked. "It appears so. By the way, didn't you encounter the swamp's hunting challenge star beast? Why didn't you take it on?" Sang Jie asked. Fu Han couldn't help but grimace as he recalled the swarm of mosquitoes. He said, "Ran into the swamp mosquito empress and her 200 or so offspring. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl." Sang Jie remarked, "The swamp mosquito queen? That would indeed be a perfect challenge for him. He possesses the innate talent of stellar resonance." Fu Han was slightly startled. No wonder Sang Jie had said Chen Zi was formidable. It turned out he possessed the supreme talent, stellar resonance. This innate ability was extraordinarily powerful. Beastmasters blessed with this talent could, to a certain extent, wield the skills of their star beasts. Compared to Sang Jie's, vital resonance, stellar resonance, offered far greater flexibility and was universally acknowledged as the supreme talent. Of course, this supreme status didn't include comparison with those legendary talents that existed only in folklore. What about Yi Miao? She still hasn't crossed the threshold. Could she actually fail the selection? The rankings already displayed 40 to 50 names, yet Yi Miao's remained conspicuously absent, prompting Fu Han's concern. Sang Jie said, "It probably won't be. The rankings are likely just a reference for selection." Yi Niao is a support-type beastmaster, and her abilities are quite strong. Whoever teams up with her would probably be elevated to heights beyond their usual capability. The Academy should assess the value of support beastmasters from this perspective. For example, Xia, although she follows you at the top of the rankings, I doubt the Academy will select her. You're simply too powerful. Anyone would look good paired with you. Fu Han nodded in understanding. Indeed, only by conversing more with someone like Song Jia could he obtain crucial information. Song Jia continued, "You're definitely going to be selected. Just based on your stellar beast lineup alone, the Academy would find it hard to pass you up, not to mention your outstanding performance." Fu Han smiled and said, "So you're the same then?" Song Jia replied, "Yes. Actually, most situations should be within the Academy's control. If there were to be any dark horse, it would probably only be you." Fu Han chuckled without responding, when suddenly his terminal received a new message. Glancing down, it was actually another message from the Eternal Tree. Fu Han's heart leapt with joy as he quickly picked it up to examine carefully. "My dear friend, once again you've brought me surprise. Within just a few hours, you've achieved a special evolution for the Hydra. I believe you'll surely be able to cultivate the perfect Rainbow Hydra, so I look forward to your performance. I think it's time to grant you access to some hidden intermediate materials, which I hope will prove useful to you. I have also prepared 1 point of legendary contribution for you, to honor your benevolent heart. You possess extraordinary abilities, and I hope you will contribute to the stability of Qixingland in the future. I expect that before making any decisions, you will remember the contributions and sacrifices your ancestors made for Qixingland. I will always be watching over you. Your friend, the Eternal Tree." Then came a notification from the terminal system. "You have gained 1 legendary contribution point and may now proceed to the legendary vault to exchange for rewards." Fu Han was delighted to have gained legendary contribution again, yet one detail puzzled him slightly. It seemed the Eternal Tree didn't bestow legendary contribution as a reward for Boya's special evolution, but rather for mercy of heart. Did it refer to his daring descent into the pit to form a contract with Boya? Viewed this way, perhaps his first legendary contribution wasn't earned by uploading data about the Great Jade Hand either, but because he cultivated it unusually quickly? Afterwards, Fu Han chatted casually with Song Jia while waiting for Xia to return. The wait wasn't long. Around dusk, the thick fog protecting the fairy village dispersed, and Xia was escorted out by the fairies. The fairies placed Xia not far from where Fu Han and his companions stood. When Xia approached Fu Han, her face was flushed with excitement as she began recounting the fairies' hospitality to him. Xia explained everything in a rather scattered manner, not being skilled at descriptions. Yet, Fu Han could still sense her excitement and joy. The fairies crowned her with a floral wreath, then performed a dazzling fairy dance for her. When the queen arrived, there were even more splendid illusory fireworks. After that came all sorts of exotic fruits Xia had never seen before, along with honey wine brewed by the fairies. The fairy-made honey brew was so delicious that Xia filled every container. She had to bring some back. At this point, Xia pulled out containers of all sizes from her bag. There was a sealed jar originally meant for holding water, 3 small sealed bottles taken from supply boxes, and even little beeswax pots used by the fairies. I was thinking at the time that I simply had to bring you more, so I even grabbed their little jars too. Aren't they adorable? Be careful not to crush them. Go on, have a taste. With that, Xia stuffed all the fairy honey brews into Fu Han's arms. Fu Han chuckled as he picked up one of the delicate little jars, holding it carefully between both hands to take a sip. Truth be told, there was barely enough to taste, just a fleeting sweetness that left him still unsure of its full flavor. But soon enough, Fu Han felt his mental energy restoring noticeably. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This is great, it recovers mental energy. Exactly what I need. That's wonderful. What a shame we don't have enough containers though." Xia sighed regretfully. At this moment, Sang Jia silently watched Xia with a tilted head from the side, and only then did Xia remember there was someone else present. So Xia reached out to take a small clay jar of fairy treats from Fu Han's hands and handed it to Sang Jia, saying, "You should also try some." Pinching the small beeswax jar between 2 fingers and then glancing at the heap in Fu Han's hands, Sang Jia's smile widened even further. Xia didn't care what Sang Jia was thinking and continued excitedly recounting her experiences in the fairy village to Fu Han. Fu Han suppressed his laughter and listened attentively. Chapter 45, A Glimpse of Theology. Beyond the delicious food and fun, the most important thing was the surviving azurite fairy. As Sang Jia had said, the surviving fairy was indeed one of the queen's attendants. It had been ambushed while leading a team to investigate the disappearances of fairies. Fortunately, Xia provided timely treatment, otherwise, it certainly wouldn't have lasted until returning to the village. However, things improved considerably upon reaching the village. The fairy elders produced secret medicines, and the fairy queen bestowed her blessings upon it. Thus, shortly after returning to the village, it woke up quite swiftly. It still remembered the overwhelming fear and excruciating pain that tormented it relentlessly, feeling as if death was near. Then Chia's faint fragrance drifted over, and soon it sensed the pure radiance of healing light beginning to mend its wounds. Though the healing was excruciating, it paled in comparison to the merciless gnawing of the bloodblade mantis. Bolstered by the power of light, the fairy rekindled its will to live and clenched its teeth to endure. It would never forget how Chia's faint fragrance became its greatest solace amidst the torment. Upon waking, it immediately followed the scent to confirm the person who had rescued it. Chia, radiant and extraordinarily beautiful, instantly became the goddess in its heart. Floral fairies possess a natural reverence for beautiful things, which is why they dwell among flowers. They themselves are born exquisitely lovely, and the most beautiful fairies are in the adoration of their kin, while the fairest among them becomes their queen. By fortunate coincidence, Chia was blessed with striking beauty, and moreover, Kikulu had told the others that Chia's dancing was even more enchanting. Thus, the lone surviving fairy resolved to follow Chia, a decision that also received the queen's approval. And so, Chia achieved her wish by forming a contract with the Sapphire Fairy. However, the Sapphire Fairy was still in its recovery phase and remained extremely frail. Chia allowed it to rest within her core space, which is why she didn't summon it for Fuhan to see. Fuhan was genuinely happy for Chia. Though cobalt fairies are common, contracting one is exceedingly rare. This journey has truly been worthwhile. Sangjia nodded in agreement nearby. I suppose I understand now. If it were the two of us, even if we'd saved that fairy's life, it probably wouldn't have chosen to follow us either. Fuhan nodded and remarked, who would have thought contracting fairies depends on looks? Thankfully Chia was born beautiful. Chia immediately blushed crimson. Ahem. Sangjia cleared his throat and said, but, there's something I should warn you about. You'd best avoid summoning a fairy and a hydra at the same time. You see, hydras are the most jealous creatures, they'll try to destroy anything beautiful. Hearing this, Fuhan and Chia exchanged glances, then turned their gaze to Boya, who was tirelessly munching on little yellow flowers not far away. A sizable patch of blossoms had already been reduced by half, yet the creature remained utterly absorbed in its gleeful feast. Along the way, Boya often nibbled on beautiful insects and flowers, and indeed, it leveled up from consuming so many bugs. Fuhan had always assumed it was for growth needs, who knew it was out of jealousy? Boya also had a particular dislike for Chia, instinctively detesting her presence and even attempting to bite her several times. Was it simply because he was jealous of Chia's beauty? And did Boya's mother and brother dislike it simply because the white fur looked better on Boya? Not out of rejection, but out of jealousy? Thinking about it this way, everything seems to make sense. So that's how it is. The two of them had a simultaneous epiphany. Fuhan curiously asked, but why are hydras so jealous by nature? Sangjia paused before explaining, according to the legends, a hydra is actually an avatar of the jealous trickster god, which is why it's so mercurial and envious. Of course, many ancient myths tend to dress up natural phenomena as divine manifestations, so the legends aren't entirely reliable. I think it simply has too many heads, being jealous and competitive is just its natural state. Fuhan fell into deep thought upon hearing this. The mainstream academic view naturally rejects theological interpretations, hence Sangjia doesn't trust the legends. However, he also can't deny that the old gods once existed, he just believes their power may have been exaggerated and embellished by their followers. This stirred doubts in Fu Han's mind as well about the authenticity of theological myths, because he suddenly remembered Kikiru. Even the roadside yellow flowers would envy Boya's complete lack of dislike for Kikulu. Even when Kikulu rode on its back, it cheerfully carried Kikulu forward. Could it be that Kikulu isn't pretty enough? Fu Han didn't think so. Kikulu was adorably beautiful with its pink fluffiness. But Kikulu was a star spirit blessed by deities. As it received divine favor from all gods, the multi-headed dragon, an avatar of the jealousy god, naturally adored the star weasel too. From this perspective, the theological legends make complete sense. This was precisely why Fuan began to feel skeptical and doubtful. Ever since Kikulu called Fuan the Starforger, he couldn't help but grow more conscious of theological matters. Other things might be ignorable, but shouldn't one understand their own core essence? Moreover, when Kikulu mentioned the Starforging deity, Fuan had no choice but to pay extra attention to theological affairs. However, as a student of the Star Chaser Academy, Fuan could only critically engage with theological legends. Thus, he had to rely on his own judgment to interpret this information carefully. Unfortunately, the theological legends we know now are just the tip of the iceberg, making it impossible to deduce any substantial information. I'll have to take it slow. Fu Han sighed inwardly. Then Fu Han suddenly realized something was missing and thought, where's Kikulu? Kikulu had been hiding in the shadows all day, acting as a translator for Chia, who mistakenly thought she was communicating with fairies. Exhausted from the effort, Kikulu got drunk and is now sleeping in the fairy village. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, the trio bypassed the fairy village and continued westward, heading into the rainforest. Fu Han and Chia had already been to the swamp, and since Sangjia had no interest in going there alone, he had no choice but to follow Fu Han. When setting out again, Fu Han recalled Boya into his inner realm. After all, its rapid growth phase had ended, so there was no need to let it continue ravaging the flower plains. Fu Han and Jia rode together on Big Jade's hand, while Zhang Jia, too embarrassed to squeeze in, took the lead to clear the way. The three traveled until nightfall completely darkened the sky, then stopped to rest in an area populated by many grass lantern specters. Grass lantern specters are close relatives of moon lantern specters, though they are much smaller and far more common in the flower plains. Floating among the blossoms and grasses, they provide a bit of illumination. At night, Jia, exhausted from the day's excitement, fell into a deep sleep while clutching her sleeping bag. Fu Han, meanwhile, continued his meditation practice beside the giant jade hand. If anyone was the most knowledgeable, it was Zhang Jia. He quickly noticed that the origin energy was more abundant near the giant jade hand, prompting him to rush over and begin his meditation there as well. After finishing his cultivation session, Zhang Jia also fell asleep using the Mercury demonic blade as his pillow. Fu Han, who was on night watch, began contemplating the elven honey wine in his bag and started making plans to enhance his stellar beast skills. Chapter 46, Standing Alone as a Legion. Though he had only tasted a small sip of fairy nectar during the day, Fu Han clearly noticed the recovery of his mental energy. Being very familiar with mental energy supplements, he estimated that fairy nectar was at least equivalent to a top-quality grade 2 supplement. With these fairy nectars at hand, Fu Han couldn't help but consider the idea of teaching skills to his star beasts again. However, after carefully reviewing the skills of his star beasts, he noticed a problem. Neither Little Purple's nor Big Jade Hand's skills could be upgraded with just 1 or 2 teachings. Moreover, Fu Han was currently in the wilderness, and even with supplements, it wasn't ideal to expend large amounts of mental energy. Only Kikulu and Boya, his newly contracted star beasts, could immediately benefit from learning new skills. But this Kikolo fellow still hadn't returned to its core even late at night. Until now, Fuan wasn't clear whether it could actually learn any skills. During their descent into the dragon pit, Kikolu had already demonstrated issues with poor execution and discipline. Moreover, its free-spirited and undisciplined nature made Fuan lack confidence in reforming its temperament. Actually, there was no need for reformation at all. Fuan realized his initial approach had been mistaken from the beginning. The Star Weasel was a legendary star beast with outstanding racial stats that naturally mastered all psychic-type skills. Fuan's first instinct had been that the Star Weasel should possess formidable combat abilities. But in reality, this guy is wild and free-spirited, beloved by the gods, welcomed wherever it goes. It has no need for battle nor possesses a warrior's mindset. To put it bluntly, the Stellar Weasel is simply not suited for combat as a star beast. Yet Kikulu remains incredibly useful without needing to fight. If nothing else, its ability to communicate with other star beasts alone brings Fu Han tremendous convenience. After contemplating these truths, Fu Han abandoned the idea of making Kikulu fight. As for its skills, Fu Han thought it might be better to ask it directly. If Kikulu itself had any skills it wanted to learn, Fu Han could go find and teach them to it. If Kikulu had nothing it wanted to learn, being a mascot would be just fine too. Then there was Boya. Fu Han had also carefully considered its development. In Fu Han's current skill repository, there was one suitable skill for Boya, Xiaozi's Dark Empowerment. Fu Han felt that after imparting this skill to Boya, it should begin developing its third head. By the time it reaches level 20, a Dark Attribute head would have fully grown. The issue, however, is that Xiaozi already possesses Dark Attribute attack capabilities, resulting in some overlap in their abilities. The higher a star beast's level, the slower its progression becomes. While Boya's first head grew remarkably fast, developing the third won't be as easy, and the fourth and fifth will only get progressively more difficult. Therefore, Fu Han believed it wiser to carefully select the attribute for Boya's new head. Dark Element wasn't the most ideal choice, and he wasn't keen on teaching Boya Dark Empowerment before it reached level 19. Among the common elements, Boan already possessed the practical attributes of lightning and fire. The remaining ideal choices would be light, ice, and wind elements. The advantage of the light element is its absolute advantage when combating dark-type creatures. Fu Han had previously encountered the ferocious beasts bred by the Elder Gods. Though the Jade Hand had easily suppressed them at the time, the lack of light-based attacks prevented delivering a fatal blow. Fu Han felt it was inevitable that he would confront these Elder Gods, making light-based offensive capabilities highly desirable. The ice element's abilities are highly practical. For instance, possessing ice abilities in a swamp could freeze water surfaces to create footing. Additionally, alternating between ice and fire breath attacks would likely yield devastating power, capable of breaking even the most durable barriers. Wind and thunderfire dual elements have excellent compatibility, so they also entered Fu Han's consideration range. Unfortunately, Fu Han's black hole currently lacks skills of these elements that could be taught to Boya. Although there's a light element, light emission, Fu Han tried it and found Boya completely incapable of learning it. It seems not all corresponding elemental faction skills can assist Boya in growing new elemental heads. Only relatively basic elemental skills like Thunder Attachment and Dark Empowerment can help catalyze the growth of Boya's new elemental heads. Thus, Fuhan still needs to continue searching for suitable skills. In addition to its elemental heads, Boya also possessed an exceptionally powerful physique. Fuhan had personally experienced being struck by the multi-headed dragon's tail, so he understood its terrifying strength better than anyone. Therefore, aside from breath attacks, physical techniques, enhancement abilities, and reinforcement type skills were also highly suitable for Boya. Naturally, Fuhan would need to acquire such skills for it as well. At this point in his contemplation, Fuhan suddenly realized he had overlooked a skill perfectly suited for Boya. Little Purple's beginner skill, Cooperation. When fighting alongside a partner, it becomes easier to exploit opportunities to strike the enemy's weak points. Boya's multiple heads fought independently, meaning it was its own battle partner, forming a one-beast army. I've been thinking about how to give Boya an elemental head, but forgot about such a practical skill. Moreover, it's just a beginner-level skill, so teaching it won't have much impact on Fuan. Brilliant, Fuan uttered with a kitten-like voice. Without delay, Fuan immediately taught the skill to Boya, who successfully mastered it. After some consideration, Fuan decided to also teach Daishu the Cooperation skill. Although the collaboration skill cannot be upgraded, its effect increases with the number of star beasts that possess it. With Big Jade Hand, Little Purple, and Boya's numerous heads, the skill's impact should be quite remarkable. After imparting the two skills, Fuhan took out all the very small jars and slowly poured their contents into his mouth. As his mental energy began to recover, he leaned against Big Jade Hand and quietly fell asleep. By the time Fuhan woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Sitting up, Fuhan noticed Chia was adorning Big Jade Hand with flowers. Meanwhile, Sangjia wandered aimlessly through a nearby field of blue blossoms, plucking and discarding them one by one, somewhat resembling Boya. Fuhan couldn't help but think he might be jealous of those flowers. "You're awake?" Chia exclaimed with joy. Hearing this, Sangjia also abandoned the flower field and came over. "You're finally awake." Checking the time, it was already 10:50. Fuhan asked in surprise, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Sangjia replied helplessly, "We heard you don't sleep much, so we let you rest longer." "Had enough sleep now? We've been waiting for you for almost 4 hours, so bored we could die. Let's go already." Fuhan nodded and stood up, stretching lazily before noticing a group of students walking toward the center of the flower field in the distance. Fuhan pointed and said, "Hey, there are people." Chia replied, "It's gotten crowded since this morning, we've already run into 2 or 3 groups." Sangjia added, "Right, pretty much everyone who's supposed to be here has arrived. That's why things are starting to buzz around here." Fuhan raised his eyebrows and quickly took out his terminal to check the ranking list. He and Chia were still at the top, but Chenzi and the other pursuers had all reached around 20,000 points, catching up fast. But Fuhan wasn't concerned about his own rank. He kept scrolling downward, searching intently. The number of people on the ranking list had now exceeded 280. After 5 minutes of scrolling, Fuhan finally found the name of his good friend Muchi, roughly around the 250th position. Fuhan chuckled, "Hey, you crossed the line. Not bad at all." Muchi was able to rely on his own ability to cross the assessment threshold, and Baohan was genuinely happy for him. But what Baohan didn't know was that when Muchi checked the leaderboard today, he almost burst into tears. Chapter 47, A Bit of Strength. The other 3 Beastmasters in Muchi's team all came from ordinary families. Their contracts for a second star beast heavily depended on this survival course. Yet over the past 2 days, the group hadn't even glimpsed the shadow of a star beast, so it wasn't hard to deduce that the real highlight of this course lay beyond the assessment threshold. Earlier, because someone got injured, the group had fallen behind schedule. To say they weren't anxious would definitely be untrue. However, after Muchi joined the team, he provided everyone with stamina-restoring potions, allowing them to diligently make up for the lost time. By around 10 a.m. on the 3rd day, the group successfully crossed the assessment line. Discovering that the academy had opened part of the breeding zone, their exhilaration goes without saying. Muchi was initially in high spirits until he opened the leaderboard. Of course, Muchi was thrilled to see Fuhan at the top of the rankings, but upon scrutinizing the list more closely, he began to notice something peculiar. The top-ranked individuals form groups where everyone within a team shares the same points. At a glance, you could tell who was moving together. The person sharing Fuhan's high ranking at the peak was Chia, someone Muchi recognized. Now Chia was a beauty. Everyone often moved around the cultivation gardens, and beauties like Chia naturally became the center of attention among the boys. Chia might have only vaguely recognized Muchi, but in his eyes, she was far from just somewhat familiar. Boys, after all, naturally harbor admirations for any beautiful girl within sight. It wasn't just Muchi, every boy frequenting the cultivation gardens had his heart stirred. Chia was the garden's undisputed goddess pharmacist. In Muchi's heart, Chia was indeed a goddess, not irreplaceable, but saying she didn't occupy his thoughts at all would be a lie. So when he checked the rankings today, Muchi genuinely felt that pang of sour envy. He thought back to his own first day, startled by the slightest rustle, trembling like a foolish groundhog as he frantically dug up some cassava to eat, then hiding in shame afterward because the meal gave him such terrible gas. And then there was Fu Han. Not only did this guy have the luck to encounter the goddess Chia, he actually carried her straight to the top of the leaderboard. Everyone else formed teams of 3 to 4 people, yet Fu Han alone escorted Chia. Damn! With a beauty by his side, charging ahead fearlessly, Muchi was genuinely sour. Muchi knew Chia's capabilities well. Her skills in identifying and preparing medicinal herbs were slightly inferior to his own. As for combat prowess, that was laughable. Muchi at least had some physical advantage being male, while Chia was just a delicate woman with negligible stamina. Muchi had witnessed Chia's eating habits. She ate less than a cat at meals, meticulously chewing as if counting each grain of rice. How could such a fragile woman follow Fu Han and still reach the top ranks? That bastard Fu Han was downright outrageous, becoming this powerful without making a sound. Damn it, Fu Han, I'll get you back for stealing my girl. From now on when I make potions for you, I swear I'll charge you extra. That'll teach you, Muchi thought viciously. But then Muchi immediately realized his revenge plan wouldn't work. Because Chia was also an alchemist, Fu Han wouldn't need him to make potions anymore. So infuriating, there's actually nothing I can do to him. As Muchi was fuming, a young man in their team suddenly asked, Brother Chi, is this Fu Han who got first place, that buddy of yours? Right, that's him, my bro, Muchi replied. How impressive is that? Just 2 people managed to take first place. Muchi laughed. Actually, he could have done it alone too. That Chia with him is practically the campus goddess of our cultivation center. She's genuinely beautiful, but like me, not much of a fighter. What? Are they a couple? No, probably just happened to be together by chance. That buddy of mine has a solitary personality and rarely interacts with people. They likely didn't know each other before. Alone? That's incredible. Is his family background very privileged? How come I've never heard of him before? When asked about Fu Han's origins, Muchi also felt somewhat ashamed by comparison. Lowering his head, he defended his friend. What makes my brother so damn impressive is that he made it entirely on his own. He grew up in an orphanage, and even his starting astral beast was assigned by the academy. At this point, another young man exclaimed in surprise, seriously? It's still hard to believe someone could reach such strength purely through their own efforts. I can do it, Muchi said firmly. Before being pulled into the academy from the orphanage, he hadn't even worn a new set of clothes. But now he's the strongest in our year. It's certainly difficult to achieve, but it's truly possible. A young boy exclaimed, that's amazing. Starting today, my idol is Fu Han. Is he handsome? Handsome my foot, Muchi scolded. He's way uglier than me. Ha ha ha, as if anyone would believe that. Everyone burst into laughter. Muchi rubbed his nose with the back of his hand and chuckled sheepishly. Damn, can't fool you guys. Fine, he's slightly better looking than me, alright? Strong in strength and not bad looking either. Leading our nursery's goddess to top the charts, that guy's seriously cool. Plenty of pretty girls out there. True bros wouldn't let such trivial matters affect their bond. After a few words exchanged, the lingering resentment in Muchi's heart had completely dissipated. So when Fu Han was mentioned, Muchi couldn't help but share in the pride. For these young lads, rankings weren't what they pursued. What concerned them more was whether they could contract with their second star beast. So one young man asked, Brother Chi, what's our next move? Got any suggestions? Muchi always offered sound advice and the support everyone needed, gradually becoming the team's core. The other 3 Beastmasters weren't necessarily younger than him, yet none minded calling him brother. Muchi rather enjoyed it. This was respect he'd earned through his own efforts. After carefully reviewing the materials and maps, Muchi proposed, the swamp is too difficult, let's skip it. My plant affinity gives us advantages in both the flower plains and rainforest. However, the flower plains climate is too mild to nurture powerful star beasts. The rainforest has incredibly diverse star beast species. Why don't we take a risk and head there? Let's aim for everyone to secure their second star beast. Great. Deal. We'll follow Chi's lead. Then let's hurry, I don't want to waste another second. With that, everyone stood up together, and Muchi said, alright, let's get going. After walking a few steps, someone couldn't help but ask, hey, Chi, if we run into Fu Han, do you think you could ask him to take us along? Muchi replied, of course, he and I are tight. It's just that we haven't run into each other yet. If we had, I'd be at the top of the leaderboard. If we do meet up, I'll definitely ask him to help us find some suitable star beasts. Then we truly owe you one, Chi. Honestly, even if you did end up going off with Fu Han, no one would blame you. The fact that you're willing to help us at all shows what a stand-up guy you are. Muchi smiled and said, we're brothers who've supported each other to get this far. I couldn't have made it here without you all, so there's no way I'd leave you behind and go on alone. Besides, my bond with my buddy is special, he'd never abandon me either. So if there's any chance of meeting up, we'll definitely stick together. But look, There are 3 breeding zones here. If he's doing rainforest first and swamp later, it'll be tough to cross paths. Still, no worries, let's keep our spirits up and work together. They're just star beasts in the breeding zone, we can handle them. Brother Chi makes a good point. Brother Chi said Fu Han also relied on himself, we can do the same. Right, let's go. At this moment, the unease and worries in their hearts melted away. Fu Han hadn't expected that he, too, could provide motivation and energy to other students of ordinary backgrounds. At roughly the same time, Fu Han's group also entered the rainforest from another direction. However, they moved much faster, quickly advancing deep into the heart of the jungle. Chapter 48 Plop. In reality, course points have an approximate upper limit since there are only 3 observation points, and the types of star beasts in each terrain are relatively fixed. The total points everyone can obtain are essentially capped. This time, the 3 hunting challenges were completed by 3 separate groups, with no one managing to secure points from 2 challenges. This means the final determination for the top spot will likely depend on exploration speed. Fu Han and Chia finished exploring the most difficult swamp earlier than the others, currently placing them in the leading position with the highest points. Meanwhile, the rest are still struggling through the swamp. Fu Han can still leverage his mobility advantage to quickly explore the rainforest and secure his ranking. Originally laid back, Fu Han now sees victory almost within grasp. He figured, why not put in just a little effort to claim it? So the moment they set off into the rainforest, they switched to full speed mode. Song Jia was truly giving it his all this time. While Fu Han and Chia rode on the giant jade hand, Sang Jia relied solely on his legs to skim flight across the forest floor, with the giant jade hand merely keeping pace at his speed. However, as they ventured deeper into the rainforest, the vegetation grew increasingly dense, inevitably slowing down their progress. Fu Han looked up at the towering ancient trees whose canopies seemed capable of blotting out the sky, then glanced down at the lush undergrowth below, so thick that Song Jia had to wield his blade to carve a path through it. Puzzled, Fu Han asked, why is the undergrowth still so thick when it gets no sunlight? Xia was quite knowledgeable about plants. She pointed to the thick tree trunks overhead and said, take a closer look at those tree trunks. Fu Han turned his gaze to the trunks, only then noticing that there seemed to be light emanating from them. The source appeared to be glowing branches extending from the tree trunks. At first glance, he had mistaken it for the Tyndall effect, but upon closer inspection, he realized those luminous branches seemed to be growing directly from the wood. Hey, what's that? Fu Han asked again. To his surprise, Xia chose to be mysterious at this moment. You'll find out when we reach the observation point. Fu Han raised an eyebrow and said, so, you already know what the observation point is? Xia nodded and replied, here's a hint for you, it's at the center, but it's not the climate tower. Several climate-influencing star beasts immediately flashed through Fu Han's mind, but before he could ponder them in detail, his gaze was drawn to a brilliantly feathered avian beast among the trees. Look, a lyrebird. Xia looked in the direction Fu Han was pointing and exclaimed in delight, wow, so beautiful. The lyrebird had gorgeous golden tail feathers and could mimic almost any sound, making it an extremely popular pet-class star beast. However, Fu Han felt the lyrebirds in the rainforest were far more beautiful than those caged in captivity. The variety of star beasts in the rainforest was truly astonishing. Aside from the abundant plant-based star beasts covering the ground, birds, anacondas, spotted leopards, and primates appeared frequently. The two of them kept scanning non-stop with their terminal devices along the way, almost overwhelmed by the visual feast. The contrast in atmosphere between Song Jia tirelessly clearing the path ahead and the duo eagerly scanning every star beast behind him was indeed rather amusing. However, this situation didn't last long. With Song Jia's formidable strength cutting through obstacles like a hot knife through butter, the group quickly reached the vicinity of the observation point. Only after receiving the notification of increased points did Song Jia finally lean against a tree trunk, panting heavily from exhaustion. Now merely separated from the true spectacle of the observation point by a thicket of broadleafed vegetation, Sang Jia showed no intention of advancing further. Fu Han asked him, aren't you going to take a look? Shaking his head, Sang Jia replied, nah, it's blinding, as if I haven't seen it before. Fu Han curled his lips and thought, sure, young Master Tsung's seen it all with his vast experience. Meanwhile, a country bumpkin like me should definitely check it out. Xia originally wanted to follow Fu Han, but Sung Jia warned, better not go, you'll get tanned. Xia immediately froze in place. Fu Han shrugged and said, I'll just take a quick look and come right back. Truth be told, Fu Han had already roughly guessed what the observation point was, because the hints from the pair had practically pointed straight to the answer. As the massive jade hand helped push aside the large leafed plants, the intense light made Fu Han narrow his eyes. Raising a hand to shield his forehead, he tilted his head slightly for a better look. Just as he suspected, the observation point in the rainforest turned out to be an ancient marvel, the legendary Nine-Sun Divine Tree. The myths and records of the Nine-Sun Divine Tree predate even the old gods. This ancient species existed on Xixingland during the primordial era that preceded the Age of Old Gods. According to legend, During the primordial era, Xixingland was shrouded by the final veil, preventing all living beings from seeing daylight. Lost souls couldn't even find their way home. Only the nine-sun divine tree flourished freely, its canopy piercing through the final veil, to glimpse the radiance of cosmic stars. Using the general term star beast to describe the nine-sun divine tree isn't entirely accurate, yet it is indeed a lifeform possessing a core, not just one, but 9 cores. Moreover, it stands as the only species on Xixingland whose cores manifest physically in the real world. The 9 solar blooms hanging beneath its canopy are manifestations of its core essence. In ancient times, the term sun specifically referred to these sacred solar flowers of the 9 solar divine tree. It was only after the final veil, dispersed and the old gods descended, that humans who finally saw the sky began calling the great blue celestial body above them the sun. The 9 solar divine tree truly functions like a sun. Its solar blooms radiate light and energy just like our star. Moreover, its crown punches through the clouds, where its golden leaves collect starlight. This stellar radiance travels down through the massive root system beneath the earth. The ley lines formed by these roots then distribute the starlight to all other trees. Eventually, all giant trees extend glowing branches that provide luminous energy to surface vegetation as well. This was precisely the origin of those radiant branches among the trees that Chia had earlier shown Fuan. If we were to evaluate the current 9 solar divine tree using standards for stellar beasts, it would unquestionably qualify as a legendary quasi-deity level stellar creature. In legend, the 9 suns divine tree originally possessed divinity just like the eternal tree. In ancient times, the final barrier caused all things to wither. To spread its radiance further and cover more land, the 9 suns divine tree made a sacrifice. It first divided itself into 10 parts and planted them separately, then these 10 divine trees continued to proliferate and spread everywhere. Eventually, the tree's divinity dissipated, but it completely preserved the ecology of the entire Xixingland. Thus, the 9 suns divine tree is also regarded as a symbol of fatherly love, majesty, and sacrifice. While the divine tree can nourish the entire rainforest, not a single blade of grass grows at its own roots, giving it a somewhat ironic fatherly love like a mountain landslide quality. The reason was actually that the radiant energy emitted by the sacred solar tree was too intense, making it difficult for plants to survive at its base. This symbolized the imposing authority of a father. Upon encountering this legendary species, the two intended to scan it with their terminal. However, they discovered the device's optical components couldn't function under the tree's brilliant light, forcing them to abandon the attempt. This particular sacred tree was actually quite young, with its golden trunk spanning over 400 meters in diameter, meaning it was approximately 4 centuries old. It remained unclear whether the Academy had cultivated it or if it had originally grown here, prompting the establishment of the breeding center around it. The tree's roots extended deep into an underground pit. As Fu Han leaned slightly closer to peer into the abyss, he noticed numerous light sprites flitting about near the sacred tree's base. At the base of the divine tree, there was no vegetation, but its surroundings were a paradise for light attribute star beasts. Fu Han speculated that in its dazzling canopy above, even more light attribute star beasts must dwell. He had previously wondered if he could contract a light attribute star beast to acquire some useful light-based skills, which might help Boya gestate a light-aligned head. Now, knowing that many light attribute star beasts lived atop the divine tree, Fu Han couldn't help but feel tempted. However, this wasn't like the 9-headed dragon's crater. Taking risks there had at least been feasible. The divine tree's entire body radiated intense light elements. For a novice like Fu Han, even a slight touch would likely reduce him to ashes. Even with the protective Great Jade Hand symbiont, he might withstand it for mere seconds longer, truly leaving no room for maneuver. So going up was impossible. Fu Han thought, maybe I should just wait under the tree for a few days. Maybe some star beast might accidentally fall down. Just as Fu Han had this thought, a round, plump object tumbled from the tree. Plop! It landed right at Fu Han's feet. Chapter 49, Beneath the Divine Tree. A round object fell from the tree with a soft thud, landing right at Fu Han's feet. Fu Han froze in surprise. Upon closer inspection, what had fallen from the tree was a round star beast. It wore a halo-cast leafy veil that enveloped its plump, spherical body, with a pair of stubby little legs. At this moment, its tiny feet were flailing desperately as it tried to right itself, but their shortness made the effort rather ineffective. Fu Han asked in surprise, "What is this?" Fu Han then aimed his terminal at the light-type star beast, curious to see what information the eternal tree would provide. However, while the creature's luminous veil was mild to the naked eye, beneath the terminal's lens it appeared blindingly bright, rendering the optical sensor useless once again. Fu Han thought to himself, seems the Academy handed out obsolete terminals. Everyone else has moved on to scroll-type models, yet this thing can't even scan a simple star beast properly. Fu Han spread his hands and put away the terminal, thinking to himself, should I take it to show Zhang Jia and the others? But Fu Han quickly dismissed the idea. He thought to himself, if I took it to show Zhang Jia, perhaps I could get answers, but if I later wished to form a contract, it wouldn't be easy to hide it from them again. It's rare for the two of them not to follow me on their own. Better to avoid unnecessary complications. Maybe I should just try forming a contract. Fuan murmured. Fu Han couldn't possibly train all these star beasts, but he still had plenty of unused capacity in his core. It was just sitting idle anyway. Besides, he could gain skills from the star beasts, and Boya's third head also needed skill support. Light attribute star beasts weren't easy to find either, and here one was right at his feet. Fu Han hesitated no longer. He focused his mind to formulate the contract, then reached his hand toward the plump light element star beast. The scorching radiance from the chubby star beast seared Fu Han's flesh painfully, yet this unexpectedly filled his heart with joy. Seems pretty strong, huh? Thinking this, Fu Han endured the pain and pressed his hand firmly onto the star beast's body. Instantly, brilliant runic light erupted. The contract was complete. At this moment, Fu Han frowned deeply, realizing this contract seemed different from those he'd formed before. This contract felt more like he was the one being contracted. What was going on? Just as Fu Han was puzzled, he suddenly felt his consciousness being pulled toward the star beast. In an instant, his awareness passed through the star beast's core and entered the soul world. An invisible force continued guiding Fu Han's soul as it fell beneath the starry river. Soon a golden leaf appeared in Fu Han's vision, while that mysterious power kept pulling him downward. His soul passed through the blazing golden leaf and instantly arrived beneath the tree. It was a gigantic tree forged from golden radiance, and he came to rest at its roots. Looking down, Fu Han saw his consciousness outlined in glowing gold, kneeling on one knee in the same posture he'd held during the contract formation. He continued to stroke the round, plump star beast, though its body was no longer scorching hot. Fu Han lifted the chubby star beast in his hand and stood up, gazing at the towering radiant tree in the sky. A thought struck him. Isn't this the divine solar tree? Could this be the inner sanctum of the divine tree? Looking down again at the star beast in his palm, Fu Han was overwhelmed with shock. His mind reeled. Oh heavens, what on earth are you? Just then, Fu Han heard a warm, welcoming voice. Greetings, newcomer. Fu Han was startled and quickly searched for the source of the voice. At that moment, the radiant trunk of the divine tree gradually faded away, and the plump star beast in Fu Han's hands began to emit light. Then Fu Han noticed clusters of glow lighting up around the trunk, including the one in his hand. There were 8 in total. Suddenly, a luminous figure appeared across from Fu Han. Her silhouette was outlined clearly by the light, a long-haired woman dressed in an antiquated scholar's robe, complete with a wide-brimmed scholar's hat. Just like Fu Han, she was also cradling a glowing sphere. What's going on? Fu Han gasped in shock. Hearing Fu Han's question, the robed scholar's silhouette seemed to snap out of his contemplation. She smiled and said, "You have been chosen by the sacred tree. Let me remind you of a few things, and you must remember them well. First, never speak of your visit here to anyone. Second, keep the contract with the sacred tree's seat a secret, never summon it in front of others. Third, until you truly understand the people here, trust no one, not even me. Lastly, do not linger here any longer. We can discuss the rest another time." With that, Scholar Light Shadow waved farewell to Fu Han, then released the glowing sphere in her hand, vanishing without a trace. Fu Han realized that releasing the glowing orb in his hands might allow him to leave, yet he frowned as he pondered the female scholar's words. It turned out this chubby little thing in his hand was a seedling of the divine tree, which had chosen him by landing right beside him. What's even crazier is that he had recklessly formed a contract with it. No wonder the contract felt completely different earlier, almost as if Fu Han was the one being contracted. Moreover, there were others who had also contracted seedlings of the divine tree. They seemed to be able to come here as well and could even communicate with each other. Fu Han still didn't fully grasp what this all meant, but the 2 pieces of advice, trust no one and don't linger here for too long, suddenly felt extremely pertinent. Just as he was mulling it over, Fu Han noticed 2 figures starting to take shape near the glowing orbs. Without hesitation, he decided to heed the female scholar's warning, quickly releasing the orb in his grasp. After Fu Han left, 2 more figures emerged within the divine tree's domain. One was a man in priestly robes, and the other a chubby fellow dressed in a sharp suit. Surprisingly, the chubby man held 2 glowing orbs in his hands. As soon as they appeared, the 2 figures simultaneously turned their gazes toward the radiant orb where Fu Han had been, just in time to witness his glowing silhouette rapidly dissipate. Confirming that the number of orbs had indeed increased, the robed priest sighed softly. Sigh. The suit-clad chubby man chuckled smugly. Too late, holy man. I even managed to chat with him for a bit. The priest immediately roared in anger. Silence, wretched merchant. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? The portly man in a suit chuckled and retorted, Oh, then come hit me, you filthy fraud. Humph. With a cold snort, the priest released the glowing sphere in his hand and vanished without a trace. The portly man stared thoughtfully at the newly appeared 8th glowing sphere for quite some time, then shook his head and released his own sphere. Immediately afterward, the fat man directly returned his consciousness to the real world. In a spacious and luxurious office, a meticulously dressed but not overweight man rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. A moment later, someone knocked on the office door. Come in, the man said softly. With a soft click, a woman in red high heels swayed her hips as she approached the man's side. She handed the report to the man and casually perched on the edge of his desk, saying, "The navigation data near the divine tree is ready." Chapter 50, The Seed. The man took the report with one hand while using the other to wrap around her waist. The woman chuckled lightly and said, "The data comparison is complete. At least none from our navigation satellites has approached the 9 Suns divine tree." The man sighed softly and said, "What a pity." The woman smiled and said, "At least we've narrowed it down. It's either the Shadowlands or the Academia faction. And what's more, I've got quite an interesting piece of news." The man shifted his palm downward slightly, then clenched it tightly as he demanded, "Speak." The woman let out a delicate hum, her tone growing even more suggestive. "Stardrift Academy is organizing survival training for students. They've sent many of them to their breeding grounds, where they happen to have a divine tree." The man raised an eyebrow before finally letting go and saying, "Then keep investigating." The woman frowned and pouted coquettishly. "Oh, you're just gonna let me leave like that?" The man didn't respond. With a wicked grin, he leaned back in his chair and propped his legs up on the desk. After releasing the light sphere, Fuan immediately felt his consciousness rapidly ascend, swiftly returning to his core in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, Fuhan discovered the chubby divine seed had already taken residence within his core. Like Kakiru, it hadn't transformed into a star but retained its original form. Now the divine seed was toddling about on its stubby legs within Fuhan's core, though what exactly it was stepping on remained a mystery. Remembering his physical body still waited beneath the divine tree, and concerned that Chia or Tsung Jia might grow suspicious from their prolonged absence, Fuhan chose not to examine the seed's details and hurried back to rejoin them. After regrouping with Tsung Jia, Fuhan's party decided to continue their exploration of the rainforest. The rainforest star beast ecosystem is complex, with numerous species of star beasts, ensuring that one's points wouldn't be overtaken by others. However, Fuhan never imagined that all his daily efforts for points would ultimately prove futile. By nightfall, a total of 323 trainees had crossed the assessment threshold and appeared on the rankings. With this, the first lesson of survival training was effectively concluded. The remaining 500-plus trainees either had no intention of participating from the start, encountered accidents forcing them to forfeit, or, and this constituted a significant portion, lacked the capability to reach the destination. Due to the abysmally low completion rate of the first lesson, Professor Chu flew into a rage. Consequently, the Academy abruptly announced that those who failed to cross the line would be deducted 5 credits, while those who succeeded would receive an additional 5 credits. Since the rewards and punishments weren't mentioned before the course began, it was likely that the Academy would face an uproar upon their return. But the Academy wouldn't care who complained. Ju Xing Academy had stood firm within the alliance without ever bowing to anyone's pressure, let alone that of its own students. At the same time, the Academy announced that the top scorer of this survival course would receive a commemorative set of outdoor gear as an incentive. After reading this news, Fuhan nearly smashed his terminal in frustration. What a joke! After 3 grueling days of blood, sweat, and toil, all he got was a set of outdoor gear? How was this any different from a commemorative thermos? Fuhan was frustrated with the Academy's stinginess, but upon reflection, he realized this trip had actually been quite rewarding. The Lord-level Hydra hatchling was technically one of the Academy's assets, worth millions, and not something money could easily buy. Though acquiring it involved some risk, this deal was definitely worth it. Moreover, he'd been lucky enough to contract with a legendary star beast like Kikalu. Really, there was nothing left to complain about. If anything gave him pause, it was his impulsive daytime contract with the seed of the divine tree. Whether that would prove fortunate or disastrous remained to be seen. Come nightfall, the divine tree's luminous branches dimmed completely, allowing the moonlit lantern specter to reclaim center stage once more. Fuhan and his group arrived at a tree surrounded by moonlit wisps to rest, only to find another team arriving beneath the same tree later that evening. Both parties rested peacefully under the tree together, even casually chatting about their experiences over the past few days. Interestingly, Fuhan heard updates about Mu Qi from their conversation and immediately decided to search for his good brother the next day. At night, everyone slept under the guard of their star beasts, giving Fuhan the long-awaited chance to examine the information about the divine seed. Sacred Wood Seed. Race, Solar Wood Clan. Evolution level, degraded low-tier form Sacred Wood Seed. Attributes, light, plant. Base stats, immeasurable. Astral Beast level, 1. Health, 100%. Abilities. Mythical trait Divine Fragment. This is part of the Sunwood God's divinity, capable of spawning new sunwoods. Legendary trait Starlight Bloom LV1 reflects starlight with multiplied intensity. The detailed information about the Divine Wood Seed revealed many insights to Fuhan. First of all, the sacred tree truly once possessed divine status, but it transformed its divinity into seeds to nurture more hope. And the true form of the sacred tree should be called Sunwood, while 9 Sun Sacred Wood is merely a degenerate form of it. Once again, legend proved victorious. Fuhan realized he'd been stumbling upon evidence that validated myths far too often lately. The racial value of the sacred tree's seed being immeasurable is quite an interesting phenomenon. Apparently, divine beings of the past shouldn't have been included within the star beast evaluation system to begin with. As for the abilities of the divine wood seed, although the divinity fragment is a mythic tier trait, it appears to be of no immediate use for the time being. Moreover, Fu Han thought of another issue. If the divine wood seed refracts starlight outward, does that mean it cannot level up? Fu Han lamented to himself. It seems the divine wood seed is most likely unsuitable for combat as well, and it doesn't even have a skill that can be imprinted. Boya's new skull still seems out of reach. But being unsuitable for combat doesn't mean it's useless. On the contrary, the trait, Starlight Bloom, could prove to be incredibly valuable. In reality, Fu Han had already sensed his starlight energy being much more abundant today. Little did he know it was the seed of the divine tree at work. Starlight Bloom doubled the concentration of starlight energy within Fu Han's entire inner core. This meant Fu Han now commanded even more starlight energy at his disposal, making skill impartation far more convenient. Moreover, the growth speed of his star beasts would accelerate while dwelling within his inner core space. This effect surpassed even Fu Han's innate beast master talent growth enhancement. What's more, this was an evolvable trait likely to unlock even more formidable effects in the future. Truly, being chosen by the divine tree came with immense benefits. As for the deeper meaning behind the contracts, especially concerning those who had formed pacts with the divine tree, Fu Han still carried apprehensions in his heart. The divine tree's domain existed within this spiritual world, and Fu Han was deeply worried that those people might also possess stellar beasts like the starry weasel. If his inner core vision were to be peered into, wouldn't others discover the black hole dwelling within his core? At that moment, Fu Han suddenly thought of a possibility. Did others who had made contracts with the divine tree also possess a black hole like him? And was that why they had been chosen by the sacred tree? At that very moment, a familiar voice echoed from the depths of his heart. Ah, who's this? I've never seen this type of astral spirit before. Fu Han snapped back to reality and noticed that Kikiro had already returned to the inner realm, pointing a tiny finger at the seat of the divine tree as it posed a question. Chapter 51, The Final Hope. As a blessed free astral spirit favored by the gods, Fu Han believed it would be nearly impossible to find anyone more knowledgeable about the soul world than Kikiro. Yet, to his surprise, Kikiro didn't recognize the seed of the divine tree. Intrigued, Fu Han asked, Kikiro, could there truly be something in the soul world that even you don't know about? Kikolo said, Kikolo is very young in age, but the world of her soul is vast, with many things Kikolo doesn't know yet and needs to learn. I'm really curious how old you are, Kikolo. Kikolo stood with hands on her hips and declared, if measured by human years, Kikolo was already 360 years old. Fu Han was stunned at the thought this creature was already 360 years old, yet only level 18. That meant averaging one level every 20 years. Talk about a wasted life. Then how would you calculate it using your way of counting years? Fu Han continued to ask. Kikolo replied, we don't count years. When our stellar rank changes, it's equivalent to growing a year older. I'm almost 2 years old. Fu Han suddenly understood their lifespans were so long that they didn't even need to track years. But you, Kikolo, really haven't grown at all. After all this time, your stellar rank still hasn't reached the second tier. You still haven't told me. Who is it? Kikolo pressed. Fu Han asked in return, Kikolo, do you know about the sun tree? Of course. The sun tree symbolizes a father's love and authority, the ultimate sacrifice. It's an incredibly important deity in the real world. Fu Han raised an eyebrow and asked, then what about for the soul world? Kikolo replied, for the soul world, nothing is worth mentioning. Fu Han was slightly taken aback, unsure how to interpret this not worth mentioning. Was it because the connection between the two worlds was too weak? Or was it because the real world was of a lower hierarchy compared to the soul world? Kikolo, this is actually a seed of the sun tree. Wow! Kikolo exclaimed in surprise, flying closer to inspect the sacred seed. The sacred seed didn't seem to have clear subjective awareness. As if unaware of Kikolo's presence, it continued wandering about aimlessly. After watching for a while, Shichi-Lu exclaimed, it's true, this creature carries divine essence. That means you're not just a starforger, you're also the last hope of Starfall Land. Why am I the last hope? Fu Han asked. Kikolo pointed at the seed of the divine tree and said, because when the veil of the end descends again, it will be your duty to plant the seed of the sun tree. Fu Han frowned in surprise and asked, will the barrier of the end descend again? Kiki-Lu said, the legends will. F***CK. Only then did Fu Han realize the magnitude of the situation he'd landed himself in today. Fu Han was no longer a child, he wasn't going to jump for joy like some chosen kid and then merrily skip off to save the world. The word responsibility weighed exceptionally heavy. Thankfully, the divine tree had selected several people. I hope the others are strong enough. Fu Han prayed sincerely. Fu Han then caught Kikolo and asked many questions about the core domain and the soul world. wanting to clarify the possibility of his core domain being spied upon. Kikolo explained that a person's core is indeed in an undefended state within the soul world, but the soul world is vast, and each person's core is like an island completely isolated from the outside. Despite roaming the soul world for hundreds of years and encountering numerous core domains, Kikolo stated it was utterly impossible to discern whose was whose. Instead, entering someone's core from the real world is much easier to align with. However, if you're not together in the real world and still want to locate another person's core, then you'd have to rely on a soul connection. This is precisely the situation Fu Han and Chi Lu are currently in. Fu Han pieced together the general idea: his own core had a relatively low chance of being detected from the soul world, whereas the likelihood of pinpointing it from the real world was significantly higher. In reality, humans have very limited means of detecting another person's core. Sensing someone's astral fluctuations is already the extent of their capability. Yet, when it comes down to it, there exist extremely rare exceptions like the star weasel. Fu Han doubted he was the only one who had successfully contracted a star weasel. After all, beyond every mountain lies a higher peak, and legendary figures are as common as dogs. He resolved to keep a low profile until he was truly ready to spread his wings. Fu Han still had many questions, but Kikolo ran off. It said answering so many questions made it dizzy, so it went to swim in the queen's wine cellar again. Fu Han was speechless. This little troublemaker hadn't even been back for an hour before running off again. There was nothing he could do but remind it sternly not to reveal anything about the divine seed. On this point, Kikolo became unusually serious. It declared, "I understand, partner. From now on, we'll be the last hope of Qixingland." Fu Han thought to himself, "If you say so." That night, Fu Han suffered from rare insomnia, only falling asleep as dawn broke and waking again when the sun was already high in the sky. Another group of trainees who had been chatting under the tree earlier hurried off at daybreak to find star beasts suited for them. Neither Tsang Jia nor Chiya disturbed Fu Han after learning about the rewards yesterday. They'd all agreed to enter an outright slacking off mode anyway. After getting up, Fu Han noticed something interesting. His and Chiya's points hadn't budged all morning, nor had the scores of other top-ranked participants increased either. The commemorative outdoor gear provided by the academy had quite an impressive motivational effect. Unfortunately, it worked in the opposite direction. In a way, it was for the better. Had the academy not mentioned this outdoor set, everyone might have still been fiercely competing and pushing themselves. But once this reward was announced, it became a collective surrender. Fu Han and his group thus ended their survival class ahead of schedule. After that, Fu Han began wandering leisurely through the rainforest, hoping to run into his good buddy. But the 20-kilometer-wide breeding zone was still vast, and the rainforest terrain was complex. After 2 days of exploring, Fu Han's group still hadn't managed to encounter Mu Qi. However, judging by the points, Mu Qi's score has been steadily increasing even after visiting the observation point. It seems he has reliable teammates, which puts Fu Han's mind at ease. 3 days later, the academy announced the location of the evacuation point, and Fu Han immediately stopped searching for Mu Qi, heading straight toward the assembly area. To Fu Han's surprise, he was the first one to reach the evacuation point yet again. After all, at the primary Beastmaster level, very few people contracted saddle-type star beasts for themselves. Everyone mostly relied on walking for transportation, making the Great Jade Hand's mobility particularly outstanding. The evacuation rally point essentially served as the temporary command center for survival training. Upon hearing someone had already arrived at the evacuation point, many put aside their current tasks to see who it was. When word spread that it was Fu Han, the entire command post swarmed out to catch a glimpse. Everyone wanted to see if this Fu Han fellow had 3 heads and 6 arms. How else could he emerge unscathed after being attacked by a level 70+ mother dragon? It was only then, from the murmurs of the crowding onlookers, that Tsang Jia learned Fu Han had actually tamed that white multi-headed dragon from the claws of the level 70+ mother dragon. A grave expression instantly appeared on Tsang Jia's face. Earlier, when he said only Chen Zi could contend with Fu Han, he'd actually been hiding a bit of bias, but now he simply felt overwhelming pressure. The last time Fu Han was surrounded and bombarded with questions like this was at the train station exit. These people's aggressive questioning truly rivaled those of the unlicensed taxi hustlers. What level is this Jade Hand skill now? Did you learn the levitation technique or something? Where's the Hydra? Show it to us. I even went to feed it before. Fu Han maintained an apologetic smile but responded to none of the questions, pretending not to hear them clearly. In the end, it was Professor Chu who came to Fu Han's rescue. He first scolded the crowd, ordering them back to their workstations. After everyone scattered like birds and beasts, Professor Chu arranged for someone to take Tsang Jia and Chiya to rest first. After Chiya and Tsang Jia were taken away, Professor Chu pointed at Yu Shou and said to Han Dao, "You two, come with me." Chapter 52, Forced Delusions. They didn't go too far, just to the riverside pavilion that Professor Chu favored for relaxation. Upon reaching the pavilion, Professor Chu left Han Dao standing aside while he circled Yu Shou, carefully examining it for quite some time. Finally, Professor Chu sighed and said, "Why is the quality of your grand jade hand slightly better than mine? And, it seems to have quite good efficiency in gathering star radiance." Fu Han was slightly taken aback, never expecting Professor Chu to also possess a great jade hand. Moreover, when the professor remarked that Chi Yu's quality seemed superior, could it be because Chi Yu's jade transformation skill was maxed out, whereas Professor Chu's great jade hand hadn't reached full mastery in jade transformation? Must not let it slip. Fu Han quickly came up with a countermeasure. Shaking his head, he replied, "I don't know either. When the teacher handed great jade hand to me, it was already like this." "Teacher?" Professor Chu was taken aback for a moment before asking, "So your abilities in levitation and exosuit were also taught by your teacher?" Fu Han froze for a moment, thinking to himself, how does he know the giant jade hand has the parasitic armament skill? Professor Chu noticed Fu Han's look of surprise and smiled slightly in explanation. "No need to be so astonished. Someone who can descend into the dragon pit and return unscathed must possess some means of self-preservation. I've been pondering for a while how exactly you managed it. Originally, the ability, bio-armor, had never really caught my attention. The giant jade hand wasn't suited for it, it was too heavy. But then it suddenly occurred to me that your giant jade hand had already learned levitation, so weight isn't an issue anymore. That's why I guessed you'd definitely have it learn this skill. Am I right?" Professor Chu could deduce Jade Hand's abilities just from the battle situation in the dragon pit. Fu Han couldn't help but admire this. Truly worthy of being an expert in stellar beast rearing. But to be on the safe side, Fu Han decided to shift some credit to Scholar Yi. "When my teacher gave me Jade Hand, it had already mastered levitation. Later, I thought it might pair well with external enhancement, so I bought some astral shards to try. Surprisingly, luck was on our side. It mastered the skill after just 3 shards. 3 first-grade shards?" Fu Han nodded. "The ultimate limit." Professor Chu sighed, then furrowed his brow in thought before suddenly grinning. "I've got it." Fu Han's heart skipped a beat as he wondered, what does he know? Well, the hidden trait, instant enlightenment, right. Your jade hand possesses this epic level hidden trait, instant enlightenment, which dramatically increases its skill mastery potential and accelerates skill leveling speed. My guess is your mentor probably suspected it might have this talent after it evolved into Jade Hand. Then your teacher experimented by having it absorb Moonlight Spectre star fragments to verify the trait. When Jade Hand indeed mastered levitation, your mentor, unable to waste such an exceptional specimen yet having no vacancy in his own core domain, naturally bestowed it upon his star pupil here. Am I right? Fu Han stared at Professor Chu, completely stunned. Before he could even figure out how to explain his situation, Professor Chu had already pieced together a complete narrative. "Damn it, here's the pen, why don't you write the story yourself?" Seeing Fu Han's shocked reaction, Professor Chu became even more convinced he'd guessed at least 80% correctly. Smiling with an inscrutable expression, he waited expectantly for Fu Han to offer some flattery. And Fu Han truly didn't disappoint. With a sudden dramatic gesture, he clasped his fists and bowed deeply, sighing in admiration. "Ah, who would have thought you could deduce the whole truth from just these scraps of clues? Professor Chu, your ability to grasp the essence from mere details truly fills your student with awe. My reverence for you is like an endless river surging tirelessly, like a volcanic eruption utterly unstoppable." Professor Chu burst into a smirk and chuckled. Ha. Didn't expect you to be such a smooth talker, kid. No wonder your master gave you something as exquisite as that great jade hand. Ha. Where on earth did you learn all these compliments? In the movies. Fu Han cursed inwardly, but aloud he said, "This isn't flattery, every word is straight from this student's heart." All right. Professor Chu himself was grinning so widely he had to press his hands down to keep Fu Han calm. After a moment's thought, Professor Chu asked, "I haven't even asked which mentor's disciple you are. You've kept quite a low profile. To have such an extraordinary star beast and never breathed a word about it." Fu Han clasped his hands respectfully. "My teacher's surname is Yi, he's the great scholar of the library." "What?" Professor Chu froze on the spot, his smile vanishing at once. "Academician Yi, you mean?" Professor Chu crossed his arms thoughtfully. "But you've contracted a combat-suited star beast after all. Surely you don't intend to follow in his footsteps guarding ancient texts in the library archives?" Fu Han quickly waved his hands in protest. No. My mentor actually wants me to pursue the combat path too." Professor Chu's face lit up with delight. "Perfect. What about your Hydra? Summon it out for us to see." "Ah, what Hydra?" Fu Han began playing dumb with exaggerated innocence. He had already made up his mind. Yes, he fell into the dragon pit, but it was purely accidental. As for the multi-headed dragon, Fu Han had no idea. If asked, he would simply say he never saw it, that some mysterious expert must have stolen it. Otherwise, if the academy demanded equivalent compensation, how could he possibly handle that? Professor Chu stared at Fu Han with disbelief and snapped, "Don't play dumb with me. You went into the pit and contracted my multi-headed dragon, and now you won't even let me take a look?" Fu Han assumed an unyielding stance and retorted, Professor Chu, don't go accusing me of things. I wouldn't dare take such a valuable dragon so recklessly. I fell into the pit by accident. I never saw any white multi-headed dragon. Ha! You little. I get it now, you're afraid I'll make you pay compensation, aren't you? Do I, Chu, strike you as that kind of person? Let me be clear, that white multi-headed dragon was originally meant as a reward for this year's top performer. Only after you contracted it did I have no choice but to replace it with outdoor gear. Besides, it's already bound to you, how could I possibly take it back now? Ah, this time it was Fu Han's turn to be stunned. That was originally the reward. 10,000 wild horses galloped through Fu Han's heart. You should have said so earlier. Even if I had to fight tooth and nail for first place? Why risk my life going down that pit for nothing? Don't look at me like that. Professor Chu spread his hands helplessly. With an 8-headed mother dragon in the pit, who could have imagined someone would still go down? Could you have predicted that? Fu Han was speechless and could only shake his head. Seems you're well aware of how dangerous the Hydra is. You've got quite the guts. Professor Chu pointed at Du Shou and said, even the bio-armor transformed from it couldn't withstand more than 2 hits from that mother dragon, could it? Fu Han nodded in agreement. Humph, then why did you go down there? Were you that desperate to get the baby dragon? Fu Han shook his head and said, I saw it being rejected by its mother and siblings near the pit's edge, so I thought I'd try. Professor Chu suddenly remembered Fu Han's background from the welfare institution. After a moment of silence, he no longer insisted on having Fu Han summoned by it to show him. What could it possibly do? At most, it could grow another head quickly, relying on rapid growth. Professor Chu had seen such things many times. After some thought, Professor Chu said, study for another year or two, and when you reach the intermediate level, you can come here to train with me for a while. It's highly beneficial for beast masters to master more knowledge about raising star beasts. I'm sure your mentor wouldn't object to this. Hearing this, Fu Han couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The breeding center was truly a treasure trove. If he could visit the other terrains or even contract a few more star beasts later, that would be absolutely fantastic. Fu Han quickly expressed his gratitude. I'll definitely have to trouble Professor Chu when the time comes. Professor Chu laughed again and said, alright, consider this my shortcoming this time. You risked your life to contract the Hydra, and I can't offer you anything better as a reward. Keep the outdoor gear, it's worth tens of thousands. Look at you kids, the moment the rewards don't meet expectations, everyone starts slacking off. Humph, but I won't shortchange you in terms of honor. When you return, there'll be no lack of commendations. Tomorrow, once everyone's gathered, I'll give you a chance to shine. Why don't you prepare yourself and give a victory speech? Fu Han frowned and said, but, my mentor repeatedly warned me to keep a low profile, and personally I don't like drawing too much attention. What? Is that so? Professor Chu frowned and thought for a while before sighing. Very well, if the Grand Scholar has his profound reasons, then shall we keep it low-key? Fu Han nodded and replied, the lower the profile, the better. Professor Chu nodded back. This is your request, are you certain about it? Fu Han nodded earnestly and said, I've made my decision. Professor Chu replied, excellent. Go bid farewell to your partner then. I'll send you back today and handle the arrangements afterward. Fu Han exclaimed in surprise, returning today? Once more, Professor Chu revealed that inscrutable enigmatic smile. Chapter 53 Fu Han is about to die. After greeting Song Jie and Chia, Professor Chu arranged for a small helicopter to send Fu Han back. Chia was still worried about Fu Han, concerned that the academy might punish him for contracting with the little white dragon from the pit without permission. Shortly after Fu Han left, Chia and Song Jie saw Major Wang arrive at the camp with an elderly officer who seemed to hold an even higher rank. They were urgently looking for Fu Han but were informed that he had suffered severe injuries and had already been sent back to the academy for treatment. The old officer was furious and gave Professor Chu a fierce scolding. He berated Professor Chu for lacking perspective, saying that talented fighters like Fu Han should be sent to military units to cultivate their combat spirit and contribute to the peace and stability of Qixingland. Professor Chu endured the humiliation with a forced smile and explained, you overestimate him, he's just a reckless youth. Imagine, there was a level 70+ Hydra in the underground cavern, and he dared to go down there as a beginner, sustaining internal injuries without even realizing it. Only when he coughed up blood did I rush him to the academy. Alas, the injuries are so severe that I fear he might only be fit for academic research for the rest of his life. Only then did the old officer and Colonel Wang leave, though still half-doubting his explanation. At this point, the two eavesdroppers finally understood why Fu Han had left in such a hurry. It turned out Professor Chu feared someone might poach him. Before long, another aircraft landed at the camp, and Chia immediately recognized its emblem. It was the insignia of the Tsangyun Dojo, the most prestigious Beastmaster training hall in Juxing City. In other words, it belonged to the Tsang family. Chia accused Song Jie of betraying his comrades by leaking information. Song Jie protested his innocence, insisting he hadn't divulged anything. The visitor from Tsangyun Dojo turned out to be Song Jie's uncle. After being rebuffed by Professor Chu, he came to Song Jia for confirmation. Song Jia responded bluntly, severely injured. Done for. Uncle Song Jia never doubted his nephew for a second and left, cursing under his breath. Xia stood by, barely holding back her laughter until she nearly passed out. After that, the temporary command center camp was abuzz with activity as aircraft came and went incessantly. Various guilds, dojos, and even media outlets all came sniffing around for news about Fu Han. Eventually, Professor Chu lost his temper and gave all the staff a dressing down. Fu Han is the one I want. Let me see who dares spread word about him further. If I find out who talked, don't blame Professor Chu for throwing manners to the wind. After Professor Chu's outburst, Xia noticed many people discreetly making phone calls behind the tents. Gradually, the camp settled into silence. Apart from a few scattered trainees arriving at the evacuation point, nothing else changed. Professor Chu spent the entire afternoon feeling both grateful and deeply satisfied. He knew all too well that early fame was not necessarily a good thing for young people. Many youths who rose to prominence too soon ultimately succumbed to the temptations of vanity and material gain, expanding, distorting, and straying down the wrong path. After wasting several years of their lives, it's already commendable if some of them have a sudden awakening. The majority, however, simply muddle along until they drift into the entertainment industry. It's truly lamentable. Especially for children from humble backgrounds like Fu Han, it's easy to become inflated by flattery and lose themselves to the temptations of profit. Professor Chu had been constantly debating in his mind about which people he should allow Fu Han to interact with, to neither hinder his future nor affect his mentality. Fortunately, Fu Han studied under prestigious mentors, maintained a low profile himself, and remained steadfastly aligned with the academy's principles. Professor Chu no longer needed to deliberate, he simply blocked all external influences outright. He didn't even spare the military's face. What a satisfying move. And so, on this day, the upper echelons of Starcross City gained another regrettable rumor that Starcross Academy had produced a talented genius, who unfortunately suffered severe injuries during survival training due to reckless decisions. Some said he was crippled, others claimed he was dying, and a few even whispered he had become a vegetable. In any case, this fleeting genius would soon fade from public memory. Fu Han, who had allegedly sustained grave injuries, remained unaware of these speculations. After being escorted back to the academy, he promptly entered a state of free activity. Back in the dorm, the first thing he did was summon Boya and Kiklu to familiarize them with their new home. That troublemaker Boya actually got jealous of Fu Han's red bedsheet, and the first thing it did upon entering was cause destruction. With no other choice, Fu Han punished it by confining it to the inner core space. Kiklu was quite curious about the human world, exploring every corner of Fu Han's dorm room. After some thought, Fu Han still reminded Kiklu to keep herself hidden. In human society, a creature like Kiklu was far too precious. Kiklu actually knew its own worth, that's why it had never dared to approach human cities before, fearing capture. But now that it had formed a contract with Fu Han, it simply had to satisfy its curiosity. I must figure out a way to blend in and avoid drawing attention, it declared. Fu Han understood it was recalling its abilities and stayed quiet, simply watching as the little creature folded its tiny arms in deep thought. After a long while, Kikulu suddenly raised its small hands in delight. Got it, it exclaimed. Kikulu remembered an incredibly powerful psychic ability called conceptual alteration. Using this legendary skill, Kikulu could transform its appearance into that of an ordinary white ferret, a disguise said to be nearly impossible to see through. After testing the transformation, Fuan was astonished to find that even terminal scanning couldn't penetrate its disguise. This piqued Fuan's interest in the skill, making him wonder if he could replicate it. But upon sensing Kikulu's core through their soul connection, Fuan realized this creature used the ability without engaging its core at all, expending no stellar energy whatsoever. Fu Han asked how it did that. Kikulu said, "You just use it like this." "What do you mean?" Tada Kikulu wiggled its tail. Speechless, Fu Han realized he probably wouldn't get a proper answer. The white ferret makes excellent camouflage, as it's a very popular pet class star beast, especially common in the eastern continent. White ferrets are docile and highly affectionate star beasts that can usually be lured away with just some food. They make perfect companion pets that even ordinary people can keep. The key is that white ferrets possess an innate skill called stealth, allowing them to briefly vanish and escape when threatened. This way, Kikulu's comings and goings from the spirit world won't seem suspicious at all. Brilliant, Fu Han praised. Kikulu is truly clever. Kikulu also thought herself quite clever. Yes, Kikulu is genuinely a genius. To think of such an amazing solution at just 2 years old. If it hadn't boasted, it would have been fine. But with its proud declaration, Fu Han suddenly felt it might have intellectual deficiencies. After 360 years, this was all you could come up with? Quite the achievement indeed, quite the achievement. Fu Han soaked himself in the bathtub for over an hour, while Chi Lu happily played with soap bubbles for the entire duration. Afterwards, Fu Han took his star beasts out for a lavish feast. Though now responsible for 2 additional mouths to feed, Fu Han felt particularly extravagant today, skipping the cafeteria entirely and heading straight for a high-end restaurant outside the academy. Fu Han had long heard that the primordial cuisine here was the most authentic. With his wallet comfortably full today, he decided to give it a try. Boya and Xiaozi thoroughly enjoyed their nutrient-rich meat platter. What was most remarkable was that the two actually ate together without any squabbles. Fu Han wasn't sure if it was due to their soul connection or the effects of their collaboration skill, but either way, their peaceful coexistence saved him considerable worry. Kikalu's review of Fu Han's primordial feast was lukewarm. It disliked both meat and vegetables. Instead, it absolutely loved the milk tea they bought along the way, making Fu Han realize that in Kikalu's eyes, sweets were the only real delicacies. This simplified things. Going forward, he could just buy it more desserts, thus fulfilling his promise to treat it to delicious food. Fu Han himself was somewhat disappointed with the essence feast. While the taste was truly first class, the amount of essence it contained was pitifully small. Eating this entire meal barely compared to just half an hour of his meditation. The real kicker was that a single serving cost over 5,000. A price that made his teeth ache just thinking about it. But upon reflection, the essence cuisine did actually allow his core to absorb some essence, rare as that was. If money were no object, shelling out 5,000 per meal would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. It seems the essence feast has no flaws. The flaw is that I'm not rich enough. Returning to his dorm, Fu Han immediately threw himself into meditative cultivation. After witnessing the cost-effectiveness of the essence feast, he realized meditation was truly invaluable. But today, his meditation had barely begun when he felt a stirring within his core. Focusing inward, he noticed the divine seed flickering with a faint glow, as though trying to convey something to him. After hesitating for a long while, Fu Han finally directed his consciousness toward the divine seed. Instantly, a deep, aged voice echoed in his mind. At tomorrow's solar zenith, in the name of the sacred tree, I summon all for a council. Prepare yourselves by high noon. Newcomer, heed my warning, your consciousness shall be called by the sacred tree at noon. To spare your body from harm, make preparations in advance. May your starlight never dim. Fu Han sighed lightly, thinking to himself, what must come has finally come. Chapter 54, The Gathering Under the Tree. Fu Han had long guessed that he would have to interact with others bound by the divine tree's contract. To be honest, the past few days of complete silence had been quite surprising. And now, what must come has finally arrived. Fu Han thought he was mentally prepared, but when the moment arrived, he still couldn't help feeling overwhelmingly nervous. Originally, everyone was chosen by the divine tree, the last hope in this apocalyptic world. Logically speaking, they should all be good people like him. Yet, the woman in scholar's robes had specifically warned him not to trust anyone, which inevitably made Fu Han question the divine tree's criteria for selection. Moreover, Fu Han suspected he was probably the weakest among them all, barely reaching the beginner level before being snatched up as the world's last hope. Fu Han couldn't help but find it absurd. With unbearable anxiety, Fu Han stayed awake all night. Thankfully, his enhanced mental resilience meant a sleepless night wasn't much of an issue. At dawn, Fu Han went downstairs to grab a bite to eat before quietly returning to his dormitory to wait. As the sun slowly climbed to its zenith, noon arrived. Fu Han felt an indescribable summons within his core precisely on time. In the blink of an eye, so fast that even Fu Han himself didn't notice, he found his consciousness already sinking deep into his inner core. Then, Fu Han felt an irresistible pull towards the seat of the divine tree. Like last time, he passed through the blazing golden canopy and descended beneath the tree. At this moment, the 8 seeds beneath the tree canopy also erupted in radiant brilliance. Fu Han reached out and pinched the glowing orb before him. As he did, the trunk of the divine tree gradually faded away, replaced by lines of light that outlined multiple figures, neatly forming a circle around him. Having already decided to observe more and speak less, Fu Han remained silent, quietly taking everything in. 1, 2, 3. Fu Han counted each person meticulously and discovered there were 7 individuals including himself. But he distinctly remembered there had been 8 seeds here. Upon closer inspection, Fu Han noticed a fat man in a suit actually holding 2 glowing orbs, one in each hand. Fu Han immediately furrowed his brows, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Had this guy snatched others' orbs for himself? Right then, the woman in scholar's robes spoke first. Chief, everyone has arrived. At that moment, the chief seated to Fu Han's left softly responded, Fu Han turned his gaze toward the chief elder. The figure of light appeared as an elderly man with a long beard. His hunched form leaned on a cane with one hand while cradling a glowing orb in the other. His thick, neatly braided beard and hair nearly brushed the ground. In Fu Han's first impression, this elderly man had the faintest aura among everyone. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the chief, and seemed to command considerable respect. At this moment, the chief began to speak, his voice deep and unhurried. Fuan could now confirm that the summoning he'd heard earlier had indeed come from this man. As you can all see, we have terrible news. The 8th seed of the divine tree has descended, and we've gained yet another new member. Fu Han felt like crying but had no tears left. This old man, not welcoming a newcomer is one thing, but what's this about extremely bad news? Should I just leave then? At this point, the chief changed his tone and said, however, we should still properly welcome and get to know our new member. That's actually the purpose of gathering everyone here today. Suddenly Fu Han realized that extremely bad news referred to the arrival of the sacred tree's seed again, while as a peripheral byproduct, he could still be welcomed. Then let's follow tradition. Everyone introduce yourselves first, I'll begin. Here the elder paused, seeming to collect his thoughts. Newcomer, I am the chief arborist here, and also a favored one of the sacred tree. The usual meetings are initiated and presided over by me. At the very least during these gatherings, you should follow my instructions and mind your words. Additionally, you may address me as Old Master, or refer to me as Chief like the others. Fu Han dared not respond. He gave a slight bow and nodded to indicate he had heard clearly. The chief nodded slightly and said, very well, let us proceed in order then. With that, the chief lowered his head while leaning on his cane, as if entering deep meditation. So Fu Han turned his gaze to the person beside the old master. The tall and muscular man seated to the elder's right was an exceptionally burly figure, bare-chested, with light tracing out the rugged contours of his muscles. His hair was somewhat untidy and unkempt, yet among all present, his aura was the most formidable. Fu Han had initially mistaken this man for the leader. After a long pause, the burly man uttered just one word under everyone's gaze: pass. Fu Han froze in surprise, only to hear the girl to his right suddenly burst into a muffled pft of laughter. Following the sound, Fu Han turned to see the girl's silhouette with cat ears atop her head and a gently swaying feline tail behind her, appearing quite lively. Noticing Fu Han's gaze, she quickly covered her mouth, but he could still sense her stifled giggles. At this moment, the female scholar seated third to the right of the burly man, the one who had earlier reminded Fu Han, spoke up. Let me introduce them instead. The person beside me here, the man of few words, considers it quite an achievement to utter even a single syllable. Please don't take offense. The man of few words is the most skilled martial artist among us. If you have any questions about martial arts or combat, feel free to ask him. He might even manage a few extra words on those topics. The man of few words, standing nearby with his arms crossed, nodded solemnly in agreement with the female scholar's description. Instinctively, Fu Han felt both the female scholar and the man of few words were good people. So, he once again gave a slight bow and nod of respect toward the man of few words. Then the female scholar continued, I am the third seat, a scholar. If you have any academic questions, you can discuss them with me. Of course, knowledge also requires exchange. By the way, you can just call me, scholar. Fu Han quickly bowed again in respect, and the scholar courteously returned the gesture. At this moment, a faint sense of glee arose in Fu Han's heart. This place seemed to be a venue for communication, exchange, and mutual benefit, and Fu Han began to realize its value. Then Fu Han turned his gaze to the fourth seat. The fourth seat's figure was cloaked in a robe with a hood, exuding an extremely gloomy aura. As Fu Han scrutinized the robe from all angles, it struck him as vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it immediately until the fourth seat began to speak. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Greetings, newcomer, I am a high priest of death. If you too worship the pantheon among the stars, nothing would please me more. You may address me as priest, death priest, starry sky deities, followers. Fu Han was utterly astonished. Weren't these the old god's followers? Holy crap, the Sunwood truly didn't discriminate at all. They even recruited these old gods' devotees? Chapter 55, I'm useless. Now Fu Han understood why the scholar had warned him to be cautious. Those chosen by the divine tree were diverse in every way, even their fundamental stances weren't unified. This was precisely why caution was necessary, wasn't it? And this priest brother was quite straightforward, opening with the declaration, I am the high priest of death, publicly announcing his identity and stance. Others weren't like this. No one declared which faction they belonged to or what their stance was. Fu Han guessed this old fellow was simply too devout, unable to forget mentioning the starry gods even at such a moment. In that instant, Fu Han's thoughts raced a mile a minute. Before he could even greet the priest, the plump man with two glowing orbs beside the priest remarked sarcastically, calling him a charlatan would be more appropriate. The girl beside Fu Han giggled stealthily again. The priest, however, flew into a rage. He bellowed, how dare you, you shameless, despicable merchant, such audacious behavior in my presence. Newcomer, heed my words. Never trust a single utterance from these filthy merchants, beware lest they steal both your authority and your divine tree seed. Upon hearing this, a terrifying storm surged in Fu Han's heart, not because the two immediately started arguing, but because the straightforward priest's words revealed an overwhelming amount of information. First, just as Fu Han had wildly guessed, the divine seed in the fat man's possession had indeed been seized from someone else. Who would have imagined that even a contracted divine seed could be snatched away? This completely overturned Fu Han's understanding. And that wasn't all. The priest seemed to tacitly acknowledge that Fu Han possessed some kind of authority. The concept of divine authority was first introduced to Fu Han by Chi Lu. She told him that he possessed the divine authority of the Starforge god, making him a Starforger. That was the first time Fu Han gained a rudimentary understanding of his own abilities. He realized that the black hole within his core was a form of divine authority, fundamentally different from ordinary Beastmaster talents, more advanced and more powerful. It was also then that Fu Han understood others might wield similar divine authorities, meaning his cheat ability might not be unique. Yet today marked Fu Han's first visit here, and the priest tacitly assumed he possessed divine authority. Did this imply everyone gathered under the tree wielded some form of authority? Perhaps this was the very criterion for being chosen by the divine tree. However, there were still certain things Fu Han couldn't be sure about. Could authority be equated with a black hole? Were there hierarchies within these authorities? What shocked Fu Han even more was that the fat man had not only stolen others' divine tree seeds but had even seized their authorities. No wonder scholars had warned Fu Han to be careful. This was no laughing matter. Compared to the priest's fury, the fat man who had been insulted remained far calmer. Shrugging with a playful grin, he taunted, "Oh ho, the zealot's salty. Newcomer, don't mind this fanatic. He hasn't received a single response from the god of death in a century, so his temper's running a bit hot. As for why I have 2 divine tree seeds, well, Beauty willingly gave hers to me." Humph. The priest realized he had lost his composure under the fat man's provocation. With a cold snort, he fell silent, making an effort to steady his emotions. At that moment, the scholar suddenly spoke up. "This voluntary choice was made under your deception, wasn't it?" When the scholar said this, she was looking directly at Fu Han. Fu Han realized she was using this method to remind him, sensing the elder sister's overflowing goodwill toward him. What a wonderful person! Fu Han felt deeply moved in his heart. At this point, the fat man complained with grievance. "Oh, saying that shows how deeply you misunderstand me. Dear scholar, Beauty and I are deeply in love. That's why her actions were completely voluntary." The scholar continued his verbal assault. "Oh, deep love, you say? Then how is our beloved, Beauty, doing now?" The girl beside Fu Han chimed in, "Exactly. Where's sister, Beauty? You liar. Meow." The fat man grew even more aggrieved. "Sigh, even the cat lady misunderstands me so deeply. This truly breaks my heart." Humph. The scholar sneered again. "Heartbreak? More like core rupture, isn't it? I warned you before you couldn't possibly digest Beauty's authority. Now you're feeling the backlash, aren't you?" The fat man seemed to have been struck at a sore spot, suddenly falling silent. After a long pause, he spoke up aggrievedly. "Chief, look at them." The old man who had been deep in meditation slowly opened his eyes. Tapping his cane against the ground unsettlingly, Fu Han suddenly felt an intimidating pressure emanating from him. Then the elder spoke. "Quiet, let him introduce himself." Immediately, everyone turned meek as lambs. A glimmer of delight flashed across the fat man's face as he spoke. "Newcomer, you may call me the merchant. My conglomerate's operations span every region and sector of the alliance, and I eagerly seek partners like yourself. I've just thought of an excellent joint venture. I can start by investing 1,000,000,000 credits up front. We can discuss the specifics later. Are you interested?" So the merchant was a capitalist from the alliance. No wonder he clashed like fire and water with the priest from the old god's faction. "The hell, I'm interested." Fu Han hastily shook his head. "Ha ha ha!" The priest burst into laughter. The merchant angrily said, "What are you laughing at? You damn fraud." The priest disdainfully ignored him, turning his head the other way, his mood still cheerful. At that moment, the old man spoke up again. "Continue." "Oh meow." The girl beside Fu Han waved at him and said, "Hello newcomer, I'm Little Cat. Well, I'm a useless person, the kind who can't do anything right. Meow. Our last hope lies with you guys. Meow. Do your best. Meow." Fu Han was stunned for a moment, then overwhelmed with joy. Is that even possible? That's fantastic. Can I slack off too then? After the kitten finished its self-introduction, only Fu Han remained silent. Realizing everyone's eyes were now on him, Fu Han thought to himself, I've heard enough for today, time to make my escape. Suddenly, Fu Han tried to release the glowing orb in his hand, only to find that it seemed to be stuck to his palm. After shaking his hand a couple more times, he realized there was truly no way to let go. "Newcomer?" the scholar called out softly. Ha. Fu Han let out an awkward chuckle before saying, I'm a loser too. Don't mind me, just carry on with your conversation like I'm not even here. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and the scholar lady couldn't help but burst into laughter. The old man once again tapped his cane on the ground and said sternly, "Newcomer, you are now the 8th seat planter. Show some seriousness." Fu Han felt bitter inside. Why aren't you scolding the kitten for not being serious? Being new means getting bullied. At this moment, the scholar smiled and interjected, "Newcomer, you're no good for nothing. Your authority is quite special and very useful to all of us." Fu Han was shocked. The scholar seemed to have the ability to discern others' authorities. But big sister, don't sell me out. Damn it. At this moment, the merchant chimed in, if you find it troublesome, you could consider selling your authority to me, I'll take the divine seat off your hands too. How about 10 billion? Or 20 billion? Shares are also acceptable. From then on, you could just kick back and enjoy life. Humph, scoffed the priest. How crude. Do you really think he'd believe you? The merchant retorted, fair trade. Got a problem with that? Alright, let's hear him out instead, the scholar interjected, cutting short the imminent argument between the two. Newcomer, you should first choose a moniker for yourself, just like the rest of us. Fu Han was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, why do I have to come up with another name? Chapter 56, Ancient Knowledge. The first title that came to Fu Han's mind was actually Starforger, but he discarded it within a second, as this designation might reveal his divine authority. Although Fu Han suspected the scholar might already know of his authority, she had never explicitly stated it. He guessed that while she was aware of everyone's divine authorities, she strictly adhered to basic confidentiality principles, which probably explained her relatively good interpersonal rapport. A scholar likely wouldn't fully disclose their capabilities, so when naming himself, Fu Han needed to be cautious not to expose himself unwittingly. Moreover, others' aliases were also very vague titles. Fu Han felt it best not to follow conventions either. After pondering for a moment, he thought of a suitable one and spoke up, you can call me the Outlander. As Fu Han voiced his alias, he noticed the light outlining his figure began to change. His once blurry silhouette started becoming concrete, just like everyone else's. Moments later, Fu Han's luminous avatar donned jeans, a t-shirt, and sneakers, complete with a baseball cap, now appearing as the most ordinary young man imaginable. Fu Han was extremely satisfied with this utterly inconspicuous appearance. It was exactly the effect he had hoped for, and the divine tree seemed to understand his expectations. At this moment, the kitten raised its paws and cheered, meow, welcome, Outlander. The merchant echoed, welcome, Outlander. Welcome, welcome. The scholars and priests echoed in unison. The taciturn one remained silent, though Fu Han noticed him nodding in acknowledgement. The dignified elder also spoke, welcome, Outlander. From this day forth, you shall be one of us. I believe it's necessary to tell you about who we are. We call ourselves, woodsmen, all chosen by the solar tree as bearers of its seeds. Because the solar tree's divine benevolence watches over all life in this world, it disregards one's stance, attitude, or status. Such distinctions hold no meaning when it makes its selections. Under the impending crisis of the end barrier, so-called stances and attitudes are nothing but a joke. Personally, out of respect for life, I hope that each of you can grow swiftly, so that when the end barrier arrives, we may leave a final glimmer of hope for the living beings of this world. That is precisely why I've gathered everyone here, to exchange information, knowledge, and goods. Hearing this, Fu Han was slightly taken aback. It turned out that this meeting hadn't been initiated by Solowood, but by the old man instead. But I won't force anyone to do anything. It would be wonderful if you could contribute to our Sun Council. If unwilling, you may simply observe. Still, there are some benefits to be had. Perhaps you'd do well to listen more before making your decision. At this point, the old man paused. Fu Han bowed slightly and nodded, saying, I roughly understand. The old man gave a slight nod. Now, if anyone has thoughts to share, feel free to discuss among yourselves. With these words, he lowered his head and closed his eyes again, entering a state of restful repose. At this moment, the kitten raised its paw high and exclaimed, Meow, I have a question. Scholar sister, I want to know, am I stronger or are the outsiders stronger? Meow. Somehow, despite really wanting to hide his true capabilities, Fu Han found himself growing genuinely curious when he heard this question. The scholar pondered briefly before laughing. Outlanders are much stronger than you, little kitten. Better work harder. Meow. Why am I still at the bottom? The kitten looked utterly dejected. Fu Han froze. So this guild of yours isn't particularly powerful either. If even a freshly promoted novice like me outranks you, then this Miss Kitten must still be a trainee, right? Even the taciturn one sighed at this moment. The old man also let out a long sigh and said, since joining 2.5 years ago, your strength hasn't improved one bit. Too careless. Spent 2.5 years specializing in acting cute? Now Fu Han understood why the old man didn't scold the kitten when she called herself useless. Probably because she was habitually lax. After saying it many times to no avail, he simply stopped bothering. Meow, I got scolded again. But I have been getting stronger, you know? My luck has been pretty good lately. I should be able to advance my star rank and contract a second star beast soon. With that single sentence, Fu Han keenly picked up on several crucial pieces of information. First, the kitten only has one star beast, which could only mean the seed of the sacred tree. That's actually quite unbelievable. Does this little guy live right next to the sacred tree? Can he just step outside and contract the seed of the sacred tree like it's nothing? Upon reflection, Fu Han realized he didn't possess the capability to reach the divine tree without a star beast by his side. In truth, the artificial environment of survival class was already simplified. The area surrounding the divine tree outside would be far more perilous. Fu Han quickly dismissed his earlier assumption that the kitten was weak. Even the lowest-ranked member in this Sun Council seemed stronger than him. But wasn't taking 2.5 years to reach first-class starlight excessively slow? Thinking about himself, Fu Han had achieved it in merely a month. Ever since his awakening, Fu Han had possessed an exceptionally vast inner core domain, a benefit bestowed upon him by his black hole core star. Yet the kitten claimed he needed to elevate his stellar rank before contracting a second star beast, leading Fu Han to deduce that her core lacked a black hole. This allowed Fu Han to further infer that authorities also varied in strength and his seemed considerably formidable, especially when the scholar had explicitly stated he was far more powerful than the kitten, likely referring to his authority being significantly superior to hers. Fu Han had countless thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant, while the conversation among everyone continued. The merchant was the one who responded next, speaking in a gentle tone. "If Miss Cat finds improving her strength too troublesome, perhaps I could try to source some source essence for you." No! The kitten refused the merchant's cooperation offer without hesitation, which showed just how crucial credibility was within such a closed organization. However, the merchant wasn't bothered. Still smiling cheerfully, he said, "Alright then, just let me know anytime you change your mind." The priest then spoke up. "Well, which deity does the foreigner's power come from? Judging by his attire, he should be from the Alliance. If you're interested, I can tell you the story behind your powers." Fu Han was startled once again. Despite his meticulousness, his faction had been recognized at a glance. However, this old god's follower seemed quite polite, showing neither madness nor hostility. The priest continued, "Of course, if you're concerned about ill-intentioned individuals learning of your powers, you can request a private conversation with the chief." Fu Han inwardly winced. This straightforward priest brother. "While I indeed don't trust merchants, I don't exactly trust you either." Fu Han pondered for a moment before speaking. "Actually, it seems my authority can't really be of help to everyone present, so there's no need to mention it." The atmosphere in the meeting instantly turned solemn. Everyone turned their gazes toward the scholar as if questioning why she had claimed Fu Han's authority would be greatly beneficial to them. The scholar contemplated quietly for a while, then smiled and said, "I understand. Outsider, how about this? I can gift you an ancient piece of knowledge first, in exchange for your assistance in the future. Would that be acceptable? I believe this knowledge will help you better utilize your own authority." Fu Han thought to himself, "So the scholar has truly seen through my authority. That means her own authority is now clear as well. Her power must be that extraordinary insight of hers. But, how can I be sure the knowledge you're giving me will actually be useful?" Fu Han asked. The scholar smiled. "This ancient knowledge will allow you to learn more methods for formulating soul contracts." Such a thing existed. Fu Han was stunned. Chapter 57, Contract Law. Fu Han only knew of one type of soul contract, the natural soul linking contract that every beastmaster instinctively comprehends upon awakening their talents. The terms of this contract were simple. In exchange for the beastmaster's star radiance, the star beast would offer its assistance. Here, the beastmaster played the dominant role, while the star beast acted as the subordinate. Beyond this, Fu Han had never heard of any other form of soul contract. In fact, he had assumed soul contract exclusively referred to this linking covenant. To think there were other soul contracts? The academy had never taught such a thing, not a single word mentioned, almost as if they were deliberately keeping it shrouded in secrecy. This Sun Parliament really had some surprises up its sleeve. Fu Han's excitement surged. But excitement aside, Fu Han knew he couldn't show it too overtly. With measured calm, he replied, "Well, we can give it a try. If it truly benefits me, I can lend you a hand within my capabilities. But how do you plan to transfer this knowledge to me?" The scholar generously explained, "This requires the use of my authority. I can directly transmit knowledge and information to everyone, or assist as an intermediary. If you have similar needs in the future, you may request it from me. However, the knowledge I transmit will naturally be known to me. Consider that the fee for mediation." The scholar paused slightly as the light in her hand began to emit a cyan glow, which then started spreading toward Fuan. Soon, the azure glow spread over the luminous orb in Fuan's hand. At that moment, he felt as though his own soul was about to be touched by the scholar. With this, she extended a contract, its contents essentially requiring Fuan to accept this soul's touch. Once he consented, he would gain ancient knowledge. Is this another soul contract? Truly marvelous. Fu Han marveled in his heart, then accepted the scholar's touch. The soul's touch was extremely brief, just a light graze before the scholar immediately withdrew. The azure light instantly merged into the luminous sphere in Fu Han's hand, and he immediately felt information flowing directly from the depths of his soul into his mind. Just like when comprehending his talents, the knowledge and principles became part of his memories within moments. The ancient knowledge transmitted by the scholar was specifically titled Detailed Explanations of True Word Usages. This formed just a tiny fragment of some vast systematic knowledge. It mentioned the effects of 3 commonly used soul contracts and provided detailed instructions on drafting one particular type. And this type of contract was none other than the soul touch contract that the scholar had just used. This contract could establish a brief, temporary, and mild soul connection between two parties, allowing them to utilize this link for some form of soul communication. This contract was far more intricate than the soul link contract used when contracting star beasts. The soul link was crude, direct, and immensely powerful, whereas the soul touch contract was delicate, nimble, and mild. Its conditions could even be flexibly adjusted, making it incredibly practical. Upon learning how to use the soul touch contract, Fu Han was overjoyed. To him, this contract was simply too useful. With this contract-enhanced method, the potential of Fu Han's Starforger authority expanded infinitely. Fu Han could utilize this contract to establish a temporary soul connection with the Star Beast. As long as the other party consented, he could not only impart skills to the Star Beast but also imprint its abilities for himself. Moreover, this type of contract can also be applied to other Star Beasts, meaning if Fu Han is willing, he could assist others in nurturing their Star Beasts. No wonder the scholar said his authority would be greatly beneficial to everyone. Fu Han now understood just how excellent a tool he truly was. Yet amidst his joy, Fu Han also felt a pang of discomfort. Beneath Scholar's seemingly kind, elder sister appearance, if she weighed 100 caddies, nearly 80 of them were pure scheming. The information she sent specifically introduced two other types of soul contracts. One is the temporal link, which establishes a time-limited soul connection, suitable for temporarily contracting star beasts. Another is the contract termination negotiation, used to negotiate the dissolution of particularly powerful soul contracts. Compared to the brute force method of severing the soul connection that damages one's own soul, this termination method causes almost no harm. However, regarding these two contracts, there's only an introduction but no explanation of the specific usage methods. This is clearly playing hard to get, waiting for Fu Han to take the initiative to ask for them in order to drive up the price. This made Fu Han feel like having a fishbone stuck in his throat, sitting on pins and needles, with prickly chills down his back. This kind of cliffhanger should be outlawed. Fu Han cursed inwardly, though he couldn't show it, lest he face price hikes later. That wouldn't be fun. It's genuinely useful. When you need it, I can assist you once with my authority. Regarding the other two contracts, Fu Han deliberately avoided mentioning a word. The scholar responded calmly, alright. He thought to himself, aren't you going to ask about the other two contracts? You're really keeping your cool. Their casual back and forth made the onlookers extremely anxious yet intrigued. The reason she was called the scholar was undoubtedly because she possessed the most knowledge among the arbor folk. Yet even she was eager to obtain this authority. No need to ask. It must be incredibly useful. Surprisingly, it was the kitten who acted the fastest. She thought to herself, if even the scholar's sister is willing to offer knowledge first in exchange for the outsider's assistance, then the outsider's authority must be truly valuable. So the kitten also raised its paw without hesitation and said, meow. I also have something that can help the outsider, just exchange it for one favor, okay? Meow. Fu Han was slightly taken aback and replied, you don't even know what I can do. Hee, the kitten said, but Scholar Auntie knows, trusting her definitely isn't wrong. Meow. But I still don't know what you can do? Fu Han asked. I can see your fortune, meow, it's very important information, the kitten said. Fuban raised an eyebrow and replied, perhaps we should discuss this privately then. The kitten jumped up excitedly, yes, meow. Chief, please help me, meow. The old man responded softly, So Fu Han and the kitten's silhouettes began moving together away from the group. Soon, they were quite far from everyone else, and then thick fog gradually emerged, enveloping them both. Once the mist completely obscured the pair, the kitten said, Outlander, you must be careful, meow. Your fortunes have been exceptionally good lately, you must have reaped many benefits, meow. But from now on, your luck is starting to decline, you'll experience increasingly terrible misfortunes. So you absolutely must take care. Fu Han instantly frowned deeply, thinking about the fractured treasure vault he was about to enter. If his luck turned bad, that would indeed be disastrous. So Fu Han asked, is there any way to ward off this misfortune? What needs to be cracked, meow? Only then did Fu Han realize this kitten wasn't some roadside fortune teller. He carefully rephrased his question. What I meant was, is there any way to avoid all this rotten luck? Meow. Bad luck can't be avoided, it's determined by your fate line, twisty and complicated, easily swayed by others too. Meow suggests you hide and sleep first, wait for the bad luck to pass before moving around. Worst case, you'll just have nightmares. Fu Han was somewhat speechless. Not going to the vault treasury might actually be the biggest misfortune. Oh no, this is bad, meow. What's wrong? Fu Han asked. After I told you about your fortunes, your luck has gotten even worse, meow. Oh meow, what a shame, meow. Sometimes it can improve, but this time it's gotten worse, meow. Is it going to get worse if you tell me? Meow, I forgot to mention that fate inevitably changes when it's peaked at, so it's fine not to look, meow. Fu Han froze, thinking to himself, damn, why didn't you say that sooner? Chapter 58, Keep Your Composure. fate inevitably alters when glimpsed upon. How utterly absurd. Since knowing changes its course, then why seek to know it all? You didn't mention such important information beforehand, and then you checked my luck for me? What's worse, after checking it, there's no way to change it for the better. This kind of authority is completely unreliable. Fu Han really had no words left to say, but the little cat didn't seem to realize how unreliable her power was. With an expectant look, she asked, "How about it, meow? Did my power help you?" Meow. Fu Han had no choice but to reply, "It helped." But inwardly, he was screaming, "You're making it worse, damn it. But what can we do? The kitty is so cute, of course we'll forgive her." "That's good, can you tell me what your authority is?" "Meow will keep it a secret, meow." Fu Han pondered for a moment. Others' authority didn't seem to be terribly important secrets internally. At the very least, the scholar had openly disclosed his own authority without hesitation. On the surface, revealing the effects of one's authority would make it easier for people to conduct transactions with you. But upon closer consideration, Fu Han realized he ought to conceal the full extent of his authority's capabilities. After all, Fu Han needed to ensure that when exchanging with others, he could secure substantial benefits for himself. Fu Han wanted to observe how others priced and exchanged items among themselves before deciding his own rates. In fact, most transactions are more easily achieved when there's information asymmetry between the two parties. The side with more information will inevitably reap greater profits. When dealing with scholars, Fukin found himself at a distinct disadvantage. In the deal with the scholar, she held too much information. She knew about Fuan's authority and discovered that Fuan was unaware of the soul touch contract method. Thus, she could leverage her advantage to propose terms Fuan couldn't refuse. Because both the Academy and the entire alliance seemed to deliberately conceal the existence of other contract methods. The ancient knowledge the scholar offered was something Fuan had no other way to obtain unless he climbed to a very high position. Yet this contract method was precisely what Fuan urgently needed now. Moreover, probing for contract methods within the Academy might risk exposing more of himself, making it unsafe. Here, however, everyone's identity remained unknown, making this the far safer place to strike a deal. Under the combined circumstances, Fu Han had no choice but to accept this transaction. Now, while others remained unaware of what Fu Han's authority actually was, they had noticed the scholar's keen interest in his abilities. This became Fu Han's advantage. At this moment, Fu Han must absolutely avoid the mistake of hastily revealing his trump card. Maintaining an air of mystery, acting sparingly, observing keenly, and contemplating deeply was the proper strategy he should adopt. One thing Fu Han was absolutely certain of: his ability was extraordinarily practical, widely applicable, and tremendously powerful. As long as they still needed to enhance their star beast's strength, their demand for such capability would approach infinity. So Fu Han could take his time, waiting for them to offer an irresistible price before making the deal, to secure the maximum benefit. After careful consideration, Fu Han said to the kitten, "I can't reveal my authority to you just yet, but I'll repay you with something in the future." "Meow, I'm so looking forward to it. Don't forget when the time comes, because I might. You remember it, okay meow?" Fu Han chuckled inwardly at how adorably naive the little one was and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I won't forget." Bullying a little kitten was something Fu Han simply couldn't bring himself to do, and reneging on debts wasn't in his nature either. However, the kitten had no idea what Fu Han was truly capable of, so when it came time to repay her, he could simply follow his whims. As for luck, Fu Han clicked his tongue. There was really nothing to be done about that. After all, he'd been riding a wave of good fortune lately, so encountering a downturn now wouldn't be surprising. Once their private conversation concluded, the kitten addressed the empty air, "Chief, we've finished speaking." Then the mist surrounding Fu Han dissipated, and the two of them gradually returned beneath the tree. Fu Han received another piece of information. It seemed the content of private conversations could likely be detected by the old man. No sooner had the two returned under the tree than the priest urgently spoke up. "Outlander, sir, I'd like to discuss your authority with you in private." Not to be outdone, the merchant chimed in, "Young Outlander, you and I are on the same site, talk with me first." "Humph, dishonorable peddler, I was clearly the one who spoke first." "Ridiculous, you old god follower, do you really think the outsider boy would bother with you?" At that moment, the old man thumped his cane and shouted, "Silence." When the two fell quiet, the elder asked, "Outsider, whom would you speak with first?" Fu Han replied, "Chief, I don't wish to converse further for now. My abilities are limited. I've already promised to assist these two before you, leaving me no remaining capacity to exercise my authority. Let's discuss this another time." The merchant and the priest simultaneously let out a sigh of relief, especially when they saw the kitten shaking its head excitedly. Both of them felt their hearts itch with anticipation. Unable to contain himself, the merchant spoke up, "Young traveler from afar, let's leave the matter of your authority for later. Why don't we first discuss the investment? Funds, teams, resources, technology, I can provide all these from my side. Of all present, Fu Han was actually the least willing to engage with the merchant. Even the old god's followers seemed more trustworthy somehow. Moreover, receiving payments through a Beastmaster's account would be equivalent to revealing his true identity. As for physical cash, the old man had previously mentioned that everyone could trade items, so presumably cash could circulate within the solar parliament. However, large cash transactions would undoubtedly be quite troublesome, not to mention that banknotes bear serial numbers, making them unsafe regardless. So, perhaps the least advisable thing to do here is to offer money. Thus, Fuan decided to outright refuse any monetary transactions. It seems the last thing I lack is money. My apologies, merchant sir. What a boast. Luckily, this was in the soul world. If it were the real world, Fuan would definitely be blushing in embarrassment. Undaunted, the merchant pressed on, then, young traveler, might there be any rare items that interest you? We could keep an eye out for you. This guy is really like a piece of sticky rice cake, muttered Fu Han inwardly. Out loud, he said, I can't think of anything right now, but if I do remember something later, I'll certainly trouble everyone for their help. The merchant let out a long sigh, utterly at a loss with Fuan's stubbornness. At this moment, the priest gritted his teeth and spoke directly, Outlander, I have been fortunate to obtain some fragments of the Death God's authority. If you have any related needs, feel free to voice them to me. Alright, I'll thank you in advance for this. Fu Han replied politely, though inwardly he thought, this old fox, who the hell knows what powers your Death God authority holds? Fine, if you won't tell, I won't ask. Let's see who cracks first. At this point, everyone fell into silence. The scholar and kitten gained something, as did Fu Han. The merchant and priest did their best, while the taciturn one and the old man remained as composed as ever. Then the old man spoke up. Good, now we've all become acquainted. Outsider, should you have any urgent needs in the future, you may come here by invoking my name through the sacred seed. I'll relay your message. Fu Han quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He couldn't shake the feeling that the elderly man seemed to be smiling. The elder continued, additionally, on the last sun's high noon of each month, I will gather everyone here. For any urgent matters at other times, I will notify you in advance as I did today. You must be prepared. Sure thing. So, is there anything else to discuss? If not, we shall conclude for today, the elder inquired. At that moment, the priest suddenly spoke up. I have one more matter to address. Chapter 59, The Heart of Southernland. Hearing the priest had something to say, everyone quieted down and turned their attention to him. The priest addressed the Silent One, Honorable Silent One, I've conducted further investigation into the matter we discussed last time. Their movements are significant, and their ambitions must be considerable. Most importantly, I discovered they've mobilized a cloud whale. The usually reticent Silent One made a rare sound, appearing genuinely concerned about this matter. This time, it was Fu Han's turn to feel restless and itching with curiosity. What happened last time? Who are they? What does mobilizing the cloud whale signify? And why does the priest seem like a double agent? Unexpectedly, the priest sighed and added, regardless, all of you should stay vigilant. The fanatical rot cult acts with madness and strangeness. Such a large-scale move from them surely spells another massacre. Alas, may death guide them mercifully to their eternal rest. The atmosphere in the council grew heavy, and even the merchant who usually clashed fiercely with the priest refrained from mocking at this moment. Yet Fu Han's mind remained flooded with questions. His knowledge of ancient god legends was too sparse, he couldn't make sense of what the priest mentioned. However, Fu Han began to sense that this priest might actually be a decent man, though the details would have to be investigated slowly and privately. Alas, the old man sighed deeply at this moment and said, I must remind you all once again, do your utmost to strengthen yourselves. I do not know how great a power we will need to protect even a corner of this world for survival when the final barrier descends, but surely, the greater the power, the better. Let us strive together, my friends, may the starlight never fade. The crowd echoed in unison, may the starlight never fade. Fu Han also followed along with the chant, may the starlight never fade. Then, one by one, the crowd released the glowing orbs in their hands and vanished. Fu Han hurriedly imitated them, and thus his consciousness retreated inward toward his core. In the heart of the southern continent of Qixing, the largest city-state of the Starry Sect, the City of Divine Slumber, still stands tall. At this moment, in the upper district of the City of Divine Slumber, within a solemn mansion adjacent to the central sanctuary, a girl with long eyelashes slowly opened her eyes as she sat at her desk. Following her habit, she once again lifted her gaze to the starry ceiling and began praying to the God of Wisdom. Decorating ceilings with starry patterns was a shared preference among the faithful of the Starry Sect, and the girl's study was no exception. First came the dark glass ceiling, then adorned with glowstone lamps of varying sizes. Their arrangement perfectly mirrored the real starry sky. Stars with higher apparent magnitudes were represented by slightly larger glowstone lamps, while dimmer ones used smaller ones. These glowstone lamps would all illuminate together when receiving glowstone energy, providing ceaseless lighting day and night. For those with even a basic understanding of the starry cult's theology, it wasn't difficult to recognize that the ceiling of this study room where the girl stood was designed to mimic the star domain of the god of wisdom. Thus, she offered devout prayers to the ceiling. After a while, when the prayer ended, the girl blinked her large, sparkling eyes and turned her gaze to the desk. Her desk was spacious yet cluttered, strewn with thick ancient books bound in parchment. The precious ancient tomes now casually shared space with coffee and pastries, while a bespectacled white squirrel kept adding sugar cubes to the coffee. One cube in the coffee, one in its mouth, repeating this ritual 3 times. The white squirrel flicked its tail, and beside it, an ancient book flipped a page untouched by any breeze. Eyes fixed on the open pages, the white squirrel reached for another sugar cube. At this moment, the girl said anxiously, "All right already, you've already added sugar once." The white squirrel looked up at the girl but still reached out to pick up a sugar cube and popped it into its mouth, saying, "I was getting it for myself." The girl sighed helplessly and stirred her coffee with a small spoon, remarking, "I really envy you, you can eat anything without getting fat." Now the white squirrel stopped looking at the ancient text. It took off its glasses and moved beside the girl, asking, "It's not like I'm actually eating it, just tasting the flavor." "So, did you manage to get any information out of him?" "Ah." The girl slumped onto the chair with a wail. "There was no chance at all. You have no idea. That guy was ridiculously shrewd during his first meeting, he must have at least 8,000 tricks up his sleeve. The merchants and priests couldn't do anything about him." "Oh," the white squirrel said, "tell me in detail." The girl proceeded to recount every single thing that had happened at the Solar Council to the white squirrel, bit by bit. After listening, the white squirrel commented, "So in a way, you actually helped him." "Yes," the girl said regretfully, "I just thought his authority was too useful, and in my haste, I took the initiative to propose an exchange." Sigh, if it were Mother, she probably wouldn't have been so impatient. "Will I be found out?" The white squirrel shook its head. "No, she would have taken the initiative to help too, but her motives would have been different from yours." "So you're saying I unintentionally came off as profound and mysterious?" the girl asked with delighted surprise. The white squirrel nodded. "More like a lucky accident." The girl nodded in understanding, then said, "But we did gain useful information this time." "It's likely he himself doesn't know the origin of his authority." The white squirrel nodded in agreement. "The Alliance has indeed kept knowledge about this aspect strictly concealed." The girl sighed. "But unraveling the meaning of his authority will have to be our own task. I examined it carefully just now, his authority might be even more complete than the chief's." "That's utterly terrifying. If only I could let you see it." "I'm deeply intrigued too." The white squirrel nodded slowly as well. At this moment, the young lady stood up, picked up the bell on the table and gently shook it. Soon, a maid pushed the door open and bowed, saying, "Miss." The young lady asked, "Has Broken Star come?" "What did the sacred court say?" The maid replied, "He came. He said the sacred court rejected your request." "I see. You may leave." The young lady seemed lost in thought. After the maid left, the white squirrel sighed and said, "They did it on purpose." The young girl nodded and said, "Humph. Let them be. Things are different now. As long as the outsider is willing to help, my power will grow strong too. Then I'll deal with them properly." With that, the girl hurriedly rushed outside. The white squirrel hastily asked, "Where are you going?" The girl said without turning her head, "Go cause trouble at the church's central academy." Didn't you say you'd deal with them later?" "Hasn't that later already passed?" replied the girl without looking back. After Fu Han released the light sphere in his hand, his consciousness quickly withdrew back into his inner core. There, the star weasel sat solemnly atop the seat of the divine tree, waiting for Fu Han's return. "Wow, where did you go? You vanished with a whoosh and came back with a whoosh." Instead of answering Kikalu's question, Fu encountered, "Is there any possibility you could keep up with me? Maybe when Kikalu turns 9 years old. Several thousand years later then, never mind. I was taken to attend the World's Last Hope conference." Fu Han explained. "That sounds like fun." Fu Han sighed. "It's alright. I wish you could have gone with me. Chi-Chi-Lu would have gone with you at 9 years old." Fu Han pondered for a moment and said, "If Chi-Chi-Lu wants to level up quickly, perhaps I can teach you some skills." Sigh. Chi-Chi-Lu sighed dejectedly. But Chi-Chi-Lu might not have room for any more skills. Upon hearing this, Fu Han froze momentarily and immediately decided to test it out. Only then did he discover that Chi-Chi-Lu truly couldn't learn new skills anymore. Yet he couldn't be certain whether it was because the skills didn't suit it or because it truly had no room left. Then let's talk about it later. Leaving Chi-Chi-Lu idle, Fu Han returned to the real world. Upon returning to the real world, the first thing Fu Han did was take out his terminal to check the time. Approximately half an hour had passed, though Fu Han felt at least an hour had gone by. Fu Han couldn't determine whether this discrepancy stemmed from a temporal difference between the two worlds or just his own perception. However, understanding the exact mechanics wasn't important, he just needed a general grasp of the time difference to avoid potential issues. Next, Fu Han noticed message notifications on his terminal. Both Mu Qi and Sang Jia had sent him messages. Chapter 60, Luck's Lowest Ebb. Sang Jia's message was brief, as if he couldn't be bothered to type more. Let's get together tonight, you, me, Shenzi, and Yi Miao. Fu Han didn't reply. He wasn't particularly inclined to go, having just emerged from the Solar Council meeting with a head full of questions. He'd rather visit the Arch Scholar to research some things first. He decided he'd make up his mind later based on the situation. However, Fu Han couldn't ignore Mu Qi's message, which asked, "Which hospital are you at? Where can I find you?" Fu Han quickly replied, "Didn't go to the hospital. I'm in my dorm." Before long, someone knocked on Fu Han's door. Opening it, he found it was indeed Mu Qi, disheveled and covered in dirt, clearly having rushed to find Fu Han without taking any time to rest. "Are we just waiting to die now?" Mu Qi barged in and blurted out these words without preamble. Fu Han said irritably, "Wish me better luck next time. I wasn't hurt. It was all made up. Just a cover story Professor Chu and I agreed on to fool everyone." "Damn it," Mu Qi cursed. "I was afraid you'd die without anyone knowing, you bastard." Mu Qi's words were indeed unpleasant, but they warmed Fu Han's heart, so he wrapped an arm around Mu Qi and said, "But I've still got you, haven't I, my good brother?" Mu Qi angrily pushed Fu Han away and retorted, "Cut it out. Fake camaraderie. Riding off into the sunset with a beauty during survival class, huh? Top of the class yet playing humble real slick. Got the girl in the end, didn't you?" Fu Han waved his hand dismissively. "I never had that intention. Originally just wanted to earn some money, but then she saved me once, and I couldn't bring myself to charge her anymore. Later, when I heard you were in the rainforest, I kept wandering around looking for you." Mentioning this only fueled Mu Qi's irritation. "Don't even get me started on that. Ran into several groups who said you were searching for me, yet never bumped into you myself. What kinda rotten luck?" Fu Han said, "No problem, this time it's on me. I'll find a way to get you a second star beast later." Unexpectedly, Mu Qi replied proudly, "Heck, if you're gonna get one, make it the third. I've already taken care of the second, check it out." With that, Mu Qi summoned his newly contracted second star beast. At the sight, Fu Han exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Wow, not bad at all." Mu Qi's second astral beast was a man-eating flower seedling. The man-eating flower seedling is a rare plant-type astral beast. Fully grown man-eating flowers are among the top predators. During its seedling stage, it captures insects with its vines for nourishment. After devouring its prey, it gains the ability to mimic the prey's appearance, using this disguise as bait to continue hunting and growing. Upon reaching a certain growth stage, even beast masters become targets for the man-eating flower. Race Comprehensive Evaluation Score, 397, Elite Tier. It must be said that the breeding area is an artificial environment where powerful man-eating flowers should have been removed. Otherwise, had Mu Qi encountered the real thing, there's no guarantee he would have returned alive. In a way, it's more dangerous than a hydra after all. That pit of hydras follows the rule of no looking for death unless you ask for it. But if a man-eating flower evolves to a high tier, unsuspecting beast masters can easily lose their lives. Mu Qi said contracting this seedling was indeed perilous because a more mature specimen lurked nearby. If not for his innate talent of plant element affinity, allowing him to detect its presence, things could have ended badly. Of course, once exposed, the man-eating flower became much easier to handle. After the group defeated it, Mu Qi successfully contracted the juvenile. The man-eating flower seedling's base stats are just a hair's breadth away from Lord Tier, making it a top-tier elite star beast. Once it reaches high tier, it will evolve into a Lord Tier star beast absolutely worth cultivating. The only minor drawback was that the man-eating flower required live prey for feeding, making its care somewhat troublesome. But this didn't stump Mu Qi, it just meant his father would have to work harder to earn more money. Truth be told, Fu Han had considered helping Mu Qi enhance his man-eating flower seedling's skills. However, matters concerning dominions involve life and death, so Fu Han didn't dare take any reckless actions. If people learned Fu Han possessed numerous star beasts with bizarre forms, even legendary ones, it would at most cause some minor inconveniences. But if his ability as a Starshaper Dominion were discovered, it would become a life-or-death catastrophe. Fu Han had personally witnessed how someone at the assembly had their Dominion and God Seed forcibly taken from them. Even for someone as close as Mu Qi, Fuan didn't dare reveal his secrets lightly. It wasn't that he feared Mu Qi would betray him, but rather that someone with ill intentions might take advantage, which could end up harming Mu Qi instead. Moreover, Fuan still didn't fully understand the newly learned contract magic. He planned to first thoroughly grasp its principles before considering whether there might be some discreet method to assist Mu Qi. Seeing that Fuan was fine, Mu Qi's tension eased and drowsiness set in. With a wave, he headed back to wash up and sleep. The survival course had truly exhausted him. After Mu Qi left, Fuan also stepped out, making a beeline for the library. Not long after, on the top floor of the library, Fu Han was informed that Grand Scholar Yi had gone out. Grand Scholar Yi, who was practically considered a top-floor bound spirit of the library, had actually left. What a rare occurrence. After pondering it carefully, Fu Han realized it wasn't the Grand Scholar's issue but rather a sign that his own luck was starting to decline. Just look at this luck, even driving away a bound spirit. Fu Han grumbled in his heart. Since the Grand Scholar wasn't present, Fu Han had no choice but to turn around and head downstairs. If he couldn't peruse the Grand Scholar's ancient texts, why not settle for the ordinary books below? And so, Fu Han remained buried in the library until nightfall, scouring every conceivable book on old theology for clues. To his surprise, even some elementary theological texts managed to shed light on certain aspects of the solar parliament. For instance, Fu Han stumbled upon a passage describing the god of death. In the theological legends of the starry cult, during the dawn of the divine era, the war of the star gods, Death and the K-apostles were not preoccupied with battle, but rather with healing the wounds inflicted by the war. The conflict caused countless casualties, and after death, corpses would be corrupted by the plague god, rotting and festering, spreading disease and creating more death. Yet with proper handling, the plague god could not seize its opportunity, and the most crucial factor was timing. Imagine a time when war, famine, calamity, and pestilence all struck simultaneously, where the dead outnumbered the living. How could one possibly process all those corpses promptly and efficiently? The answer was simple: let the dead rise and do it themselves. The god of death holds dominion over the power to manipulate the deceased. The god of death's disciples gathered the remains of the departed and performed glorious burial rites, significantly reducing the harm diseases bring to the living. The god of death is merciful, guiding the departed to their path, while allowing the living to peacefully enjoy their existence. In the teachings of the Starry sect, the god of death not only handles the remains but also guides the souls of the departed. This ensures they do not lose their way among the stars and become a drifting celestial body without a home. All must die. No one wishes for their body to rot and breed worms. Everyone hopes their life star will not wander aimlessly among the starry river. If the god of death can guide their soul to the star domain of the benevolent god, that would be ideal, but at the very least, let them never fall into the star domain of the god of disease and decay. Under this psychological influence, the god of death became the most beloved among all the celestial deities. Fu Han had gone through great difficulty to uncover this particular theological legend. The author of this book recorded this tale precisely to condemn the Starry sect for deceiving the common people. He believed that souls returning to the Starry River was all nonsense, designed to emphasize divine authority and attract worship. Fu Han himself had no particular opinion on the matter. Yet from this passage, Fu Han discerned one crucial detail. The god of death and the god of pestilence seem to have a poor relationship, even hostile towards each other. So today at the Solar Council, when the priest revealed information about the pestilence sect, he didn't even bother to hide it. Seems the priest isn't a traitor after all, he remains fiercely loyal to the god he worships. With this bit of information, the afternoon wasn't a complete waste. The only problem is, Fu Han truly has rotten luck. This book was placed right at the front of the shelf, yet he walked past it over a dozen times without noticing, needlessly wasting the entire afternoon. Knowing his luck was taking a nosedive, Fu Han could only tell himself to stay calm. At least he gained something, what more could he ask for? Just as he was about to leave, Fu Han's terminal rang again. Opening it, he saw a message from Sangjie, Central Road, Bald Head Bar. Fu Han thought to himself, what kind of ridiculous name is that? Does drinking there make you lose your hair? Chapter 61, The Miraculous Effect of Kikalu. Whether drinking at Bald Head Bar would make you lose hair or not, Fu Han didn't know. But as he stepped out of the library, the drizzling rain from the sky gave him a headache anyway. What was truly annoying wasn't that his head had actually grown bigger, it still couldn't shield him from the rain. Fu Han thought to himself, better hurry while the rain's still light, or it'll be troublesome later. So he quickly left campus and hailed a cab to Center Street. By the time he arrived, the rain was pouring down in torrents. The most outrageous part was this Bald Bar, it actually operated from a basement. Starchaser City, the pearl of the eastern continent where every inch of land came at golden prices. Center Street, as the name suggested, sat right at the city's heart. Though the buildings here were old, their rental prices were anything but cheap. As Fu Han descended the stairs, the crew members were diligently stacking sandbags while calling out, no worries, go on inside. We'll hold it back, the inside won't flood. Fu Han couldn't help feeling slightly dubious, but the workers appeared genuinely hardworking and reliable. Stepping inside, the bar's decor exuded sophisticated style with dreamy, hypnotic music playing softly. Fu Han raised an eyebrow in approval, this place had charm. Then he spotted Song Jia and the others waving him over. After sitting down, the owner personally brought over dark beers. Fu Han studied him curiously, the man had a full head of thick hair, so the name Bald Bar still made no sense to him. Before Fu Han could ask, Chen Zi cheerfully raised his glass in invitation. Come on, bottoms up first. Fu Han tipped back a hearty swallow of beer, and just like that, the lively atmosphere took hold. Before Fu Han arrived, the group had been using the shop owner's tarot cards to divine their fortunes. Chen Zi claimed this owner's tarot readings were the most accurate. That's why they'd chosen this spot to divine what luck their upcoming journey might bring. The results were joyful indeed. Chen Zi, Yi Miao, and Song Jia all received exceedingly favorable readings. Just then, Fu Han arrived and was promptly invited to join in the divination. Fu Han shook his head like a rattledrum, declaring, when fate is peered into, it inevitably changes. No, better not look. At that moment, the thick-haired shop owner arrived with a plate of grilled skewers. Hearing Fu Han's words, the owner praised, this young man clearly knows what's what. The crowd looked at Fu Han in astonishment and exclaimed, wow, you even know about this. Fu Han thought to himself, experience is the best teacher. Then let's eat some meat. Come on, try our signature dish. Chen Zi urged enthusiastically. Everyone picked up their skewers and started eating. Fu Han also took one, a succulent beef skewer with equal parts fat and lean, generously seasoned with spices that made mouths water at first glance. Just as Fu Han was about to take a bite of the meat, a drop of water fell from the ceiling, landing right on the roasted meat. Fu Han looked up and saw that the entire ceiling was already soaked with water. Damn it, it's leaking! No sooner had Fu Han spoken than a panel from the suspended ceiling split open. Whoosh! The rain poured down in torrents. Fortunately, with Fu Han's reminder, the group quickly dodged, but the barbecue and a table full of drinks were lost in the blink of an eye. Hearing the commotion, the owner rushed out to check and immediately started cursing. Damn it, did their rain drainage pipe break again? As he spoke, he angrily snatched off his wig and threw it aside, then turned to apologize profusely to Fu Han and his companions. He really is bald, Fu Han thought in shock. The bar's roof was leaking everywhere, forcing the owner to shut down and comp everyone's drinks. Just like that, the gathering ended before it even properly began. Outside the bar, Chen Zi muttered, seems the owner's tarot cards weren't accurate, looks like we didn't get lucky after all. Song Jia said, didn't Fu Han tell you? Once you do a divination, things change. Fu Han thought to himself, blame me, sure, blame me. What a shame, I only got to eat one skewer of grilled meat. Yi Niao said. Fu Han thought to himself, you should be thankful, I only got to smell the aroma. Chen Zi said, no worries, let's meet up somewhere else after we return from the fault line treasure vault. Yeah, they all chimed in agreement. While waiting for the bus, Sang Jia took the opportunity to share more details about the upcoming selection process with everyone. Rumor had it that the overall performance in survival class had fallen far short of the Academy's expectations. The Academy was furious and had already decided to reduce the number of exploration team members. Those present would therefore be selected without much pressure. After all, they'd definitely be exploring together. Song Jia predicted the Academy would call a meeting tomorrow to explain the details. Song Jia also suggested that if anyone had free time in the coming days, they could practice working together as a team. This proposal made Fu Han a bit nervous. Given his current luck situation, he might end up injuring them instead. In the end, they couldn't catch a taxi again. It was Song Jia who called a vehicle from his family's dojo to send everyone back to the academy. When Fu Han returned to his dorm room, he made another unpleasant discovery. He'd lost his keys again. Fu Han finally couldn't hold it in anymore and blurted out, damn it. Fortunately, Shichi Lu was there. It passed through the door and opened it from the inside. No sooner had Fu Han entered the house than the rain outside stopped. Fu Han finally couldn't take it anymore. Just to drench me, huh? Fu Han contacted Song Jia, who soon replied that Fu Han's keys had been left in the car. He'd bring them over when they met up tomorrow. Throwing himself onto the bed, Fu Han felt a bit emotionally drained. Nothing went right today. Sure, they were all minor issues, but these little problems piling up one after another could really drive a person mad. Fu Han texted Muchi asking, got any potions to restore my luck? Muchi replied, if you find any, get me 2 bottles too. Left with no options, Fu Han closed his eyes to rest and calm his frayed nerves. At this moment, Kikola flew down and sat on his chest, saying, Fu Han, why are you in such a bad mood? Share your troubles with Kikola, and Kikola will help you. Fu Han suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Kikola, my luck has been really bad lately. Do you have a way to change it? Kikola rested her tiny chin on her hand and thought for a moment before replying, changing fortune is something only a god can do. As for me, let me think, I think there's a skill. Hearing this, Fu Han's eyes lit up as he asked, so there are gods who can change fortune? Kikola said, of course. What kind of god? Fujin asked again. It's the cat god, the cat god. So that's it. Little cat possesses the divine authority of the cat god. That must be the case without a doubt. So that means, when her star rank improves, she might very well gain the ability to alter luck. Didn't I also gain the power to engrave skills from stellar fragments after advancing my own star rank? In other words, the kitten is still a hidden gem with great potential? Fu Han wanted to ask Kikola more about theology, but the mischievous creature claimed it couldn't remember anything further, leaving Fu Han with no choice but to give up. Still, Kikolo proved quite reliable. It recalled a skill that could assist Fu Han, named Causal Premonition. Causal Premonition is an epic-level psychic-type skill. This ability allows a star beast to vaguely foresee glimpses of future events, helping it evade enemy attacks in advance, an exceptionally powerful skill. Moreover, Kikolo is a divine favorite star spirit, which enables her to peer slightly further into the future when using this ability. If Fu Han consulted Kikolo before taking action, she could help him avoid certain losses. While it's an excellent skill, Fu Han wasn't sure how much it would actually aid him, but he figured it was worth a try. Kikolo, should I go rinse my mouth? Fu Han asked. Kikolo wagged her tail and said, you shouldn't go. Fu Han raised an eyebrow and thought, then let's give it a try. Entering the bathroom, Fu Han picked up the toothbrush with extreme caution, squeezed out some toothpaste, then took a cup to rinse his mouth, filling it with water. Everything seemed normal. Fu Han started brushing his teeth, and seemingly nothing was wrong. After brushing for a while, just when Fu Han thought everything seemed fine and let his guard down, he suddenly felt his shoes getting soaked. Looking down, he saw that the porcelain cup in his hand for rinsing had inexplicably cracked open at the bottom with a big gap. All the water had spilled onto his feet. Damn! Should have taken off my shoes and socks first before trying, Fu Han thought angrily. After removing his shoes and socks and switching to slippers, Fu Han asked Chi Lu again, alright, should I try visiting the trading house or checking out the legendary treasure vault then? Kikiru wagged her tail again and said, check the marketplace first, or we'll miss out on the good deals. Fu Han rushed to the bedside and grabbed his terminal. Chapter 62, Brilliant. Previously, Fu Han didn't have much money and couldn't afford any stardust fragments no matter how much he browsed. Still, he loaded up his wishlist with items, planning to buy them once he had the funds. This survival class earned Fu Han a substantial sum of money, 150,000 from Dai Chia and another 300,000 from selling meteorites to Zhongjie, totaling 450,000. With his upcoming expedition to the fractured treasure vault, boosting his strength before setting off was clearly necessary. Meanwhile, Kikolo suggested checking the trading post first. Without delay, Fu Han opened his favorites list to see which meteorites were in stock. Sure enough, 9 highly desirable second-class, Titan Bear, meteorites were available. A quick glance showed each priced at 110,000. Normally, second-class meteorites with excellent skills would cost under 100,000 apiece, so 110,000 was downright exploitative. But Fu Han knew his luck had been poor lately, just securing them was a win. Without hesitation, he swiftly clicked to purchase 4. After purchasing 4 shards, he realized the remaining 5 had also been bought, finally understanding that someone else was also acquiring these star fragments. Unlike Fu Han's steady acquisition of 4 shards guaranteeing an intermediate skill, others typically consumed 10 at once in what was popularly called a 10-pull. In other words, had Fu Han hesitated slightly longer, all the fragments might have been snatched up by that other buyer. Titan Bear represents the first-tier evolution of the Titan Bear lineage, evolving from Titan Cub at 2-star brilliance. Titan Bear masters an extremely practical universal intermediate skill, gigantification, precisely the ability Fu Han coveted most. However, no Titan Bear exists below level 20. All its star fragments require 2-star quality, and its universally applicable skills make these fragments quite expensive. Imagine if Fu Han didn't know how to use stellar engraving and still wanted his 3 battle star beasts to learn this skill. That would be 3 million per 10 draw for each one, and there's a high probability that none of the 3 would learn it, meaning the 3 million would only raise their star levels a bit. Not to mention Titan Bear only evolves at level 20, but it will keep leveling up. This means most of its star shards will be the more expensive 3rd or 4th tier ones. Just thinking about it makes Fu Han feel like he's suffocating. And now, Fu Han spent 440,000 to acquire Shattered Star, and upon imprinting the skill, all 3 can learn it. Is an extra 40,000 really expensive? Fu Han doesn't think it's pricey, being able to buy it at all is a stroke of luck. The gigantification skill is also a huge boon for Fu Han. When activated, this skill multiplies the beast's size, enhancing it in every way. However, there's a slight drawback, it consumes a fair amount of energy. But energy consumption isn't an issue for Boya. Currently, Boya doesn't possess any skills, its traits are all innate and don't expend energy. Finding an outlet for Boya to unleash its abundant energy ensures none of its overflowing inner reserves go to waste. Big Jade Hand isn't too problematic since it doesn't require gigantification during assembly. As long as both skills aren't used simultaneously, it's manageable. Besides, Fu Han had also scouted out some skills to address the starlight consumption issue, though these skill fragments were outrageously expensive, forcing him to endure for now. As for Little Purple, its current abilities lean towards flanking and assassination. Given Fu Han's limited mental energy, learning, gigantification, for Little Purple is lower priority and can be postponed. After placing the order, Fu Han let out a relieved sigh, but then grew uneasy and asked, there won't be any issues with transporting my stardust fragments, right? Kikolo froze for a moment before saying, that's still too far in the future. I don't know. Fu Han sighed lightly and asked, then would it be fine for me to go exchange items at the legendary treasury now? Piccolo nodded and affirmed, no problem. Fu Han reopened his terminal. With only one legendary contribution point, his options were limited. Optimum Essence was undoubtedly the best choice right now. After completing the exchange, Fu Han still couldn't sit still and wanted to test the newly learned contract magic. However, Piccolo warned him not to try it under any circumstances. Reluctantly giving up, Fu Han then asked, can skills be taught to star beasts? Piccolo nodded and replied, that can be done anytime. Fu Han carefully pondered this. Teaching skills within the core seemed completely unaffected by luck, carrying a hint of being beyond even fate's reach. Fu Han took out all the fairy honey brew given by Chia. During survival class, Fu Han had used some of it before, consuming every tiny wax sealed jar the fairies had prepared. Because each jar's capacity was pathetically small, a whole pile of them barely amounted to a single mouthful. The fairy honey brew had an exceptionally potent effect on mental energy recovery, equivalent to a top-tier grade 2 mental energy restorative. It far surpassed the efficacy of ordinary camphor wood potions. Moreover, it worked remarkably fast, though with the drawback of causing intoxication if consumed excessively. Chia truly came through. Not only had she prepared 3 tightly sealed vials, but also a completely full water storage container. And we're talking about a proper storage container here, with over 1,000 milliliters of capacity. Fu Han didn't bother asking Mu Chi how much equivalent medicine these honey brews would cost, but he estimated it'd take at least several 100,000 to even make a dent. During the survival class, Fu Han had been worried about potential special circumstances and didn't dare use them freely. Now that he's back, these honey brews can finally be put to great use. The direction for skill enhancement had long been clear in Fu Han's mind. It was to strengthen the bioarms of the Great Jade Hand. During the theft of Boya in the pit, the symbiotic armor skill proved absolutely crucial. While in the symbiotic state, the Jade Giant Hand unconsciously coordinated with Fu Han's movements, allowing him to dodge countless attacks. It was this desperate battle in the dragon pit that made Fu Han realize the true power of the symbiotic armor skill. The ultimate development of the symbiotic armor skill was actually hinted at in the description of the stellar beast, Ice Armor. On the surface, Ice Armor appears selfless, sacrificing itself to aid the Yeti. However, once Ice Armor matures sufficiently on the Yeti's body, it will eventually restrain the Yeti's movements and begin acting according to its own will. From then on, the life of the Yeti, now fully encased in Ice Armor, begins its march toward the end. The increase in Ice Armor's stellar rank allows it to grow large enough to envelop the Yeti's entire body. Its autonomous actions stem from leveling up the symbiotic armor skill. Once the skill reaches a high enough level, Ice Armor gains full independent control. The reason the giant Jade Hand could cooperate seamlessly with Fu Han's movements was because Fu Han had helped it upgrade symbiotic armor to level 2. Similarly, when the bioarmor of the giant Jade Hand reaches advanced levels, it's the same principle, though the giant Jade Hand certainly wouldn't use this ability to trap Fu Han to death. At advanced levels, bioarmor will grant the giant Jade Hand a mobile armor form that can move freely. Not only will it protect Fu Han more flexibly, but it can even detach from him to fight in an entirely new form. In its armor form, the giant Jade Hand will have both arms and legs indestructible. Combined with gigantification, which Fu Han plans to teach it, it'll unleash astonishing combat power at critical moments. When the time comes, watch as the giant Jade Hand delivers a massive punch, truly living up to the name Saitama that Fu Han gave it. This is truly robbing the old monk's temple. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Chapter 63, Armor Form. That night, Fu Han repeatedly taught the Great Jade Hand the biological armament skill 3 times. Not only did the fairy nectar prove quite effective this time, but the stellar radiance from the sacred wood seed also provided Fu Han with ample stellar energy support. Ironically, it was Fu Han's physical stamina that couldn't quite keep up. Combined with the slightly intoxicating effects of the fairy nectar, that half-sealed bottle left him thoroughly lightheaded. Fortunately, after 3 teaching sessions, the Jade Giant Hand's bioarmed skill leveled up to LV3, reducing the energy consumption and enhancing its mobility while armored. Moreover, the Jade Giant Hand's Starlight rank also improved from level 16 to 17, growing slightly larger in size. Content with his progress, Fuan wrapped himself in his blankets and fell asleep. The next morning, Fuan woke up with a strong hunger pang and decided to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Before setting out, Fu Han didn't forget to ask Piccolo whether he should go. Piccolo advised against it, but Fu Han thought, who would care if he starved to death? Truly there was no other choice. One can't just skip meals because of bad luck, right? Last night's purchase of Suishing felt satisfyingly smooth, but checking his balance today nearly brought Fu Han to tears. Beastmasters burn through money too quickly, and no matter how much Fu Han scrimped, he was still far short. Now with just over 5,000 left in his account and Boya, a major grain consumer, to feed, if Fu Han didn't join the cafeteria crowds, both Boya and Xiaozi would go hungry. Such is the way of beastmasters, starving themselves to keep their star beasts well fed, reminiscent of devoted parents. So Fu Han went to the canteen without hesitation anyway, and indeed, he had a bit of bad luck, though it wasn't anything serious, just someone spilling some soy milk on his clothes. The person apologized profusely, and Fu Han just smiled without saying anything. It really wasn't a big deal. After a hearty meal, Fu Han regained his energy. Once again, he taught a skill to the great Jade Hand, then sipped some honey brew while waiting for his mental energy to recover. Right during this waiting period, Fu Han received a call from Professor Chu. He said that since the poaching storm from Fu Han's outstanding performance in the survival class hadn't completely died down yet, it would be best for Fu Han not to attend the meeting of the Faultline Treasure Vault exploration team. Fu Han was overjoyed, no need to go out and risk misfortune. Professor Chu then proceeded to explain the precautions regarding this trip to the Fault Vault over the phone. The first and most crucial rule was to absolutely avoid letting any star beast reach level 20 recently. Because second-tier stellar glow creatures would inevitably be rejected by the vault, star beasts above level 20 simply couldn't be summoned within the treasure trove. Beast masters are even worse off if they exceed second-grade star radiance, they simply can't enter at all. What's even more tragic is if a beast master levels up inside, they'll be thrown straight into the chaotic fractures outside the vault by its protective rules. This is deadly. The chaotic spacetime fractures outside the vault aren't all habitable zones. Some fractures are outright death zones, voids, lava, or deep sea abysses. Even in the livable areas, figuring out how to escape from them is a serious challenge. Professor Chu repeatedly warned that this was the most critical rule. If you're about to level up, it's best not to go at all. Fu Han himself had no issues in this regard. Even if the source essence arrived, he was still some distance away from reaching second-level stellar radiance. The key was not to push the star beast's cultivation too aggressively. Each of the three needed to progress separately to avoid any sudden breakthrough to second-level stellar radiance, which would render them temporarily unsummonable. Then came the issue of team formation. The situations within the spacetime rift were ever-changing, and a Beastmaster's capabilities alone were limited, making cooperation between multiple Beastmasters essential. Professor Chu mentioned that 16 individuals had been selected this time to form 4 teams for the Vault expedition. Ideally, he wanted Fu Han, Shenzi, and 2 other notably powerful members to each lead one of the 4 teams. Fu Han quickly informed Professor Chu that he had already formed his team. Professor Chu was momentarily taken aback by this situation, but after a moment's consideration, he understood. He then made an impromptu decision to switch to allowing free team formation first, with the remaining individuals being assigned afterward. Finally, there was the matter of time. The entrance to the treasury wasn't truly the main entry to the abyssal treasury. The treasury's original owner and its keeper, the god of time and space, had long since vanished into the river of history, causing the treasury's true entrance to become practically eternally sealed. The old gods faction were merely thieves who had found a backdoor entrance. Yet if the old gods were thieves, then at least they still possessed a false key of sorts. As for the academy, they're more like bandits, the type who smash their way in, so the entrance they provide tends to be even more unstable. In reality, the Academy's space-time technology team has been toiling near the entrance for over a month. They've already mapped nearly 10 viable routes, from entering through temporal rifts into chaotic fractures, then proceeding through stable fractures to reach the treasury. The team is currently working hard to eliminate interference from other chaotic fractures, needing roughly 11 or 12 more days to ensure everyone's safety. This means exploration can begin in about 11 or 12 days. But speed will be crucial. Everyone must exit within 2 days no matter what, otherwise they'll be trapped forever inside the treasury. After listening to Professor Chu's explanation, Fu Han felt a bit embarrassed. It sounded like he was some kind of grave robber. Though the nature was somewhat different, at least he wouldn't be disturbing the deceased. In the afternoon, Fu Han received a message from Tsang Jie saying their preformed team had been approved, meaning their group plan was officially set. He even invited Fu Han to the training field to practice their teamwork and, incidentally, return the key Fu Han had lent him. Fu Han asked Kikula whether he should go, but the little creature vigorously shook its tiny head, warning him that the outcome would be very bad if he did. Fu Han thought to himself that the possibilities of mishaps during this teamwork practice were far too numerous. It genuinely seemed like something he shouldn't attend. So, he told Tsang Jie he had urgent matters and couldn't make it. As for the key, Fu Han now had a backup option, Kikalu. Since there'd be no training session, Fu Han decided to continue upgrading Big Jade Hand's skills instead. The next day, after Fu Han downed an entire bottle of fairy nectar brew, he sensed his alcohol tolerance had improved significantly. In addition, Fu Han also caught the attention of the cafeteria lady. She suspected he had hyperthyroidism, mainly because he was eating quite a lot and rather frequently. Of course, the most important thing was the upgrade of Big Jade Hand's symbiotic armament skill. Its symbiotic armament skill evolved into symbiotic armament armor form LV4, not only further reducing stardust consumption but also allowing Big Jade Hand to move freely in its armored state. Fu Han hadn't anticipated that reaching level 4 in symbiotic armament would unlock this new form. But upon reflection, it's incredibly rare for wild star beasts to possess an intermediate level skill at rank 4. If this symbiotic armament hadn't advanced to its armor form early on, encountering self-moving ice armor in the wild would have been nearly impossible. This highlights the gap between wild creatures and those nurtured by beastmasters, especially freakish ones like Fu Han, who can make that disparity utterly ridiculous. Fu Han couldn't wait to test the effects of bioarmor armor form with Big Jade Hand, but the results somewhat exceeded his expectations. Chapter 64, The Right Direction. After testing bioarmor armor form with Big Jade Hand, Fu Han regretfully discovered that there wasn't much difference between the armored form and its regular state. Though it looked much cooler, Big Jade Hand still needed to levitate to maintain balance. Without levitation, its movements became extremely clumsy, barely able to stand steadily, let alone run, jump, or engage in combat. Thus, the parasitic gear armor form consumed stardust, but the Jade Giant Hand only received cosmetic enhancements. Fu Han propped his chin in thought for a while before suddenly realizing the issue. Although the frost armor moved autonomously, its actions were sluggish. The reason was simply that the parasitic gear armor form hadn't reached a high enough level yet. Currently, the Jade Giant Hand's parasitic gear armor form was only at level 4. Expecting it to move swiftly at this stage was Fu Han being overly demanding. And the frost armor's choice of the Yeti as its host turned out to be one of nature's marvelous designs. The Yeti is a creature with long upper limbs and short, stocky lower limbs, resembling an ape. This means compared to humans, Yetis have a lower center of gravity and more stable footing. Naturally, the glacial armor that parasitizes Yetis inherits this more stable structure, allowing it to walk steadily even when the symbiosis armor form skill level is still low. In nature, the human body's structure is quite unique. Humans sacrificed considerable mobility to achieve upright walking. Currently, Big Jade Hands is transforming into armor based on Fu Han's bodily structure, which has even resulted in unstable footing. Identifying the root of the problem brought sudden clarity to Fu Han's mind. On one hand, Fu Han still needs to continue leveling up Big Jade Hand's skills to grant it greater mobility. On the other hand, Fu Han immediately got up and hurried to the library. He needed to research more about the anatomical structures of various star beasts, so as to help the Jade Hand determine a more reasonable armor configuration. This is yet another difference between beastmasters trained beasts and wild ones. While ice armor can only assume forms matching a snow monster's natural silhouette, but Fu Han can directly convey ideal morphological constructs to Big Jade Hand through their soul link. The disparity between the two approaches speaks for itself. So Fu Han spent another afternoon in the library. By the time dusk fell, he felt his mental energy was even more drained than when teaching skills. He really wished he could take a sip of honey brew. Perhaps it was because Fu Han had been in too much of a hurry when he left that he forgot to ask Chi Chilu whether he should go to the library or not. All afternoon, Fu Han had followed along with the terminal's materials, searching through piles of images and texts. But by the end, his mind was a complete mess, utterly lost in confusion. There were just too many options to consider. Every beast form had its own unique advantages, and he couldn't make up his mind at all. Back in his dorm, Fu Han suddenly remembered Professor Chu. Professor Chu was an expert in beast form cultivation and had extensive knowledge about their strengths and weaknesses. Plus, he had already assumed that Big Jade Hand possessed the innate ability of instant enlightenment, so in his eyes, Fu Han's rapid skill progression was only natural. He was the perfect person to consult. So, Fu Han dialed Professor Chu's number. After Fu Han explained the situation to Professor Chu, the professor laughed and said, Fu Han, are you foolish? You're asking me this? During the Star God Wars, how many luminous stone golem weapons did the old gods create? Who understands their construction better than them? Isn't that material right on your teacher's bookshelf? You there, don't spend all your time training star beasts, you should also study the knowledge in your teacher's collection more. After hanging up the phone, Fu Han couldn't help but think he might truly be a fool. Professor Chu's words had hit the nail on the head. The forms of star beasts are endlessly diverse, yet all share one purpose, to adapt to their natural habitats. Thus, each possesses unique traits, each reaches extraordinary heights. But golems designed for war are suited only for the battlefield. The Great Jade Hand naturally thrives most in combat, so studying the war golems of the old gods makes the most sense. It's a pity it's too late tonight to bother going again, otherwise Fu Han would have rushed to the library rooftop immediately. Still, Fu Han didn't waste any time. After a brief rest, he continued enhancing Big Jade Hand's skills. Plenty of potions left, still enough time. This time, he must elevate Big Jade Hand's combat power to the next level. Early the next morning, Fu Han headed straight to the large cafeteria first. This time, the cafeteria auntie who suspected Fu Han had hyperthyroidism gave him special treatment. Seeing him jostling through the crowd with such difficulty, she worried that with his level of activity, he'd get hungry before even stepping outside and have to squeeze his way back in. So Fu Han ate a large bowl of delicious noodles. While eating, he praised the auntie's cooking skills, making her so delighted that she invited him to come back tomorrow. Emerging from the cafeteria kitchen, Fu Han nearly wandered alone into that shadowy alley again. Luckily, Kikolo warned him against taking that route. Remembering the trouble lurking there, Fu Han quickly turned around and took the main road instead. And so he smoothly made his way to the top floor of the library, where he once again encountered the dear earthbound spirit, Scholar Yi. The scholar's first words upon seeing Fu Han were to chastise him. Having been back for days, you finally remember to visit this old man? Fu Han broke into an embarrassed sweat and defended himself. I did come one day, but you weren't here. I thought you'd be away for several days. Unconvinced, the scholar retorted, I was only out for a brief moment that day, and you just happened to come looking for me then? Are you trying to fool this old man? Fu Han was filled with a sense of injustice. Just like last time, the Grand Scholar brought Fu Han to the small tea table, pulling out a bag of fine tea and handing it to him. Once again, Fu Han obediently brewed the tea, though this time he was much more at ease, actively sharing his various experiences from the survival class with the Grand Scholar. Of course, he omitted the parts about the star weasel and the divine tree. In truth, the Grand Scholar had already heard of Fu Han's glorious deeds once before, but he still listened with great interest as Fu Han recounted them himself, especially when Fu Han recounted the part where Professor Chu confidently filled in the gaps with his own imagination. It sent the Grand Scholar into fits of laughter. The conversation naturally shifted to the topic of the Jade Hand's form. The scholar was not stingy with his knowledge. He immediately stood up to fetch the book, but the scholar was very possessive of his books. When showing Fu Han the volume, he still held it himself, refusing to hand it over to him. The method for crafting war golems, this arcane knowledge from the era of the old gods, has long been lost. However, the Grand Archivist preserved an illustrated tome here, one depicting numerous war golems of different old gods, with remarkably clear diagrams of their appearances and structural details. The Imperial Scholar said, in fact, based on my research, most of the golems in this picture book are fictional. Fu Han was slightly stunned. If it's fictional, wouldn't it be useless? The Grand Scholar continued, however, he didn't fabricate them randomly, his designs were extended with basis. As he spoke, the Grand Scholar pulled out several drawings of war golems to show Fu Han. Those war golems were all towering and burly, resembling giants. These types of golems are ones I verified through historical records, each possessing formidable power. On the battlefield, aside from other golems, there were almost no enemies capable of rivaling them. And the author of this illustrated book used these golems as a foundation to imagine various other golems employed by the old gods in war. Take note, though these are speculative products meant to deceive the masses, these theological compilers are quite formidable. In order to elevate the status of the old gods and exaggerate their divine power, the golem structures they designed are all incredibly rational and powerful, even more logically sound than real war golems. The only issue is, they could never actually be built. Fu Han was slightly taken aback and said, but I can create it. The Grand Academician nodded and said, right. And these golems he fabricated actually frequently appear in other theological texts. If your great Jade Hand uses this form to fight against the old gods, they might just bow down in reverence. Ha 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 ha. Fu Han's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, that would really be like an old monk's house wanting to curse utterly Templeting. Brilliant. Chapter 65, The Legend of the Last Barrier. Fu Han imagined the scene where the old gods would prostrate themselves before Saitama upon seeing him, thinking how delightfully absurd that would be. Just as Fu Han was contemplating finding a suitable golem to use as a blueprint, the Grand Academician closed his book with a smile and said, you haven't forgotten what I told you, have you? When you go to the treasure vault, you must memorize or make rubbings of the ancient script inside and bring them back to me. Fu Han quickly nodded and replied, I remember. I'll also bring the ancient texts back for you. The Grand Academician nodded and asked, then do you know what the ancient script looks like? Fu Han froze for a moment before replying, well, I guess I know a little. You brat. Actually, your teammate Yi Miao can read ancient script, but that girl couldn't be bothered with such things, she'd definitely forget. If you know some basic ancient characters, just call her to help identify anything you discover. So starting today, are you willing to come learn a bit of ancient script from me every day? When the Grand Academician put it like that, how could Fu Han refuse? He quickly nodded and exclaimed, yes, I'll come every day. Only then did the Grand Academician laugh, before spreading open the sketchbook once more for Fu Han to examine. Fu Han still wanted to reach out to take it, but was refused. Don't you touch it. You'll break it. After carefully comparing them, Fu Han ultimately chose an effigy of the hidden god to serve as the armored blueprint for the Jade Hand. In truth, which ancient god's effigy it was didn't matter to Fu Han. He picked the hidden god's night demon effigy because it was relatively small. All those massive war effigies standing 100 meters tall shared one characteristic, they were bloated. For beings of their size, thick limbs and plump bodies were necessary, so generally, the larger they were, the rounder they became. But currently, the Jade Hand is just a little taller than Fu Han, still under 2 meters. Even if it grows larger in the future with magnification, its height won't exceed 10 meters in the short term, so that bulky structure wouldn't be conducive to its swift movements. On the other hand, the Night Demon of the Hidden God was designed as a golem for assassination missions. Its frame isn't as massive and is structurally very suitable for the Jade Hand. The Night Demon retains its bipedal stance, though its lower limbs resemble a dragon's hind legs. The dragon's hind leg structure provides tremendous explosive force, greatly enhancing its jumping and running speed. It also boasts a powerful tail that solves issues of support and balance. Its upper body is exceptionally sturdy to ensure enough strength for wielding weapons and striking enemies. Additionally, Nightmare's wings were quite useful to Saitama. Although the wings couldn't enable flight, they effectively assisted him with hovering, gliding, and other maneuvers. With the blueprint in hand, Fuhan summoned Chiyu and meticulously guided the creature to adjust its form, page by page, while the Grand Scholar offered advice from the sidelines. After over 2 hours of diligent collaboration between the youthful Fuhan and the elderly Grand Scholar, Chiyu finally achieved a perfectly balanced form, both standing and walking with impeccable coordination. However, its running and jumping abilities remained untested, as Fuhan dared not cause a ruckus in the Grand Scholar's sacred library. Fuhan initially hoped to teach Jade Hand multiple forms, only to realize that 2 was the limit of its memory. Currently, it mastered an armor form to protect Fuhan and a Night Demon armor form. Learning a new one would require forgetting one of the existing 2. But 2 types were enough for Fuhan, so he stopped dwelling on it. After finalizing Chiyu's armored form, Fuhan wasn't in a hurry to leave. True to his word, he stayed to study ancient script. However, because they'd successfully created the Colossus depicted in the picture book, both the elder and the youth were rather excited. Soon, their studies devolved into casual chatter. With some sly maneuvering, Fuhan steered the conversation toward topics that interested him. First, he recounted his string of misfortunes to the Grand Scholar, then sighed, "Tell me, with such terrible luck, do you think it's because the cat god has it out for me?" The Grand Academician shook his head with a smile and said, "The cat god isn't what you imagine. In truth, the cat god isn't an old god. People worshipped the cat god even earlier than the age of old gods. Before the age of old gods arrived, humanity experienced a brief period of stability. At that time, the final barrier was gradually dissipating, and people could already survive without relying on the 9-sun divine tree. The resources remained scarce. Back then, cats that could protect grain and books became beloved animals among people. However, cats were rare and didn't necessarily settle in any fixed locations. If a cat entered someone's home during that era, it was considered a sign of good fortune coming. Discovering a kitten and bringing it home to raise required an especially solemn betrothal gift ceremony, which is how the legend of the cat god governing luck came to be. Upon hearing this, Fuhan didn't gain much new understanding about the cat god, but his knowledge of the academic orthodoxy expanded somewhat. The cat god must have truly existed, otherwise, Kikulu wouldn't have mentioned it, and the kitten within the solar parliament wouldn't coincidentally match all the described characteristics so perfectly. But when even a grand academician of such stature denied the existence of K and interpreted the cat deity as merely a continuation of nature worship, it showed that even the academic elite held somewhat biased views about divinity. Currently, the old god faction praises their deities to the skies while the academics categorically deny everything. In reality, neither side is objective. The truth lies hidden behind these doctrines, waiting for Fuhan to uncover it himself. Seizing the opportunity when the Grand Academician mentioned the 9-sun sacred tree, Fuhan deftly steered the conversation. "By the way, about that 9-sun sacred tree you mentioned, I happened to catch a glimpse of it at the Academy's breeding grounds. Do you think this final barrier might reappear someday?" The Grand Academician laughed and said, "According to legend, it should. When all 9 seeds of the sacred tree fall, the final barrier shall return. But since you've seen it, you must know that all 9 solar blossoms on the 9-sun sacred tree are still in full bloom. In fact, every 9-sun sacred tree across Qixingland still bears all 9 blossoms. Even if this final barrier were to return someday, I'm afraid none of us would live to see it." Fuhan felt as if struck by lightning. No wonder during the first Solar Council meeting, the elder said, "There's extremely bad news." Was it because of this? But Fuhan is already the 8th seat. With one more, the final barrier will arrive. 9th, could you please appear in 800 years? Fuhan screamed inwardly. After leaving the library, Fuhan kept muttering to himself about the return of the final barrier. Of course, Fuhan hoped the 9th seat would never appear within his lifetime, but upon careful consideration, he realized it was impossible. Because the young apprentice had previously been criticized for making no progress in 2.5 years, meaning the interval between the 7th seed and the 8th seed was just 2.5 years. Adding to this, except for the elder, all other members of the Solar Assembly were in their prime years, indicating everyone had obtained their seeds within the past few decades. And Fuhan, being only 15 now, was unlikely to die before the final barrier, right? In other words, it's practically certain that Fuhan will witness the arrival of the barrier of doom in his lifetime. This gave Fu Han another thought. Why not try to prevent the barrier of doom from descending? Or perhaps the old man and his companions are already working on a solution? Sigh. No matter what others do, Fu Han knows he truly needs to strengthen his own abilities. Fu Han guessed that if he were to kick the bucket when the barrier of doom arrives, the divine tree would likely still take root and sprout as usual. So there's no point worrying about saving others, the key is to ensure his own survival. He could only hope the ninth seat would appear as late as possible, granting him more time to grow stronger. Thinking to himself, Fu Han silently asked, Kikalu, should I go to the training ground today, or should I return and try the contract method? Kikalu replied, go try the contract method. Having made up his mind, Fu Han turned and headed back toward the cafeteria. No matter what he planned to do, filling his stomach came first. Besides, he still needed to upgrade Chiyu's skills later. Chapter 66, A Giant Rat Invades the Granary. Fu Han had once picked up a stone jade beast in the backyard of the cultivation garden, mainly to mislead others. His intention was to make people think his stone jade beast hadn't evolved yet, thereby delaying the time when they would realize his great jade hand had evolved. Unfortunately, this attempt to cover up the truth was seen through at a glance by Zhang Jia. Later, Fu Han concluded that he wasn't under as much scrutiny as he thought, so he stopped going through the trouble of carrying the stone jade beast around and instead placed it on his dormitory desk. Now, when it came time to test the Soul Touch contract method, the little creature conveniently became the perfect guinea pig. Fu Han securely closed the windows and door, drew the curtains, then summoned the Great Jade Hand and activated Jade Radiance Barrier. Afterward, he settled himself down and began recalling the Soul Touch contract method. Like Soul Link, Soul Touch still required invoking starlight to outline the inscriptions, and Fu Han now understood what these inscriptions truly were. These inscriptions were called true words, essentially being messages formed by starlight outlines used for soul communication. Ancient scripts also evolved from true words, which made them extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. The pictographic square characters used by people today belong to an entirely different system. The Soul Touch contract required more true words to be outlined, and they were more complex, thus demanding greater amounts of starlight. Fortunately, Fu Han now had the assistance of the Divine Seed, making starlight no longer an issue. After mentally rehearsing several times, Fu Han began attempting to gather starlight to draft the contract. The contract formation proceeded smoothly. Soon, delicate inscriptions formed a glowing point at Fu Han's fingertip, which he then pressed against the stone jade beast. The greatest advantage of Soul Touch is its flexible contract conditions, whether it's granting starlight or even transmitting certain thoughts, all can be achieved. This Soul Touch contract contained a portion of starlight, and with the stone jade beast's intelligence, it naturally accepted without hesitation. In an instant, Fu Han felt his soul intertwine with that of the stone jade beast. Just like a contract, Fu Han could sense the information about this jade stone beast. Moreover, the abilities of starlight engraving could also be activated through this connection. A gentle touch on the jade stone beast would form a temporary soul link once it accepted the contract. This connection required Fu Han to maintain it with starlight energy, and the consumption was significant. Ending the touch connection was equally simple, just stop supplying starlight energy, and the soul touch would cease immediately, making it extremely convenient. At this point in the testing, Fu Han was quite pleased. During beast contracting, the radiant engravings generated by Soul Connection were dazzling enough to blind the eyes. In contrast, Soul Touch was practically undetectable, only emitting a faint glimmer that could easily be concealed with minimal effort. Could I secretly touch someone else's star beast to acquire its abilities? As Fu Han pondered this, he attempted another touch on Diyu Shou. To his surprise, when the giant jade hand accepted the contact, Fu Han also sensed this touch as vividly as if his left hand had touched his right, both parts equally aware. This meant skill theft wasn't feasible after all. Unless the Beastmaster was knocked unconscious for covert soul touching of their star beast. He just didn't know whether the star beast would reject his touch contract due to hostility in such circumstances. However, touching and acquiring skills from unclaimed star beasts should still be relatively easy. Fuan instantly thought of the Academy's star beast garden. Sorry about this, Lady Blue, Fuan muttered to himself. That night, Fuan consumed another bottle of fairy honey brew. The symbiosis armor shell form of his great jade hand leveled up once more, reaching LV5. Early the next morning, after consulting Kikalu's opinion, Fuan didn't rush to the grand cafeteria. Instead, he first went to the training ground and requested a closed practice room to test Chiyu's new form. Thanks to another upgrade of Bio-Armor Exoskeleton, last night, Chiyu's movements had become significantly smoother compared to the previous day. Especially with the aid of its draconic legs, its leaping and running abilities were truly astonishing, though its landing posture remained somewhat awkward, still carrying a hint of tumbling and scrambling. But Fuan wasn't worried. There was still plenty of fairy nectar brew, and enough time remained to level Bio-Armor Exoskeleton to rank 6. Chiyu's wing control could still be refined further. Once the gigantification star fragment arrived, he'd have Chiyu learn gigantification. Then it could leap into the sky, enlarge midair, and glide down using its wings for a dramatic descent. TSK. Just thinking about this descending from the heavens fist technique made Fu Han shudder with fear even at himself. After leaving the training grounds, Fu Han stuffed himself at the large dining hall until his belly was round, then headed straight for the Star Beast Garden. When he arrived at the garden's entrance, Shichi Lu, who was holding the divine seed in his inner core, said to Fu Han, "Seems like something unlucky's about to happen." Fu Han froze briefly, still unwilling to tempt fate. So, he simply decided not to enter and turned around to leave. Little did he expect to bump squarely into Lady Lan, who had just returned from outside. Madame Lan's face lit up upon seeing Fu Han and asked, "Why are you leaving so soon?" Fu Han quickly made an excuse, "I just remembered there's something I have to do." Sigh. Madame Lan let out a soft sigh and said, "If it's not urgent, come help me. Professor Chu suddenly sent over a bunch of juvenile star beasts for me to look after. I don't usually have so many to care for, so I'm short on staff. It's been overwhelming." Fu Han was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, could the unfortunate incident Kikalu mentioned be about being dragged away for hard labor? For others, it might be bad luck, but for me, this is like a dream come true. "What's the matter? Is it urgent?" asked Lady Lan. Fu Han quickly waved his hands. "No hurry, no hurry. I came specifically to help." Lady Lan sighed. "You're the most conscientious person in our academy. Come in quickly." With that, Lady Lan led Fu Han into the Star Beast Garden. Fu Han then put on an apron and followed Lady Lan to the backyard of the Star Beast Garden. To their surprise, a dozen or so young star beasts were in complete chaos, some fighting, others screaming. Madame Lan exclaimed in shock, "Heavens, it must be the Emerald Ape that let them out. Fu Han, hurry and catch them back to their respective pens." Fu Han quickly got to work under Madame Lan's direction. The young star beasts were lively and restless, running wild everywhere, climbing about, making messes left and right. Add to that an emerald ape herding all the little star beasts into one place, and it became complete pandemonium. Anyone else seeing such a scene would likely only think of escape. But Fu Han was different. For him, this was like a rat stumbling into a granary. Moreover, the Star Beast Garden had only a single, perpetually busy Madame Lan, which worked greatly in Fu Han's favor when it came to conducting soul touches on the star beasts. That morning, Fu Han discreetly touched every single little astro beast, imprinting their skills without a second thought to their usefulness. After all, seize the moment before it slips away. Opportunities lost wouldn't come again. By noon, the Star Beast Garden was nearly tidied up, but Fu Han wasn't quite ready to leave yet. He still hadn't interacted with two little creatures. He urged Lady Lan to go rest first, assuring her he'd be out shortly. How touching for Madame Lan. The Academy's reward system managed to grant Fu Han 1 academic credit and a 10,000 yuan bonus. The money wasn't much, but it resolved Fu Han's urgent needs. Moreover, academic credits were precious. They were assessed at the end of the academic year, and insufficient credits could lead to expulsion. Over the course of a year, Madame Lan had very few credits and bonuses to award, so this was already an enormous reward. Not to mention imprinting a pile of skills, there was also the bonus and credits. Fu Han was practically glowing with joy. After leaving the Star Beast Garden, Fu Han headed to the Grand Cafeteria, eating while examining the skills he had just engraved. Chapter 67, Tanky yet deals high damage. Professor Chu must have been preoccupied with the fragment vault to leave some of his star beasts in Madame Lan's care. Moreover, he clearly trusted Madame Lan deeply, as the star beasts placed with her were all of excellent quality. That most mischievous, Jade Water Ape, was an elite-class star beast with superb aptitude. It used its tail to execute its inherent skill, water form, drastically lengthening its tail. The water-shaped tail can be used to attack enemies, and even more effectively to unlock cage doors, releasing a swarm of little star beasts to wreak havoc. One could say physical cages barely restrain this creature, which is why Lady Blue resorted to subduing it with her own Starbearer's hypnotic powers. Fortunately, the first creature Fu Han managed to catch was this little green water-type monkey, and he also secretly touched it. Otherwise, once it was hypnotized into deep sleep, it wouldn't have been able to accept Fu Han's tactile contract. Thus, the beginner skill water form was also imprinted. Currently, Fu Han's only water-type star beast is the water slime. The water slime's base stats are too low, so Fu Han has been using it mainly as a water canteen and hasn't actively trained it. However, thanks to the abundant starlight it enjoys within Fu Han's core, the water slime has naturally leveled up to 12. Moreover, because it's frequently squeezed for water, its self-heal skill has been continuously activated, allowing it to reach level 3 as well. Actually, the water slime can still evolve further, though the evolution conditions are rather demanding. It requires using extremely precious elemental crystal cores to help it achieve ascension evolution. Fu Han planned that if he could find an elemental crystal core, he might let the water slime evolve. If not, then it would just have to keep being a water flask. So, for now, the skill, water form, won't be passed down to it. Boya could also learn water form, but after learning it, its next head would consequently become water attribute. Because of this, Fu Han didn't rush to teach Boya this skill. Boya is currently only level 10, still early before reaching level 20 when the next head would grow, so there's no rush to determine its attribute just yet. Fu Han also copied an ice breath release from a snowbird. Teaching this skill to Boya would inevitably grant it an ice-type head. Ultimately, it depends on whether Fu Han can master a more suitable skill for Boya when it approaches evolution. This time, Fu Han also copied a warm light from a fluffy warmth. The skill's effect is to emit a warm glow that provides healing, a basic light element skill. The light-based skill was exactly what Fu Han wanted to teach Boya, hoping it would grant the creature some ability to combat ferocious beasts. However, Fu Han worried this skill might cause Boya's next head to evolve healing breath, an awkward outcome, so he dared not impart it. Double-bodied Moonlit Lantern was actually a psychic-type star beast, incapable of mastering the light-type skill, Warm Glow. Moreover, given its base stats, even if it mastered the skill, the effect would be pitifully weak. So until Fu Han discovered the 7th moon pool, it could only serve as a flashlight. This time, Fu Han managed to imprint quite a few useful skills, such as Claw Extension, from the Mountain Striding Cat, a perfect fit for Little Violet to diversify its combat moves. He also engraved 2 plant-based skills from a Marvelous Cactus, Spine Spray, and Water Element Absorption. Spine Spray could enhance the combat power of plant-type star beasts, while Water Element Absorption allowed plant-type star beasts to absorb moisture from the air to restore vitality. Currently, Fu Han didn't have any plant-type star beasts, but these 2 skills were perfect for Mu Chi's man-eating flower seedling. However, figuring out how to impart these skills to the seedling without alerting Mu Chi was something Fu Han still needed to ponder. Aside from these immediately useful skills, there were a few others whose purpose Fu Han couldn't recall at the moment, but he wasn't too concerned. He was confident they would prove helpful in the future. No one knew how many imprinted starlight memories could be stored within the black hole at the core. Fu Han hoped it possessed the traits of a true black hole, ideally, with infinite capacity. In the following days, Fu Han methodically studied the True Words characters while steadily raising Chi-Yu's skill levels. Saitama's augmented armor form became increasingly difficult to upgrade as its level rose. It took Fu Han 2 full days just to help it advance its augmented armor skill to level 6. Meanwhile, Saitama's own level had also climbed to 18. At this point, the enhancement of Chi-Yu had to be temporarily paused. Although there was still plenty of honey brew left, Chi-Yu was nearing level 20. Fu Han worried that if he pushed too hard, Chi-Yu might accidentally reach level 20, that would spell disaster. Moreover, there was the gigantification skill that Chi-Yu absolutely had to learn, so further upgrading, parasitic armor, was no longer an option. Besides, at level 6, parasitic armor form had already granted Chi-Yu flawless mobility in night demon armor form. Now, when Chi-Yu entered armor form, it was almost like transforming into an entirely new astral beast. Its explosive power was immense. It could leap high, run fast, and deliver astonishing punches. With just a single swing of its fist, the sheer force of the wind preceded the blow itself. Fuan didn't dare let Saitama spar with any other star beasts. The most outrageous part was Chi-Yu's defensive power, which left its opponent sighing in despair. Boya's dual-element breath attack couldn't even scratch it. Currently, Saitama is extremely tanky while also dealing insane damage. His combat power is truly astonishing. With the remaining mental energy, Fu Han taught Xiaozi Extended Claws LV3. As a result, Xiaozi also leveled up from 17 to 18. At this point, Fu Han didn't dare to continue enhancing Xiaozi's skills any further. Currently, only Baiya remains at level 10 with significant room for improvement. Unfortunately, Fu Han couldn't help it level up quickly by teaching skills. Progress would have to come gradually. On this day, Fu Han finally received notification that the item had arrived. The convoy escort from the legendary vault explained that a mountain-toppling beast was blocking the highway. Because of this, Fu Han's exchanged treasures from the vault arrived 2 days late. Fu Han was quite satisfied with this. It was much better than losing it on the way. At least he had arrived before exploring the fractured vault. After obtaining the source essence, Fuan immediately retreated to his dorm room to absorb it. The results were quite promising, as Fu Han's starlight brightness had increased significantly, reaching around level 17 or 18. The leveling efficiency was remarkably satisfying. Another day passed, and the Titan Bear's star fragment finally arrived. After picking up the star fragment box at the academy gate, a weight was lifted off Fu Han's heart. Ever since placing the order, Fu Han had been worried about potential transportation issues with the Titan Bear's star fragment. Although it wouldn't lead to a complete loss, it would have been deeply regrettable if the fragment didn't arrive before his trip to the Vault Treasury. Fortunately, it was only delayed by 2 days. There was still about a week left before Fu Han's scheduled visit to the Vault Treasury, leaving plenty of time to spare. After obtaining the star fragment box, Fu Han initially planned to return to the dormitory immediately to engrave the skills first. Unexpectedly, however, Shichi Lu reminded him in his mind, oh no, It seems trouble is following you. No matter which way you go, misfortune awaits. Hearing this, Fu Han glanced at the box holding the star fragments in his hand and had a rough idea of what was going on. So, Fu Han slowed his pace and silently communicated to Chi Lu in his mind, Chi Lu, someone might be tailing me. Come out and check who it is. Kikolo exclaimed excitedly, leave it to me. Fu Han immediately sensed Kikolo leaving the core domain, followed by a slight movement on his shoulder as the invisible Kikolo perched atop it. Fu Han then began strolling around the academy, wandering through crowded areas from east to west. Before long, Kikolo spotted the stalker. Found him. He's a man cold as a snake. Fu Han thought to himself, just as I suspected, it's him. Chapter 68, The Irresistible Offer. Fu Han had always kept a low profile at the academy. The only people he'd had conflicts with were the crew led by the buzzcut guy. Before survival class began, the snake-eyed guy and the buzzcut brothers had been staring at Fu Han from the edge of the sports field. Even back then, Fu Han knew this guy would come looking for trouble again. So when Kikolo mentioned trouble was coming, Fu Han immediately guessed it was this guy. The situation wasn't entirely unexpected. Fu Han guessed that this fellow's target was probably the stellar fragment chest. He must have been tailing it for several days. Yesterday, when the treasure vault's courier delivered the item right to his dormitory door, the guy likely hadn't shown up because of it, otherwise, he might have latched on even then. But what puzzled Fu Han was how the man planned to pull it off. Right here in broad daylight, within the grounds of Stardrake Academy, could he possibly be bold enough to resort to outright theft? With this in mind, Fu Han strolled into the grand dining hall. He deliberately chose a secluded spot, casually placing the stellar fragment chest on the table before going to fetch his meal. If this guy really dared to sneak out and steal the chest, Fu Han thought to himself, that would be the best outcome. He'd pin him down on the spot and hand him over to campus security, problem solved in one clean sweep. However, things weren't as simple as Fu Han had imagined. The snake-like man never actually followed him into the cafeteria. Frowning, Fu Han thought to himself that this trouble needed to be dealt with. As the saying goes, thieves who steal aren't the real problem, it's thieves who keep watching that you need to worry about. While he could certainly choose crowded routes back to his dorm, what if this guy resorted to underhanded tactics? Wouldn't that mean needing to stay on guard even in his own room? After some thought, Fu Han simply took out his terminal and sent a message to Sang Jie. Do you know anyone at the academy who acts as sly and cold as a snake? After a while, Sang Jie replied, the eldest of the Luo brothers, just passed his intermediate exam. His talent is snake charmer. Keeps 2 snakes, one hasn't reached second tier yet, but his skill configuration's excellent. Did he come after you? Need help? You've got to say Sang Jie is reliable. Before Fu Han even got the chance to ask, he had already sent over all the information Fu Han wanted to know. The so-called snake charmer technically goes by the title, snake-type star beast affinity. Beast masters with this talent find it easier for snake-like star beasts to comprehend skills from stellar fragments, and their skill upgrade speed is also faster. So when Sang Jie said his skill configuration was excellent, reading this, Fu Han's mind immediately started racing. He was burning to know just how excellent the skill configuration really was. As for the Yi's Soul Touch contract method, there was still one thing Fu Han hadn't tested. If the Beastmaster were knocked unconscious, would their star beast still accept the touch contract? This seemed like a perfect test subject. Though the opponent was an intermediate Beastmaster, Fu Han remained confident. The only question was how much of his true strength this battle would reveal. As he pondered, Sang Jie sent another message, but you probably don't need help. His snakes mainly rely on venom attacks. Your boya alone could bite his entire family to pieces. Is that so? Fu Han's mood brightened, and he unconsciously began humming in his heart, loving you walking through dark alleys alone, loving your unyielding stance, loving your NNN, all the same. In high spirits, Fu Han quickly finished his meal and left through the cafeteria's back door as usual, striding briskly toward the alley behind the cafeteria. Before the snake man could catch up, Fu Han summoned Chiyu and instructed Kikolo to stay by his side. Kikolo, try using Mind Strike to knock him out. If that doesn't work, just have Chiyu bash his head. Kikolo eagerly accepted the order, then flicked its tail to conceal both itself and Chiyu from sight. With the setup complete, Fu Han stood alone at the alley entrance, waiting for the snake man to appear. Before long, Fu Han heard hurried footsteps as the serpentine man caught up from behind. Fu Han glanced back at him, then immediately turned to flee. The serpentine man sneered chillingly, trying to run. Humph. Slowing his steps slightly, Fu Han turned to look and saw the man had summoned a black mist-wreathed python. The serpent coiled around his arm as he raised his hand towards Fu Han. Then darkness spilled from the snake's maw, engulfing Fu Han in an instant. Fu Han stopped in his tracks and smiled faintly, allowing the darkness to envelop him. The star beast summoned by the serpent man was the dark element star beast, Night Veil Python. The darkness it was releasing was its innate skill, Dark Veil. Using dark energy to absorb light, it created an expanse of absolute darkness. Within this area, dark elements would be enhanced while light elements would be weakened. This skill could serve both as a smoke bomb to hinder enemies and as a means to conceal oneself while hiding in the shadows. Those within the dark veil naturally couldn't see any light, but people outside the veil were also completely unaware of what was happening inside. If it were truly a serpent, it might sense the warmth of its prey in the darkness, but as for a beastmaster, they'd be left seeing nothing at all. Many would panic when plunged into total darkness, so Fu Han quickly feigned alarm by shouting, "Aya, what's going on? What do you want?" Then, Fu Han summoned the dual-bodied moonlight lantern. Its evil dispelling trait came into play at this moment, instantly illuminating a small area around him. "Don't panic, I'm just here to settle accounts with you." The serpent man's icy voice came from beyond the darkness. "I think you know this, the survival course opened 3 entire breeding zones this time, and many people contracted quite impressive star beasts. But my brother Luo De got injured by you and missed the survival course. You'd better compensate me for this loss." Fu Han shouted. He was the one who initiated the duel, he brought this on himself. "Why are you demanding an explanation from me?" "Humph." The snake-like man didn't bother arguing with Fu Han, directly sneering coldly, "Enough nonsense, throw that box in your hands over here." Fu Han shouted, "This is Academy grounds, are you actually trying to rob me here? I heard you're severely wounded. Don't say I didn't warn you, my star beast specializes in venomous attacks. I wonder if your injured body could survive another dose of deadly poison." Fu Han froze momentarily. Was this guy merely bluffing, or had he truly become desperate enough to turn killer? Fu Han said, "Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Academy?" "Ha!" The serpent man sneered, "I'm about to graduate, and there's nothing left to squeeze out of this academy. After this job, I'll be long gone. It's your choice, hand over the box willingly, or suffer before losing it anyway." Still only an intermediate rank even upon graduating, with such low-level star beasts. This serpent man is really pathetic. In truth, the serpent man's strength was merely average by academy standards. It was just that Fu Han's abilities were so unnaturally formidable that he seemed particularly weak in comparison. Fu Han was just thinking when numerous crimson dots emerged from the darkness. Taking a couple steps forward to illuminate those dots with his light, Fu Han realized the ground was densely covered with small snakes, those crimson glowing points emanating from their eyes. A large swarm of serpents now stared at him menacingly. Fu Han curled his lips. It seemed Snake Man had summoned his second serpent, and these little snakes were its ability. So Fu Han summoned Boya in response. At this moment, the Snake Man shouted from outside, "Hurry up, or I won't be polite. I'll count to 3. 1. Fu Han shrugged and said coldly, 3. Boya charged out as commanded. Just as Song Jia had anticipated, there wasn't much suspense in the battle. Even in a direct confrontation, Boya alone as a dragon was more than enough to handle the enemy. When Boya charged out, those small venomous snakes leaped onto its body and exploded into pools of poison splashing all over it. With its swamp adaptation, Boya naturally didn't feel a thing. At the same time, the lurking Chi-Chi Lu unleashed a psychic shock. Although the Snake Man was, after all, an intermediate beastmaster, the psychic shock didn't completely knock him out, so the giant jade hand gave him another gentle tap. Thus, the Snake Man collapsed with a thud. By the time the darkness around Fu Han dissipated, all he saw was the white-stowed Chi-Chi Lu celebrating triumphantly atop the giant jade hand. Meanwhile, Boya's 2 heads each held onto a python, one black, one purple, both trembling uncontrollably. Fu Han first verified that the Snake Man was completely unconscious before approaching Boya and observing the 2 trembling pythons. At this moment, Chi-Chi Lu jumped onto Fu Han's shoulder excitedly, exclaiming, "Ooh, will the little snakes accept the contract?" Fu Han smirked confidently and affirmed, "They will. I'll make them an offer they can't refuse." Chapter 69, Boya's Gigantification. This time when performing the soul touch on the 2 snakes, Fu Han didn't offer even a sliver of starlight. He only presented one condition, either accept the touch, or become food. The choice wasn't difficult to make, especially since accepting the soul touch didn't violate their contract with their beast master. Thus both snakes agreed to the touch. Through this, Fu Han obtained their information and skills from the 2 massive snakes. Both the Night Veil Python and Swamp Venom Serpent were excellent grade star beasts with racial values just over 200. Against Boya, a lord grade beast, they stood no chance despite having higher star levels. As for Song Jia's claim of excellent skill configuration, Fu Han could only purse his lips in disagreement. The Nightscale Python had a basic skill, Veil of Darkness, upgraded to level 3, along with a Dark-type intermediate skill, Life Leech, which was only at level 1, likely just recently learned. The Venomous Marsh Viper possessed a basic, Constrict, skill at level 2, a technique only suitable for serpentine creatures like itself, though Fu Han still took the trouble to imprint it. The Viper's other intermediate skill, Toxic Mimicry, was also at level 1. Fu Han had seen it in action and found it somewhat intriguing. However, since he currently had no poison-type star beasts, the skill was of little use to him for now. Both star beasts had each mastered an intermediate level skill, and their levels were relatively low. Who would have thought that in the eyes of young Master Song Jia, this standard would be considered excellent skill configuration? Fu Han thought to himself, if only you'd seen the skills of my star beast, these really aren't up to par. Still, it wasn't a complete loss. Both, Dark Veil, and Lifesteal, would be suitable for Little Purple. He could teach them to it later. After imprinting the skills, Fu Han honored the agreement and didn't feed these two snakes to Boya. In reality, the star beasts were innocent, the snake man was the real villain. Still, Fu Han had Chiyu knock out both snakes before dumping them onto the snake man's body. This snake man was a menace who couldn't be left alive, but Fu Han had no intention of dirtying his own hands. After brief consideration, he called Professor Chu to report the situation. Professor Chu flew into a rage and said, "Understood. I'll dispatch the enforcement team. Hand the culprit over to them and don't worry about the rest, just focus on preparing for the vault exploration." Fu Han had anticipated precisely this outcome. Without leveraging his connection with Professor Chu, when the enforcement team arrived, they would undoubtedly drag him in for questioning. Before long, enforcement officers clad in black arrived. Once the enforcement team had shackled the snake man with various restraints and equipped him with starlight suppressors, the fellow regained consciousness. Finding himself completely subdued, the rogue actually broke down in panicked sobs. "I just wanted some compensation. I didn't mean to. Fu Han, plead my case. Spare me. I was briefly possessed by greed." Hearing the guys wailing, Fu Han rolled his eyes and said to the enforcement team, "Best make it a heavy sentence." The enforcement leader nodded. "Don't worry." With that, the enforcement team hauled away the pisspants snake man. Under Alliance law, robbery warranted a 10-year prison sentence. But before facing Alliance justice, the Academy's enforcement team would first mete out disciplinary actions, including asset seizure and forfeiture of his star beast. The Academy trained him with no intention of allowing him to wreak havoc. If he refused to give up his star beast, then the Academy would offer him an offer he couldn't refuse. In truth, Fu Han knew this guy had likely been blinded by momentary greed. To prevent the starlight of the shattered stars from dissipating, the crates containing them were specially designed, indeed unmistakable at a glance. Moreover, a standard crate held 10 shattered stars, and since Fu Han had purchased second-grade ones, the crate was even larger. At first, the Serpent Man had probably intended to ambush Fu Han, but upon seeing him purchase 10 second-grade shattered stars, greed took hold, clouding his judgment in the end. But Fu Han wasn't some merciful bodhisattva. The only reason he didn't let Chiyu blow the guy's head off was concern about dirtying his hands. Why would he ever speak up for him? Fu Han just hoped this guy was the last layer of the nesting doll. He really didn't need any more insects delivering themselves to his doorstep to bother him. Once out of the alley, Fu Han immediately put Snake Guy out of his mind. Just seeing the restraint cuffs the enforcers slapped on him made it clear escape was beyond his abilities. And since he was obviously just some greedy minor thug, no important figures would be coming to spring him either. So Fu Han put the matter out of his thoughts and peacefully returned to engraving, gigantification. Chiyu possessed the efficient core trait, making it the fastest leveling up star beast among Fu Han's entire collection. Logically, absorbing shard stars should be delegated to it to avoid any waste. However, since Chiyu was approaching level 20, Fu Han decided to let Boya, who was only at level 10, absorb the shard star this time. And Boya's method of absorbing shard stars was quite unique. Other star beasts would use their cores to draw in the starlight contained within the shard stars, waiting until the shard's crystalline structure collapsed before naturally absorbing all the starlight into their cores. But Boya swallowed the star fragment in one gulp. If it weren't for sensing the skill information after Boya swallowed the star fragment, Fu Han would have thought it was wasted. After devouring 2 star fragments, Boya smoothly leveled up to 11 and grew another size. Upon consuming all 4 fragments, it didn't level up further nor master the giant growth skill. However, Fu Han successfully imprinted Giant Growth. The Stellar Forger talent remained as consistently reliable as ever. Without delay, Fu Han immediately summoned Boya back to his core and imparted the Giant Growth skill to it. Yet something unexpected yet entirely plausible occurred once more. After transferring the skill, Fu Han checked Boya's status. He discovered that Boya still hadn't acquired the Giant Growth skill, but had instead gained an entirely new trait instead. Advanced trait Colossal Physique possesses an abnormally large body size compared to others of its species. And it's actually an advanced trait? Upon closer inspection, Boya's base stats had actually increased by 40 points due to this characteristic, reaching 547 points, equivalent to growing 2 extra heads. Fu Han wanted to summon Boya to see just how large he had become, but the attempt failed, because the dormitory room, filled with furniture, couldn't possibly accommodate Boya's massive body. The extent of the enhancement far exceeded Fu Han's expectations. Why does this Hydra always transform skills into characteristics? Is it a trait of Hydras in general, or is it because Boya is an albino specimen? Fu Han scratched his head and took out his terminal again to review the Hydra's information, even going through the data on its prismatic form twice. Still, he couldn't find any relevant descriptions. Unable to help himself, Fu Han muttered inwardly, this eternal tree is so unreliable, it keeps granting access permissions again and yet the key information still isn't there. What exactly is it hiding so secretively? After some thought, Fu Han went through his skill library once more, wondering if any skill could potentially grant Boya a new trait. Still wary of carelessly teaching elemental skills, many of which Boya couldn't learn anyway, Fu Han eventually found one compatible ability, his earliest inscribed skill, petrification. Jade transformation had become a passive skill for Saitama, and since Xiaozi couldn't learn Jade transformation, Fuan had forgotten about it for a while. He still had to search through the entire skill database before remembering he'd overlooked such a divine technique. The most crucial point was that Boya could actually learn this skill. Teaching basic skills was relatively easy for Fuan, so without delay, he immediately imparted Jade transformation to Boya. Looking at his status again, sure enough, Boya had gained a new trait. Intermediate trait, Jade Scales, possesses Jade-like scales with enhanced defense and higher resistance. The initial Jade transformation, once solidified into a permanent trait, had also evolved into an intermediate level trait. Both the previously star aura consuming abilities, gigantification and jadification, had now become traits that no longer required star aura consumption. Naturally, their tier had been elevated as well. Moreover, Boya's base stats increased by another 10 points to 557 due to this new trait. His level had also risen to 12. Fu Han thought to himself, if he could obtain a few more skills that would grant Boya new traits, wouldn't it reach Emperor rank much sooner? The multi-headed dragon's constitution is truly extraordinary. Noticing the sky had barely darkened, Fu Han immediately got up and hurried to the training grounds. Fu Han was simply too curious about exactly what changes Boya had undergone. Waiting until tomorrow to find out was out of the question. Chapter 70, The Farewell Toast. Although Fu Han had mentally prepared himself, he was still startled when summoning Boya. Originally, Boya was only slightly larger than Xiaozi, but after acquiring the giant form trait, it grew to a staggering 3 meters tall. Including its tail, the total length reached nearly 10 meters. The fact that Boya, with just 2 heads, had transformed into such an enormous creature was something Fu Han had absolutely never anticipated. In reality, all of Boya's combat prowess stemmed from its formidable physique. Its massive size brought a clear enhancement. For instance, its breath attack came from glands within its heads, so when the heads grew larger, the glands naturally became more powerful as well. During its first battle with the Bloodblade Mantis, Boya's breath attack was as thin as a line of fire. Now, its exhaled breath resembles the blast of a heavy laser cannon. Not only that, but its scales have also grown thicker and broader, transforming into large draconic plates. Combined with the Jade Scale Hardening trait, its scales now possess a translucent, crystalline quality. Merely observing wasn't enough to fully grasp the changes. Fu Han decisively summoned Shiyu, ordering it to assume its nightmare armor form for a sparring session with Boya. The results left Fu Han utterly astonished. Boya not only withstood Saitama's attacks, but even managed to reduce Saitama's health by 1% with its breath attack. Fu Han laughed. Boya's newfound tankiness was all thanks to learning Saitama's Jade transformation skill. Truly, teaching the apprentice starves the master. Let's not forget Boya is a Hydra, possessing outrageously strong regeneration. When combined with Scale Jade transformation, Saitama had no way to deal with it before mastering gigantification. Truly more tanky than Saitama while dealing even higher damage. After this enhancement, Fu Han felt fully confident about exploring the fragment treasury. Even at just 12 stellar levels, Boya was actually slightly stronger than Shiyu prior to his giant form. Of course, measuring Boya's strength solely by stellar levels isn't quite accurate. With a core of 12 levels but physical prowess rivaling 30s or 40s, given that the fragment treasury rejects any creatures exceeding 20 stellar levels, what could possibly be stronger than Shiyu and Boya? Done deal. Though inwardly assured, Fu Han didn't let his guard down in action. Over the following days, he pushed all his star beasts to their absolute peak strength. Saitama mastered Gigantification LV3, and Levitation also reached level 5. As a result, Saitama's star rank rose to level 19. At this point, Fuan didn't dare teach any more skills, afraid that Saitama might suddenly reach level 20, at which point Fuan would truly faint from despair in the bathroom. With Gigantification mastered, Saitama's combat power multiplied several times over. In his gigantic state, Saitama could easily shatter Boya's dragon scales. Suppressing Boya became effortless. However, Boya's regenerative abilities also shocked Fuan. A single punch from Saitama could shatter a large section of Boya's dragon scales, but in the blink of an eye, Boya's flesh rapidly regenerated, and all his scales were restored to their original state. Upon careful consideration, it seems impossible for Chiyu to completely defeat Boya. The legendary trait, Nine-Headed Dragon Body, is ridiculously powerful. It's a shame traits can't be imprinted, otherwise Fu Han would already be dominating the Starfall realm. Although Xiaozi's base stats are somewhat low, its Dark Core trait makes its Dark-type abilities exceptionally powerful. That's why Fu Han has no intention of abandoning its cultivation. The Dark Veil and Lifesteal abilities imprinted from Snake Man's Twilight Python were both taught to Xiaozi. Lifesteal was upgraded to level 3, while Dark Empowerment reached level 4. Even without a fission core, Xiaozi still managed to advance to level 19. At this point, Fu Han's star beasts had temporarily reached their upper limits. Any further strengthening would make them impossible to summon within the Fault Treasure Vault. The fairy nectar had also been nearly exhausted, leaving only about 300 milliliters. Conveniently, this amount could be divided into 3 sealed vials to carry alone. Just as Fu Han finished enhancing all his star beasts and prepared to rest for a day, yet another unexpected event occurred. When Fu Han woke up at dawn that day, he suddenly felt his inner core domain seemed unusually cramped. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't that the domain had shrunk, but rather, the soul connection occupied by one of his star beasts had inexplicably become unusually spacious. Fu Han knew this was caused by a star beast reaching second-level starlight. Back when Qiyu first evolved, its star level had also been 1 tier higher than Fu Han's. At that time, Fu Han had noticed how Qiyu's soul connection occupancy had become significantly bulkier. However, his core domain had still been largely empty back then, so the sensation wasn't as pronounced. But now with more star beasts under his command, the feeling became unmistakably intense. Startled, Fu Han wondered if Qiyu's efficient core had activated, causing it to level up. Upon closer inspection, Saitama was still only level 19. Just as Fu Han was about to check on Little Purple, a massive Chichila suddenly appeared in his inner core space. It cheerfully greeted Fu Han. "Hey Fu Han, look, I'm 2 years old now." Fu Han's head instantly swelled with frustration. After all his careful calculations, he'd forgotten about Chi-Chi-Lu. Now he realized it had been clinging to the divine seed recently because it was absorbing starlight all along. Fu Han was speechless. Normally, Chi-Chi-Lu would level up once every 20 years on average, so how had she managed to level up twice in such a short time with him? To this, Chi-Chi-Lu replied, "I felt like it was about time for me to turn 2, so I absorbed a bit more starlight." Fu Han sighed. Well, it couldn't be helped. Chi-Chi-Lu was free to do as she pleased, but that meant she couldn't come out when he headed to the Fault Line Treasure Vault next. This must be part of my usual streak of bad luck, Fu Han thought to himself. The day after Chi-Chi turned 2, Fu Han received notification from Professor Chu to be on standby, ready to enter the Fault Vault at any moment. With departure imminent, it was natural for Fu Han to feel nervous, unsure of what outcome this journey might bring. After much deliberation, he realized there was one unresolved matter weighing on his mind, imparting a skill to Mu Chi's Manserling seedling. Thus, Fu Han devised a plan. Under the pretense of bolstering his spirits before the trip, he invited Mu Chi to his dorm for drinks. The scheme was simple. Trick Mu Chi into summoning the Manserling seedling, have Chi-Chi render him unconscious or hypnotized, and then secretly bestow the skill upon the seedling before vanishing into obscurity. With the plan set, Fu Han sprang into action, purchasing alcohol and snacks as he awaited Mu Chi's arrival. At first, Mu Chi insisted on going to some high-end bar, but was sternly rejected by Fu Han. In the end, he obediently went to Fu Han's dorm room. Then Fu Han began plying Mu Chi with alcohol. Actually, getting Mu Chi drunk was quite simple. If you urged him to drink, he would make all sorts of excuses. But all Fu Han had to ask was, "You can't handle anymore, can you? Your alcohol tolerance is weak, isn't it?" The guy got all fired up and couldn't be restrained, eagerly gulping it down. In no time, Fu Han felt that if he didn't trick him into summoning the man-eating flower seedling, the guy would end up drunk on his own. So Fu Han said, "By the way, how's your man-eating flower seedling doing? Summon it out for me to see?" The drunken Mu Chi slurred, "Don't even mention it. Used 410 draws to learn a skill, got nothing but star level upgrades. My old man's hair has been falling out in clumps." Fu Han thought to himself, "For the sake of your dad's hair, I'd better step in." "Then show me what you've summoned, unless you're reluctant to part with it." Mu Chi was exactly the kind of person who couldn't stand being provoked. The moment someone questioned, "Are you reluctant?" he immediately summoned his snapping sapling to deal with Han Dao, saying, "Look, feast your eyes." Fu Han picked up the snapping sapling for a closer look. It had grown considerably larger and seemed rather aggressive, eager to take a bite out of someone. Just as Fu Han was about to ask Kikala to intervene, he discovered Mu Chi had already drunk himself under the table. Fu Han hurriedly carried him and tossed him onto the bed, then repeatedly confirmed the guy was completely knocked out drunk. Fu Han shook his head with a smile, thinking to himself, if I keep getting him drunk in the future and then upgrade his Star Beast skills, will he start believing that drinking makes his Star Beast stronger? Early the next morning, Mu Chi groggily opened his eyes and realized he was lying on Fu Han's bed. Grabbing his terminal, he saw the message Fu Han left, got the assembly notice. "Heading out now. Let's hang out again when I get back." After putting down the terminal, Mu Chi felt a splitting headache, then noticed his man-eating flower basking in the sunlight on Fu Han's desk. Strangely, the seedling seemed to have grown significantly, at least leveled up 2 or 3 times. Mu Chi thought to himself, "Damn, did this guy buy me fake liquor to drink? This headache is killing me." Then Muchi rolled over, pulled the blanket over his head, and fell soundly asleep again. Chapter 71, Ruyan. The early autumn in star-chasing city had seen several consecutive days of clear skies, but today, Balan was drizzling. The thick clouds suggested the rain might last all day. The light rain caused a sudden drop in temperature in Balan, leaving the members of the treasure-hunting expedition soaked. A cold breeze swept through, making even the lean beastmasters shiver. Fu Han had a distinct advantage in this situation. For one, he exercised frequently and had a robust physique. Additionally, the outdoor gear Professor Chu provided was excellent, waterproof, windproof, and with the large hood up, it even gave him a sense of isolation. The Spacetime Technology team was still busy near the dimensional rift. They had raised all their electronic equipment and set up rain shelters. Under the awning, operating the computer was a Thousands Tentacle Octavision. Octavision may sound like a pleasant name, but in reality, it's just a squid with slender tentacles. The Thousands Tentacle Octavision is a psychic-type star beast, ranking among the most intelligent of all star beasts. The Thousands Tentacle Octavision exhibits remarkable sensitivity to numbers, making it exceptionally suited for processing vast amounts of data. With minimal training, it can operate computers with proficiency. Interestingly, it possesses exactly 64 tentacles, a number programmers consider perfect. Besides Octavision, numerous other psychic-type star beasts worked under the guidance of beastmasters, among which Fu Han recognized several. For instance, the Void Time Carrot, currently gazing at the temporal rift, still relied on identifying the colors within that were indiscernible to the human eye. Yet, there were several that Fu Han had never even seen before. When he asked Song Jie about them, the man shook his head and explained, "Those are astral beasts that dwell within the folds of spacetime. Their forms only take shape when they emerge from the rift. Their abilities and significance are known only to their masters." Fu Han's brows lifted slightly in surprise as he thought to himself, "How extraordinary is that?" Professor Chu was still repeating the precautions for entering the dimensional rift, something Fu Han had heard many times before, so his attention had begun to drift. Standing before the spatial tear, Fu Han felt a flicker of nervousness, but even stronger was his curiosity and excitement. Just what kind of scene lay behind that pitch-black spatial fissure? He truly longed to see it. This anticipation even surpassed his desire for treasures. Yet Fu Han couldn't shake the feeling his streak of bad luck hadn't completely run its course, so he repeatedly reminded Kikalu, "Whatever you do, don't leave the core space without permission, always assess the situation carefully first." Kikalu patted its chest confidently and promised, don't worry, leave it to me." After Professor Chu repeated the precautions for the third time, a staff member from the transdimensional team approached him and whispered a few words in his ear. Then Professor Chu's expression turned grave as he said, "Everyone, I'll ask you one final time. There's a chance we might never return from this journey. Do any of you have regrets?" The rain grew heavier, yet the group remained silent. After waiting briefly and seeing no response, Professor Chu raised his hand and announced, "Everyone, synchronize your watches. The current time is August 25th, 7:41 and 21 seconds a.m. Everyone raised their hands to synchronize their Evertime watches. Professor Chu then declared, "Fu Han, your team goes first." Fu Han nodded in acknowledgement and led the other three forward. Professor Chu guided everyone to the edge of the spatial rift and instructed, "Remember, keep checking the time on your Evertime watches. If you notice the watch running unusually fast, evacuate your current stratum immediately. We only have 48 hours. When your Evertime watch reaches the morning of the 26th, you must begin your return journey, whether you've made any discoveries or not." Fu Han and the others nodded in unison and replied, "Got it." Professor Chu nodded, then waved at the 1,000-tentacle Tidewatcher beside him. The Tidewatcher's tentacles swiftly began operating various instruments. The equipment around the fissure all sprang to life, gradually tearing the dark rift wider. Then the special projection devices nearby lit up, their light shining upon the fissure to reveal the conditions within it. Professor Chu gave an approving nod to the staff, then turned and called out to the team members, "Enter one by one, watch out for collisions." At that moment, Fu Han suddenly heard Chi Lu's voice in his heart, saying, "Fu Han, it seems better to hurry inside." Hearing this, Fu Han said, "I'll go in first." Professor Chu nodded, signaling Fu Han to go inside. So Fuan strode boldly into the temporal rift. Watching Fu Han's figure disappear into the rift, Sang Jie said, "I'll go next." Professor Chu nodded in agreement. Sang Jie wiped the rain from his face and strode toward the rift. At that very moment, a low, distant mournful cry suddenly echoed through the sky. "One!" Everyone looked up at the sky, where an enormous dark shadow drifted amid the clouds. "A cloud whale," someone exclaimed in astonishment. The massive figure within the clouds was unmistakable, because apart from cloud whales, there simply aren't any other colossal creatures in the sky measuring over 600 meters in length. Even though so-called military cloud whale-class ships merely signify they are the largest grade, compared to actual cloud whales, they're still far smaller. Just as everyone had anticipated, the cloud whale in the sky soon breached the clouds, revealing its colossal form. Whoom! The mournful cries grew louder as the cloud whale descended lower, blotting out even the raindrops in the sky. At this moment, a putrid stench began to permeate the air. The moment Professor Chu heard the cry of the cloud whale, he knew disaster was imminent. Upon detecting the stench, he decisively summoned his massive jade hands without hesitation. Once the jade hands, twice as large as Saitama's, manifested, they immediately clamped together and smashed heavily onto the ground. A radiant jade barrier then unfurled, sweeping away the foul stench in its wake. Sangjie, go call Fu Han out, Professor Chu urgently instructed. Quickly, Sangjie nodded and summoned his mercury magic blade, charging straight towards the spatial rift. But at that very moment, boom, a deafening explosion rang out. A star beast leaping off the back of a cloud whale crashed directly atop the transdimensional team's control console. Xianxu Wangchao, who had been operating the console moments ago, now lay in a pool of blood, while his master, stricken by soul damage, collapsed in agony. The hyperspace device ceased operation. The rift in spacetime shrank until only a sliver remained. Sangjie's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Seeing this, Professor Chu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone gather here. Quickly, come to the Jade Hand immediately." The hyperspace technology team members hastily abandoned their equipment and scrambled into the Radiance Jade Barrier. The Beast Master who had just lost Wanchao was supported by others as they took shelter within the barrier too. The standby exploration team members nearby hurried to Professor Chu's side without delay. At this moment, Professor Chu clearly saw the star beast falling from the sky. It was a ferocious beast bred through vile methods by the cult of the old gods. It resembled a deer in shape, yet lacked any trace of fur. Its entire body was covered in metallic skin, pitch black with faint crimson patterns. Most bizarre were its antlers. The dual horns resembled oddly shaped bone flutes, their hollow interiors emanating a haze of scarlet mist. As a star beast expert, Professor Chu instantly recognized what breed it had been before its heretical transformation. It had once been a Ruyan, a legendary infinite-grade star beast. Its original form should have been pure white, as if draped in radiant silk. When it ran, the musical horns upon its head would produce enchanting melodies capable of soothing wounded souls. Now it had transformed into a monstrous creature reeking of rotting fish, leaving Professor Chu furrowing his brows in silent dismay. At that very moment, the transformed Ruyan threw back its head and let out a mournful howl. The crimson antlers atop its head began spewing scarlet mist, accompanied by sounds resembling the wails of damned souls from hell. Simultaneously, dozens of plague-ridden warriors leaped down from the cloud whale's back, screeching as they spread bat-like membranous wings and dove precipitously. Seeing this situation, Professor Chu summoned his battle star beasts in succession and shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle." Chapter 72, Charge Forward Fearlessly. On the cloud whale's back, under a pavilion tent made of hide and bone, a woman clothed in black gauze was being assisted by attendants as she donned her scale armor. The delicate cyan scales were pressed onto her body one by one. With each scale that touched her skin, her flesh would wriggle slightly, embedding the scale into her body. Soon, her figure appeared to be covered in a layer of draconic scales. The woman's phoenix-like eyes gleamed crimson, her cheeks gaunt. Upon her head rested a crown of bones, still adorned with what seemed to be fresh flesh. The meat pulsated, swaying amidst the wind along with her dark hair. "So why isn't it over yet?" she questioned coldly. A dwarf man groveling at her feet trembled as he answered, "They have a star beast that can deploy a barrier to resist the scarlet corruption. So what?" Her voice grew even colder. The dwarf lowered his head further and said, "That celestial beast has extremely high defensive capabilities, making it very difficult to breach. It's the Great Jade Hand." The woman sneered and said, "You want to wait until the Alliance troops arrive, is that it?" The dwarf quickly responded, "Your Grace, our plague-ridden warriors are forcing them to retreat step by step. They've already abandoned the rift. You may descend now." "I want those filthy thieves dead," the woman shrieked. "As you command, Your Eminence. I shall see to it immediately." The dwarf raised his head slightly, revealing his rodent-like face. Kira, the sacred maiden of the pestilence sect, let out a soft sigh before hissing the word quickly through clenched teeth. But because she'd spoken too fast and too softly, the rat-faced dwarf failed to catch it. He could only bow his head even lower and stammer, "Why, Your Eminence, I didn't quite catch what you said." Kyla's face twisted with intense disgust as she glowered at Ratface, spitting out the words venomously, "I said drop dead already." As the crimson in her eyes flashed violently, the dwarf's rodent-like face immediately began to rot, chunks of flesh peeling off piece by piece. Ratface howled in agony, desperately clutching at the falling pieces of his face while scrambling backward. "Forgive me, Your Eminence. I'll go right now. It'll be done immediately, immediately." Ugh ha-ah. As Ratface's dying screams faded into the distance, Kyla's scaled armor finished assembling, finally easing the fury simmering in her heart. She put on the purple bracelet beside her, stood up, and walked to the edge of the canopy. Raising her head, she watched the torrential rain beat against the leather surface of the canopy and muttered under her breath, "Shameless thief." Just then, golden lightning suddenly flickered within the clouds on the horizon, rapidly streaking toward the cloud whale. Kyla frowned urgently and shouted, Shinru. No sooner had Kyla's cry faded than the lightning burst forth from the clouds. In an instant, the golden lightning struck the back of the cloud whale. Whoom! The cloud whale let out a mournful cry as it struggled to ascend, trying to flee into the cloudy layers for shelter. A massive wound had been torn open on the sturdy keratinous dorsal fin of the cloud whale. The neatly arrayed pestilence warriors on the cloud whale's back were now thrown into complete disarray, bodies tumbling everywhere. That golden streak of lightning was actually a golden dragon spear, its entire length crackling with electric radiance, now embedded in the raised dorsal fin of the cloud whale. At that moment, Shinru, who had been dozing off inside the tent, was jolted awake by the commotion. He quickly stood up to check the dragon spear lodged in the cloud whale's dorsal fin, furrowing his brow and muttering, the spear arrived before the man. It's Li Yuan, the thunderous dragon spear. Can we win this fight? Kayla asked. 50-50. That means we can't beat it. Shinru shrugged and said, then I'll try harder, 60-40. Before Shinru could finish his sentence, they both felt the cloud whale begin to struggle violently. Just as they barely regained their footing, the flesh near the whale's dorsal fin suddenly split open, sending blood gushing skyward. The next moment, a blood-drenched figure emerged from the cloud whale's body. Casually wiping the blood from his cheeks, this fearless man beckoned to the thunder roar gun, which instantly transformed into a streak of lightning and flew into his grasp. The newcomer was none other than Li Yuan. This man who always ignored all obstacles to reach his target had even tunneled directly through the cloud whale's body. Yet the cloud whale's vitality could truly be called indestructible. This piercing wound still failed to seriously injure it, though its ascent toward the cloud layer quickened noticeably. After summoning his dragon spear, Li Yuan stared wordlessly at the two, his sharp aura alone making Kyla retreat half a step in fright. 70-30 split. After a brief pause, Shinru corrected himself, 80-20. You'd better leave first. Under Li Yuan's single glance, Kyla felt as if her skull had already been punctured. She knew full well that Shinru could only delay the man at best, so she didn't dare linger another moment, turning immediately to leap off the cloud whale. Li Yuan glanced at the fleeing woman, then at the towering man before him. Deciding the man appeared stronger, he raised his spear and advanced toward him. Shinru instinctively retreated step by step at the sight. Just then, the cloud whale plunged into the clouds. Li Yuan transformed into a bolt of lightning and struck. Blood instantly dyed a vast expanse of clouds crimson. As the cloud whale disappeared into the clouds, Kyla stretched out bat-like fleshy wings from her back. Hearing thunder rumble once more through the clouds, she knew there was no time to delay. Hurriedly, she dove toward the spacetime rift. In the blink of an eye, she arrived beside the spacetime rift, her fleshy wings dropping to the ground with the revolting sound of separating flesh and bone. The sounds of battle still persisted in the distant woods, growing fainter by the moment. Kayla knew it was her plague-born warriors driving those thieves into retreat. Surveying her surroundings, she smiled with satisfaction. By now, the area around the rift was completely tainted by crimson miasma. The surrounding vegetation and trees had already begun to blight, even common weeds sprouting sickly pink tendrils of flesh. Meanwhile, Illness Whispers was lowering its head to gnaw on those corrupted plants. Kyla beckoned to Diseased Whisper, who then leapt gracefully to her side. She affectionately stroked Whisper's cheek as glowing runes ignited on her palm. Whispering tenderly, she said, "Go now. From this day forth, this shall be your forest." With that, the soul bond binding Diseased Whisper was severed. The creature froze momentarily in surprise before regaining its senses. Without hesitation, it turned and dashed deep into the pale woodland expanse. As the diseased melodies faded from view, Kyra raised her head to meet the torrential downpour. Watching the airborne fighter jets emerging from the horizon chase after the receding cloud whales, Kyra smiled again. The Alliance reacted swiftly, but they chose the wrong target. When that cloud whale falls from the sky, it will nourish vast swaths of blighted land. This territory is mine now. Kyra chuckled, then her expression darkened as she sharply demanded, "You filthy rat! How much longer are you going to keep hiding? I'm here, I'm here." The flesh and blood at Carla's feet squirmed and coalesced, forming a diminutive figure. The rat-faced man humbly prostrated himself at Carla's feet, pressing his lips to her scaly boots. Carla kicked the rat-faced man aside and demanded, "Where's the suppressor starstone?" The rat-faced man scrambled to sit up, hurriedly fishing out a transparent pendant from his robes and stretching on tiptoes to offer it to Carla. "Right here." Kyla took the pendant and examined it carefully before removing one string and placing it around her own neck. Watching as the transparent pendant gradually filled with starlight, turning into a murky pink hue, she furrowed her brows deeply. She disliked the sensation of suppressed starlight, it felt like torture. But the treasure vault's rules were immutable, and there was nothing she could do about it. Then she nudged the dwarf at her feet with her foot and handed over the remaining pendants, saying, "Put these on my children. Let's go." Chapter 73, Exploring the Fractured Layer. The Fault Treasure Vault was hidden by the god of spacetime within the chaotic folds of time and space, making it extremely difficult to accurately open a rift directly into the vault. Between the rift entrance and the fault treasure vault lay layers of chaotic spacetime fragments. To ensure the exploration team could safely traverse these disordered dimensional shards and reach the vault, the Ultra Spacetime technical team labored for over a month. Their primary task involved identifying usable fragments among the chaotic spacetime layers, then piecing together viable segments to form a navigable path for the exploration team to follow. To prevent interference between different spacetime dimensions, the Ultra Spacetime team would simultaneously connect all viable pathways while compressing the unusable fragments into an amorphous mass. Once this connection is completed, the spatial adhesion will maintain for 48 hours. Once successfully linked, it becomes extremely difficult for external forces to separate it within these 48 hours. The further away a temporal fragment is from the entrance, the harder it is to discern its true nature. Even the hyperspatial team can't guarantee that every path will successfully lead to the treasury. This is precisely why multiple exploration teams are dispatched. Each group follows a different path. They proceed as far as they can, turning back if the route proves impassable. If time permits, they may make another attempt. If not, they can only accept the disappointment. The first temporal fragment Fu Han entered was remarkably stable and comfortable. It was an endless stretch of green grassland, completely flat without the slightest undulation, covered with grass of uniform length and density as far as the eye could see. The air here was fresh, the light was bright, and the temperature was pleasant, completely dispelling the gloomy chill of forest white. Upon stepping into the grassland, Fu Han's first action was to look up at the sky above. Above him wasn't the usual blue sky with white clouds, but rather the next fragmented layer of spacetime connected to this dimension. Though it was distant, a glance was enough to roughly gauge what kind of situation lay ahead. And the spacetime layer above Fu Han's head at this moment looked far worse than the current one, dark and ruined, with scattered fires burning sporadically, resembling a battlefield. Fu Han smacked his lips and thought, that's quite a contrast. But that's not important. As long as there's a path we can take, it's a decent enough time and space. Why haven't those guys come in yet? Thinking this, Fu Han turned around only to discover that the rift behind him had already vanished without a trace. Fu Han was momentarily stunned. What the? Shouldn't they wait until everyone's entered before switching the portal? Why'd it close so soon? Fu Han glanced at his chronowatch and discovered 3 minutes had elapsed in primary spacetime, though only seconds had passed in his perception. With a frown, Fu Han began hesitating. Truth be told, before entering the spacetime rift, Professor Chu had thoroughly briefed them on all possible contingencies they might encounter. Fu Han speculated that the current situation might be caused by equipment malfunction. After all, it was raining today, and the probability of water damage leading to a malfunction was actually quite high. Apart from equipment failure, Fu Han couldn't think of any other explanation. This was the White Forest near the Zodiac Academy. After all, it couldn't possibly be the Old Gods faction coming to seize entry to the rift. But Professor Chu had also mentioned that if the chrono watch started running too fast, one should immediately leave the current temporal fragment. Otherwise, time would be wasted needlessly. After just a few seconds of thought, Fu Han glanced at the chrono watch again and realized 5 minutes had already passed. Fu Han slightly furrowed his brows, thinking that he shouldn't waste time here. Though it was difficult to estimate how long the equipment repairs would take, his dungeon exploration time was limited. The key was that Fu Han felt confident about exploring the dungeon alone. The Academy had arranged teams under the assumption that low-level summoners had few star beasts and limited versatility. But Fu Han knew he was different. If he needed a tank, he had one. If he needed damage, he had it. If he needed an assassin, he had that too. And they were all equipped with self-healing capabilities, so he barely required external healing. If there was something Fu Han couldn't handle, adding Song Jia and the others wouldn't necessarily make much difference. Moreover, with them around, he'd have to hold back his true strength. But alone, he could go all out, and if an emergency arose, he could escape faster. As he pondered, a bold idea began brewing in Fu Han's heart. Maybe by the time they fix their equipment, I'll have already explored the entire treasure trove. Then I won't need to share the spoils. This was simply, like a speechless old monk's temple, too marvelous for words. Absolutely fantastic. With this thought, Fu Han steeled his heart and decided to quicken his pace. So he directly summoned Qiyu, leaped onto its palm, and headed towards the aurora on the horizon, the junction point between the two realms. The grassland dimension was barren, containing nothing but identical blades of grass. Time crawled unbearably slow here, just a few seconds stay translated to several minutes in the primary timeline. Without hesitation, Fu Han plunged into the next fragmented dimension. The transitional boundary between dimensions was a distorted space, filled with fragmented light and swirling mist. Perched atop Qiyu's palm, Fu Han barely glanced around as they surged forward, crossing into the next fragmented realm in a flash. Upon entering the new dimensional fragment, Fu Han first looked upward. The next dimension appeared as a seemingly tranquil expanse of water, its depth impossible to judge yet. With Qiyu carrying him, swimming wasn't even a concern. Then, Fu Han checked his chrono watch again. It was now 10:02 a.m. on the 25th. The journey through the grassland fragment had taken him approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes. After staring at the chronowatch for a while longer, Fu Han realized time in this spatial fragment flowed significantly faster than in the primary timeline. The second hand of the chronowatch seemed to move only once every few minutes. This meant Fu Han could take his time to observe everything here at leisure. Just as Fu Han had anticipated earlier, this was an ancient battlefield. Armored soldiers lay everywhere, their blood having formed small streams that meandered to unknown destinations. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke. Fu Han carefully observed the scene. The two warring factions wore armor adorned with red decorations on one side, and white decorations on the other. The battle appeared to have been extremely fierce, with the fallen soldiers roughly equal in number on both sides and vast in quantity. Particularly at the battlefield's center, where the bodies lay in a swirl-like pattern, the carnage was especially brutal. Naturally, Fu Han grew curious about the identities of the opposing forces. He knelt down, intending to pick up a long sword embedded in the ground to examine its emblem. Yet, the moment his fingers barely grazed the hilt, the entire blade shattered, crumbling instantly into fine sand. The scattering grains triggered a chain reaction across the battlefield. The fallen soldiers, their armor, halberds, all disintegrated one after another, vanishing into nothingness. Looking at the scene before him, Fu Han was slightly startled. Fortunately, Professor Chu had previously explained what this situation meant. If things in spacetime began to collapse, it indicated that the temporal fracture layer was unstable. There was no need to panic in such cases. At worst, everything would simply disintegrate into a barren wasteland. Alternatively, everything might just as suddenly restore itself shortly after. In any case, all he had to do was wait. So Fu Han waited calmly and unhurriedly. After a moment, everything on the battlefield crumbled and vanished. Yet amidst the ruins, a single silvery white object remained standing. Just as Fu Han was about to step forward to get a clearer look at the object, the clanging of metal suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 74, History Repeats Itself. The sound of clanking armor echoed in Fu Han's ears. He turned around to see armored soldiers standing around him, appearing at some unknown moment. Instinctively, Fu Han wanted to summon Chi-Yu's bio-armor for protection, but the next second, he stopped. He realized these soldiers seemed like mere illusions, their attention completely elsewhere. Then it dawned on Fu Han, this appeared to be some historical scene replaying in the interplay of light and shadow, and now, he was merely an observer. So Fu Han calmed his nerves and began watching intently. Only when the soldiers returned to battle did Fu Han notice those wearing red and white uniforms actually belonged to the same faction. Though he couldn't identify their allegiance from their insignias, the emblems on their armor were identical, and they had formed a circle, clearly fighting side by side. As for what they had encircled in the center, Fu Han turned to look at that silver-white object only to find that a person now stood there, clad in silver-blue armor, his entire body shimmered like a flowing river of stars. And now, that silver-white object was held firmly in his grasp. Fu Han finally saw clearly, it was actually a spear. Looking again at the endless sea of soldiers around him, Fu Han felt a pang of astonishment. So many people, were they all here just to hunt him down? Right then, priests robed in clerical vestments emerged from the ranks of soldiers. Their clerical robes were strikingly similar in style to those worn by the priests of the Sun Council, differing only slightly in insignias and adornments. In other words, every one of these approaching priests held the rank of high priest. After stepping forward, the high priests immediately removed their ritual instruments and began to pray. Soon, the deity responded. Divine light from the heavens showered down upon the soldiers, and their auras grew mightier. And when he looked again at the person at the center of the battlefield, there he still stood, motionless, quietly waiting. The surrounding church soldiers did not keep him waiting long. After the high priests finished bestowing their blessings, an officer led the charge with a rallying cry. Instantly, deafening shouts erupted across the battlefield. Every soldier broke into a frenzied sprint toward the center of the fray. At that moment, the man at the center of the battlefield also sprang into action. Raising his spear, he thrust it forward with a mere flick of his wrist. Deep starlight erupted from the silver spear, surging toward the direction its tip pointed. With that single, effortless strike, every crusader standing in that straight line collapsed to the ground unconscious. Coincidentally, the man's first shot was aimed precisely in Fu Han's direction. Feeling the powerful surge of energy from the starlight graze past his cheek, every hair on Fu Han's body stood on end. This is way too overpowered. Yet the man was just getting started. With every thrust of his spear, a galaxy of stars bloomed in its wake. Whether stabbing, sweeping, slashing, or deflecting, each stroke felled entire rows of church soldiers. Though they charged relentlessly, not a single warrior could breach his defenses. The warriors of the starry cult were equally fearless and savage. No matter how overwhelmingly powerful the young man demonstrated himself to be, they continued their relentless charge without hesitation. Fu Han thought to himself, is she trying to tire me out? But he seems to still have plenty of energy left. At this very moment, a change occurred on the battlefield. A streak of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, and the man hurriedly raised his spear to block. Clearly, even he dared not underestimate this strike. In the blink of an eye, the golden radiance struck his spear shaft. The tremendous impact made the very earth tremble. Yet the assault didn't cease. Witness how multiple golden streaks descended one after another from the sky. Boom boom, boom boom. The powerful impact sent the crusaders stumbling, yet they cheered and worshipped with unrestrained joy. This was the might of divinity descending. Victory in this battle was assured. Fu Han couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret. The divine attack was simply too powerful, that man must have perished because of it. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the divine radiance dissipated, yet Fu Han saw the man still standing tall. His silver-blue armor was now in tatters, revealing his defiant, unruly grin. He was actually smiling. The next moment, he bent his knees and leapt, his body transforming into a streaking meteor that shot straight into the heavens, vanishing without a trace in an instant. The battlefield suddenly fell silent as all the soldiers looked up at the sky. A moment later, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed across the sky. Intense flames dyed the clouds crimson. Then two figures plummeted from the heavens. One was a man stripped of his armor, clutching only a silver spear. The other one is a glowing figure clad in lavish robes, with golden light wings spread behind them. Fu Han's heart skipped a beat as the realization struck him. That's a god. Though unsure which deity it was, the radiant body and the shimmering golden wings of light behind it were unmistakable symbols of divinity. At this moment, that very deity was being choked under the man's foot, his silver spear thrust deep into the god's chest. Despite being bombarded by divine radiance, the man only grinned savagely, driving his spear deeper. In an instant, both figures came crashing to the ground. Boom! A tremendous explosion of flames erupted skyward, the overwhelming shockwave instantly flinging every soldier on the battlefield off their feet. The intense light forced Fu Han to shield his eyes, unable to look directly at it. Moments later, the light faded, and the battlefield fell silent. When Fu Han raised his head again, he saw the man leaning on his spear, kneeling over the deity and pinning it motionless. The man still wore a smile. If Fu Han had to describe it, he would say it was one of triumph. Because the deity beneath him, its divine radiance-cast body, was gradually disintegrating and vanishing into nothingness. Then the man's body crumbled apart after being repeatedly struck by the divine light, disintegrating into sand that scattered with the wind. Only fallen soldiers and that silver-white spear remained amidst the battlefield. The spacetime of the ancient battlefield returned to exactly how Fu Han had first found it upon entering. Though spacetime had restored its original form and settled into tranquility, within Fu Han's heart, no peace could be found. That man killed the god. He single-handedly slew the deity. Though it was a devastating mutual destruction, judging by the smug smile on his face, Fu Han knew he was immensely satisfied with this outcome. The god is dead. This perfectly aligns with the Academy faction's interpretation of the old gods. Their mainstream theory consistently maintains that the gradual disappearance of the old gods occurred because they simply died of old age. The mortality of old gods forms the foundational argument with which the Academy faction refutes theological doctrines. The academic faction disbelieves that the ancient gods possess supreme power and immortality. They outright reject the claims of the ancient pantheon about gods lying in slumber. The academics argue that life may have advanced forms and transcendent meanings, but as long as mortality exists, logically, it cannot enter the domain of divinity. Thus, though the academic faction verbally refers to them as ancient gods, they treat the term merely as a label. Deep down, they refuse to acknowledge these beings as true deities. This is why the academic faction rejects divine rule and toppled theocracy to establish the Starlight Union. And this time, Fu Han witnessed the evidence with his own eyes. Although the space-time fracture layers were arranged by the extratemporal technology group, Fu Han knew they couldn't clearly discern the conditions inside. They merely confirmed that this temporal rift could be traversed. Moreover, the historical fragments reenacted within the spatial-temporal fissures were beyond the fabrication capabilities of the Transdimensional Technology Consortium. Thus, what Fu Han witnessed was the unaltered truth of history. The old gods were neither immortal nor indestructible, they had fallen. Unfortunately, Fu Han failed to recognize those heraldic emblems, leaving him temporarily unable to determine which old god it had been. Yet Fu Han had already committed the soldiers' insignias to memory. Surely, upon his return, the Grand Academician would provide him with the answers he sought. After calming his emotions slightly, Fu Han rode the great jade hand toward the heart of the battlefield. The divine-slaying silver spear still stood tall at the center, and naturally, Fu Han needed to take a closer look. This time, however, he dared not touch anything, fearing a repeat of the terrifying scene from before. Chapter 75, The Peculiar Lake. A silver-white spear capable of killing gods. If Fu Han wasn't tempted by it, he wouldn't be Fu Han. As for the items within the temporal spatial fragments, Professor Chu had also provided some explanations. Professor Chu had warned everyone not to linger too long in the fragments, and especially not to waste time chasing after items within them. Items obtained from the fragments were often difficult to bring into the next fragment, and even fewer could be taken back to the main spacetime. The spacetime within the fragments wasn't as stable as that of the vault fractures. Everything inside might have endured countless temporal disturbances and spatial shifts. Yet, Fu Han noticed one detail: when everything else collapsed, the silver-white spear remained standing intact. This gave him reason to believe that this god-slaying spear might indeed be capable of being taken back to the main spacetime. When Fu Han approached the silver-white spear, he finally realized it remained standing because dazzling starlight was supporting it from below. After circling the spear and observing it for a long while without noticing anything unusual, Fu Han felt an increasingly strong urge to reach out and touch it. After much deliberation, Fu Han decided to ask Kakeru, "There's a silver-white spear in front of me, what will happen if I touch it?" A moment later, Kakeru replied, "If you touch it, you'll touch a spear." Fu Han pursed his lips, knowing Kikalu was teasing him. But since Kikalu hadn't said don't touch it, that meant he could. So without hesitation, Fu Han reached out and grasped the spear. At that moment, the starlight surrounding the spear suddenly withdrew and vanished. Not only that, everything throughout the entire ancient battlefield disintegrated once more, transforming into streams of light that converged into the spear. Fu Han waited quietly for a while, but the clashing of weapons didn't sound again, nor did the deceased soldiers reappear. Now, looking at the spear again, it had turned from silvery white to pitch black, devoid of any luster. "It seems to have oxidized," Fu Han muttered to himself. Looking at the pitch-black spear in his hand, Fu Han felt a pang of regret. Even a god-slaying spear could not withstand the ravages of time, now reduced to nothing more than a fire poker. Yet, the thought of a fire poker reminded Fu Han of something. There was once a senior, surnamed Zhang, who wielded a fire poker, and it was an incredibly powerful one at that. So, one should never look down on a mere fire poker. Besides, the spear had merely lost its luster, its form remained strikingly handsome, and its tip unwavering in sharpness. Maybe I should just take it. At least it's a weapon, though I wonder where I can actually bring it. Thinking this, Fu Han lifted the spear into his hand. By now, the space had become barren, and without further delay, Fu Han headed toward the aurora on the horizon. As he ventured deeper, the fractured light and swirling mist at the seams of the fragmented spacetime grew even more chaotic, though also dazzlingly beautiful. Yet Fu Han paid little attention to the surreal scenery, his gaze fixed instead on the spear in his hand. He wanted to see what wondrous change might occur if this weapon failed to cross into another layer. In the blink of an eye, Fu Han passed through the junction, yet the spear in his hand remained completely unchanged. Fu Han smiled with relief, thinking to himself, perhaps this spear truly can be brought back to the main timeline. After all, it's a weapon capable of slaying gods, keeping it as a cherished relic would bring him great joy. Arriving in the new fragment layer, Fu Han first lifted his wrist to check his watch, confirming the flow of time here. Since delving deeper into the fragmented layers could cause even greater disparities in time flow, Fu Han had to determine exactly how fast time moved here. If several hours passed in the blink of an eye, it would be best for him to turn back promptly, lest he become eternally lost within. This time, Fu Han's streak of bad luck seemed to have finally ended. Fu Han calmly stared at his chronostatic watch for what felt like ages before the second hand finally ticked forward. Now he could explore at his leisure. Then Fu Han lifted his gaze to observe the next spacetime fragment. To his delight, he discovered it was a golden desert, with what appeared to be a crimson temple standing at its center. Most importantly, this golden desert spacetime was connected to numerous others. It served as the terminal point of a spiral chain of spacetime fragments. This meant it had to be the exact spacetime fragment containing the faultline treasury. All Fu Han needed to do was traverse his current fragment to reach it. The current time in the main timeline is 10:30 a.m. on the 25th. After just over 2 hours of exploration, Fu Han had already caught sight of the fault treasury. A surge of delight rose in Fu Han's heart as he thought, by the time I finished exploring this treasury, chances are they still won't have fixed the machine. Sorry, everyone, Though the treasury was now within reach, this particular temporal space wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Just as Fu Han had observed earlier, this continuum resembled a serene lake, only now, it appeared several times larger. The calm waters stretched endlessly beyond sight. It's not hard to imagine that without suitable abilities, crossing this water to reach the fault treasury would be an extremely daunting challenge. Fortunately, Shiyu possessed the ability to levitate, so Fuan didn't have to worry about this problem. After traveling along the lake's surface for a while, Fuan suddenly noticed something peculiar. At first, he felt something brush past his shoulder. Turning to look, he was astonished to see a strand of watergrass hanging upside down from the sky above. With both curiosity and caution, Fu Han continued forward for a stretch. The seaweed hanging inverted from the sky gradually increased, soon becoming densely packed. Fu Han froze for a moment, then retreated backward. The inverted seaweed slowly rose back into the sky and disappeared. After moving back and forth to observe, Fu Han discovered the peculiarity: the physical laws in this fragmented spacetime layer exhibited obvious signs of disorder. The lake bed in this spacetime was completely empty, while everything that should be underwater was instead suspended upside down in the sky. Moreover, the buoyancy rules here were bizarre. The deeper Fu Han ventured toward the lake's center, the lower the inverted lakebed in the sky descended, revealing its true form. It was as if Fu Han was diving underwater. Fu Han also tried using his spear to sever the water plants, and the severed strands gently drifted away. He couldn't quite tell whether they were falling downward or floating upward. Fu Han then attempted to dismount from Chiyu's hand, successfully plunging into the water. After floating for a while without noticing anything amiss, he had Chiyu retrieve him again. The physical laws governing this area were indeed profoundly disordered, yet not completely so. In short, it was utterly bizarre. Truth be told, within spacetime fragments, even stranger phenomena could exist, though those were presumably places where no living being could survive. Fu Han felt that this upside-down watery realm he was currently in already represented the absolute limit of what humans could survive. If the spacetime distortion became even slightly more chaotic, he'd probably perish the moment he stepped inside. This was precisely why the hyperspatial team had worked tirelessly for weeks. They had screened out those unstable spatial layers where one would instantly kick the bucket upon entry. Many seemingly terrifying things cease to be frightening once you understand their underlying principles. Initially, Fu Han couldn't stop worrying that the seaweed might suddenly wrap around him and strangle him midair. But after comprehending the disordered nature of this spacetime, he no longer feared them. Thus, Fu Han wielded his spear to part the seaweed and pressed onward. Before long, he successfully navigated through the densely vegetated shallow water zone and arrived where the water ran deeper. Due to the lack of light, the aquatic plants gradually thinned out until there were none at the center of the lake, and visibility became increasingly poor. So Fu Han summoned the twin moonlight lamp fiend, again for illumination. To Fu Han's surprise, the bright light emitted by the twin moonlight lamp fiend actually attracted a massive swarm of fish.